Chapter 1. Two startled cries rang out. Yin Hong abruptly sat up, recalling that he had been rummaging through a flea market and then encountered a car accident while driving. At this moment, his head throbbed with pain. Had he not been in a car crash? Where was he? Yin Hong glanced around and remarked, "This does not appear to be a hospital." Just then, the door to the room swung open, revealing a girl of about 16 or 17, clad in regal attire, her skin as pale as snow, and her features exquisitely delicate. The girl exclaimed, "Your Highness the Second Prince, what has happened to you?" Yin Hong, taken aback by her words, thought to himself, "Is she addressing me?" He replied, "Fair maiden, which film crew do you belong to? What television drama are you filming? And I am not a second prince." The girl, bewildered by Yin Hong's response, was momentarily at a loss regarding his mention of a television drama and film crew. She asked, "Your Highness the Second Prince? Are you unwell?" Yin Hong responded, "I am fine. Please refrain from calling me the Second Prince." The girl countered, "Since Your Highness the Second Prince is well, then of course I shall continue to address you as such." At that moment, a surge of immense information flooded Yin Hong's mind, leaving him dizzy. After a brief pause, he muttered to himself, "I have actually traversed realms, and I am now Yin Hong, a different name, but the same essence. Moreover, I am the second prince of the Great Shang." At this juncture, a soft chime echoed in Yin Hong's ears. The system detected the host, currently situated in the primordial realm, and the Supreme Hongmeng system was in the process of binding to the host. "Please hold on for a moment," it announced, "binding complete. Now, may I ask the host if you wish to activate the system?" Yin Hong declared, "Activate." The system commenced its activation. 10, 50, 100 activation complete. The system announced, "As this is the host's first activation, a special reward of the chart of creation and transformation has been granted." Yin Hong inquired, "What tier of treasure is the chart of creation and transformation?" The system replied, "It is an exceptional innate treasure." Upon hearing the system's response, Yin Hong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. An exceptional innate treasure? He recalled that in the primordial novels, the 12 innate treasures did not include the chart of creation and transformation. Yin Hong pondered, if the chart of creation and transformation is not among the 12 innate treasures in the primordial novels, then from whence does it originate? The system clarified, the chart of creation and transformation is an upgraded version of the primordial chart of creation. Products from this system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Seeing Yin Hong lost in thought, the girl spoke up, "Your Highness the Second Prince? What troubles you?" Yin Hong, snapping back to reality at her call, replied, "I am well." The girl continued, "It is good to know that you are well, Your Highness." Yin Hong instructed, "You may leave for now, I will call for you if needed." After her departure, Yin Hong mused, "It is now the 7th year of Emperor Zin's reign, and father has yet to visit the Nuwa Palace for incense offerings. Having traversed into this realm, I shall assume the mantle of the second prince of the Great Shang and prevent my father from making that pilgrimage. Moreover, I must eliminate Fei Zhong, the architect of my mother's downfall." Yin Hong reflected, "My foremost priority now is to enhance my strength with greater power. All schemes and plots shall be laid bare." He acknowledged, "At present, I am merely at the mortal realm to elevate my prowess. I must utilize the system. In this world, the mortal cultivation levels comprise 4 tiers: refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao. The immortal realms include human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal, among others. Currently, Yin Hong was but a mortal, having yet to embark on any cultivation. He queried the system, "How can I rapidly enhance my cultivation?" The system responded, "As the host, you are connected to the Supreme Hongmeng system, which offers functions such as signing in, vanquishing foes, collecting treasures, and hunting beasts for rewards." Yin Hong followed up, "Does signing in require special locations? Can I also obtain rewards from slaying enemies and beasts?" The system affirmed, "The more unique the location for signing in, the more substantial the rewards. The same applies to defeating foes." Yin Hong asked, "How can I determine what constitutes a special location?" The system elucidated. A special location is one where the heavenly Tao is particularly dense. Yin Hong inquired, "Can I sign in at the residence of the second prince?" The system replied, "Yes." Yin Hong continued, "Is there a limit to the number of sign-ins per day?" The system stated, "You may sign in 3 times daily. Each location can be signed in repeatedly." Yin Hong proclaimed, "Then I shall sign in." Ding! Host residence of the second prince, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Hongmeng chart of creation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 99 mysterious arts. Congratulations to the host for receiving the dust-dispelling pill. Instantly, 2 vast and profound cultivation methods, the Hongmeng chart of creation and the 99 mysterious arts, emerged within Yin Hong's mind. The Hongmeng chart of creation could be cultivated to its zenith, while the 99 mysterious arts was a superior method for physical enhancement. The 99 mysterious arts surpassed the 89 mysterious arts practiced by Yang Jian in the primordial novels by an additional tier. Initially, the 89 mysterious arts was already formidable, and the 99 mysterious arts was even more terrifyingly powerful. Yin Hong regarded the dust-dispelling pill in his hand, its name implying the eradication of worldly concerns. This single dust-dispelling pill could elevate Yin Hong's cultivation to the human immortal realm. To reach the human immortal realm signifies no longer being immortal, but ascending to the first tier of immortality. Without hesitation, Yin Hong consumed the dust-dispelling pill. Instantly, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through his body, cleansing his meridians and limbs. His cultivation skyrocketed from the outset, advancing through the stages of refining qi, refining spirit, and culminating at the pinnacle of merging with the Tao. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Yin Hong's body. He had ascended to the human immortal realm. The term human immortal signifies an immortal among mortals, and Yin Hong was no longer a mere mortal. Following his breakthrough to the human immortal realm, Yin Hong began to contemplate the Hongmeng chart of creation. The Hongmeng encompasses all origins. It is divided into the 5 Taos: Taichu, Taishu, Taisu, Taijin, and Taiji. The 5 Taos interact, creating life and death. Merging into simplicity, the great Tao is thus revealed. Such an intricate cultivation method left Yin Hong momentarily dazed. It was far too profound. He lamented, "Is there a way for the system to assist me in comprehending the Hongmeng chart of creation?" The system replied, "Indeed. The host can utilize Hongmeng points for understanding." Yin Hong asked, "What are Hongmeng points?" The system explained, "Hongmeng points are earned by vanquishing foes or collecting treasures, which can then be exchanged within the system." Yin Hong focused on the system, and a large screen, visible only to him, materialized before him. Host, Yin Hong. Cultivation methods. Hongmeng chart of creation. 99 mysterious arts. Current realm. First stage of human immortal. Treasure, none. Special bloodline, none. Special physique, none. Hongmeng points, 100 points. Yin Hong sighed. "Aside from my cultivation methods, I truly possess nothing." He queried the system. "Are 100 Hongmeng points sufficient to comprehend the Hongmeng chart of creation?" The system replied, "Insufficient." Yin Hong pressed, "What is the minimum requirement of Hongmeng points to comprehend the Hongmeng chart of creation?" The system responded, "A minimum of 500 points is required." Yin Hong lamented, "500 points? It seems I must strive to acquire more Hongmeng points." Seeing that his Hongmeng points were only at 100, Yin Hong resolved to allocate them towards cultivating the 99 mysterious arts. A strong body translates to formidable battle prowess. Yin Hong called out, "System." The system responded, "Host." Yin Hong inquired, "Can I use my 100 Hongmeng points to enhance the 99 mysterious arts?" The system confirmed, "Yes." However, it can only be raised by 1 tier. Yin Hong remarked, 100 Hongmeng points can only enhance it by 1 tier? What will be the cost to elevate it to the 3rd tier? The system explained, each tier requires double the Hongmeng points of the previous one. Yin Hong concluded, "So, to elevate the 1st tier costs 100 Hongmeng points, the 2nd 200, and the 3rd 400, and so forth?" The system affirmed, "Correct." Yin Hong decided, Then I shall elevate the 99 mysterious arts to the first tier. He sat cross-legged, and at once, a powerful surge of Hongmeng energy erupted from the system, washing over Yin Hong's body, invigorating his meridians and limbs. In an instant, his physique ascended at a terrifying pace. Crack! His skin became translucent and radiant, and his bones grew stronger. Yin Hong rose, drew a bronze sword, and drew it lightly across his palm, leaving only a faint white mark. At the first tier of the 99 mysterious arts, he possessed a resistance to blades and spears. Of course, the bronze sword he wielded was merely a mortal weapon. Had it been a postnatal spiritual treasure, it might have cut through his skin. Yet, even then, it would merely break the flesh, harming not the bones. This was merely the first tier of the 99 mysterious arts. Should he advance to the second or third tiers, even a postnatal spiritual treasure would struggle to breach his skin. Yin Hong stood and called out, "Come forth." The maid, who had been waiting outside his chamber, heard his summons. She promptly knocked and entered the room, the same girl of 16 or 17 years old, asking, "Your Highness the Second Prince, how may I serve you?" Yin Hong Dao instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. The young lady responded, "Certainly, Your Highness the Second Prince. Please wait a moment." She promptly exited the room to order the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Before long, a sumptuous feast was ready, and after indulging heartily, Yin Hong retired to rest. The night swiftly passed, and at the break of dawn the following day, Yin Hong declared, "Check-in. Ding. Host check-in successful. Reward. 1 drop of Pangus essence." Upon hearing the system's announcement of a reward, Yin Hong's face lit up with astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy and excitement. With this single drop of Pangus essence, his physical form could undoubtedly ascend to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Jiujiu Xiangong would render him impervious to fire and lightning, allowing his body to withstand even the blows of mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Yin Hong was not prepared to refine the Pangu essence just yet. He stepped out of his residence, intending to head to the Imperial Palace for his check-in, where the aura of the Great Shang's heavenly way would surely be profound. Upon reaching the gates of the palace, the guards on duty noticed Yin Hong and respectfully greeted him. "We pay our respects to Your Highness the Second Prince." Yin Hong replied, "No need for formalities." The head guard inquired, "Your Highness, are you heading into the palace?" Yin Hong silently invoked the system. "System." Host acknowledged. Yin Hong asked, "Can I check in outside the palace?" System, "Yes." Yin Hong declared, "Check in at the palace." System, "Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Reward Kong Tong Seal." Yin Hong was taken aback by the system's notification Kong Tong Seal. His expression reflected sheer astonishment, for the Kong Tong Seal belonged to Laozi, did it not? He recalled that in the Chinese myth of the investiture of the gods, the Kong Tong Seal had emerged when Laozi established a Taoist temple on Shouyang Mountain during the division of the 3 Pure Ones, and it was at this moment that Laozi acquired it. It was precisely because of the Kong Tong Seal that Laozi absorbed a significant amount of the human race's fortune and heavenly merits during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, thus achieving sanctification. Now, the Kong Tong Seal had been awarded to Yin Hong by the system. Yin Hong exclaimed, "System, the Kong Tong Seal is Laozi's treasure if he finds out I've received it. Won't I be doomed?" System, "Rest assured, host. The system has already erased Laozi's mark from the Kong Tong Seal upon granting it to you. Furthermore, the system has shielded the Kong Tong Seal so that even Laozi, as a heavenly sage, would be unable to discern its whereabouts. System, the host may confidently refine the Kong Tong Seal to suppress the fortune of the human race." After hearing the system's response, Yin Hong chose not to refine the Kong Tong Seal at that moment and instead continued with his check-in. The palace guard, observing Yin Hong lost in thought, approached with respect and asked, "Your Highness, do you wish to enter the palace?" Yin Hong replied, "I shall not enter, I am merely observing." With that, he departed directly towards the residence of his elder brother, Yin Jiao. Before long, Yin Hong arrived at the prince's residence, where the guards greeted him with utmost respect. "We pay our respects to Your Highness the Second Prince." Yin Hong inquired, "No need for formalities. Is my elder brother in the residence?" The guard responded, Reporting to your highness the second prince. The crown prince is not in the residence. Yin Hong asked, if my brother is not here, where has he gone? The guard replied, the crown prince mentioned he was going to visit Her Majesty the Queen, and he is likely there at this moment. Upon hearing that his brother was absent, Yin Hong silently invoked the system for a check-in at the crown prince's residence. Ding! A gentle chime sounded as the system confirmed. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. System. Reward. Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal. Yin Hong was taken aback. The Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal? He had indeed heard of the Fan Tian Seal in the myth of the investiture of the gods from his previous life on Earth. Yin Hong inquired, Comment Fan Tian Seal? What is the meaning of this? System. The Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal is the ultimate version of the Fan Tian Seal. The Fan Tian Seal, ruthless in its execution, is known for striking mercilessly at the forehead, leaving those struck by it in a horrific state of demise. Yin Hong is aware that the Fan Tian Seal is a treasure of the Chan sect's Guangchengzi. Later, when the emperor pursued Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, Yin Jiao was rescued by Guangchengzi, while Yin Hong was saved by Chijingzi, who bestowed the Fan Tian Seal upon Yin Jiao. Yin Hong inquired, what is the power of this Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal? System. The Fan Tian Seal is capable of slaying cultivators below the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal can even kill Heavenly Dao Saints. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was filled with astonishment. It could kill Heavenly Dao Saints? How many Heavenly Dao Saints exist in the entirety of the Hong Huang? The Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal's ability to vanquish a Heavenly Dao Saint places the Fan Tian Seal leagues behind it. Yin Hong was overwhelmed with ecstasy, but maintained a facade of calm, as he said, since my elder brother has gone to see our mother, I shall not intrude. With that, Yin Hong turned and departed. Upon returning to his residence, Yin Hong could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to his room. Instructing everyone not to disturb him, he took out the Kongtong Seal and dripped a drop of blood upon it. Once the Kongtong Seal absorbed his blood, it erupted with terrifying fortune, while Yin Hong was refining the Kongtong Seal. The system cloaked his room, preventing anyone from entering or sensing any trace of aura. Even the Heavenly Dao Saints could not detect anything from within that room. The overwhelming fortune enveloped Yin Hong, and his cultivation soared in astonishing pace. Human immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, true immortal realm, and profound immortal realm. When the Kongtong Seal was fully refined by Yin Hong, he ascended to the golden immortal realm. After completely refining the Kongtong Seal, his realm stabilized at the golden immortal level. Yin Hong then took out the first reward from the system, the creation of heaven and earth diagram, preparing to refine it. He dripped a drop of blood onto the diagram, which instantly unleashed a terrifying aura of Hongmeng, enveloping Yin Hong. As his body was washed by the aura of Hongmeng, it grew increasingly formidable. Observing the transformation of his physical form, Yin Hong took out Pangu's essence blood to refine it alongside. As he refined the Pangu essence blood, his physical body ascended to the second layer of the 9-9 profound art at an astonishing speed. Boom! Yin Hong's body broke through to the second layer of the 9-9 profound art and rapidly transformed towards the third layer. I could see this moment. His body became exceptionally fearsome. Even a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure could not breach his physical form. After completing the third layer of the 9-9 profound art, he also acquired a divine ability, law representation of heaven and earth. When casting the law representation of heaven and earth, his body became akin to a colossal giant, and his magical power increased exponentially, rendering him immensely powerful. After breaking through the third layer of the 9-9 profound art, Yin Hong's physical form could withstand any attack from the golden immortal realm. By combining his physical prowess with magical power, Yin Hong became invincible against all below the great Luo golden immortal. After refining the creation of heaven and earth diagram, he did not exit his seclusion but continued to refine the Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal. Yin Hong took out the Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal and dripped a drop of blood onto it. Instantly, the Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal absorbed his blood. The previously square-shaped Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal transformed into a purple hue, with the aura of Hongmeng swirling within, enveloping Yin Hong. Under the impact of the Hongmeng aura within the Fan Tian Seal, Yin Hong's realm shattered the barrier of the golden immortal realm. Boom! Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from Yin Hong as his realm broke through to the Tai golden immortal realm. At this moment, the Hongmeng Fantian seal was fully refined by Yin Hong, and after refinement, it appeared in his hand as a small purple seal. Yin Hong felt an intense urge to test the power of the Hongmeng Fantian seal, but this was not the appropriate time or place for such an endeavor. Thus, he suppressed his thoughts. Rising from his seat, Yin Hong glanced at the sky. It was still early, and he had exhausted his chances for signing in today. Yin Hong remarked, "There are still a few days until Father goes to the Nuwa Palace to pay respects." His realm was still insufficient. He needed to at least break through the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yin Hong resolved to seize the next few days to sign in fervently. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast, and after dining heartily, he rested, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the following day. The night swiftly passed, and early the next morning, Yin Hong awoke, eager to sign in at the second prince's residence. Ding! A soft chime sounded, and the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward for the host: Yin Yang Reincarnation Mirror." Yin Hong was taken aback. The Yin Yang Reincarnation Mirror? He recalled then the tale of the investiture of the gods. Chijingzi possessed the Yin Yang Mirror. The Yin Yang Mirror features one side representing Yin, which is white, and the other representing Yang, which is red. The Yin side leads to death, while the Yang side leads to life. Yin Hong inquired, "What is the nature of the Yin Yang Reincarnation Mirror system?" The Yin Yang Reincarnation Mirror is a supreme, innate treasure. Anyone reflected in the Yin side, even a quasi-saint, would meet their demise. And even the heavenly Tao saints cannot be rescued from the cycle of reincarnation. Conversely, those illuminated by the Yang side, even if they are deceased, can be brought back from reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong exclaimed, "Incredible! This is exponentially more powerful than the Yin Yang mirror." Suppressing his excitement and joy, he exited the residence. In the following days, Yin Hong's figure appeared in various prominent locations: the Great Shang Palace, the Star-Gathering Tower, the Crown Prince's residence, the Grand Tutor's residence, the Nuwa Palace, and the residence of King Wuqing, among others. During this time, he acquired numerous treasures: the 9-transformation purple gold pill, the purple gold gourd, the enlightenment tea tree, the innate yellow Zhongli tree, the innate Tao-bodied divine fetus, the Xianyuan sword, the 9-heaven star technique, and the undying Phoenix Sutra on the 13th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of Emperor Xian's reign. At the Song Palace, the morning court session was underway. Emperor Xian sat firmly upon the golden dragon throne, while the civil and military officials stood in 2 orderly rows below, with Shang Rong leading the civil officials and Huang Feihu leading the military officials. At this moment, one of the civil officials stepped forward and stated, "Your Majesty, the second Prince Yin Hong has been wandering around Chaoga these past few days, neglecting his royal duties and violating court etiquette." Another official followed suit, saying, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the second Prince Yin Hong is not studying governance or practicing etiquette and law, but instead is gallivanting about, undermining royal authority." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian furrowed his brow and replied, "My son is still young. His childish demeanor makes such wandering understandable." Emperor Xian continued, "Fei Zhong and Yu Han, you two may withdraw. If any of you ministers have matters to present, do so. If not, you may leave the court." At this moment, another civil official stepped forward, bowing to Emperor Xian and stating, "Your Majesty, the day after tomorrow is the 15th of March, which is the birthday of the goddess Nuwa. We humbly request that Your Majesty visit the Nuwa Palace to pay respects." Sitting upon the golden throne, Emperor Xian replied, "Nuwa, what merits does she possess that warrants my veneration?" Shang Rong interjected, "Nuwa is an ancient goddess. In the past, during the great battle between the deity Gong Gong and the fire god Zhu Rong, Gong Gong collided with Mount Buzhou, breaking the celestial pillar. After the celestial pillar was broken, the heavens tilted, with the sky leaning to the northwest and the earth sinking to the southeast. It was then that the goddess Nuwa gathered 5 colored stones and forged them to mend the heavens. Thus, Nuwa has rendered great service to humanity, and Your Majesty ought to pay your respects to such an ancient goddess. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xan remarked, "What you say, Shang Rong, is entirely correct. Very well. In 2 days, the civil and military officials shall proceed to the Nuwa Palace to pay respects." Meanwhile, at the second prince's residence, Yin Hong was unaware that during the morning court session, Fei Zhong and Yu Han had reported his wandering activities to the emperor. Speaking ill of him, Yin Hong was aware that the request to pay respects at the Nuwa Palace had originated from Shang Rong, and today marked the 13th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of Emperor Xian's reign. The day after tomorrow would be when his father went to the Nuwa Palace for veneration. That time, the civil and military officials, as well as royal relatives, would all be required to attend. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Hong decided to utilize the next 2 days to elevate his cultivation, especially with the many treasures obtained from signing in. The 9-transformation purple gold pill was precisely the elixir needed to enhance his cultivation to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yin Hong took out the 9-transformation purple gold pill and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved within. A vast surge of medicinal power surged through his limbs and veins. Yin Hong exerted his utmost effort to circulate the Hongmeng creation scripture. And at that moment, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light, with 3 golden lotuses rapidly forming above his head. These 3 golden lotuses represented the essence, qi, and spirit of the cultivator. The human lotus represented the physical body. The earth lotus represented cultivation, and the heavenly lotus represented consciousness. This moment, the 3 golden lotuses hovered above Yin Hong's head, uniting as one and rotating. They emitted a brilliant radiance, while the 5 energies within Yin Hong exploded forth. Converging into the primordial essence, his cultivation realm soared directly to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. At this moment, Yin Hong opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of excitement. The pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal was something he had never dared to imagine before. He had once been an ordinary mortal, yet now he had broken through to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Yin Hong felt that he was now fully capable of contending with Nuwa, Penggu, Laozi, Hongjun, Jin, and Zhuanti, the 6 saints. Yin Hong chuckled coldly. "Aren't you all eager to incite my father to pay respects at the Nuwa Palace? Don't you wish to initiate the great catastrophe of the investiture of the gods? Allow me to engage in a battle with you." After breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal, Yin Hong exited the residence and made his way directly to his elder brother Yin Jiao's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yin Jiao's residence, the guards of the crown prince's residence, upon seeing Yin Hong, respectfully bowed and stated, "We pay our respects to your highness, the second prince." Yin Hong replied, "No need for formalities. Is my elder brother home?" The guards of the crown prince's residence responded, "The crown prince is indeed home." Upon hearing that his elder brother was present, Yin Hong made his way directly into the prince's residence. A place he was intimately familiar with, he proceeded straight to the quarters of Yin Jiao, who was currently enjoying tea in the living room. Upon seeing Yin Hong arrive, Yin Jiao rose and inquired, "Second brother, what brings you here?" Yin Hong approached his elder brother and replied, "I came today to see you, elder brother." He continued, "A few days ago, I came to visit you, but the guard at the prince's residence informed me that you had gone to see our mother." Yin Jiao responded, "Indeed, it has been some time since I last saw her, and I greatly missed her, so I went to check on her well-being." After listening to Yin Jiao, Yin Hong asked, "How is our mother? Is she in good health?" Yin Jiao replied, "Mother is quite well, but she mentioned that you had not come to visit her, and she has been quite concerned." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong felt a surge of emotion as he replied, "I have been unfilial, causing our mother to worry." Once he had composed himself, Yin Hong began discussing state affairs with Yin Jiao. "Elder brother, we are currently facing tumultuous times in the Great Shang. Yuan Futong from the North Sea is leading 72 lords in rebellion. Moreover, Wen Taisher has gone to quell the insurrection. Just think about it. Why would Wen Taisher, as the foremost civil minister, choose to send a civilian instead of a military commander like Huang Feihu? There must be some hidden scheme at play. Furthermore, the day after tomorrow marks the occasion of our father paying respects at the Nuwa Palace. Consider this. Our father has been on the throne for 7 years, yet has never visited Nuwa Palace to pay homage. Could it be that he is unaware of its significance? Why then, did the Shang ancestor raise this issue during court? After pondering Yin Hong's words, Yin Jiao was filled with astonishment. It seemed as though everything was being propelled forward by some mysterious force. "So what shall we do, second brother?" he asked. Yin Hong replied, "Regardless of who is behind it, in the face of absolute power, all schemes will be laid bare." Yin Jiao acknowledged, "Indeed, but at this moment we are merely mortals. How can we unravel such plots?" Yin Hong then revealed, "Elder brother, you may not know this, but when I was young, a mysterious figure took me as a disciple, imparting skills and bestowing upon me treasures." Yin Jiao, taken aback, gazed at Yin Hong in disbelief. "Surely, you jest? Is this truly the case? How can it be?" Without uttering a word, Yin Hong demonstrated his powers by momentarily immobilizing Yin Jiao, causing him to float in the air. Yin Jiao had no opportunity to resist. Once Yin Hong ceased his demonstration, he gently set Yin Jiao back on the ground. After regaining his footing, Yin Jiao circled around Yin Hong, scrutinizing him, yet he could discern nothing unusual. With palpable eagerness, Yin Jiao asked, "Second brother, what realm have you attained? Is it the harmonization realm?" Yin Hong shook his head. "The human immortal realm?" He guessed. "Aim higher." Yin Hong encouraged. "Could it be the celestial immortal realm?" Yin Hong replied, "No, even higher. Is it the golden immortal realm?" When Yin Hong remained silent, Yin Jiao speculated, "It cannot be the supreme golden immortal realm. Can it?" Yin Hong teased, "Just a little higher." Yin Jiao was utterly flabbergasted. "A little higher? That must mean you have reached the grand Luo golden immortal realm. When did you achieve this? Is it truly so easy to attain the grand Luo golden immortal status? It is known that in the entire Great Shang, only a few have reached the celestial immortal or profound immortal stages, and even when Taisher has only attained the peak of the golden immortal realm, not yet reaching the supreme golden immortal level." Observing Yin Jiao's astonishment, Yin Hong suddenly declared, "Elder brother, I possess a method to help you swiftly break through your current realm." Yin Jiao inquired, "What method?" Yin Hong suggested, "Let us proceed to the secret chamber of the prince's residence." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao commanded the guards of the prince's residence that no one should disturb them without his permission. Having said that, the two entered the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Yin Hong instructed, "Elder brother, please sit cross-legged." Yin Jiao complied, settling onto the jade bed. Yin Hong then pointed his finger to Yin Jiao's forehead, transmitting the nine heaven star technique into his mind. As Yin Jiao sat cross-legged, he felt an overwhelming influx of information fill his consciousness. The words nine heaven star technique appeared prominently in his mind, followed by an immense amount of information regarding the technique itself. "Follow the nine heaven star technique and circulate the method," Yin Hong urged. Yin Jiao began to practice the technique, entering a state of cultivation. Observing that Yin Jiao had entered into this state, Yin Hong took out the primordial Tao body divine embryo and infused it into Yin Jiao's body to aid in his refinement. The primordial body possesses the innate quality for ascension, and the primordial Tao body divine embryo is among the pinnacle of innate physiques. After infusing the primordial Tao body divine embryo into Yin Jiao, a transformation occurred within him. His body turned a pearlescent white, and the original flesh had been replaced by the divine embryo. Ethereal Tao rhythms emanated from within Yin Jiao, and as he refined the primordial Tao body divine embryo, his realm surged dramatically. He progressed rapidly from the Qi refinement stage to the harmonization realm, then to the human immortal stage, Earth immortal stage, celestial immortal stage, and finally his realm stabilized at the golden immortal stage. Rising to his feet, Yin Jiao clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, which brought a look of ecstatic joy to his face. He approached Yin Hong and expressed, "Thank you, second brother. Without you, I would still be an ordinary mortal, but now I feel as if I am filled with strength, as if one punch could obliterate an entire city." Yin Hong chuckled, "Elder brother, what you have just refined is the primordial Tao body divine embryo, which has the potential to achieve sanctification. You have yet to formally cultivate a technique or refine your body. Otherwise, you would be even stronger. Elder brother, allow me to impart another body refinement technique to you," Yin Hong declared, pointing at Yin Jiao's forehead. Transmitting the 99 profound technique, he withdrew his finger and patiently waited for Yin Jiao to comprehend it. After a moment, Yin Jiao opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. Second brother, this 99 profound technique is extraordinary. Upon reaching the third layer, one can withstand even the finest of postnatal spiritual treasures with sheer physical strength, and it also grants a divine ability to manifest the essence of heaven and earth. Just imagine how incredibly powerful and terrifying it would be at its pinnacle. Yin Hong smiled. Indeed, this 99 profound technique surpasses the 89 profound technique cultivated by the disciples of the Chan sect by an additional layer. You're familiar with the 89 profound technique of the Chan sect, right? Yin Hong inquired. Of course, replied Yin Jiao. Yin Hong continued, Elder brother, you currently lack a spiritual treasure. With that, he retrieved the Hongmeng Fantian from his system, erased his imprint from it, and handed it to Yin Jiao. Upon receiving the Hongmeng Fantian, Yin Jiao felt its weight and the powerful, terrifying aura it exuded. Second brother, what kind of treasure is this? What rank is it? Yin Hong explained, Elder brother, this is the Hongmeng Fantian, a top-tier innate treasure. Once refined, it can crush anyone below the level of a heavenly Tao sage. Yin Jiao was left utterly stunned. After processing the immense power of the Hongmeng Fantian, as described by Yin Hong, he remained in shock for quite some time. Eventually, he regained his composure and took the Hongmeng Fantian from Yin Hong. Following Yin Hong's instructions, he dripped a drop of blood onto the treasure, which absorbed it instantly. In that moment, the Hongmeng Fantian erupted with dazzling light, enveloping Yin Jiao. The vast aura of humanity washed over him. Yin Jiao's cultivation broke through to the supreme golden immortal realm. After completely refining the Hongmeng Fantian, it transformed into a small purple seal in his hand. Yin Jiao could hardly fathom that this small seal was, in fact, a top-tier innate treasure, possessing terrifying power. Curiosity sparked within him, and he wanted to test the might of the Hongmeng Fantian. But Yin Hong sensed his thoughts and cautioned, Elder brother, this is not the place to experiment with the Hongmeng Fantian. I understand, Yin Jiao replied, but the urge is quite strong. Yin Hong reassured him, there will be plenty of opportunities to test the Hongmeng Fantian in the future. However, your current cultivation is still at the supreme golden immortal level, which is rather low. With that, Yin Hong handed Yin Jiao the Huang Zhongli fruit, the Wu Dao tea, and the Xianyuan sword. Upon seeing these items, Yin Jiao was utterly astonished, although he did not recognize the Huang Zhongli fruit. Its astonishing aura was unmistakable. The Huang Zhongli fruit was born from the fusion of the flesh of innate divine demons during the primordial creation and the first essence of the innate wood. It blossoms thrice and bears fruit 9 times. This spiritual root produces 1 flower, 1 fruit, and 1 mature stage per cycle, requiring 4 cycles to yield 9 fruits. The flowers resemble lotus blossoms, while the fruits resemble pearl-like cores. With the words Huang Zhong inscribed on both the flowers and fruits, merely inhale, its fragrance grants one 1,000 years of cultivation. Consuming one allows one to ascend instantaneously to the grand Luo golden immortal realm. Yin Jiao was utterly shocked. The prospect of becoming a grand Luo golden immortal with a single fruit was staggering. Such a level was a dream for countless cultivators. And how many grand Luo immortals existed in the entirety of the primordial realm? Aside from a Huang Zhongli fruit, there was also the Wu Dao tea, which, when brewed, aids one in comprehending the Dao. This was not merely a comprehension of divine abilities, but of the Dao itself. And the Xianyuan sword, the weapon of the Emperor Xianyuan, the pinnacle of human quasi-saint power, could be considered the most formidable weapon of the human race. Yin Jiao gazed at Yin Hong, momentarily at a loss for words, his silence stretching into an uncomfortable pause. After a brief interval, he composed himself and inquired, Second brother, from where did you acquire these items? Could they truly be bestowed upon you by our esteemed master? Yin Hong replied, Indeed, all of this has been granted to me by our master. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao asked, Second brother, what is the realm of your master's strength? Yin Hong responded, I am uncertain of the exact realm, but I know that our master is extraordinarily powerful, certainly superior to the heavenly Tao Saint. Yin Hong continued, "Eldest brother, let us strive to enhance our cultivation, and together we shall eradicate all those who wish to overturn the Deshang dynasty. Be they demons or spirits. Even against the heavenly Tao saints, we shall not shy away from a contest of strength." Yin Jiao exclaimed, "Well said, second brother." Afterward, Yin Hong suggested, "Eldest brother, you should refine the Huang Zhongli. I will protect you during the process, and afterward, you can refine the Xianyuan sword as well." Yin Jiao nodded in agreement. "Very well." He then sat cross-legged, consuming the Huang Zhongli, which immediately unleashed a terrifying wave of chaotic energy. This chaotic essence was precisely what was required for cultivating the physical body. Yin Hong urged, "Eldest brother, channel the 99 profound art. This is an opportune moment to enhance your physical form." Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, Yin Jiao activated the 99 profound art. A tremendous surge of chaotic energy surged through his meridians and limbs. Yin Jiao's physical body ascended to the first layer, swiftly progressing to the second layer. Under the onslaught of the chaotic energy, his cultivation broke through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, while the 99 profound art also advanced to the third layer. Yin Jiao continued to refine the Huang Zhongli. Upon the exhaustion of its medicinal power, his cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Rising to his feet, he looked at Yin Hong and declared, "Second brother, I too have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and my 99 profound art has achieved the third layer." Yin Jiao expressed, "I now feel invincible beneath the heavenly Tao saints." Yin Hong affirmed, "Of course, you are now a primordial Tao body, and having cultivated the physical enhancement techniques and the 99 profound art to the third layer, your prowess is formidable. The third layer of the 99 profound art grants you the divine ability law manifesting heaven and earth, which, when combined with the third layer, is simply terrifying." Yin Jiao inquired, "Second brother, the day after tomorrow, our father shall pay homage at the Nuwa Palace. What are your plans?" Yin Hong replied, "Eldest brother, you should first refine the Xianyuan sword. When the time comes, we will accompany our father to the Nuwa Palace together." Yin Jiao agreed, "Very well." He then sat cross-legged once more, letting a drop of blood fall upon the Xianyuan sword. Instantly, a majestic phantom of the Emperor of Humanity emerged from the sword. The phantom recited the Huangdi Neijing, stating, "Yin and Yang are the principles of heaven and earth, the foundation of all living things, the parents of change, and the origin of life and death." After a brief period, Yin Jiao successfully refined the Xianyuan sword, which emanated a formidable aura as expected. The Xianyuan sword, renowned as the foremost weapon of the human race, had attained the grade of a supreme innate treasure. Yin Jiao rose and approached Yin Hong, suggesting, "Second brother, shall we indulge in a drink?" Yin Hong responded eagerly, "Certainly. It has been far too long since we enjoyed a drink together." The two brothers, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, exited the secret chamber and entered the hall. Yin Jiao commanded, "Bring forth the servants." No sooner had he spoken than a young woman in her 20s entered, adorned in palace attire, her beauty striking and her figure alluring, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She approached Yin Jiao and inquired, "Your Highness, what are your commands?" Yin Jiao instructed, "Yang Rong, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast of snacks and drinks. I wish to enjoy a hearty drink with my second brother." Yang Rong replied affirmatively, "Understood. Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, she departed, leaving Yin Jiao and Yin Hong to converse over tea. Before long, Yang Rong returned with the food and a fine jar of wine. After pouring drinks for Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, she said, "Your Highness, second prince, please enjoy." With a respectful bow, she stepped aside. Seeing Yang Rong nearby, Yin Jiao waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now." Yang Rong complied and exited. Turning to his brother, Yin Jiao proposed, "Second brother, let us toast." Yin Hong lifted his cup, clinking it with Yin Jiao's before downing the drink in one go. Savoring the wine, Yin Hong found it to be purer than the finest wines on earth, albeit with a slightly lower alcohol content. Yin Hong remarked, "Eldest brother, Deshang is currently facing tumultuous times. Once our father completes his homage at the Nuwa Palace, I shall head to the North Sea to assist Master when in dealing with Yuan Fudong. Yin Zhao responded, Second brother, it would be better for you to remain in Chaoga while I venture to the North Sea. Yin Hong insisted, Eldest brother as the crown prince, it is your duty to stay in Chaoga and care for our mother. If anything were to happen to her, be sure to inform me immediately. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Yin Zhao reassured him, Do not worry, second brother, I will ensure that our mother is not wronged in the slightest. Yin Hong nodded in agreement. The two brothers then enjoyed their drinks, exchanging stories and laughter. Eventually, Yin Hong returned to his residence. The following day, Yin Hong signed in. Ding, a soft sound resonated. System, congratulations host for successfully signing in. System, rewarding the host with the Primordial Supreme Body. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong furrowed his brow. Primordial Supreme Body. What kind of physique is that? System. The Primordial Supreme Body ranks first among the 3,000 special physiques. This physique allows for the cultivation of all techniques, renders one impervious to soul attacks, and accelerates cultivation speed tremendously. Yin Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an overwhelming surge of excitement. With such a unique physique, he felt far more confident in contending with the heavenly Tao saints. He refrained from immediately integrating the Primordial Supreme Body into himself, as he still had 2 additional sign-ins for the day. Exiting his residence, he made his way outside the palace and silently initiated his sign-in. Ding! Another soft sound echoed. System. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. System, rewarding the host with the opening heaven sword technique. Yin Hong was taken aback. The name alone suggested immense power. The opening heaven-level technique was on par with the methods employed by the Panga deity during the creation of the world. He composed his exhilarated heart and proceeded to the terrace for another sign-in. Yin Hong declared, System, terrace sign-in. Ding! A soft sound resonated. System. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. System. Rewarding the host with the saint-slaying stab. Upon hearing the system's announcement of the saint-slaying stab, Yin Hong's curiosity piqued. What exactly is the saint-slaying stab? System. Host. The saint-slaying stab is a soul-based attack technique that, as the name implies, can annihilate the souls of saints. Yin Hong comprehended the nature of the saint-slaying stab after the system's explanation, that he realized that he could eliminate saints using his consciousness, though, under normal circumstances, it would only be effective against those of the same rank. Having exhausted his sign-ins for the day, Yin Hong made no delay in returning to his residence. Upon arriving, he instructed his attendants not to disturb him and then retreated to his chamber. Yin Hong prepared to integrate the Primordial Supreme Body into himself, followed by training in the opening heaven sword technique and the saint-slaying stab. In his room, Yin Hong sat cross-legged on the bed and commanded the system. System, integrate the Primordial Supreme Body into me. System. Understood, host? As Yin Hong sat on the bed, he suddenly felt a vast energy from the system flowing into his body. Instantly, he was engulfed in intense pain, realizing that the system was altering his physique. The transformation was indeed excruciating, akin to having his bones, meridians, and blood completely replaced. While the system reshaped Yin Hong's physique, the entire room was cloaked in a protective barrier. An aura of profoundness permeated the space, as his bones turned a rich purple gold and his blood transformed into a golden hue. Following the integration of the Primordial Supreme Body, Yin Hong's cultivation also ascended to the quasi-saint realm. In the 9-9 profound art progressed to the 4th layer, subsequently advancing to the 5th layer. Thus, his physique was entirely transformed into the Primordial Supreme Body. Not rising from his position, Yin Hong continued to comprehend the saint-slaying stab and the opening heaven sword technique. The saint-slaying stab, a secret technique for soul attacks, harnessed immense consciousness to converge into a blade, capable of assaulting an enemy's soul and even slaying it. The opening heaven sword technique comprised 3 forms. The first form, sword opens the heavenly gate. The second form, sword cuts heaven and earth. And the third form, sword slays all life. After mastering the saint-slaying stab and the opening heaven sword technique, Yin Hong exited his room in search of a suitable location to test their might. With a thought, his figure vanished from the spot, and with a swift motion, he appeared in a desolate mountain range within the primordial realm, devoid of any human presence for tens of thousands of miles, ideal for assessing the power of his techniques. Yin Hong decided to first test the potency of the saint-slaying stab and its effectiveness. With his formidable consciousness, he swiftly formed an arrow-like blade following the technique's principles. With a thought, the blade sped beyond time and space, reducing a nearby mountain peak to rubble. Observing the results of his attack, Yin Hong nodded in satisfaction. I did not expect the saint-slaying stab to possess such formidable power. He then continued to practice the opening heaven sword technique. Unleashing the first form, sword opens the heavenly gate. Boom! The heavens and earth before him were cleaved apart, revealing a gaping void as a black hole emerged, voraciously consuming the surroundings. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously above, as if warning Yin Hong against wantonly disrupting the primordial world. Hearing the thunder, Yin Hong sneered. Heavenly Tao punishment. Merely Hong Jun manipulating the heavenly Tao. Moments later, the heavenly Tao restored the fissures and the black hole with its laws. Then, Yin Hong executed the second form of the opening heaven sword technique. Sword cuts heaven and earth. Yin Hong unleashed a single sword strike, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as if they were on the brink of collapse. Accompanied by a tempest of lightning and thunder, eye in the sky, a colossal eye appeared, fixated upon Yin Hong, before descending a black thunderous punishment aimed at him. This dark lightning descended. Yin Hong countered with a fist, obliterating the ominous strike into nothingness. Realizing that the punishment had no effect on him, the giant eye vanished with two resounding booms. The surrounding world returned to normal. Yin Hong chose not to execute the third form of the heavenly sword technique. The sword of life and death. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the potency of both the holy slaying stab and the heavenly sword technique. Not lingering any longer, Yin Hong vanished from the spot in a flash. In an instant, he reappeared within his residence and remarked, "Tomorrow marks the day when Father will pay homage at the Nuwa Palace. Let me see who it is that Father honors." He secretly employed his art of persuasion to influence his father into composing poetry for the Nuwa Palace. At dawn the following day, Yin Hong was the first to sign in at the residence, announcing, "Sign in." A soft chime signaled the success of his registration. The system proclaimed, "Reward. 9 revolutions great returning pill." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong's heart surged with uncontainable joy. The 9 revolutions great returning pill, once consumed and refined, could drastically alter one's innate qualities. For mortals, ingesting it could exponentially enhance their cultivation speed, allowing them to transcend into immortality in a single step. Yin Hong, troubled by his mother's lack of cultivation and her mortal status, found this 9 revolutions great returning pill to be perfectly suited for her. Suppressing his elation, he departed the residence, making his way toward the Great Shang Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the palace entrance, he silently intoned, "Sign in." Another chime confirmed his successful registration, and the system announced, "Reward. Hichu and Luoshu." Shocked, Yin Hong recognized that the Hichu and Luoshu were legendary artifacts from Chinese mythology, attributed to the Emperor Jun, but were later stolen by the Kunpeng during the cataclysm of the Witch and Demon War. Uncertain if this Hichu and Luoshu was indeed the artifact of Emperor Jun, Yin Hong inquired, "System, is this Hichu and Luoshu indeed the treasure of the great demon Emperor Jun?" "Affirmative, host," the system replied. The Hichu and Luoshu were originally the treasure of the great demon Emperor Jun. After the Witch and Demon War, upon Emperor Jun's demise, they were acquired by Fuxi. Subsequently, Fuxi utilized the Hichu and Luoshu to comprehend the innate Taiji and the 8 trigrams, as well as the Book of Changes. Realizing the significance of the Hichu and Luoshu as a primordial treasure, Yin Hong was interrupted by the arrival of Yin Jiao, who approached and called out, "Second brother." Returning to his senses, Yin Hong replied, "Elder brother, let us enter the palace together." Yin Jiao urged that, as they approached, the captain of the guards knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Second Prince." The other guards followed suit, echoing their salutations. "Please, no formalities." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong replied in unison before entering the palace. In the Great Shang Imperial Palace, within the Hall of Celestial Harmony, only a few ministers had arrived. After the ministers paid their respects to Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, The two brothers took their seats. Shortly thereafter, more ministers entered, including Shang Rong, Baigan, Huang Feihu, Li Jing, Fei Zhong, and Yu Han. Yin Hong's gaze fell upon Fei Zhong, whose sharp features reminded him of the individual who had orchestrated the framing of his mother in the Tales of the Gods. He then glanced at Yu Han, whose round face exuded the essence of a sycophant. Anger welled within him, nearly compelling him to eliminate both of them on the spot. As more ministers filled the hall, a guard announced loudly, "His Majesty has arrived." The sound of footsteps echoed as Emperor Exin entered. Flanked by his attendants, Yin Hong observed Emperor Exin, a man in his 40s, adorned with a crown and draped in a black robe embroidered with 9 dragons, his countenance exuding an air of authority. Seated upon the golden throne, Emperor Exin commanded the attention of all present, prompting Yin Jiao and Yin Hong to bow in unison, proclaiming, "Long live your Majesty. All of you may rise," Emperor Exin decreed. Today marks the 15th of March, the birthday of Lady Nuwa. Let us proceed to pay our respects. The ministers promptly responded. "As you wish." A moment later, the guard proclaimed, "The auspicious time has arrived. Please, your Majesty, prepare to depart for the Nuwa Palace." Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Emperor Exin rose and, surrounded by his protectors, made his way outside where a grand palanquin awaited. Upon entering, he was flanked by 3,000 iron cavalry and 800 royal guards. With the valiant Huang Feihu safeguarding the rear, the guards declared, on the occasion of Lady Nuwa's birthday, the Emperor of the Great Shang, accompanied by his ministers, will pay homage. Any unauthorized individuals must not disturb the sacred procession. Violators shall be executed without mercy. Executed without mercy, echoed the 3,000 iron cavalry and 800 guards. The Prime Minister, Shang Rong, and his deputy Baigan accompanied Emperor Exin as they journeyed toward the Nuwa Palace. Half an hour later, they arrived at an archway, when suddenly an ominous aura swept through the air. Countless figures clad in black, armed with bows, arrows, swords, and spears, charged towards Emperor Exin's palanquin. Realizing the threat, Shang Rong shouted, "Assassins, protect the Emperor!" The iron cavalry and royal guards were taken aback, but soon engaged in fierce combat with the assailants. Among the most formidable of the black-clad attackers, sensing the chaos, surged towards Emperor Exin's palanquin. The relentless assault shattered the palanquin, and Emperor Exin swiftly captured one of the attackers with one hand while wielding a sword to slay another. After dispatching the black-clad assailants, he hurled the captured one away, reducing him to a mist of blood. However, as he did so, a heavy beam from the archway collapsed toward him. With outstretched arms, Emperor Exin bore the weight of the beam before casting it aside. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong observed the scene without intervening. Yin Hong discerned that while Emperor Exin had cultivated, his powers were still limited. The attackers were mere mortals, posing no threat to him. With the protection of the Emperor, who had reached the realm of spirit refinement, the ordinary assassins posed no danger whatsoever. Thus, the two brothers remained silent, merely watching. Before long, the black-clad assailants either fell or fled. Huang Feihu approached Emperor Exin, holding an arrow feather left behind by the fleeing assassins. "Can you ascertain the identity of the attackers?" Emperor Exin inquired. "Reporting to your Majesty, the arrow feather bears the mark of Yuan Fuqing." Huang Feihu replied. "This is unexpected," Emperor Exin mused. "Yuan Fuqing is the brother of Yuan Fudo from the northeast, and is it possible that Yuan Fudo has sent assassins against me during the suppression of the rebellion?" Without jumping to conclusions, Emperor Exin commanded Huang Feihu to investigate the matter thoroughly after paying homage at the Nuwa Palace. The journey proceeded without further incidents, and the group finally arrived at the Nuwa Palace. Entering, they beheld a statue of a woman intricately carved from crystal-white jade, appearing almost lifelike. Yin Hong scrutinized the statue, marveling at its breathtaking beauty and celestial grace, as Emperor Exin, surrounded by his ministers, lit 3 incense sticks to make wishes. A sudden gale swept through the air. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong had already employed their spiritual senses to scan the entirety of the Nuwa Palace. Not far from the palace, they detected a gaunt man with short red hair, clad in a Taoist robe, sneering coldly. Instantly recognizing him, Yin Hong exclaimed, It is indeed you, the old, bald donkey of Zhuanti. Yin Jiao, having also spotted Juni, signaled to Yin Hong, who communicated telepathically, "Elder brother, do not act yet. Let us see if there are others for me to deal with." Juni prepared to cast his Western teachings of deception. Yin Hong wasted no time, condensing the holy slaying stab into a divine sword that pierced through the fabric of space and time, striking Zhuanti with unparalleled speed. Zhuanti screamed in terror as he suffered a devastating blow, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Yin Hong offered him no respite. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Zhuanti to unleash the heavenly sword technique, the sword of life and death, in a single, decisive strike. The attack cleaved Zhuanti into a mist of blood, and his desperate cries echoed for but a moment before falling silent. In the wake of this chaos, the world was engulfed in fierce winds, the sky darkening as lightning flashed and thunder roared. Suddenly, red snow-like rain began to fall. Yin Hong regarded the crimson precipitation with an untroubled demeanor, knowing full well that this was merely the demise of Zhuanti's avatar, not his true self. Yin Jiao swiftly appeared before Yin Hong, inquiring, "Second brother, what just transpired?" Yin Hong explained, "This is the fall of the saints, heralded by the rain of blood, an event that signifies the death of a saint, causing the heavens to mourn." Stunned, Yin Jiao had never before encountered such a phenomenon, nor had he heard of a saint's demise. Meanwhile, Yin Hong's spiritual senses detected the sorrowful expressions of numerous commoners, kneeling and bowing in despair. In the west, Zhuanti, who had been meditating, suddenly spat a mouthful of vital blood, his complexion paling. Noticing his brother's distress, the Taoist teacher Jin rushed to inquire, "Junior brother, what ails you? What has happened?" With a wan expression and diminished aura, Zhuanti replied, "Brother, my avatar has perished." Upon hearing this, the guide Taoist was taken aback and exclaimed, "Has my junior's avatar perished? How could this be?" It must be understood that in the entire primordial realm, there are only a few individuals capable of posing a threat to my junior's avatar. Who could have perpetrated such an act, or what force could be behind it? The Zhuanti Taoist replied, "Brother, my avatar, Bodhi, was originally dispatched to the Nuwa Palace, intending to incite the human Emperor Xan to compose lascivious verses in the Nuwa Palace during the incense offering, thereby slandering Nuwa. Who could have foreseen that my avatar Bodhi would meet its demise? I currently have no knowledge of who is responsible, as I cannot discern any causal connections." The Zhuanti Taoist continued, "I had sent my avatar, Bodhi, to take advantage of the human Emperor Xian's incense offering at the Nuwa Palace, applying the seductive techniques of the Western teachings to compel Emperor Xian to inscribe lewd poetry, provoking Nuwa's wrath, which would then lead to a reckoning against the Shang dynasty, thus commencing the calamity of the Fengshen. Yet who could have anticipated that my avatar Bodhi would fall?" After listening, the guide Taoist asked, "Junior, what shall we do now? How can we initiate the calamity of the Fengshen?" Both Zhuanti Taoist and guide Taoist fell silent, pondering their next steps. In the Yuqing heaven, at the Yusu Palace, the primordial supreme being was instructing his disciples when he suddenly sensed a rain of blood falling from the heavens. And the world lamented. In an instant, the entire Yusu Palace was engulfed in shock, and the primordial supreme being exclaimed, "A sage has perished." Who could it be? His disciples were equally startled, questioning, "A sage has fallen? What has transpired?" Guang Qingzi's face was filled with astonishment as he inquired, "Master, what is happening? Who has fallen?" The Southern Pole elder added, "Indeed, Master, what is the meaning of this?" The remaining 10 golden immortals displayed similar expressions of alarm. The primordial supreme being concluded, "It must be the avatar Bodhi of Zhuanti Taoist that has perished." Upon hearing this, the 12 golden immortals trembled in disbelief. How could Zhuanti Taoist be unaware? This was a being of the same caliber as the Master, a heavenly Tao saint. The avatars of such a saint must be at least at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. In the entire primordial realm, aside from a limited few heavenly Tao saints, who else could pose a threat to Zhuanti Taoist's avatar? Surely, one could count them on one hand. Who could have accomplished such a feat? The primordial supreme being declared, "The calamity of the Fengshen is imminent. You must ascend the mountain to gather disciples and bring them under your wing, utilizing them to withstand the impending catastrophe. The Southern Pole elder Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, and Yu Ding Jinren responded in unison, "Yes, we shall obey the master's command." With that, they commanded their disciples to descend the mountain at this moment. The Yusu Palace was left with only the Southern Pole elder, who turned to the primordial supreme being and said, "Master, with the calamity of the function about to commence and Zhuan Ti's plan having failed, what shall we do?" The primordial supreme being replied, "Wait for my return." With that, he vanished from sight. The Eight Sceneries Palace on Shuyang Mountain. Laozi and the primordial supreme being sat facing each other. The primordial supreme being remarked, "Brother, we previously discussed having Zhuan Ti buy off the ministers of the Shang dynasty, inciting Emperor Xn to offer incense at the Nuwa Palace. Then, Zhuan Ti would send forth his avatar to seduce Emperor Xn into composing lascivious verses of the Nuwa Palace, thereby provoking conflict between Nuwa and the Emperor, thus igniting the calamity of the function. However, now that Zhuan Ti's avatar Bodhi has perished, does that mean Emperor Xn has not been seduced and the plan has failed?" Laozi responded, "The calamity of the function cannot be delayed. We must seek out Zhuan Ti and discuss countermeasures." At Ling Mountain of the Western Teachings, the Guy Taoist, Zhuan Ti Taoist, Laozi, and the Primordial Supreme being sat cross-legged on mats. The Primordial Supreme being inquired, "Zhuan Ti, have you ascertained who was ruthless enough to slay your avatar Bodhi?" Zhuan Ti, appearing pale, shook his head, saying, "I have found nothing. There is not a trace of aura, as if it were obscured by the heavenly Tao. In my perception, there is only void, leaving me with no leads." The four remained silent, exchanging glances. After a moment, Zhuan Ti Taoist said, "My dear friends, let us go to the Nuwa Palace. This matter cannot be unrelated to Nuwa. We must confer with her." The other three Taoists echoed, agreed. With that, the four vanished from sight. The Nuwa Taoist temple on Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa was not in the Wakwang Palace, but had gone to the human realm and had not yet returned. After slaying Zhuan Ti's avatar Bodhi, Yin Hong arrived before the Nuwa Palace and silently initiated a sign-in. Ding! With a light chime from the system, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. System, rewarding the host with the primordial refining heaven pot. Upon hearing the system notification, Yin Hong was taken aback, silently pondering. "I have only heard of the refining demon pot of Nuwa from the tales of the Fengshan in ancient China. What level of treasure is this primordial refining heaven pot?" System. The primordial refining heaven pot is a treasure of chaotic grade, one tier above innate treasures. Yin Hong was filled with excitement. This primordial refining heaven pot was the finest treasure he currently possessed. Subsequently, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao quietly awaited Emperor Xin to complete his incense offering to the Nuwa Palace. After Emperor Xin had finished his offering, he was preparing to depart when he noticed a furious wind stirring. Looking up, he beheld the statue of Nuwa, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Emperor Xin exclaimed, "What a divine maiden from ancient times! Truly a breathtaking beauty, as if a celestial being has descended." After praising for a moment, he did not inscribe any verses and led the ministers of the Shang dynasty away. Upon exiting the Nuwa Palace, Emperor Xin observed that the fierce winds had ceased and the blood rain on the ground had dissipated, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, the winds had raged, the skies were dark, and the blood-red rain had poured incessantly. Simultaneously, both Emperor Xin and his ministers felt a profound sadness, as if a significant figure had passed away, leaving them in immense sorrow. Yet now, the sky was clear, and not a cloud could be seen, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Emperor Xin and his ministers were bewildered, wondering if the previous sensations had merely been an illusion. Unable to comprehend the situation, Emperor Xin declared, "Return to the palace." With that, he proceeded towards the Shang Imperial Palace, surrounded by his ministers, 3,000 iron cavalry, and 800 imperial guards. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong also returned with Emperor Xin and his retinue. Not long after Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, Emperor Xin, the ministers of the Shang dynasty, and the 3,000 iron cavalry along with the 800 imperial guards had departed. Nuwa, riding her celestial palanquin with 2 rows of fairies scattering flowers. Descended from the heavens, upon reaching the Nuwa Palace and observing the incense offerings made by Emperor Exine, she surveyed the surrounding tributes and felt a surge of suspicion. Emperor Exine had not visited the Nuwa Palace for incense offerings in the 7 years since his ascension. Why had he suddenly come now? During her journey, Nuwa had sensed the fall of a saint, the rain of blood, and the shared sorrow of heaven and earth, prompting her to investigate. After observing for a while, she could discern nothing amiss and thus made her way directly to the Wukwang Palace on Buzhou Mountain, the Wukwang Palace, where Nuwa's Taoist temple was located, the primordial supreme being, Laozi, the guide Taoist, and Zhuan Ti Taoist had just arrived when they noticed Nuwa approaching in her celestial carriage. In an instant, Nuwa stood before them and inquired, "What brings you all to the Wukwang Palace?" Laozi replied, "Sister Nuwa, let us enter and discuss this in detail." Nuwa nodded and said, "Very well." With that, she entered the Nuwa Palace, followed closely by the other 4, that once inside the grand hall of the Wukwang Palace. Nuwa took her seat at the head, while the other 4 settled on mats. Nuwa opened the discussion, asking, "Dear friends, what matters require all 4 of you to visit simultaneously?" At this point, the primordial supreme being spoke. "Sister Nuwa, we have come regarding the calamity of the Fengshen." Nuwa replied, "Isn't the calamity of the Fengshen yet to begin?" The primordial supreme being clarified, "Indeed, it has not commenced, yet our original plan was for Emperor Exine to offer incense at the Nuwa Palace. With Zhuan Ti Taoist dispatching his avatar to employ the seductive techniques of the Western teachings to entice Emperor Exine into composing lascivious verses at the Nuwa Palace. This would incite your wrath, leading you to dispatch your minions from the demon tribe to disrupt the Shang dynasty." Upon hearing this, Nuwa became enraged, declaring, "How audacious! Primordial brother, Laozi brother, Zhuan Ti, and guide, you dare to conspire against me in the Wukwang Palace. Nuwa's fury was palpable. You dare to plot against me." The primordial supreme being implored, "Sister Nuwa, please refrain from anger. Hear us out before you unleash your wrath." He continued, "Sister Nuwa, you should be aware that the calamity of the Fengshen is decreed by our master, Hongjun Laozu. This calamity requires the assembly of 365 gods to be listed. Our disciples cannot be included. What then shall we do? The disciples of the Jie sect are numerous, as are many scattered cultivators within the Shang dynasty." The guide Taoist added, "Sister Nuwa, you must understand that our Western teachings have but a handful of disciples that Laozi sect has only one, Xuandu. The primordial supreme being's sect has merely 12 golden immortals. Thus, for the calamity of the Fengshen, we must rely on the disciples of the Jie sect and the many scattered cultivators." Laozi concluded, "Sister Nuwa, I trust you now understand." After considering their words for a time, Nuwa finally replied, "Elders Laozi and primordial Zhuan Ti, guide, I shall summon the 3 monsters of Xianyuan forthwith." With that, Nuwa produced the summoning banner, channeling her power into it. Suddenly, the summoning banner emanated a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the surroundings with a myriad of hues. Above it, a hazy mist seemed to swirl, suggesting the presence of both black and white energies, within which green tadpole-like symbols swam back and forth. In an instant, 3 small points of light flickered into existence from within the tadpole symbols of the summoning banner. Shortly thereafter, 3 spectral figures emerged: the 9-tailed fox of Qingxiu, the 9-tailed rooster spirit, and the jade lute spirit. Upon their appearance, the 3 demons were struck with an overwhelming fear as they beheld the 5 heavenly saints present, even without emitting a single breath of power. The mere presence of these saints rendered the 3 demons quaking in trepidation. Nuwa spoke, "You have been summoned for an urgent matter. Your mission is to infiltrate the Shang dynasty, using every means at your disposal to gain the favor of Emperor Exing. Subsequently, incite discord and sow seeds of strife among the rulers and ministers of the Shang, thereby depleting their resources." She turned to the 9-tailed fox, instructing, "You shall go to the residence of Marquis Su Hu in Jizhou and possess his daughter, Su Daji, before making your way to the imperial city of Chaoga." Then she addressed the rooster spirit and the lute spirit. "You two must find a way to enter the palace and assist the 9-tailed fox." In unison, the three demons declared, "We shall faithfully obey the edict of Lady Nuwa." With that, their spectral forms dissipated. Nuwa then turned to Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jin, and Junti, inquiring, "Do you have anything to add?" The celestial master Yuan Shi responded, "Upon your return, summon those destined to face tribulations, bearing the investiture of the gods, to enter Dashang and aid the nine-tailed fox in unleashing the calamity of the investiture." Nuwa, Laozi, Jin, and Junti all affirmed. Agreed. With that, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jin, and Junti departed in the Dashang Imperial Palace. After returning from Yua's palace, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong proceeded directly to the residence of Empress Jiang within the central palace. Inside, a woman adorned with a phoenix crown, radiating kindness and virtue, was conversing with the palace maids. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong entered respectfully. Bowing, "We greet our mother, wishing her longevity and good health." Upon seeing her two sons together, the empress's face lit up with joy. "Jiao, Hong, rise quickly. Let me see my dear sons." She took their hands, her eyes brimming with affection. For Yin Hong, this was the first time seeing Empress Jiang, and he felt as though she had stepped out of a television drama, embodying grace and compassion. Overwhelmed, tears welled in his eyes as he vowed to protect her from any harm. Noticing Yin Hong's emotional state, the Empress assumed he had not seen her for a long time and was moved to tears herself. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Hong was reminded of the tragic fate of Empress Jiang from the tale of the investiture of the gods, which stirred his emotions. Empress Jiang said, "My dears, you must remain united and not let external matters drive a wedge between you. You understand?" Yin Jiao and Yin Hong replied, "Rest assured, Mother, we will always cherish and support each other." Empress Jiang smiled. "That is good to hear, being born into a royal family. The greatest fear is that brothers might turn against one another for the throne, leading to mutual destruction." The brothers swore before her that such a scenario would never come to pass. Following this, the Empress instructed the palace maids to prepare a sumptuous feast for the three of them to enjoy together. Before long, the banquet was ready, and the three engaged in lively conversation over food and drink. After their meal, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong did not rush to leave, choosing instead to spend time conversing with Empress Jiang. During this time, Yin Hong recounted the earlier conversation he had shared with Yin Jiao, leaving Empress Jiang astounded, murmuring, "Is what Hong said true?" Yin Hong affirmed, "Mother, this is absolutely true, that if you do not believe me, ask my elder brother." Empress Jiang turned to Yin Jiao. "Jiao, is what your brother said indeed true?" Yin Jiao responded, "Mother, what my younger brother says is true. I have also attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Both of us will enjoy boundless longevity henceforth." Empress Jiang was left speechless, struggling to find words to express her astonishment at that moment. Yin Hong spoke up, "Mother, I possess a 9-turn great rejuvenation pill granted by my master. You should consume it, with my brother and me protecting you. I believe that after taking the pill, you will surely soar to great heights, achieving the human immortal realm and enhancing your innate qualities, drastically accelerating your cultivation speed." Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the revelations presented by her sons. After a brief pause to process their words, she asked, "Hong, how should I proceed? Should I swallow the 9-turn great rejuvenation pill directly, or would you assist me in refining it?" Yin Hong replied, "Mother, you should swallow the pill directly, and I will impart the cultivation technique into your mind. You simply need to follow its guidance." After saying this, Empress Jiang sat cross-legged on her bed, took the 9-turn great rejuvenation pill from Yin Hong, and consumed it without hesitation. Yin Hong then pointed to her forehead, imbuing her with the Immortal Phoenix Sutra. "Mother, follow the path of the Immortal Phoenix Sutra and circulate its technique." Meanwhile, Yin Jiao waved his hand, shielding the entire central palace, ensuring that no one could intrude. As Empress Jiang followed the sutra's guidance, a resonant phoenix cry echoed from within her being. Her aura shifted dramatically as she transcended the realms of refining essence into chi and refining chi into spirit, swiftly reaching the stage of refining spirit and returning to void. The momentum of her breakthrough did not wane. Instead, it accelerated as she merged with the void and ascended to the pinnacle of that state. With a series of explosive sounds, the barriers within her being shattered, and her aura surged as she broke through to the human immortal realm, continuing to advance towards the pinnacle of that stage. As the potency of a 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill began to wane, Empress Jiang reached the perfected state of human immortal. Observing her success, Yin Hong pointed, channeling vast amounts of power into her. With a resounding boom, the barrier of the human immortal realm within her was broken, and her aura surged to the earth immortal realm. Ultimately, her cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of the earth immortal realm. Upon breaking through, Empress Jiang rose, feeling an immense surge of strength. Yin Hong remarked, "Mother, you are no longer an ordinary person. You have become a cultivator. However, you still lack a defensive treasure." He then retrieved the river map and Luo book from his system space and presented it to her, saying, "Mother, this is the river map and Luo book. You should refine it." Both Empress Jiang and Yin Jiao gasped in astonishment. "Is this truly the river map and Luo book?" Yin Hong affirmed, "Indeed, it is said that the river map and Luo book were treasures of the ancient celestial Emperor Dijun, which later fell into the hands of Kunpeng during the great calamity of the witch and demon races, and its whereabouts became unknown." Yin Jiao exclaimed, "How could the river map and Luo book end up in your possession?" Empress Jiang shared the same incredulous expression, turning to Yin Hong. "Yes, Hong, Yin Hong explained, "this was bestowed upon me by my master. It seems my master mentioned that after the great calamity, the demon race-s sorcerers stole the river map and Luo book, preventing the full power of the celestial formations from being unleashed. Consequently, the demon race suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the 12 ancestral witches. Ultimately, the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai self-destructed, perishing together with the 12 ancestral witches. After the calamity, Kunpeng sought the protection of Lady Nuwa to ensure the demon race's acceptance once more. Thus, Nuwa sent the river map and Luo book, along with the soul of Fuxi, into reincarnation. Consequently, the river map and Luo book became the reincarnation treasure of the celestial emperor Fuxi. Later, utilizing the river map and Luo book, celestial emperor Fuxi created the innate 8 trigrams and the Book of Changes. By a stroke of fortune, my master acquired it and subsequently bestowed it upon me. After listening to Yin Hong's explanation, both Empress Jiang and Yin Jiao were left in stunned silence. Yin Hong urged, "Mother, please refine it as your defensive treasure." Empress Jiang replied, "Very well." She then took the river map and Luo book from Yin Hong, pricked her finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Instantly, the river map and Luo book transformed, with 2 spheres of yin and yang, black and white, whirling rapidly like the moon and sun. The yin-yang energies erupting from the river map and Luo book merged into Empress Jiang's being, causing her cultivation to soar. In an instant, she broke through to the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, that a gentle sound echoed from within her as the barrier of the earth immortal realm shattered, propelling her cultivation to the heavenly immortal realm. As her cultivation soared, she ultimately reached the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm. Having successfully refined the river map and Luo book, Empress Jiang stood, reveling in her newfound power. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Jiao, Hong, I can feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me. Moreover, I sense that the entire Dashang Imperial Palace and the surrounding space are within my grasp, as if I could obliterate everything with a mere gesture." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong exchanged knowing smiles. "Mother, you are now an immortal. Obliterating a city or palace with a single strike is a trivial matter." Yin Hong added, "Furthermore, with your physique transformed by the 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill, your cultivation will advance at an extraordinary pace henceforth." Yin Jiao concurred, "Indeed, Your Majesty, henceforth, even in our absence, you need not be overly concerned for your safety." Yin Hong said, "Mother, upon my return, I shall immediately journey to the North Sea to assist Grand Master when in quelling the rebellion led by Yuan Fudong and his 72 allied lords." Empress Jiang replied, "Honger, exercise utmost caution during this venture. Shouldn't Jiao remain in the imperial city?" Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong responded in unison, "Certainly, Mother, we shall take our leave now." and please take care of your health. After which, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong departed. Once they exited the inner palace, they proceeded to the Longda Hall to pay their respects to Emperor Exine. The emperor was seated upon his throne, reviewing the official documents, when a guard announced the arrival of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Emperor Exine commanded, "Allow Jiao and Honger to enter." Once the guard exited, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong entered, bowing in unison. "We pay our respects to Father," Emperor Exine inquired. "Jiao or Honger, what matters do you wish to discuss with your father?" Yin Hong responded, "Father, I wish to travel to the North Sea to assist Grandmaster Wen." Upon hearing this, the emperor exclaimed, "Nonsense! Do you understand what you are proposing? Yuan Fudong of the North Sea leads a rebellion with 72 lords, all of whom are of the demon race. What aid could a mere mortal like you possibly provide?" Yin Hong felt warmth in his heart at his father's rebuke. Though it was a reprimand, it was evident that his father cared for his safety. Yin Hong replied, "Father, have you ever contemplated why Yuan Fudong has suddenly chosen to incite rebellion with the 72 lords? Moreover, why send Grandmaster Wen to quell the insurrection? Shouldn't he, a martial general, be dispatched for such a task? Might there not be some insidious plot at play?" After pondering Yin Hong's word for some time, Emperor Exine remarked, "Indeed, why is Grandmaster Wen the one sent to confront Yuan Fudong?" Yin Hong continued, "This is clearly an attempt to divert Grandmaster Wen, allowing the true orchestrators behind Yuan Fudong to enact their schemes from within the palace, should Grandmaster Wen be removed. The nefarious entities within the Great Shang would surely reveal themselves, aiming to overthrow our dynasty." Emperor Exin, after considering Yin Hong's reasoning, found some merit in his argument, yet refrained from drawing any premature conclusions. After all, the Great Shang was currently prosperous, with a wealthy populace living in peace, enjoying an era of tranquility. Emperor Exin replied, "Hunger, even if your argument holds some truth, you are but an ordinary mortal wishing to assist Grandmaster Wen. Your efforts would be futile." Yin Hong exchanged a glance with Yin Jiao, who immediately interjected, "Father, my younger brother is no ordinary mortal." He then relayed to Emperor Exine their previous conversation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Exine was taken aback, astonished that he had been unaware of such matters for so long that he asked, "Hunger, what is the title of your master?" Yin Hong fabricated a response, "My master is known as Ling Tian Daozun." Upon hearing this, Emperor Exine inquired, "Ling Tian Daozun? What level of power does this individual possess?" Yin Hong replied, "My master has stated that he is stronger than the heavenly Dao saints." The mention of heavenly Dao saints left Emperor Exin in shock, for there were only a handful of such beings in the current primordial realm, and none bore the name Ling Tian Daozun. Yin Hong added, "Father, my master is not from the primordial world. He hails from the celestial sect beyond the heavens." Both Emperor Exine and Yin Jiao were intrigued. The celestial sect beyond the heavens? What a novel term. Yin Hong explained, "The celestial sect is not a new concept. Rather, it refers to a sect from beyond the primordial realm. Thus, it is collectively termed the celestial sect beyond the heavens." Yin Hong continued, "The primordial world is merely a medium realm within the chaotic cosmos, and there are many realms far more powerful than the primordial world." Upon hearing such secrets for the first time, both Emperor Exine and Yin Jiao were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment, at a loss for words. After a moment, Emperor Exine declared, "In light of this, Hunger, you have my permission to assist Grandmaster Wen in quelling Yuan Fudong and the 72 lords." Yin Hong responded, "Thank you, Father." Yin Hong continued, "Father, after I depart, there may be hostile forces attempting to infiltrate the palace. You must exercise caution and leave any difficult matters to my elder brother." Upon receiving his father's consent, Yin Hong approached Emperor Exine. "Father, before I head to the North Sea, please take this artifact and refine it." With that, Yin Hong produced the Kong Tong seal from his system, erased its refining mark, and presented it to Emperor Exine. Gazing at the seal, which shimmered with violet light, Emperor Exine exclaimed, "Hunger, is this the Kong Tong seal?" Yin Hong affirmed, "Yes, Father." Emperor Exine continued, "The Kong Tong seal originally belonged to the human race's supreme treasures. When the three pure ones separated, Laozi established a teaching at Shouyang Mountain, and it was during this time that the Kong Tong seal vanished without a trace IT that moment, Laozi coincidentally encountered the emergence of the Kongtong seal, thus claiming it for himself. Subsequently, using the human race's fortunes and immense merits encapsulated within the seal, he achieved sainthood. Emperor Exin accepted the Kongtong seal, which bore the engravings of 5 heavenly emperors' visages, with Kongtong inscribed on the front and the symbols of the great Tao etched below. This treasure is indeed the first supreme treasure of merit for the human race, as well as a pinnacle innate treasure. Yin Hong instructed, "Father, after refining it, use it to suppress the fortunes of the human race." After listening to this, Emperor Exine nodded in agreement. Very well. Emperor Exine then sat cross-legged and let a drop of his blood fall upon the Kongtong seal. The moment the seal absorbed the blood, the entire hall radiated with brilliance. Yin Hong commanded the system to shield the hall, preventing any leakage of energy. The Kongtong seal unleashed a terrifying force of fortune, propelling Emperor Exine's cultivation to rapidly ascend. The method he practiced, the Ziwei Human Emperor Sutra, circulated at tremendous speed. In an instant, Emperor Exine's cultivation broke through to the realm of returning void and harmonizing Tao, reaching perfection in that realm. Suddenly, a sound akin to a barrier shattering resonated within Emperor Exine, and his cultivation quickly ascended to the human immortal realm. Subsequently, it soared at a breakneck pace to the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, then through the early, mid, and peak stages of the earth immortal realm, advancing through the true immortal and profound immortal realms, and finally achieving the early, mid, and peak stages of the golden immortal realm. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Emperor Exin rose, feeling an immense surge of power, and turned to Yin Hong with a smile. "Hunger, I have reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm." Yin Hong chuckled. "Father, achieving the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm is only to be expected. After all, you are the human emperor, and now with the Kongtong seal, the two are a perfect match." Yin Hong then addressed his elder brother, Yin Jiao. "Brother." Upon hearing Yin Hong's voice, Yin Jiao looked at him and asked, "What is it?" "Younger brother," Yin Hong replied, "Brother, please retrieve the Xianyuan sword, erase its mark, and refine it for father. The human emperor and the Xianyuan sword are a perfect pair. The sword can only unleash its full offensive potential in the hands of the human emperor." Without hesitation, Yin Jiao produced the Xianyuan sword from his storage ring. As soon as the sword was drawn, he erased his mark and presented it to Emperor Xian. "Father, this is the Xianyuan sword. Please refine it." Emperor Xian gasped in astonishment. "Is this not the slaying sword forged by the demon Emperor Dijuan before the war of demons and witches? After the war, it was obtained by the human Emperor Xianyuan, and its whereabouts became unknown thereafter?" Emperor Exin looked at Yin Hong in disbelief. "I never expected the Xianyuan sword to be in your possession." This only fueled Emperor Xian's growing interest in Yin Hong's master. Yin Hong chose not to elaborate further and urged, "Father, please refine it directly." Without hesitation, Emperor Xian sat cross-legged and let a drop of blood fall upon the Xianyuan sword. Instantly, the sword's blade illuminated with the sun, moon, stars, and the essence of flora and fauna, while the phantom of the Xianyuan human emperor emerged, reciting scriptures from the Xianyuan sword. A formidable force of merit erupted, propelling Emperor Xian's cultivation to the Tai golden immortal realm. Upon refining the Xianyuan sword, Emperor Xian attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. At that moment, Emperor Xian stood, wielding the Xianyuan sword, reveling in his newfound combat prowess. He turned to Yin Jiao and Yin Hong and declared, "Jiaoer, Honger, at this moment, I feel invincible beneath the level of a quasi-saint." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, father, as the human emperor wielding the human emperor's sword, your combat strength is exponentially amplified." Emperor Xian, filled with joy, felt a renewed confidence in governing the Great Shang. After a brief conversation with Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, they took their leave. Before departing, Yin Hong reminded Emperor Xian to place the Kongtong seal within the Great Shang's dragon vein to stabilize the fortunes of the human race. After receiving Emperor Xian's assurance, the two brothers left the palace. Once outside, Yin Hong returned to his residence to rest. Early the next morning, Yin Hong awoke and first engaged in his daily signing in. Silently invoking the system, he signed in. Ding! A soft chime resounded. Host has successfully signed in, system, rewarding the host with 5 Hongmeng star fruits. Upon hearing the name of the Hongmeng star fruit, Yin Hong furrowed his brow. What kind of fruit is this? I have never heard of it before, the system explained. Due to the primordial chaos, when Pangu opened the heavens, the chaotic star tree fell into the primordial realm and lost its consciousness, absorbing the power of the Hongmeng star. Thus, it evolved into the Hongmeng star tree, producing flowers during the Yuan meeting and fruits during the Yuan meeting, which take an entire Yuan meeting to mature. Each fruit yields 10, each containing the power of the Hongmeng star space. Once consumed by a cultivator, it allows them to open up a world within themselves to attain the realm of the mixed Yuan, Duo, golden immortal. One must open a world within and evolve myriad beings, utilizing the world within to absorb the primordial spiritual energy and comprehend the laws, thereby achieving the mixed Yuan, Duo, golden immortal. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was astounded. He had been troubled about how to ascend to the mixed Yuan, Duo realm. Unexpectedly, one must first cultivate within before evolving all things. Yin Hong did not immediately consume the Hongmeng star fruit for cultivation. Instead, he exited his residence till he arrived near the Dashang Imperial Palace and silently initiated his sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, system, rewarding the host with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was utterly astonished by the system's gift of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. He recalled that in the ancient tales of Fengshan from Earth, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler had never been obtained by anyone. Yet now, it was bestowed upon him by the system, leaving Yin Hong bewildered about the nature of the system. Was it a manifestation of the strongest primordial spirit in the universe, or a treasure forged by the mightiest beings in existence? The system could effortlessly procure treasures from the heavenly Tao saints, all without detection or awareness. This was simply beyond belief. Yin Hong, overwhelmed by shock, suppressed his emotions and departed from the palace. He reached the terrace and continued to silently sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign in successful, system, rewarding the host with the Hongmeng Divine Thunder. Yin Hong inquired, what is this Hongmeng Divine Thunder? The system replied, the Hongmeng Divine Thunder is the first offensive thunder of the Hongmeng Chaos, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. The divine thunder gathered by the great Tao can obliterate everything, including the physical body and primordial spirit of the heavenly Tao saints. Yin Hong was filled with joy upon hearing this. He had been troubled about how to confront the heavenly Tao saints, and now the Hongmeng Divine Thunder was perfectly suited for the task. After successfully signing in on the terrace, Yin Hong returned directly to his residence. He instructed his servants not to disturb him and then sat cross-legged in his chamber, preparing to refine the Hongmeng star fruit. Setting up barriers to shield the room, he took out the Hongmeng star fruit and swallowed it whole. The Hongmeng star fruit, a celestial azure, resembled a star itself. As Yin Hong consumed the fruit, a terrifying power of spatial celestial stars erupted within him. This power opened up a miniature world inside Yin Hong. As he continued to refine the Hongmeng star fruit, the space expanded rapidly. Initially, it was merely 1/10 the size of Blue Star. But as the starry spatial power surged, the space grew ever larger. By the time he finished refining the first Hongmeng star fruit, his internal world was nearly the same size as Blue Star. He immediately devoured the second fruit, causing his internal world to continue expanding. After the third Hongmeng star fruit, his internal world had grown to 100 times the size of Blue Star, continuing with the fourth Hongmeng star fruit. Boom, boom, boom! Thunder rumbled within Yin Hong. The first bolt of thunder was born within him, infused with the essence of heavenly punishment. Roar, roar, chirp, chirp! The first dragon and the first phoenix emerged. The dragon and phoenix harmonized, awakening their intelligence, and Yin Hong bestowed upon them cultivation techniques, the Ancestral Dragon Sutra and the Ancestral Phoenix Canon. He granted them the titles of Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Phoenix. Subsequently, plants, trees, mountains, and rivers all birthed their own consciousness. Yin Hong also imparted cultivation techniques to all sentient beings that emerged, and they knelt before him in reverence. Greetings. Father God, Father God. After refining the fourth Hongmeng starfruit, Yin Hong's internal world had grown substantially, approximately one-quarter the size of the primordial chaos. With the emergence of sentient beings within his world, and after bestowing them titles and cultivation techniques, a vast amount of merit descended upon Yin Hong. The ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix quickly absorbed this merit and cultivated diligently. As time passed, the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix transformed into human forms. The ancestral dragon became a striking young man in his 20s, adorned with two majestic horns, exuding handsomeness and valor. The ancestral phoenix transformed into a 17 or 18-year-old maiden, possessing unparalleled beauty, with flowing locks cascading down her shoulders and a faint flame mark on her brow. Both the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix knelt and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to Father God. Thank you for bestowing the Dharma." Yin Hong's voice echoed through the space. "You too shall diligently govern this realm and spread my teachings." The ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix replied, "We shall faithfully obey Father God's decree." Meanwhile, Yin Hong continued to refine the fifth Hongmeng starfruit. Upon completing the fifth fruit, the first human emerged within his internal world. Yin Hong granted the title of human ancestor and bestowed the cultivation technique Ziwei Jinjing upon them. His voice resonated. "You shall cultivate diligently and manage the human race well." After fully refining the fifth Hongmeng starfruit, Yin Hong's internal world had reached half the size of the primordial chaos. His cultivation level reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection after refining the fifth fruit. The world within Yin Hong constantly absorbed the spiritual energy of the primordial chaos. When his internal world matched the size of the primordial chaos, he would attain the Tao of Hongmeng and become a great Luo golden immortal. At this moment, Yin Hong was just a step away from that grand attainment. His combat power was already comparable to the heavenly Tao saints. At that moment, Yin Hong appeared as an ordinary person, having returned to his true essence. Rising, he issued a command within his residence before vanishing from sight. The North Sea, a distance of billions of miles from the Dashang Imperial Palace, was easily reachable for Yin Hong at his current level of cultivation. However, he had no such intention. Instead, he soared leisurely through the skies, savoring the essence of the primordial chaos. Even so, his speed was remarkable. 3 days later, Yin Hong arrived at Chongcheng, the domain of the North Bow Marquis. He recalled from the ancient tales of Fengshan that Cheng Ho, who was unwaveringly loyal to the Shang, advised by Daji and ultimately imprisoned by Emperor Exen, later executed by Jiang Zia at the North Bow Marquis residence. Cheng Ho, who was discussing the rebellion in the North Sea with his son when a guard rushed in to reporting to the Marquis. "A young man outside claims to be Yin Hong and wishes to see you," Cheng Ho remarked. "A young man? Yin Hong?" The guard confirmed. "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, Cheng Ho exclaimed, "Yin Hong, is that not the name of the second prince of Dashang?" He commanded eagerly, "Quickly invite him in. I shall personally go to welcome him." After instructing his son Chong Biao and all important officials to accompany him, Cheng Ho proceeded to the entrance of the residence. Moments later, he arrived at the grand entrance, where he beheld a young man clad in white, strikingly handsome, exuding an impeccable aura, none other than Yin Hong. Cheng Ho was taken aback upon recognizing the young man in white as Prince Yin Hong, but he hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed. "I, Cheng Ho of North Bow, pay my respects to His Highness." The second prince, behind him, Chong Biao, Chong Hu, and all members of the Marquis residence bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the second prince." Yin Hong waved his hand. "There is no need for such formalities." "Marquis, please rise," Cheng Ho insisted. "Your Highness, please." He then bent slightly in a gesture of invitation. Yin Hong, not one to be polite, entered the North Bow Marquis residence, following Cheng Ho to the main hall. Cheng Ho invited Yin Hong to take a seat in the main position, and Yin Hong accepted without hesitation. Once seated, Cheng Ho inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you to the Marquis residence instead of remaining in the imperial city?" Yin Hong replied, "I was originally heading to the North Sea and thought to stop by to see the Marquis." Cheng Ho barely registered the latter part of Yin Hong's statement, as he was stunned by the former the North Sea, with the rebellion led by Yuan Fudong in the North Sea, and when Taisher currently suppressing it, the North Sea is exceptionally perilous and chaotic at this moment. Why would the second prince venture there? Chong Ho pondered anxiously. Noticing the Marquis unease, Yin Hong discerned his thoughts and said, "There is no harm in telling you. I am going to assist when Taisher in eradicating the rebels." Chong Ho, who was directly taken aback, unable to believe his ears, is the second prince truly going to help when Taisher quell the rebellion? But isn't the second prince an ordinary mortal? An ordinary mortal would find their life in jeopardy in the North Sea. Chong Ho's gaze towards Yin Hong was filled with confusion. Yin Hong noticed the look of scrutiny from Chong Ho. He slightly released an aura in that instant. Chong Ho felt as if the heavenly Tao had descended, rendering him utterly helpless, akin to an ant that could be obliterated at any moment. Fear enveloped both Chong Ho and everyone in the Grand Hall. That moment, Yin Hong emanated an aura akin to an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. It was terrifying, and no wonder they were so awestruck. Yin Hong's cultivation was far beyond theirs, being just a step away from the great Luo realm. The mere hint of his aura bore the majesty of the peak of the great Luo. While Chong Ho and the others were barely at the Qi refinement stage, an unfathomable distance from the great Luo realm. Seeing the fear etched on the faces of Chong Ho, Chong Hei Hu, Chong Ying Biao, and the others, Yin Hong reigned in his aura. After doing so, he appeared as a refined nobleman, exuding grace and elegance like a gentle spring breeze, entirely dissimilar to the fearsome power he possessed. Chong Ho and his companions exhaled heavily, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at Yin Hong. With a mere flick of his hand, Yin Hong summoned boundless primal spiritual energy that cascaded over Chong Ho and the others. In an astonishing surge, the cultivation levels of Chong Ho, Chong Hei Hu, Chong Ying Biao, and other significant members of the Hofu skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. Boom! 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 Chong Ho, Chong Hei Hu, and Chong Ying Biao were the first to break through to the human immortal realm. Subsequently, the other notable members of the Hofu, too, assimilated the primal spiritual energy, achieving breakthroughs into the human immortal realm. Yin Hong's intention was to elevate the loyal Chong Ho and his companions to the golden immortal realm, or even the supreme golden immortal realm. After all, the world within Yin Hong was nearing the grandeur of the primordial world. For Yin Hong, the spiritual energy he wielded was but a trifling matter, as Yin Hong intensified the infusion of spiritual energy. The cultivation levels of Chong Ho and the others continued to soar. Earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal. Boom, boom, boom. The barriers of three realms shattered. Chong Ho, Chong Hei Hu, and Chong Ying Biao ascended to the supreme golden immortal realm. At that moment, the other members of the Hofu also transcended into the golden immortal realm. Yin Hong, observing that Chong Ho and the others had broken through, ceased the influx of primal spiritual energy. The newly elevated Chong Ho and his companions rose, kneeling before Yin Hong in gratitude, exclaiming, "We thank your highness, the second prince, for your support." Yin Hong pointed a finger, implanting the swallowing heaven demon technique into their minds. After reviewing the technique within their consciousness, Chong Ho and his companions once more bowed deeply in homage to Yin Hong. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong compelled everyone to rise, stating, "As long as you remain unwaveringly loyal to Dashang, the supreme golden immortal realm is merely a stepping stone, and even the quasi-saint realm is not the ultimate goal." The words left Chong Ho and the others utterly astounded. The supreme golden immortal realm is not the end, nor is the quasi-saint realm. They were acutely aware of how few quasi-saints existed in the entire primordial realm, and how scarce were the great Luo. The supreme golden immortals were already regarded as the third-generation disciples among the major saintly traditions. The gazes of Chong Ho and his companions towards Yin Hong brimmed with reverence. They had not anticipated that the second prince harbored such profound and terrifying cultivation. If the second prince possessed such formidable prowess, what of the crown prince? Chong Ho and the others dared not speculate further. Ignoring their conjectures, Yin Hong instructed, "You shall steadfastly guard the northern border, safeguarding the safety of the people of Dashang. In the future, there shall be abundant rewards. Upon hearing this, Chong Ho Hu and the others proclaimed loudly, "We shall diligently obey your highness's orders and vow to defend the northern border of Dashang with our lives." Yin Hong nodded in approval. "That is good." With that, his figure vanished from the Hofu. After Yin Hong departed, Chong Ho Hu and his companions collectively exhaled in relief. The pressure of being in Yin Hong's presence had been overwhelming, even though Yin Hong had not exuded any overt pressure. The higher their cultivation, the more they felt the weight of his terrifying presence. Having left Chong City, Yin Hong sped towards the northern sea. Upon arriving at the northern sea, he immediately sensed an unusual aura. Numerous great demons. The demon lords equated to the golden immortal realm among humans. Instantly, Yin Hong recalled that the Master One was suppressing the rebellion in the northern sea. He was undoubtedly a pawn set by Yuan Shitianzun, Lao Zi, Jieyin, Zhuan-Ti, and Nu Hua in the northern sea. Their objective was to draw Master One away from the imperial city of Dashang. Chaoga. Yin Hong remarked, "Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, Nu Hua, Jane. Zhuan-Ti, your meticulous calculation for the great tribulation of canonization are commendable, sacrificing the human race to fulfill your ambitions." Humph. With a cold scoff, Yin Hong continued, "Since I have traversed into this realm as the second prince of Dashang, your schemes are bound to fail. You must not have considered the cultivation levels of my father, nor that of my elder brother and mother, right? Ha ha." With a chilling smile, Yin Hong declared, "Since you have treated Yuan Fudong as a pawn to stall Master Wen, I shall eradicate all your pieces and minions. Let us see how you intend to commence the great tribulation of canonization." With that, he set off towards the central command tent where Master Wen was stationed in the northern sea. At that moment, within Master Wen's command tent, he sat upon the throne, flanked by 4 towering giants. Behind them were Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, Deng Chanyu, and Dong Tianjun. Master Wen addressed the assembled generals. "What are your thoughts on how we can eliminate the 9-headed demon king dispatched by Yuan Fudong?" The 4 demon generals replied, "Master, the 9-headed demon king is a subordinate of the ancient Wu and demon calamity, the Kunping demon master of the northern sea. His strength has reached the demon king level, equivalent to the golden immortal realm among humans, that we are merely celestial immortals. How could we contend with a demon king?" Zhang Guifang added, "Master, at present, only you can deal with a 9-headed demon king." Deng Jiogong and Deng Chanyu echoed, "Indeed, Master." Master Wen frowned. "Currently, there seems to be no better solution. I can only send a message to my elder brother and the disciples of the Jie sect for assistance." Just then, a guard entered the command tent and knelt before Master Wen, reporting, "Master, outside the encampment, there is a young man claiming to be Yin Hong, seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, Master Wen and the other generals were immediately puzzled. "Yin Hong? Is he not the second prince of Dashang? Could be a person of the same name?" At that moment, no one in the command tent associated Yin Hong with the second prince. As the distance from the northern sea to the imperial city of Dashang, Chaoga, was simply too great. The second prince was still an ordinary person. How could he possibly arrive at the northern sea? Even if they were immortals, traveling from the imperial city to this location would take at least a year and a half. Master Wen inquired, "What is his appearance and age?" The guard reported, "Master, this individual appears to be around 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome with exceptional charisma." Upon hearing this, Master Wen and the other generals felt that even if he were not the second prince, he must be a formidable cultivator. Just as they were vexed about how to deal with the 9-headed demon king, a guard reported the presence of a cultivator seeking an audience. Master Wen waved his hand. "Bring the one outside into our midst." The guard responded, "Yes." Shortly thereafter, a young man entered the command tent. Upon seeing the young man, Master Wen, Deng Jiogong, Zhang Guifang, and the others were visibly astonished, their mouths agape. The young man was none other than the second prince of Dashang, Yin Hong, and their shock was unmistakable upon their faces. Immediately, Master Wen led everyone in the command tent to bow before Yin Hong, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your highness, the second prince." Yin Hong, witnessing Master Wen and the others bowing, approached Master Wen and gently lifted him, saying, "Old master, this is most inappropriate." Master Wen, shaking off Yin Hong's hands, replied, "Your highness, we must adhere to propriety." Yin Hong, with a resigned shake of his head, said, Old Master, there is no need to place such emphasis on formalities. Ignoring Yin Hong's protest, Master Wen inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here? Yin Hong answered, Old Master, I come at my father's behest, to assist you in eradicating the traitor Yuan Fudong and the 72 demon kings. Upon hearing this, Master Wen and the other generals were taken aback. Yin Hong had come to aid in the elimination of Yuan Fudong and the 72 traitors. Instantly, their gazes towards Yin Hong brimmed with astonishment and confusion. They were astonished that Yin Hong spoke of eliminating Yuan Fudong and the 72 traitors, yet puzzled as to how he could achieve this as a mere ordinary person. Even the most cunning strategy would be futile against overwhelming strength. Master Wen, the 4 demon generals, Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Chanyu regarded Yin Hong with scrutiny. Yin Hong inquired, Old Master, who is the strongest opponent you currently face? After a moment's thought, Master Wen replied, The strongest adversary is the 9-headed demon king sent by Yuan Fudong, who is at the golden immortal level. Yin Hong nodded. That is about right. In his heart, Yin Hong mused, The other demon kings of the Northern Sea have yet to make their move. There are likely even demon emperors present. Only by sending 4th demon kings can they stall Master Wen, while higher-tier beings would likely draw the attention of the GS sect's powerful participants. This strategy serves to both delay Master Wen and ensure the GS sect remains uninvolved. Such a meticulous plan. How could Yin Hong allow their scheme to unfold? Since he had arrived, all demon kings, demon emperors, and demon sovereigns must perish. Yin Hong stated, Old Master, the cultivation levels of the 4 demon generals, Zhang Zhongbing, Deng Zhongbing, and Deng Chanyu are too low. Upon hearing this, Master Wen and the other generals, including the 4 demon generals, felt a twinge of irritation at Yin Hong's apparent disdain for their cultivation levels. However, the subsequent words from Yin Hong left them astounded. Yin Hong declared, You must sit cross-legged. I shall elevate your cultivation levels. Master Wen, the 4 demon generals, Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Chanyu, though skeptical, complied and sat cross-legged. Yin Hong instructed, Focus your energies, and then, with a wave of his hand, an overwhelming torrent of primal spiritual energy surged into their bodies. Before Master Wen and the others could fully comprehend the magnitude of the situation, they heard Yin Hong's voice, Concentrate and channel your energies. Consequently, their cultivation levels began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Master Wen, already at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, was propelled directly into the supreme golden immortal realm under the tremendous impact of the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the cultivation levels of the other 4 demon generals, initially at the celestial immortal realm, instantaneously broke through to the true immortal realm. Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, before the arrival of Deng Chanyu, they were merely at the earth immortal realm. However, under the special care of Yin Hong at this moment, their cultivation rapidly soared, achieving the perfection of the earth immortal realm. The transitions to the celestial immortal and true immortal realms occurred in swift succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 internal barriers shattering resonated. Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Chanyu broke through to the golden immortal realm, then swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, Master Wen reached the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, and with a thunderous sound, his internal barriers shattered. Above Master Wen's head, 3 golden flowers rapidly coalesced as his realm advanced towards the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, when the 3 golden flowers above his head melded into a singular entity. The 5 energies within Master Wen converged, uniting with the 3 flowers. After this union, Master Wen's realm reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. At the same time, the 4 generals of the Mo family also attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Boom, 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 boom. 4 sounds echoed as their barriers shattered. The cultivation of the Mo family's 4 generals broke through to the Tai golden immortal realm and then soared rapidly towards its peak. Finally, when Yin Hong ceased the influx of primal energy, the Mo family's 4 generals reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. However, Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Chanyu did not advance to the Tai realm due to their insufficient foundation, as Yin Hong had not permitted it. Yin Hong found a spot to sit and await the conclusion of their ascension. After a stick of incense burned, everyone opened their eyes, unable to believe what they beheld. At this moment, Master Wen felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, akin to the previous nine-headed Demon King, capable of annihilating countless foes with a single strike. The Mo family's 4 generals, now at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, felt emboldened to confront even the Demon Emperor. Zhang Guifeng and Deng Jiugong exchanged glances and remarked, "General Zhang, General Deng, have you both reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm?" They replied in unison, "Indeed." Then they turned to Deng Chanyu, who, noticing their gaze, spoke, "Father, General Zhang, I too have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm." This revelation left everyone in the central military tent astonished, their gazes towards Yin Hong now markedly different. Deng Chanyu regarded Yin Hong with admiration. Master Wen looked at Yin Hong and inquired, "Your Highness, the second prince?" Yin Hong responded, "What troubles you, Master Wen?" Master Wen was uncertain whether the person before him was truly the second prince. Yin Hong, the Mo family's 4 generals, were similarly perplexed, as they had never heard of the second prince practicing cultivation before. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Yin Hong promptly fabricated an explanation. "When I was very young, an elder passed by the great Shang imperial city, Chaoga. He took me as his disciple, imparting his teachings and bestowing upon me treasures." After Yin Hong concluded, Master Wen and the others remained silent for a long while, unsure of how to respond. The second prince, Yin Hong, had truly concealed himself well. Had it not been for the recent rebellion by Yuan Futong in the North Sea, the world would have remained oblivious to the terrifying prowess of the second prince. At this moment, Master Wen felt as though he was facing the saint of the heavenly path, as if Yin Hong embodied the essence of the heavenly Tao. The aura emanating from Yin Hong was indeed formidable, as he stood just a step away from the Hunyuan de Luo realm. However, his combat strength had already reached that of a heavenly Tao saint. Ignoring their thoughts, Yin Hong summoned Master Wen and the others. With a wave of his hand, he sealed off the entire military encampment. Understanding that the second prince was about to impart something of great importance, Master Wen, the Mo family generals Zhang Guifeng, Deng Jiugong, and Deng Chanyu remained silent, awaiting Yin Hong's words. Yin Hong began, "Master Wen, esteemed generals, the words I share now must be etched in your hearts." Master Wen and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Hong continued, "Do you know why Yuan Futong of the North Sea has suddenly led 72 vassals in rebellion?" Master Wen and the others speculated. Could it be that Yuan Futong seeks to establish himself as king? Yin Hong shook his head. "Certainly not. Yuan Futong is merely a pawn." "A pawn?" Master Wen and the generals expressed their confusion. "Indeed, Yuan Futong is but a pawn." Yin Hong elaborated. "The reason for Yuan Futong's sudden uprising is that he acts under the orders of Niuhua. Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jin, and Junti, the heavenly Tao saints." Upon hearing this, Master Wen and the others found Yin Hong's words hard to believe. What connection could there possibly be between Niuhua, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jin, Junti, and Yuan Futong's rebellion? Yin Hong queried, "Have you considered how Yuan Futong, originally just a vassal, came to command demon kings and emperors? Why would these demon monarchs heed his command?" After contemplating briefly, Master Wen and the others replied, "Indeed." Yin Hong continued, "The reason Yuan Futong suddenly led 72 vassals in rebellion is that he was commanded by Niuhua and Yuan Shi, with the greatest mastermind lurking in the shadows being Hongjun." Master Wen and the others gasped. "Niuhua, Yuan Shi, Hongjun Daozu. This cannot be true. Why would Niuhua, Yuan Shi, and Hongjun Daozu act thus?" Their expressions were filled with bewilderment as they looked at Yin Hong. Yin Hong explained, "Why? Because of the great calamity of sealing the gods. The great calamity of sealing the gods." Master Wen had heard of it multiple times, while the other generals were hearing of it for the first time. Master Wen elaborated, "The great calamity of sealing the gods, as my master once mentioned, involves the disciples of the Tao ancestor, with Hao Yin establishing the heavenly court in the wilderness. To establish the heavenly court, one must gather various gods to appoint them as deities of the heavenly court." Master Wen admitted, "However, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." After listening to Master Wen, the others found the subject perplexing, as it was their first exposure to the concept of sealing gods. Yin Hong affirmed, "Indeed, as the esteemed elder stated, However, the great calamity of sealing the gods was commanded by Hong Jun Daozu, with Niuhua, Yuan Shi, Laozi, and others executing the sealing. When the great calamity of sealing the gods commences, disciples of the Chan sect will descend with the sealing god list. Those who wield the sealing god list are precisely the ones destined to face the calamity. At this moment, Zhang Guifang interjected, "Your Highness, if we eliminate those wielding the sealing god list, will the great calamity of sealing the gods not commence?" Yin Hong replied, "In theory, yes, but the Chan sect will send others in their stead." Master One and the others inquired, "Is there truly no solution?" Yin Hong clarified, "No. As long as you remain loyal to the great Shang and unite as one, the great calamity of sealing the gods will not easily unfold." After Yin Hong's declaration, Master One and the others vowed in unison, "We pledge our lives to the great Shang. For the sake of the great Shang, we shall not regret our sacrifices." Yin Hong responded, "I indeed did not misjudge you. We must strive diligently in our cultivation, for even greater battles await us." Master One and the others affirmed, "We shall remember." Yin Hong declared, "Master One, should the nine-headed demon king challenge us again, annihilate him without hesitation. If any demon emperor or demon sovereign intervenes, leave it to me." Master One acknowledged, "Understood." With that, Yin Hong's figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared in the North Sea. Yin Hong silently activated the system and signed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful," the system announced, rewarding the host with the seed of the Law of Strength. Upon hearing this reward, Yin Hong was momentarily taken aback. Pondering, what is the significance of the Law of Strength? The system elaborated. To attain the Hunyuan de Luo realm, one must birth laws within their internal world, forming a complete heavenly Tao world. The strength of these laws determines the host's power upon reaching the Hunyuan de Luo realm. The mightiest laws include the law of fate, the law of time, the law of space, the law of reincarnation, the law of yin and yang, the law of destruction, the law of chaos, the law of life, the law of the five elements, and the law of strength. Comprehending any of these great laws can lead to the attainment of the Hunyuan de Luo realm. After absorbing this information, Yin Hong was profoundly shocked, realizing the intricacies involved in achieving the Hunyuan de Luo realm that he contemplated. The Panga great god must have comprehended the law of strength to wield such terrifying power. Yin Hong then placed the seed of the law of strength awarded by the system into his internal world. The seed, resembling a gray crystal, was weighty and radiated immense strength. As Yin Hong integrated the seed of the law of strength into his internal world, his body refinement cultivation surged, directly surpassing the fifth layer of the 9-9 mysterious art and breaking through to the sixth layer. Subsequently, he advanced to the seventh layer. After transcending the seventh layer of the 9-9 mysterious art, Yin Hong felt his primordial spirit and physical form had achieved a state of immortality. In this moment, he could clearly sense the terrifying nature of his physical body, with his corporeal form alone. He could contend against the heavenly Tao saints. Yin Hong's figure flickered and vanished from his location in the palace arranged by Master One at the North Sea military encampment. Yin Hong's figure materialized. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the four saints, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jane, and Zhuanti, sat facing each other. Since the summons from Hong Jun Daozu to convene the six saints and initiate the great calamity of sealing the gods, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jin, and Juni had all turned their attention towards the Chan sect. Laozi inquired, "Junior brother, which of us will carry the sealing god list into the great Shang?" Jin and Junti both turned their gazes towards Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi replied, "Elder brother, Junti, and Jin, I have identified the individuals destined to face the calamity." He commanded, "Summon El Shang and Shen Gongbao." Shortly thereafter, an elder of around 70 years and a middle-aged Taoist with an eagle-nosed visage entered. The elder was Jiang Shang, also known as El Shang, while the middle-aged man was Shen Gongbao. Jiang Shang and Shen Gongbao approached the seat of Yuan Shi, respectfully kneeling and bowing their heads, proclaiming, "Disciple Jiang Shang and Shen Gongbao, pay homage to our esteemed master." Yuan Shi nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards the elder beside him, stating, "This is your grandmaster." Jiang Shang and Shen Gongbao then moved to kneel before Laozi. saying, "We pay our respects to our Grandmaster." Yuanshi further introduced Jin and Junie, prompting Jiangshang and Shen Gongbao to extend their greetings to both Jin and Junti in turn. Yuanshi then declared, "Jiangshang and Shen Gongbao, I have an important task for you that requires your attention." To which they responded, "Master, please give your command." Yuanshi continued, "Today, as per the order of your ancestral master, Hong Jun Daozu, you are entrusted with the divine decree to hold the function list and proceed to the Deshang. Jiangshang shall lead, with Shen Gongbao as his aide. Upon your arrival at Deshang, you shall await further instructions. I will summon your elder brother to descend from the mountain to assist you." With that, Yuanshi produced a scroll measuring 1 foot wide and 3 feet long, handing it to Jiangshang. "This is the function list. Your mission to Deshang is to disrupt their celestial fortune and weaken their strength." He instructed, "Mother Nuwa has dispatched the 3 Xian Yuan demons to the Deshang Palace at Chaoga, who will assist you in initiating the function process." Yuanshi concluded, "Now go. Remember your duty." Both Jiangshang and Shen Gongbao replied in unison, "Yes, we shall obey our master's orders." With that, they departed. After their departure, Yuanshi addressed Jin and Junie, "You see, I've already sent disciples from our Chan school to Deshang. Who will your Western sect send to Deshang? As the Fengshan calamity unfolds, you cannot simply stand by idly." Jin responded, "At this moment, Deshang is experiencing a peak in its celestial fortune. To initiate the Fengshan calamity now would be akin to scaling the heavens." Yuanshi retorted, "What then shall we do? Can it be that your Western sect has no disciples to send forth?" Jin lamented, "The disciples of our Western sect are few, and there are none capable of shouldering such a great responsibility." Zhuanti added, "Moreover, the Fengshan list lies in the hands of your Chan school's disciples. It is your Chan school that must bear the banner of the Fengshan calamity." Yuanshi snorted disdainfully. "So your Western sect intends to reap the benefits without contributing?" Zhuanti countered, "Our Western sect can send disciples to disrupt Deshang's celestial fortune and assist the disciples of your Chan school in initiating the Fengshan calamity." Laozi and Yuanshi both agreed. "Very well." After which, Jin and Junie took their leave. Once Jin and Junie had departed, Yuanshi turned to his elder brother. "What is your opinion on this plan?" Laozi replied, "You are right. I believe it is feasible. However, you know that at my Shang Mountain's 8th Scenic Palace, I have but one disciple, Xuandu. Cannot send Xuandu." With that, Laozi too departed. In the North Sea, the stronghold of Deshang's military, Yin Hong was meditating in the hall when suddenly monstrous waves surged from the outer sea of the military island. From these towering waves emerged a colossal creature resembling a monkey, with a protruding nose, a white head, and a green body, boasting fiery eyes and a neck spanning 100 feet. This beast let out a series of howls before proclaiming, "I am Yuan Fudong of the North Sea. I hear that Grandmaster One has led his army from afar. The 9-headed Demon King is a grand gift I have prepared for you. I wonder if it pleases you." Yuan Fudong's words dripped with provocation and amusement. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster One sneered, "Bold demon, attempting to provoke the majesty of Deshang. Today, you shall meet your demise." Before one could issue a command, Yuan Fudong emitted a peculiar sound, and instantly, the myriad demons of the North Sea surged toward the Deshang stronghold with fervor. Leading them was the 9-headed Demon King, followed by countless night demons. Yuan Fudong merely observed as the 9-headed Demon King led the night demon army into the fray against the Deshang military. Yuan Fudong mocked, "When Taisher, this is the site of your downfall, along with your captains and the 4 generals of the demon clan." As the 9-headed Demon King approached, it cawed incessantly, launching an assault on Wen Taisher, who was met with a barrage of water and fireballs from the demon's 9 heads. Wen Taisher, seeing the elemental projectiles hurtling towards him, unleashed his full power as a great Luo golden immortal, activating the 3rd eye on his forehead, which emitted a laser-like brilliance wherever the light struck. Everything was obliterated, including the 9-headed Demon King, whose body was instantly dismembered. The demon's primordial spirit emerged, but was swiftly captured by Wen Taisher's immense hand. With a fierce grip, Wen annihilated the 9-headed Demon King's essence. After the nine-headed demon king was vanquished, when Taishu turned to Yuan Fudong with a cold smile, "Is this all you have?" Meanwhile, the four generals of the demon clan faced off against the four monsters of the Blackwater Serpent. And after a few rounds, the Blackwater Serpent was defeated. Observing the battlefield, when Taishu noted that the other generals of Dashang were nearly finished dispatching the remaining demon kings, when Taishu proclaimed, "Yuan Fudong, surrender obediently, and perhaps we will spare your life. Should you resist, we shall send your primordial spirit into endless reincarnation, and your physical form shall be eternally suppressed in the depths of the abyss." Yuan Fudong, witnessing the ascent of strength among Dashang's generals, and when Taishu, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, realized he had no choice but to unleash the ferocious beasts. Jiuying and Gui Che, the nine-headed demon king, was a descendant of the bloodline of Jiuying, while Gui Che was also a nine-headed aerial beast. Both Jiuying and Gui Che possessed similar strengths. As when Taishu advanced towards Yuan Fudong, the latter remained unfazed. Just then, a monstrous entity with 9 heads burst forth from the North Sea, its body a blend of fiery red and deep blue, each head unleashing a barrage of water and fire attacks towards when Taishai at the same time. From the distant skies above the North Sea, a massive creature with 9 heads and the body of a bird approached, emitting a roar akin to that of a rumbling chariot. This 9-headed bird charged at the 4 generals of the demon clan, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, thus rendering the 4 generals, who were only at the peak of the Tai golden immortal stage, utterly outmatched. Just as the 9-headed bird was about to strike the 4 generals, a terrifying divine thunder descended, obliterating Jiu Ying's physical form. As Jiu Ying's primordial spirit emerged, it was instantly shattered by the overwhelming divine thunder. In a flash, Jiu Ying fell, and as it did, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire North Sea, which erupted into towering waves. Suddenly, a colossal fish of unimaginable size leaped from the depths of the North S. As it breached the surface, its true enormity was revealed. Stretching thousands of kilometers, its body bore a pair of wings that blotted out the sun. This creature was none other than Kunpeng. When Taishu and the 4 generals, Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiugong, and Deng Chanyu, quaked in fear at the sight of this being, they recognized it as the ruler of the North Sea. Kunpeng, its reputation was well known, having played a pivotal role in the conflict between the Wu and the Lich during ancient times. Kunpeng served as a demon master in the demon court established by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Boasting power on par with the 2. Kunpeng's realm was assuredly that of a perfected sage. In ancient times, Kunpeng, in collaboration with the ancestor of the Underworld River, sought to seize the Hongming purple chi from Hongyun, resulting in Hongyun's ultimate self-destruction. The sole friend of Hongyun, Zhan Yuanzi, sought vengeance but was compelled to retreat when confronted by the combined might of Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Kunpeng. Now, with Kunpeng's appearance, everyone held their breath, too fearful to utter a sound. Kunpeng emitted a piercing cry from the skies before rapidly shrinking in size, transforming into a middle-aged Taoist figure that swiftly approached when Taishu. Scoffing, "Great Shangs when Taishu, you possess remarkable audacity. How dare you slay my 9-headed demon king and Jiuying? When did humanity grow so bold as to attack members of my demon clan? Have you forgotten how, in ancient times, my demon clan battled against the Wu clan, nearly leading to your annihilation?" Kunpeng laughed coldly. "It was I who proposed that human blood and souls could be forged into weapons to severely counter the physical forms of the Wu clan. Thus, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai adopted my suggestion, leading to the massacre of humanity, resulting in their near extinction. What can humanity do against me? Humanity is but sustenance for my demon clan." "Ha, ha, ha," Kunpeng sneered. "And now, the great Shang human clan dares to send an army of 300,000 to subdue my demon clan. Today, I shall eradicate all of you." As Kunpeng laughed maniacally, Yin Hong concealed his true identity with the system. Suddenly appearing not far from Kunpeng, Yin Hong coldly declared, "Who gave you the audacity to slay my people and mock us? Was it Emperor Jun or Dong Huang Tai?" Kunpeng, startled by Yin Hong's sudden appearance, stared in astonishment. The more he gazed, the more he felt overwhelmed, for he could not fathom Yin Hong's true nature. To him, Yin Hong appeared as if standing before a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The pressure exerted upon him by the opposing force was akin to that of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Within the depths of Kunpeng's heart, he was struck with profound astonishment. When did the human race come to possess a saint of the heavenly Tao? From whence did this individual emerge, and why had he never heard of them before? If they had appeared around the time of the calamity of the witch and the lich, it would have been impossible for the various races to hunt down the human race so ruthlessly. In that moment, Kunpeng felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Kunpeng, feeling the weight of impending danger, gazed at the figure before him. Yin Hong lifted his gaze to the vast sky of the primordial world. Aware that Kunpeng was but a pawn of the heavenly Tao, once Kunpeng had allied with the river of the underworld to launch a surprise attack on the venerable Hong Yun, resulting in Hong Yun's demise, with the heavenly Tao playing a significant role in that event. Yin Hong understood that completely annihilating Kunpeng was unattainable at that moment, for he had yet to attain the primordial great Luo realm. Although total destruction was beyond his reach, inflicting severe injuries upon Kunpeng would be a simple task. As Kunpeng observed the figure opposite him and glanced skyward, he realized that the other had discerned something. Just as Kunpeng turned his attention back to Yin Hong, the space surrounding the two began to seal rapidly. In an instant, the entire northern sea was enveloped in Yin Hong's sealed. Kunpeng's humanoid form swiftly transformed into a colossal fish body with wings that spanned thousands of miles. He soared hastily beyond the northern sea, while Yin Hong's body expanded to a height of 10,000 zhang, delivering a powerful blow to Kunpeng's form. As Yin Hong grew to this monumental stature, every creature in the northern sea trembled in fear, as if Pangu himself had emerged. The embodiment of the laws of power, Yin Hong's flesh towered to 10,000 zhang, reminiscent of Pangu's legendary presence. The gigantic figure struck Kunpeng with a fist, shattering his corporeal form into countless fragments. A terrifying scream erupted from Kunpeng as his primordial spirit fled from his shattered body in a desperate attempt to escape. Yin Hong, now a towering giant, unleashed a divine strike upon Kunpeng's primordial spirit, fracturing it into innumerable pieces as it fled frantically. Just as Yin Hong aimed to eradicate Kunpeng entirely, the very heavens of the primordial world quaked. A colossal hand, coalesced by the heavenly Tao, lunged towards Yin Hong. Infusing his fist with the laws of power, Yin Hong retaliated with a punch aimed at the giant hand. The clash erupted with a deafening roar, sending a wave of destruction that obliterated countless creatures of the northern sea. In the moment of impact, Yin Hong swiftly waved his hand, shielding all of Deshang's people within his protective embrace. The terrifying collision wreaked havoc upon the northern sea's inhabitants, leaving only a few powerful beings of the great Luo realm unscathed amidst the cataclysmic shockwave. The heavenly Tao's massive hand was nearly torn asunder by Yin Hong's forceful strike. The colossal hand hesitated and, with a sweeping motion, captured Kunpeng's primordial spirit before vanishing without a trace. After rescuing Kunpeng's primordial spirit, the heavenly Tao's hand returned to Yin Hong, who then collected all remnants of Kunpeng's flesh. Subsequently, Yin Hong employed his formidable powers to gather all human and demon entities into his inner space before vanishing in an instant. Once Yin Hong's figure disappeared, specters began to manifest in the skies above the northern sea. A woman-esque phantom, a short-haired Taoist apparition, and a middle-aged Taoist figure appeared. The three phantoms calculated for a time, yet failed to discern any trace of energy, uncertain of the identity of the formidable entity responsible. The woman-esque phantom spoke. "Brother Yuan Shi, fellow Taoist Zhuan Ti." Yuan Shi responded. "Sister Nuwa, fellow Taoist Zhuan Ti." The woman continued. "Has Kunpeng been slain, or has his primordial spirit been rescued?" Yuan Shi remarked gravely. What kind of person could annihilate Kunpeng in such a short span of time? Nuwa and Zhuan Ti shared the same solemnity. Indeed, even if we intervened, it would be impossible to eliminate Kunpeng so swiftly. In the entirety of the primordial world, aside from Hongjun Daozu, who could accomplish such a feat, is there a terrifying powerhouse in the primordial world of which we are unaware? Yuan Shi addressed Nuwa. "Sister Nuwa, Kunpeng belongs to the demon race. What are your intentions?" Nuwa replied. I cannot deduce any traces. I plan to visit the Zixiao Palace to seek Dao Zu's guidance. Yuan inquired. Will you not accompany me to Zixiao Palace? Yuan sure, and Zhuan Ti responded. We shall accompany you to Zixiao Palace. With that, the three phantoms vanished. Outside Zixiao Palace, the three phantoms materialized, and Yuan sure, Nuwa, and Zhuan Ti simultaneously proclaimed, We, the disciples, pay our respects to the Dao Zu. A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated from within the palace. I am aware of your purpose for coming. You must prepare with utmost diligence for the impending calamity of the canonization. Do not concern yourselves with trivial matters. Yuan Sure, Nuwa, and Zhuan Ti responded in unison. We shall heed the Dao Zu's decree. Following this, Yuan Sure, Nuwa, and Zhuan Ti's figures dissipated from outside Zixiao Palace, in another location. Within the northern borders of Dashang, at the residence of the Northern Marquis, Cheng Ho-hu, Yin Hong's form appeared. Yin Hong transmitted a message to Cheng Ho-hu, and shortly thereafter, Cheng Ho-hu appeared before him. I pay my respects to His Highness the Second Prince. Cheng Ho-hu bowed respectfully. Yin Hong responded, There is no need for such formalities, Marquis. With that, he led Yin Hong into the grand hall of the Marquis's estate, where Cheng He-hu, Cheng Ying-biao, and other important figures awaited. Upon Yin Hong's arrival, Cheng He-hu, Cheng Ying-biao, and all significant members of the Marquis's household bowed reverently. We pay our respects to His Highness the Second Prince. Yin Hong gestured. You may rise. He then waved his hand, summoning Wen Taishe, the four generals of the demon clan, Zhang Guifeng, Deng Jiogong, and Deng Chanyu, among others, into the grand hall. The sight of Wen Taishe and his entourage stunned Cheng Ho-hu and the others. Their expressions filled with astonishment. After a moment of shock, they approached Wen Taishe, bowing in unison. Northern Marquis Cheng Ho-hu, Cheng He-hu, Cheng Ying-biao, pay our respects to Wen Taishe. Wen Taishe replied, There is no need for such formalities. Marquis, subsequently, Yin Hong took a seat at the head of the table, with Wen Taishe and Cheng Ho-hu flanking him. Cheng Ho-hu inquired, Taishe, were you not leading an army of 200,000 from Dashang to quell the rebellion in the Northern Sea? How is it that you have suddenly appeared at the Marquis's estate? Wen Taishe recounted the events of the battle in the Northern Sea, where the 9 infants and the ghost chariot, subordinates of Yuan Fudong, had made their appearance. Ultimately, the 9 infants were vanquished, but Kunpeng emerged with the intent to annihilate all of Dashang's forces. They were saved by a figure whose features remained obscured, who subsequently obliterated Kunpeng's corporeal form and shattered his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit of Kunpeng was then rescued by the colossal hand of the heavenly Tao, and they were all brought to this location by the unknown powerhouse. At this moment, all eyes turned towards the second prince, Yin Hong. Acknowledging the gazes upon him, Yin Hong nodded slightly. In that instant, everyone comprehended that the unparalleled powerhouse, whose visage remained indistinct, was none other than His Highness, the Second Prince. The expressions of reverence filled the grand hall, as they regarded Yin Hong with admiration. To have vanquished a renowned figure like Kunpeng, and to have stood firm against the heavenly Tao, such strength was undoubtedly that of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Even among the saints, the likes of Zhuan Ti and Nuwa would find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Kunpeng, despite their own formidable powers. While they could easily destroy Kunpeng's corporeal form, annihilating his primordial spirit was an entirely different endeavor, as Kunpeng was not to be trifled with, though he might falter in battle. Escaping was a challenge even for a saint of the heavenly Tao to prevent, as long as Kunpeng managed to escape with even a fragment of his primordial spirit. Total annihilation would remain elusive. Disregarding their thoughts, Yin Hong addressed Wen Taishe and the others. Rest here for a time before returning to Chaoga at once. Wen Taishe and the others responded in unison, Yes. Then, Yin Hong turned to Cheng Ho-hu. Prepare a vast expanse of open ground. Cheng Ho-hu replied respectfully, Understood, and promptly set about making arrangements. Before long, Cheng Ho-hu returned and saluted Yin Hong. Your Highness the Second Prince. The open ground has been prepared. Yin Hong commanded. Lead the way. Cheng Ho-hu guided Yin Hong, Wen Taishe, and the others to the training grounds outside the Northern Marquis' encampment. With a wave of his hand, countless Dashang soldiers materialized in the training grounds. After exchanging a few words with Wen Taisher and the others, Yin Hong's figure vanished without a trace. Jiang Shang and Shun Gongbao, under the edict of Yuan Shi Tianzuan, descended from the mountain bearing the canonization list. The distance from Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace to the Shang's Chaoga was considerable, and with their cultivation, it would take time to reach their destination. Along the way, Shun Gongbao cast a glance at Jiang Shang, his eyes filled with envy. Master truly shows favoritism. Despite my superior cultivation, I am not entrusted with the canonization list. As they approached the banks of the heavenly river, Shun Gongbao conjured his powers, summoning a void flying ship before them. After boarding the vessel, Shun Gongbao and Jiang Shang discussed their mission. Suddenly, Shun Gongbao launched a surprise attack on Jiang Shang, who, being of lesser cultivation, was caught off guard and received a fatal blow in that moment. Shun Gongbao seized the canonization list from Jiang Shang's grasp and swiftly departed, having traveled countless miles away from the location. Shun Gongbao's form reappeared. He laughed boisterously. Ha! 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 Yuan Shi Tianzuan, you favor Jiang Shang and allow him to wield the canonization list. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unjust. With that, Shun Gongbao hastened towards the Shang, unaware that the canonization list he had acquired was but an imitation in another place. After Shun Gongbao's sudden assault on Jiang Shang, a venerable elder clad in white robes and with white hair appeared before him from the distant sky. The elder approached Jiang Shang and extracted a pill from his jade gourd, administering it to him. Severely wounded, Jiang Shang gradually regained consciousness after the elder fed him the elixir. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the elder and exclaimed, Master Nanji Xianwang, Shun Gongbao has ambushed me and stolen the heavenly book of the Fengshen list. Nanji Xianwang replied, Do not be alarmed, my junior disciple Zia. The tome stolen by Shun Gongbao is but a counterfeit. Our master foresaw Shun Gongbao's narrow-mindedness and intense jealousy, thus setting this trial for him. Come, let us return to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. With that, Nanji Xianwang took Jiang Shang and soared on a celestial crane towards the Jade Void Palace. Upon their arrival, Nanji Xianwang respectfully bowed before the seat of the primordial heavenly sovereign, declaring, Disciple Jiang Shang pays homage to the master. The primordial sovereign responded, Jiang Shang, I am already aware of the events that have transpired. With a wave of his hand, a surge of vast spiritual energy flowed into Jiang Shang, swiftly healing his injuries. In an instant, Jiang Shang was restored. He then said, Master, I feel unworthy of your trust. Please bestow upon me your punishment. The primordial sovereign replied, Fear not, Jiang Shang. The tome taken by Shun Gongbao is a forgery, a test devised by me and your elder master, Laozi. His voice resonated throughout Kunlun Mountain. I have instructed my disciple Shun Gongbao to ambush his fellow disciples and seize the heavenly book. Today, I cast him out from the Jade Void Palace, never to be accepted again, as the primordial sovereign's decree concluded. The 12 golden immortals displayed varied expressions and proclaimed, Master is indeed wise. The primordial sovereign then said, Jiang Shang, here is the genuine heavenly book. Take good care of it. He presented Jiang Shang with a scroll measuring 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width. Now go. Jiang Shang bowed to the primordial sovereign, exchanged words with the 12 golden immortals, and then departed the Jade Void Palace. Meanwhile, upon learning of his expulsion from the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace, Shun Gongbao cackled, If I am not welcome here, there shall be other places for me. He then set off towards Golden Tortoise Island, encountering along the way a peculiar Taoist with unusually long ears. Shun Gongbao approached and said, Friend, please halt. I am Shun Gongbao, disciple of the primordial sovereign of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The long-eared Taoist turned to a middle-aged man adorned with the yin-yang pattern and introduced himself. I am Chang'er, disciple of the saint of the intercepting teachings. Realizing that Chang'er was indeed the esteemed divine light of the intercepting teachings, Shun Gongbao bowed deeply, expressing his respect. Chang'er responded, No need for such formalities. He inquired about Shun Gongbao's destination. Shun Gongbao replied, I intend to visit Golden Tortoise Island to pay my respects to the saint of the intercepting teachings. Upon hearing this, Chang'er invited him to accompany him. After a brief while, Chang'er led Shengongbao before the saint of the intercepting teachings. Chang'er bowed and announced, Master, Jiang Shang, disciple of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, has come to pay his respects. The saint opened his eyes, gazing at Shengongbao with a look of intrigue. Why are you not in the Jade Void Palace, and what brings you to Golden Tortoise Island? Shengongbao, upon being questioned, knelt and explained, Respected saint, I was once a disciple of the primordial sovereign of the Jade Void Palace. However, the primordial sovereign favored Jiang Shang, allowing him to wield the Fengshan list while I was relegated to a supporting role. Despite my superior cultivation, the saint, upon hearing this, reprimanded Shengongbao, Are you not aware that the primordial sovereign has cast you out from the Jade Void Palace? Shengongbao, taken aback, exclaimed, Is the primordial sovereign truly so heartless? With that, Shengongbao revealed the heavenly book of the Fengshan list. The saint, upon seeing it, remarked, That tome is a forgery. Shengongbao, shocked by this revelation, stood frozen in disbelief. Subsequently, with a silver tongue, he persuaded the saint to accept him as a disciple. The saint mused inwardly, Brother, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You have cast Shengongbao out of the Jade Void Palace only to have me accept him as a disciple. Inciting the disciples of the intercepting and teaching schools against the Shang dynasty to initiate the calamity of the Fengshan list. The saint resolved to act contrary to the intended plan. Shengongbao, do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Shengongbao was overjoyed and quickly knelt, reverently bowing thrice. With respect, he proclaimed, Disciple Shengongbao pays homage to the master. The saint declared, Excellent, from this day forth. You shall be my disciple in the Bo Palace. He then introduced Shengongbao to the second-generation disciples of Bo Palace, Duobao, Jinling, Huoling, Gailing, Yun, Wudong, Chang'er, the three Shaos, Shiji, and Xiuxiu. Shengongbao, taken aback, approached each in turn to pay his respects. The saint instructed, Remember well, you must not meddle in the affairs of humanity. The disciples echoed, We shall strictly adhere to your command. The saint turned to Shengongbao, saying, Descend to the Shang dynasty and assist the Emperor Xing. Go now, he commanded. After bowing to the saint, Shengongbao departed from the Bo Palace on Golden Tortoise Island, hastening towards the Shang dynasty. Upon arriving at the Bo Palace, Shengongbao laughed heartily. Jiangxia, you could never have imagined this, could you? I have become a disciple of the saint of the intercepting teachings, and my master has sent me to assist Emperor Xing of the Shang dynasty. I shall rise to prominence, achieving great status and power, while you will be powerless to prevent the calamity of the Fengshan list. With that, he continued on his way to the Shang dynasty. At the Song of the Shang dynasty, Yin Hong returned to his residence after his journey to the North Sea. This expedition had proven fruitful. Not only did he assist Grand Tutor when in quelling the rebels, but he also dealt with Kunpeng, a significant threat to humanity, and vanquished countless demon tribes, thereby acquiring an abundance of Hongmeng points. Upon accessing the system, a large screen materialized before Yin Hong. Name: Yin Hong race. Human cultivation technique. Hongmeng creation sutra. 9 mysterious arts mystical techniques. Saint slaying stab. Open sky sword technique. Primordial intercepting finger. Hongmeng divine thunder treasures. Creation Qinkun map. Hongmeng Yin-Yang mirror. Hongmeng measuring ruler. Hongmeng refining pot special physique. Supreme Hongmeng body cultivation realm. Perfected pre-saint internal world level. Intermediate world Hongmeng points. 200,00100 having comprehended his own status. Yin Hong decided to exchange the rewards from defeating all the demon tribes in the North Sea, along with the flesh of Kunpeng, for Hongmeng points. Ding ding ding, the system chimed repeatedly. Moments later, the system announced, Congratulations, host, for converting all slain demon tribes into Hongmeng points. Congratulations, host, you have received 53 million Hongmeng points. Upon seeing the 5,300,000 points, Yin Hong felt that the points awarded by the system were somewhat lacking. However, upon reflection, he realized that the rewards were not insignificant, considering it included the pre-Saint Kunpeng, the two pinnacle great Luo beings, Jiuying and Guiche, as well as countless powerful demons. Previously, killing Putizi alone had granted Yin Hong 20 million Hongmeng points, as Putizi was a manifestation of the Pre-T, a heavenly Tao saint. Thus, The disparity in points received from slaying Putizi versus Kuanpeng was considerable, having acquired such a substantial amount of Hongmeng points. Yin Hong promptly commanded the system to assist him in comprehending the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. The system responded, "To what level do you wish to comprehend the Hongmeng Creation Sutra?" Yin Hong inquired. "With my current Hongmeng points, what level can I reach?" The system replied, "With your existing points, you may only comprehend up to the 7th level. The Hongmeng Creation Sutra consists of 9 levels. Currently, with 730000100 Hongmeng points, he could only reach the 7th level." The system elaborated, "The first level requires 500 points, the second level 1,000 points, the third level 2,000 points, with the required points doubling for each subsequent level." Yin Hong commanded, "System, raise the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to the 7th level." Ding, the system confirmed, deducting 200,000,000 points. Instantly, a vast understanding of the Hongmeng creation flooded into Yin Hong's mind, along with the utilization of the technique. His comprehension of the 5 primordials also rapidly advanced: Taishu, Taichu, Taisu, Taijin, and Taiji. Before the Hongmeng was opened and chaos had yet to be delineated, there was no distinction between up and down, nor between past and future. All was void, the beginning of all paths, the limitless. Through the system's instruction, Yin Hong's understanding of the limitless path deepened swiftly, clarifying his future cultivation direction. The limitless path. After Yin Hong comprehended the Hongmeng creation scripture, he engaged in deep contemplation regarding the establishment of a cultivation academy within the Dashang, pondering whether to promote a universal practice among the citizens. However, given the current foundation of Dashang, such an initiative could not be implemented comprehensively. Thus, Yin Hong resolved to consult with his elder brother, the emperor. The following morning, Yin Hong arrived at the residence and silently performed his sign-in ritual. Ding! System. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. System. Reward for the host. Xianwu Emperor Scripture. Upon hearing of this reward, Yin Hong eagerly examined the Xianwu Emperor Scripture, a technique that harmonizes both method and body, perfectly suited for the human race's cultivation. Overcome with excitement, he realized that this was precisely what he had desired. Just as he contemplated establishing a cultivation academy in Dashang, he was immediately rewarded with the Xianwu Emperor Scripture. Leaving his residence, Yin Hong proceeded to the Crown Prince's estate, where he silently signed in again. Ding! System notification. Host sign-in successful. System. Reward for the host. Innate washing marrow pill formula. Recognizing the significance of this formula, Yin Hong understood that the system had prepared it for humanity. The washing marrow pill, as its name implies, is designed to purify the human constitution, rendering it more conducive for cultivation. Upon encountering the guards of the Crown Prince's estate, they respectfully saluted, saying, "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Second Prince." Yin Hong inquired, "Is the Crown Prince in the estate?" The guards replied, reporting to His Highness, "The Crown Prince is not in the estate. He has gone to the Imperial Palace." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong opted not to enter and instead turned directly toward the Imperial Palace. Arriving at the main gate of the palace, Yin Hong performed another silent sign-in. Ding! System notification. Host sign-in successful. System. Reward for the host. Innate peach tree. Recalling the ancient myths from Earth, particularly the Pantao tree of Rinshui, he was intrigued, as he had never heard of an innate peach tree. The Rinshui peach tree was formed from the flesh and blood of the great Tao's demonic deity at the time of chaos, combined with the essence of the first innate Rinshui. After the calamity of the Wu and Liao, countless years passed in the wilderness until the great calamity of sealing the gods commenced, in order for Hao Yin to establish the heavenly court. Hongjun specially summoned the Rinshui peach tree to attract beings from the 3 realms. Thus, the Yaoqi fairy mother shattered the Rinshui peach tree, which then transformed into 3,600 saplings. The Yaoqi subsequently planted these saplings in the heavenly court's peach garden. Now, with the acquisition of the innate peach tree, Yin Hong planned to cultivate it within his inner world. Noticing Yin Hong lost in thought, a palace guard approached and respectfully bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Second Prince." Yin Hong replied, "No need for formalities." Afterward, he entered the palace. Upon entering, Yin Hong's first destination was to visit his mother. Guided by the palace maids, He navigated through winding corridors until he arrived at the central palace, where he found Empress Jiang conversing with Yin Jiao. "Mother, elder brother, what are you discussing?" Yin Hong inquired. Upon seeing him, both Jiang and Yin Jiao were instantly filled with excitement. Empress Jiang exclaimed, "Hong, you have returned from the North Sea?" Approaching the Empress, Yin Hong respectfully knelt and greeted, "Son pays respects to mother." "Wishing you longevity," Yin Jiao asked, "Second brother, how did matters in the North Sea unfold?" Yin Hong replied, "Mother, I have returned from the North Sea." He then turned to Yin Jiao, saying, "Elder brother, the situation in the North Sea has been resolved." Upon hearing this, both the Empress and Yin Jiao expressed their concern. "It has been resolved? You encountered no danger, did you?" Feeling warmth from their concern, Yin Hong reassured them, "I encountered no danger." "That is good." They responded. Yin Hong continued, "Mother, elder brother, how has your cultivation progressed?" Yin Jiao remarked, "Second brother, cultivation is not something one can break through in a short time." Empress Jiang added, "I remain at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm." Yin Hong smiled, saying, "Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Do not rush." He then suggested, "Elder brother, have you visited father yet?" Yin Jiao replied, "Not yet." Yin Hong proposed, "Let us go to father together. I have important matters to discuss with him and you." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong departed the central palace and made their way to the Chaotian Hall. Inside the Chaotian Hall, Fei Zhong, Yu Han, and Shang Rong were conversing with Emperor Xin. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong entered the Grand Hall. They bowed to Emperor Xin, saying, "Son pays respects to father." The emperor responded, "Jiao Hong, no need for formalities. What brings you here?" Yin Hong stated, "Father, I have matters to discuss with you." Fei Zhong, Yu Han, and Shang Rong bowed to Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Fei Zhong asked, "Second prince, what matters do you wish to discuss with His Majesty?" Yu Han added, "Yes, second prince, please speak freely." Upon hearing their remarks, Yin Hong shot them a disdainful glance. Emperor Xin encouraged Hong, "Speak your mind. This place is filled with the Deshang's esteemed ministers." Yin Jiao glanced at Yin Hong, who then said, "Father, this matter is still merely an idea at this stage." Emperor Xin urged, "Go on, Hong." Yin Hong declared, "Father, I intend to establish a cultivation academy in Deshang." Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong, Yu Han, and Shang Rong exchanged skeptical glances, deeming Yin Hong's proposal to be nonsensical. They questioned Emperor Xin, "Your Majesty, the second prince's idea is truly absurd." Shang Rong added, "Where will the funds for establishing the academy come from? And how will we find instructors to teach cultivation?" Fei Zhong and Yu Han echoed, "Indeed, indeed." Emperor Xin, recognizing that Yin Hong's notion was not as simple as they perceived, said, "Hong, how do you plan to proceed? Your father supports you." Yin Jiao also chimed in, "Yes, second brother, how do you intend to begin?" Yin Hong replied, "Father, I plan to establish academies in each major city across the 9 provinces of Deshang. Then we can recruit students from Deshang and the human race to attend for cultivation. Those who excel in their cultivation and graduate will be assigned positions throughout Deshang, with priority given to the military." After listening, Emperor Xin responded, "Excellent, we shall proceed as you have suggested." However, Fei Zhong and Yu Han immediately voiced their objections, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is a significant undertaking that will drain manpower, resources, and finances, which is detrimental to Deshang." Shang Rong interjected, "Your Majesty, where will the fund for the second prince's plan come from? And how will we find instructors for cultivation?" Yin Hong reassured, "Uncle Shang Rong need not worry. I have my own ingenious plans." Emperor Xin concluded, "Let be done as Hong has proposed." He then commanded, "Summon Uncle Bygone, King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, and Li Jing to the court." Moments later, Huang Feihu, Bygone, and Li Jing arrive at the Chaotian Hall. All 3 bowing in unison, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Emperor Xin ordered, "Uncle Bygone, King Wu Cheng, and General Li, I now entrust you with a task. You are to establish academies in the major cities across the 9 provinces of Deshang and select some officials with cultivation experience to come to the Londa Hall for deliberation." The trio responded in unison, "Yes." Once they departed, Emperor Xin continued, "Uncle Shang Rong, Fei Zhong, and Yu Han, you 3 will oversee the establishment of the academy in Chaoga." Seeing the emperor's resolute demeanor, Shang Rong, Fei Zhong, and Yu Han ceased their objections, replying together, "Yes, we shall obey your majesty's command." With that, they left the Chaotian Hall, leaving only Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, and Emperor Xian within. Emperor Xian instructed Hunger, elaborate on your plan in detail for your father. Yin Jiao added, "Yes, second brother." Nodding, Yin Hong proceeded to thoroughly outline his plan to Emperor Xian and Yin Jiao. After listening, Emperor Xian praised, "Good, good, good." Yin Jiao remarked, "If this plan is fully implemented, our Dashang will produce many cultivators. When the four saints attempt to initiate the great calamity of sealing the gods and overthrow our Dashang, it will become exceedingly difficult." Yin Hong suggested, "Father, you should issue a decree appointing elder brother as the chief elder of punishments in Dashang, so he can oversee matters comprehensively, and he may directly eliminate any nefarious individuals." Emperor Xian acknowledged, "Indeed, after the deliberations in Londa Hall, I will issue the decree." Yin Hong then presented the Xianwu Emperor scripture from the system to Emperor Xian, stating, "Father, this will be the cultivation technique for the students after the academy is established." Taking the Xianwu Emperor scripture from Yin Hong, Emperor Xian began to peruse it. After reviewing, he remarked, "This technique significantly compensates for a major flaw in the human constitution." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Once the three finalized the specific arrangements, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong took their leave. After Fei Zhong, Yu Han, and Shang Rong departed for the Chaotian Hall, they each returned to their residences at Fei Zhong's estate. A maid reported that a young woman sought an audience. Fei Zhong inquired, "What manner of woman is she?" The maid replied, "This lady is stunningly beautiful, with an exquisite appearance that captivates the very essence of beauty." Fei Zhong instructed, "Please allow her to enter." Shortly thereafter, the maid returned, leading a young woman whose beauty was indeed extraordinary. The woman, with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes, spoke, "This humble girl, Su Daji, pays her respects to Lord Fei." Fei Zhong recognized Su Daji, daughter of Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou. "Indeed," she confirmed. Fei Zhong asked, "Miss Su, what brings you to seek me?" Su Daji replied, "I wish for Lord Fei's assistance in introducing me to His Majesty." After a moment of contemplation, Fei Zhong thought to himself, "This woman must surely be to His Majesty's liking. If I introduce her, she may be favored as a consort, and I shall receive rewards while forming a connection with the favored one." Regaining his composure, Fei Zhong looked at Su Daji and said, "Very well." Once their conversation concluded, the two engaged in a lengthy discourse. Subsequently, Fei Zhong led Su Daji towards the imperial palace. Upon entering, Fei Zhong introduced Su Daji to Emperor Xian. The emperor, upon beholding Su Daji, was struck by her ethereal beauty, recognizing her as a paragon of grace and elegance. After gathering information about Su Daji, the emperor conferred upon her the title of imperial concubine. Following this, Emperor Xian expressed his admiration for Fei Zhong, filling him with elation, and granted him residence in the Shouxian Palace. Fei Zhong, witnessing the emperor's elevation of Su Daji to imperial concubine, felt an inner joy swell within him. After Su Daji departed, Emperor Xian mused, "Indeed, just as Hong Heir had foretold." He snorted, contemplating, "Let me observe what schemes you possess." Upon entering the Shouxian Palace, Su Daji summoned the nine-tailed chicken spirit and the jade pipa spirit to join her. The three spirits convened to discuss their strategy. The nine-tailed chicken spirit remarked, "Elder sister has been granted the title of imperial concubine. Yet the palace still houses Empress Jiang, Consort Huang, and Consort Yang." Su Daji replied, "To fulfill the great mission of Lady Enhua, the most formidable obstacle at present is Empress Jiang. Without removing her, it will be arduous to earn Emperor Xian's trust. Moreover, there are several influential ministers in the court, such as Yabi Gan, Warrior King Huang Feihu, and Shang Rong." Su Daji continued, "Fei Run can be utilized." After returning to his residence, Fei Zhong summoned a servant to invite Yu Han to his abode. Shortly thereafter, Yu Han arrived at Fei's residence. Yu Han inquired, "Fei Run, what is the purpose of summoning me?" Fei Zhong recounted the events of Su Daji's entry into the palace and her elevation by Emperor Xian. Upon hearing this, Yu Han shared Fei Zhong's sentiments that, in the midst of this, a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose was soaring through the clouds. Swiftly approaching Chao Gu, with a swift descent, he landed before the city. This man was Shun Gongbao. Observing the flourishing scene of Chao Gu, Shun Gongbao smirked inwardly. Jiangxia, how do you intend to initiate the great tribulation of Fengshen? Shen Gongbao made his way into Chao Gu, quickly heading towards the imperial palace. Upon reaching the gates, the guards of the imperial palace noticed Shen Gongbao and inquired, "What brings you, traveler, to the great Shang imperial palace?" Shen Gongbao responded, "I am a disciple of the Tongtian saint of the Jiejiao, here to seek an audience with Emperor X." Upon hearing this, the head guard did not dare to be negligent. He promptly instructed the other guards and proceeded to relay the message within the palace. In the Chaotian Hall, Emperor Xian was reviewing memorials when he heard the guard announce the arrival of a traveler seeking an audience. He set down the documents and asked the guard, "What manner of traveler is this? From which sect do they hail?" The guard replied, "Reporting to your majesty, the traveler claims to be a disciple of the Tongtian saint, named Shun Gongbao." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian instructed, "Admit him." The guard turned and, shortly thereafter, returned to the palace gates. He announced, "His Majesty summons you. Please follow me." Afterward, the guard led Shun Gongbao into the palace through a winding path. They arrived at the Chaotian Hall, where the guard stated, "Your Majesty awaits you within. Please enter." Upon entering the hall, Shun Gongbao beheld a middle-aged man adorned with a crown, exuding regal charisma as he sat upon a nine-dragon throne. Shun Gongbao recognized him as Emperor Xian. Unable to discern the depths of Emperor Xian's power, Shun Gongbao sensed a palpable danger emanating from him. Conversely, Emperor Xian could immediately gauge Shun Gongbao's cultivation level. Noting he was at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Emperor Xian regarded Shun Gongbao and inquired, "What brings you here, and where do you practice your craft?" Shun Gongbao replied, "I am Shun Gongbao, a disciple of the Tongtian saint." Emperor Xian remarked, "Ah, a distinguished disciple of the Tongtian saint. Pray tell, what brings you to our Chao Gu?" Shun Gongbao, seizing the opportunity, recounted the events surrounding the appointment of Jiang Shang to oversee the Fengshen list, preparing to initiate the Great Tribulation. After listening intently, Emperor Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "What strategies do you propose, Shun Daochang?" Shun Gongbao replied, "Your Majesty, I can invite practitioners from the outside realms, as well as fellow disciples from Jiejiao, to confront Jiang Shang." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian realized it aligned with Hong Heir's predictions, leading him to adopt this plan. Emperor Xian declared, "Very well. Shen Daochang, heed my command." Shun Gongbao immediately knelt, and Emperor Xian proclaimed, "I hereby appoint Shen Gongbao as the national master of the Shang dynasty, responsible for inviting outside practitioners and overseeing the affairs of scattered cultivators within the Shang territory." Upon receiving this honor, Shun Gongbao was filled with elation, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Xian replied, "National Master, you may depart." After bowing to the emperor, Shun Gongbao exited. Once outside the Chaotian Hall, he cackled with delight. "Jiangxia. Oh, Jiangxia, with my appointment as National Master by Emperor Xian, you have yet to arrive at Chao Gu, have you? Ha! Ha!" Shen Gongbao laughed heartily as he left the palace. At the tea that moment, a white-haired elder hurriedly approached from outside Chao Gu. This elder, none other than Jiang Shang, entered the city and observed the joyful faces of the citizens, all living in peace and prosperity. Jiang Shang thought, "The Shang dynasty flourishes, yet my master has tasked me with initiating the great tribulation of Fengshen. What should I do now? My master, Yuan Shi, did not inform me who the wise monarch is. How shall I proceed?" Resolved, Jiang Shang made his way to the Shang Palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he reported to the guards, seeking an audience with Emperor Xian. The guards, recognizing another visitor for His Majesty, promptly entered to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, the guards returned to Jiang Shang, saying, "Elder, His Majesty summons you." They led Jiang Shang towards the Chaotian Hall, where the guards left him. The guard announced loudly, "Jiangxia has come to pay his respects." Jiang Shang entered the hall and beheld the middle-aged man adorned with a crown, radiating imperial majesty upon a nine-dragon throne. Jiang Shang greeted, "Your Majesty, this humble Taoist pays his respects." Emperor Xian inquired, "From whence do you come?" "Taoist," Jiang Shang replied. I hail from the waters of the clouds. Emperor Xian queried. What do you mean by waters? Jiang Shang answered. My heart is like the white clouds, ever at ease. My body flows like water, drifting east and west. Emperor Xian stated. Once the clouds disperse and the waters dry. Where shall you return? Jiang Shang responded. When the moon is bright above, the waters recede, I shall emerge from my name. After listening, Emperor Xian said, Taoist, please, I wonder from which famous mountains and immortal abodes do you practice? Jiang Shang replied, I practice under the guidance of the primordial heavenly sovereign at the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Emperor Xian remarked, So you hail from Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. A journey of countless miles. What wisdom do you bring to our great Shang? Jiang Shang asserted, I come at the behest of my master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, to traverse the wilderness. Upon arriving in Chaoge, I sense the presence of 3 malevolent energies within the palace, and I seek an audience with your majesty to exterminate these demons. Emperor Xian mused inwardly. Malevolent energies? Do you think I am unaware? I cannot allow you to disrupt my plans, he replied. Malevolent energies? The palace is heavily guarded. Where could such energies arise? He continued. You must be mistaken, Taoist. Jiang Shang insisted. I possess a sensing technique from the Yushu Palace. I cannot be wrong, Emperor Xian countered. If that is the case, how do you propose to eliminate these demons? Jiang Shang, without hesitation, produced a peachwood sword from his storage ring that he explained. This is the millennial peachwood sword from Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. If it hangs at the palace gate for 3 days, the demon will revert to its true form. Emperor Xian inspected the peachwood sword and discerned it to be merely a postnatal artifact. Effective against minor demons, but utterly inadequate against the 9-tailed fox, the 9-tailed chicken spirit, and the jade peepa spirit, who all possess celestial-level cultivation. Afterward, Emperor Xian invited Jiang Shang to serve the Shang dynasty within the palace, promising him titles and honors. However, Jiang Shang remained unmoved, expressing his preference for wandering the world, unwilling to be shackled by fame and fortune, that he then took his leave, heading towards the exit. Emperor Xian, not wishing to hang the peachwood sword at the palace gates, simply stored it away like tea. That moment, Su Daji, accompanied by her maidens, approached Emperor Xian, fortuitously crossing paths with Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang scrutinized Su Daji, who felt a sudden shock upon realizing he was gazing at her. Su Daji pondered. Could it be that this traveler has discovered my possession of the true Su Daji's essence? After Jiang Shang departed, Su Daji presented herself before Emperor Xian's secret. She overheard the guards and maidens whispering about the Taoist mention of demonic energies in the palace. Upon hearing this, Su Daji was struck with alarm. Could I have been exposed? Without a moment to consult Emperor Xian, she swiftly returned to the Shouxian Palace. Once inside, Su Daji promptly summoned the 9-tailed chicken spirit and the jade peepa spirit to strategize. The 3 spirits deliberated extensively, but could not devise an effective plan, ultimately deciding to send a palace maid to relay their message to Fei Zhong. Shortly thereafter, the maid arrived at Fei Zhong's residence, and, upon seeing him, conveyed, The Su concubine requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong was overjoyed and immediately followed the maid back to the palace. Upon arriving at the Shouxian Palace, he was astonished to see the chicken spirit and the peepa spirit. Marveling, these 2 women, like Su Daji, possess unparalleled beauty and grace. Upon noticing Fei Zhong's astonishment, Su Daji introduced him to the chicken spirit and the peepa spirit. Su Daji hoped that Fei Zhong would speak a few kind words on her behalf in front of Emperor Xian. Fei Zhong assured her that it would pose no problem. Subsequently, he inquired about the purpose of Su Daji's summons. Su Daji deceitfully replied, Master Fei, we are here at the behest of the goddess and want to assist His Majesty in the palace. However, it seems we have no voice in his presence. She continued, If we wish to win His Majesty's favor, the Empress Jiang stands as the greatest obstacle. The spirits of the Ji chicken and peepa echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Master Fei, Su Daji continued, if you assist me, Master Fei, I shall gain influence before His Majesty, and your rise to wealth and power will be but a trivial matter. Thereafter, Su Daji fell silent, merely observing Fei Zhong. He did not immediately acquiesce, allowing her time to ponder his decision. After stating this, Su Daji departed with her 3 demon companions. Once Su Daji had left, Feizhong pondered the matter, deeming it perilous. Exposure could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Su Daji's personal maid inquired, "How are your thoughts progressing, Master Fei?" Feizhong replied, "This matter is of great significance. The Empress Jiang is the Emperor's lawful wife. Furthermore, the Empress's father, Jiang Huanchu, is the foremost lord of the Shang dynasty, commanding 100,000 troops, while her brother, Jiang Wenhuan, is renowned for his valor in battle. If this plan were to be revealed, we would all be in grave danger." The maid retorted, "As long as your actions remain discreet." "Who would ever know?" She further pressed. "Do you refuse to assist the lady? She promised that once she ascends to power, you shall be appointed chancellor." After hearing this, Feizhong remained silent. The maid continued, "Should you refuse to cooperate, Lady Su possesses myriad methods to ensure your demise." With that, Feizhong reluctantly consented. Upon returning to his residence, Feizhong summoned the secretive cultivator Jiang Huan, whom he had nurtured for many years. He offered treasures and promises of glory and wealth as incentives. And Jiang Huan, upon agreeing, departed in the imperial palace. Feizhong dispatched a messenger to announce that arrangements had been made, awaiting Su Daji's cooperation. Upon hearing this, Su Daji was overjoyed and immediately went to see Emperor Exine, while Jiang Huan secretly infiltrated the palace under Feizhong's instructions. At the tea that moment, Emperor Exine was resting when he was informed by the guards that Su Daji had come see him. He instructed the guards to admit her. Upon entering, Su Daji bowed and greeted, "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Emperor Exine secretly mused, "What scheme do you intend to employ?" He replied, "No need for formalities." After which, he invited her to sit, and they began to converse. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed towards Emperor Exine. With a contemptuous snort, he swiftly countered, sending the assassin crashing to the ground. The guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to apprehend the assailant. Emperor Exine smirked inwardly, thinking, "Let us see what kind of plot you have in store." He commanded, "Summon Chancellor Baigan, Chancellor Shang, King Wuqing, Feizhong, and Yuan to the court for a meeting." In the hall of heavenly worship, the ministers soon gathered. Emperor Exine instructed that the assassin be brought forth. "Who are you to dare attempt an assassination against me? Speak." Jiang Huan was dragged forward, trembling to, "I am but a servant of the Eastern Duke Jiang Huanchu." King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, exclaimed loudly, "What nonsense is this? The Eastern Duke Jiang Huanchu is the Emperor's father-in-law. How could his servant dare to assassinate your majesty?" Baigan, furious, ordered, "Take the assassin away and execute him." At that moment, Feizhong interjected, "Your majesty, if you hastily execute the assassin, the true mastermind behind this will evade justice. How could a mere servant carry out such an act?" Emperor Exine pondered. "Ah, a fish has indeed taken the bait." He commanded, "Feizhong, I entrust you with the interrogation of the assassin." "Understood," Feizhong replied. The following morning, Yin Hong signed in at his residence. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully signed in. The system continued. Reward: Immortal Emperor Nirvana Pill. Yin Hong was elated. "Isn't this the pill meant for my mother? After consuming it, she will surely attain the great Luo realm." He joyfully secured the Immortal Emperor Nirvana Pill. Just then, a guard reported that an assassin had attempted to attack the Emperor last night. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong asked, "What happened afterward?" The guard replied, "His Majesty has tasked Master Feizhong with interrogating the assassin." "Understood. You may leave." After the guard departed, Yin Hong mused, "The fox's tail is finally beginning to show." With that, he set off towards the imperial palace and arrived at the main entrance that he silently recited the system sign-in. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully signed in. The system announced, "Reward: Seed of Time Law." Yin Hong was stunned by the reward. The Time Law. Alongside the Law of Fate, the time and space laws are among the most esteemed. He did not linger at the palace gate and entered directly. Navigating through the palace, Yin Hong arrived at the central palace where Empress Jiang was having breakfast. Upon entering, he greeted, "Your humble son pays his respects to mother." Empress Jiang inquired, "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Hunger?" "Not yet," he replied, and they began to share the meal. Shortly after, Yin Jiao arrived. Greeting, your humble son pays his respects to mother. Then asked, when did you arrive? Second brother. I just got here, brother. They shared a meal together. After breakfast, Yin Hong presented the immortal Emperor Nirvana pill to Empress Jiang, urging her to refine it to enhance her cultivation. Without hesitation, she accepted the pill. Seated herself in meditation and consumed it.as she ingested the immortal Emperor Nirvana pill. She immediately began to channel the undying Heavenly Phoenix Sutra. Yin Hong waved his hand to shield the room, and a resounding phoenix cry echoed from Empress Jiang. Behind her, a massive phoenix emerged, radiating fierce flames, filling the entire room with an overwhelming heat. Fortunately, Yin Hong had shielded the chamber. Otherwise, the central palace would have been reduced to ashes. As the phoenix underwent its rebirth, Empress Jiang's cultivation soared. From the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, she swiftly ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, advancing through its mid, late, and peak stages. Suddenly, 3 golden flowers appeared above Empress Jiang's head, and 5 energies emanated from her chest. The 3 golden flowers and 5 energies rapidly coalesced above her, allowing her cultivation to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, subsequently advancing through its mid, late, and peak stages. When the effects of the immortal Emperor Nirvana pill were fully expended, Empress Jiang reached the consummate level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After her breakthrough, she stood up, feeling an immense surge of power, and her consciousness instantly enveloped the entire palace. Observing the events within the palace, she felt an exhilarating rush. This was the essence of true strength. In the hall of heavenly worship, all the civil and military ministers had gathered. Emperor Exine sat majestically upon the 9 dragons throne, calling out, "Where is Feizhong?" Feizhong stepped forward. "Your servant is here." Emperor Exine inquired, "Have you discerned the mastermind behind the assassination attempt?" Feizhong replied, "I have interrogated thoroughly. Jiang Huan was acting under the orders of Empress Jiang, while the Eastern Duke Jiang Huanchu seeks to rebel and has commanded Jiang Huan to assassinate your majesty." Upon hearing this, Emperor Exine thought, so you wish to use my hand to eliminate Empress Jiang and then dispose of the Eastern Duke Jiang Huanchu. Externally composed, he responded, "Such nonsense. The Empress is my consort. How could she resort to such a desperate scheme?" He added, "Should I discover that you malign the Empress, I shall eradicate your entire clan." Feizhong was taken aback, yet finding himself in a precarious position, he could only proceed down this dark path. Subsequently, he painstakingly elaborated until Emperor Exine was convinced that in that case, summoned the Empress to the Hall of Heavenly Worship. Meanwhile, in the central palace, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong were conversing with Empress Jiang when suddenly a palace guard arrived with a message. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong exchanged glances and nodded. The guard announced, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has summoned you to the Hall of Heavenly Worship." Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang declared, "I shall go at once." With that, Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, and Empress Jiang rose and followed the guard toward the Hall of Heavenly Worship. Before long, they arrived at the hall. Empress Jiang bowed. "Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty." "No need for formalities," Emperor Exine replied. Following this, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong bowed and said, "Your humble sons pay their respects to Father." "Rise, Jar," Emperor Exine commanded. He then addressed the Empress. "Feizhong has interrogated the assassin and claims he acted under your orders. Is this true?" Empress Jiang replied, "How could I dare to assassinate your Majesty?" Emperor Exine pressed, "If it wasn't the Empress, then who could it be?" Feizhong, sensing that Emperor Exine had no intention of accusing the Empress, grew anxious to at that moment. Su Daji interjected, "If the Empress denies it, your Majesty may resort to torture." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong erupted in fury. "How dare you threaten mother with torture?" Empress Jiang, equally indignant, exclaimed, "You demon, are you seeking death? I have spared you because I deemed you a non-threat. Yet you dare to threaten me? Who gave you such audacity? Was it His Majesty?" Upon saying this, Empress Jiang cast a glance at Emperor Exine, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Internally, Emperor Exine thought, "How could that be?" Su Daji, perceiving the tension, urgently turned to Emperor Exine. "Your Majesty, see how the Empress has been provoked to wrath. The other ministers were equally astonished at the unfolding scene. At this juncture, Yin Jiao commanded, "Bring forth the assassin." Before long, the assassin was brought into the grand hall. Yin Jiao exchanged a glance with Yin Hong, who approached the assassin and executed the soul-searching technique. As he did so, the ministers in the hall of heavenly worship were left in shock. To my astonishment, the second prince, Yin Hong, possesses such profound cultivation. Fei Zhong and Yu Hun trembled with fear. After a moment, Yin Hong unleashed his extraordinary powers, sealing the essence of the soul-searching within a jade slip. Yin Hong addressed, "Father, Mother, esteemed ministers, please take a look." With that, he presented the contents of the jade slip in a vivid projection before all the officials in the Chao Tian Hall. The imagery depicted how Fei Zhong orchestrated an assassination attempt on His Majesty through the household artisans and subsequently framed Empress Jiang for the deed that it was laid bare for all to witness. Fei Zhong, paralyzed with dread, collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Upon viewing this, Yin Hong remarked, "The matter is now clear, is it not?" The ministers replied in unison, "We are aware." Following this, Su Daji commanded, "Guards, take Fei Zhong out and execute him." Hearing the decree of execution, Fei Zhong hastily cried out, "Your Majesty, I was instigated by Su Daji. It was Su Daji who urged me to find someone to assassinate you and frame Empress Jiang." Emperor Xin, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "Guards, drag Fei Zhong out and execute him." Just as the guard were about to seize Fei Zhong, Empress Jiang interjected. "Wait," she continued, "since Fei Zhong has conspired against me, I shall personally deliver his punishment." Emperor Xin replied, "Granted." With that, Empress Jiang unleashed a fierce palm strike, a terrifying blaze manifesting as her handprint, obliterating Fei Zhong into nothingness. In that moment, the entire Chao Tian Hall quaked with fear as all the ministers trembled, gazing at Empress Jiang in terror. Who could have anticipated such formidable prowess from her? Among all those they had encountered, Empress Jiang's cultivation was unparalleled, and the most terrifying, Emperor Xin, witnessing her might, was equally taken aback. A consummate Deluo Jinxian, her combat prowess had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Emperor Xin glanced at Empress Jiang, then at Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Noticing his father's gaze, Yin Hong discreetly nodded and transmitted, "Father, it was I who assisted Mother in achieving her breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xin inquired, "Hunger, when will you help me advance my own cultivation?" Yin Hong replied, "It can be arranged." Emperor Xin commanded, "Bring forth Su Daji and confine her to the cold palace, awaiting her fate." Following his order, guards escorted Su Daji away. Emperor Xin then declared, "Summon Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou to present himself." After Empress Jiang departed, Emperor Xin addressed all the ministers, stating, "Proclaim my decree. Appoint Crown Prince Yin Jiao as the Grand Elder of Punishment for the Deshang, responsible for all matters of punishment, with the authority to execute first and report later. Additionally, assemble personnel to establish the Hall of Punishments, specifically to deal with traitors. King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu shall serve as his deputy." The ministers responded, "As you command." Yin Hong quietly conveyed to Emperor Xin, "Father, the academy plan can now be implemented, but we must select loyal and reliable ministers for key positions." Emperor Xin replied, "Personnel is not an issue, but many ministers are merely mortals, unfit to bear such responsibilities." Yin Hong reassured him, "Father need not worry. I have my methods." Emperor Xin responded, "That is good." Yin Hong inquired, "How long will it take to gather the loyal individuals?" Emperor Xin replied, 7 days. Yin Hong affirmed, "Very well. In 7 days, summon everyone to the Longda Hall for their orders." Emperor Xin concluded, "If there are matters to report, do so. If not, dismiss the court." Officials such as Shang Rong, Bygone, and King Wu Cheng responded yes. After all the ministers vacated the Chao Tian Hall, they began to discuss among themselves, filled with newfound respect for Empress Jiang. None could have imagined her possessing such terrifying cultivation. Even the second prince had an astonishingly formidable strength unbeknownst to them. At this moment, they pondered whether the emperor himself harbored such fearsome power, or the crown prince. Among the ministers, Shang Rong's eyes flickered with intrigue. His shock was no less than that of the others, that he thought to himself, should this information be relayed back to the Western Church? Subsequently, all the ministers departed the palace, and upon returning home, Shang Rong clandestinely summoned the cultivators he had been training. Instructing them to liaise with the Western Church's practitioners, he reiterated the events that transpired in the Chao Tian Hall, emphasizing the necessity of conveying this intelligence to the Western Church. After the cultivators left, Shang Rong resumed his usual activities, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Dongbo Marquis Jiang Huanchu, upon hearing a report from his subordinate, inquired, "What significant event has transpired?" The subordinate responded, "There was an assassination attempt in the palace against His Majesty, and the assailant has been apprehended. His Majesty tasked Fei Zhong with interrogating the assassin to uncover who commissioned the attack, only to discover that Fei Zhong was colluding with the assassin, claiming the assassin acted under Empress Zhong's orders." Jiang Huanchu was immediately taken aback. How did His Majesty handle this matter? The subordinate continued, "Later, His Majesty summoned Empress Jiang for confrontation, yet she denied any involvement. Subsequently, a shocking revelation unfolded in the court, as the second prince utilized extraordinary powers to extract the truth from the assassin, revealing the identities of those who incited the attack before all the ministers. Ultimately, Empress Jiang personally executed the culprit, Fei Zhong. Her decisive action left the entire Chao Tian Hall in a state of shock and fear. Empress Jiang has attained the cultivation of a consummate de luo Jingxian. Upon hearing the report, the Dongbo Marquis' residence was enveloped in astonishment. Empress Jiang, a consummate de luo Jingxian. It was widely known that no one in the entire Deshang had achieved such a level of cultivation. Jiang Huanchu mused, if Wen Ying's cultivation has reached the peak of de luo Jingxian, then the second prince must also possess formidable power. The bond between mother and son must surely be connected to some powerful figure. He further speculated, I suspect that even His Majesty and the crown prince might possess extraordinary strength. Jiang Wenhuan interjected, Father, since my elder sister possesses such terrifying power, perhaps when we visit Chao Ge, we could ask her for assistance in elevating our own cultivation. Jiang Huanchu replied, Wenhuan, let us discuss this matter when we arrive at Chao Ge. Jiang Wenhuan acquiesced. Yes, father. Meanwhile, at the residence of Jizhou Marquis Su was in discussion with his son, Su Chuanzhong, when they received a report from a guard. The guard announced, My lord, the emperor has dispatched secret guards to convey a decree. Su instructed, admit the secret guards. Shortly after, the guards led the secret envoy before Su. The envoy bowed and addressed, I pay my respects to the Marquis. Su replied, No need for formalities. The envoy continued, Jizhou Marquis, Su received the decree. Both Su and Su Chuanzhong immediately knelt, proclaiming, I, Su and Su Chuanzhong, receive the decree. The envoy declared, by the will of heaven, the human emperor commands, Jizhou Marquis, Su. From this day forth, proceed to Chao Ge for discussions. Su responded, I accept the decree. After delivering the message, the envoy departed. Simultaneously, the northern Marquis Chong Hu, southern Marquis Chong Yu, western Marquis Ji Chong, and eastern Marquis Jiang Huan Chu also received summons from the human emperor Exa, instructing them to convene in Chao Ge for discussions. The 9 great generals of Deshang received the emperor's communique via secret envoys. Meanwhile, Grand Marshal Wan, leading his army, was only 3 days' journey from Chao Ge. Among his ranks were the 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhang Gifeng, Deng Zhugong, Deng Chanyu, and others. They too received the emperor's message and were aware of the palace's recent upheaval. Their shock at Empress Zhang's formidable strength, a consummate de luo Jingxian, was palpable. At this moment, Grand Marshal Wen's astonishment was no less than that of the other generals. Prior to quelling the rebellion in the North Sea, he had encountered Empress Jiang, who was merely an ordinary mortal then. How could a powerless mortal suddenly attain the pinnacle of de luo Jingxian in such a brief span? Such a feat seemed impossible. Even disciples of the 6 sacred gates could not achieve such a terrifying breakthrough. Grand Marshal Wen pondered, what on earth is happening? Could this be related to the second prince? He commanded, all troops, heed my orders, accelerate our march, and aim to reach Chao Ge within 3 days. time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, Grand Marshal Wen led his army to the outskirts of Chaoga City. Emperor Xin, accompanied by civil and military ministers, proceeded to the city gates to welcome the army. Seated upon the throne, Emperor Xin was followed closely by Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, with the esteemed officials led by Baigan and King Wucheng. Grand Marshal Wen ordered his troops to encamp outside Chaoga City, and he, alongside the 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhang Guifang, Deng Jiugong, and Deng Chanyu, approached the city gates. Emperor Xin proclaimed, "Grand Marshal Wen and all esteemed generals, your efforts in suppressing the North Sea Rebellion are invaluable. I commend you all for your hard work. Follow me to the Longda Hall for your rewards." As Emperor Xian and the others proceeded to the Longda Hall, the other 4 great marquises had already arrived in Chaogu, along with the generals from various major passes. In the Longda Hall, Emperor Xin bestowed lavish reward upon Grand Marshal Wen and the others. Once the rewards were conferred, a voice echoed from outside. East Marquis, Jianghuan Chu. South Marquis, Yi Chongyu. West Marquis, Ji Chong. North Marquis, Chong Ho, who request an audience. Emperor Xian commanded. Announced their presence, sitting firmly upon his 9-dragon throne. Emperor Xin welcomed Jianghuan Chu, Yi Chongyu, Ji Chong, and Chong Ho, who as they entered the hall. The 4 spoke in unison. We, East Marquis, Jianghuan Chu. South Marquis, Yi Chongyu. West Marquis, Ji Chong. North Marquis, Chong Ho, who pay our respects to your majesty, wishing you endless blessings and prosperity. Emperor Xian replied, "No need for formalities. Rise and take your seats." Jianghuan Chu, Yi Chongyu, Ji Chong, and Chong Ho, who thanked him, "Thank you, your majesty." After they were seated, the guards announced, General Li Jing of Chintang Pass, General Chun Wu of Chuanyan Pass, General Huang Gun of Sishui Pass, and General Chiu Yin of Sanshan Pass, along with Zhang Shan, Hong Jin, Kong Xian, and Zhang Kui, request an audience. Moments later, the generals from the major passes stood before Emperor Xin, speaking in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Xin Yin Jiao and Yin Hong observed a group of individuals entering, their gazes fixated on Kong Xian and Gao Lanying, both of whom emanated an extraordinary aura. Xin proclaimed, "My esteemed lords, there is no need for formalities. Please be seated." Yin Hong, regarding Kong Xian, silently acknowledged, "Indeed, he resembles the legendary figures from the tales of deification." Kong Xian exuded an exceptional presence, having attained the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, while Gao Lanying had reached the realm of Xianxian. As Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, and Xin assessed Kong Xian and Gao Lanying, the latter also scrutinized them in turn. Kong Xian, gazing upon the Emperor Xin, immediately discerned that he was a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, while Yin Jiao had achieved the completion of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, Kong Xian found Yin Hong inscrutable. An ominous aura emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of danger. The other generals, led by Zhang Kui, had reached the pinnacle of true immortal, while the rest possessed heavenly immortal cultivation levels. After a moment, Xin spoke aloud, "My esteemed ministers, the purpose of your summons today is of great importance." The 10 generals, vice-generals, and the 4 prominent lords exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed as to what pressing matter required their attention at that moment, when Taisher stepped forward, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what is it that you require of us?" Xin replied, "Do not be hasty, Taisher. You shall soon learn." He cast a glance at Yin Hong, nodding slightly. Yin Hong then approached the platform, addressing the assembly, when Taisher, the 4 lords and esteemed generals, "It is necessary for you to accompany me to the Cold Palace." The mention of the Cold Palace elicited murmurs of confusion among the attendees. Without further ado, Yin Hong led the way, and all the ministers, generals, and lords followed suit. Upon arriving at the Cold Palace, they beheld the 9-tailed fox, the rooster essence, and the peepa essence, all of whom had been stripped of their powers by Yin Hong. The sight of the 3 sealed beings sparked a flurry of discussions among the ministers. What could be the purpose of the second prince bringing them here? Yin Hong addressed the assembly, "Esteemed ministers and generals, take a good look." With that, he executed a soul extraction technique, summoning Su Daji's primordial spirit, which manifested as a solitary 9-tailed fox. The rooster essence and peepa essence, having possessed female bodies, revealed their true forms. One was a nine-tailed chicken spirit, and the other a scorpion spirit. The assembly stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked by the revelation that the three women were indeed possessed by demons, prompting questions about their intentions within the royal palace of Dazhou. Jizhou Lord Su Hu, witnessing his daughter ensnared by a demon, trembled slightly and glared at Di Ixin and the assembled ministers, exclaiming in fury, "Bold demons! How dare you possess my daughter?" Fearful that Di Ixin and the ministers might believe she had been captivating the emperor and sowing discord, Yin Hong raised a hand, commanding everyone's attention. Nine-tailed fox, rooster essence, and peepa essence, confess who has commanded or ordered you, he demanded. Even if you remain silent, I possess the means to extract the truth. Speak honestly, and I may spare your lives. Once the nine-tailed fox and the other two demons were forcibly separated from their hosts, Su Daji and her companions regained consciousness, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon recognizing their father, Jizhou Lord Su Hu, and brother Su Chuanzhong, Su Daji's eyes widened in astonishment. "Father, brother, how did I end up here?" Su Hu and Su Chuanzhong opened their mouths, uncertain of how to respond. As the three women laid eyes on the demons, terror gripped them. Yin Hong glanced at them and instructed, "Stand aside," that he then declared, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall resort to soul-searching." The nine-tailed fox and the other two demons were instantly filled with dread at the mention of soul-searching. "We will tell you everything," they cried out in unison. The nine-tailed fox continued, "We, the three demons, were commanded by the goddess Nuwa to infiltrate Dazhou. Nuwa instructed us to each find a beautiful woman to possess, gain the emperor's favor, and whisper in his ear to eliminate key ministers, thereby diminishing Dazhou's fortune. Furthermore, we are to collaborate with the disciples of the Chan sect who wield the deification list to instigate the great deification catastrophe." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was engulfed in shock. The notion of diminishing Dazhou's fortune, removing crucial ministers, disrupting the court, and unleashing a catastrophic event was beyond their comprehension. Among the four prominent lords, Donghua Lord Jiang Huanshu questioned, "Did you conjure this tale yourself, or is it truly the will of the goddess Nuwa and the primordial saint?" The nine-tailed fox and her companions responded, "We would never dare to conceal the truth." When Taisher pressed further, "Why would the saints wish to act in such a manner? What secrets do they harbor?" The three demons shook their heads. "We cannot fathom the affairs of the saints." At that moment, Yin Hong interjected, "Father, when Taisher, esteemed ministers and lords, I possess knowledge regarding this matter." All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity to Di Ixin. Yin Jiao, when Taisher, the four lords, the 10 generals, Kong Xian, and Jizhou Lord Su Hu all regarded Yin Hong with anticipation. He continued, "This concerns Hong Jun." Yin Hong elaborated. "Following the calamity of the witches and demons, the heavenly realm collapsed, and humanity rose to prominence. In order to restore the heavenly realm, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun commanded his disciple, Hao Yin, to reopen the heavenly gates alongside the Yao Qi. However, to reinstate the heavenly realm, 365 deities, along with the 5 elders and the 28 constellations, must be in place. Hence, Hong Jun forged the deification list, entrusting its completion to Laozi, the primordial one, and Nuwa. Once the deification list is activated, any cultivator who perishes will enter the list, subject to its regulation. But how is the deification list activated? It requires inciting internal strife within Dazhou, drawing various cultivators to intervene. Once they are involved, the Chan sect and the Western sect will undoubtedly dispatch their strongest to engage. Any cultivator who falls will immediately ascend the deification list. After hearing Yin Hong's account, a wave of shock swept through the entire court as ministers, lords, and generals began to murmur amongst themselves, their anger palpable. The heavenly Tao saints, in pursuit of their own selfish desires, were willing to incite chaos among the human dynasty, leading to the suffering of countless beings. If the lords of Dazhou were to become embroiled in war, untold numbers of citizens would face calamity, and many cultivators would perish, while numerous vassal states would be annihilated. Was this truly the endgame of the heavenly Tao saints? In an instant, fury consumed the assembly, and they resolved to cease their veneration of the saints. Nuwa and Laozi, one credited with the creation of humanity and the other with imparting knowledge to the human race, had ultimately conspired against them. That Dixon abruptly declared, "My esteemed lords, the heavenly Tao saints seek to instigate war among mortals to fulfill their deification agenda. We, as humans, must unite and not allow ourselves to be manipulated. The path to initiating the great deification catastrophe would not be so easily achieved." Instantly, all the ministers, lords, and generals bowed in reverence to Dixon, proclaiming, "We vow to defend Dazhou to the death." Yin Hong privately conveyed to Dixon, "Father, may you appoint Kong Xian as the national beast of Dazhou, granting him a status equivalent to that of Wen Taishu. Wen Taishu shall command the human army, while Kong Xian leads the immortal cultivators with additional aides assigned." After considering Yin Hong's proposal, Dixon found it prudent. He declared, "General Kong Xian of the Three Mountain Pass, heed my decree. I hereby appoint you as the guardian deity of Dazhou, national teacher, with a rank equal to that of Wen Taishu. Furthermore, you shall lead the accomplished cultivators of Dazhou." Upon receiving the edict, Kong Xian responded, "I, Kong Xian, humbly accept the command with gratitude." Dixon continued, "Zhang Ke and Gao Lanying of Mianxi County will serve as aides to assist Kong Xian." Dixon then proclaimed, "I hereby appoint Wen Taishu as the supreme commander of the three armies, overseeing all military affairs." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ke and Gao Lanying immediately knelt in gratitude, saying, "We accept the decree with thanks." Dixon then inquired by Gan, Wang Shu, and Wu Chenwang, "How fares the construction of the academy I entrusted to you?" By Gan, Shang Rong, and Wu Chenwang responded in unison, "Your Majesty, we are currently expediting its construction." Dixon asked, "How long until completion?" "In half a month." The trio replied. That Dixon remarked, "Excellent. Wen Taishu for lords and 10 generals." You are all left pondering why I have tasked by Gan, Shang Rong, and Huang Feihu with constructing an academy. They inquired, "Your Majesty, what purpose does this serve?" Dixon glanced at Yin Hong, who then explained, "The establishment of the academy is a measure against the impending great deification catastrophe." The assembly was further perplexed, questioning how an academy could possibly counteract such a calamity. Yin Hong elucidated, "I have advised my father to issue a decree to construct academies throughout the 9 provinces of Dazhou, welcoming all humans to study and cultivate. Those who achieve mastery within the academy will be expected to serve in governmental roles upon graduation, with priority given to those who enlist in the military. Once the human race of Dazhou fully cultivates, the so-called eminent cultivators will think twice before looking down upon us. As long as we remain united, we shall not fear the machinations of the heavenly Tao saints." Yin Hong continued, "All of you are elite members of the human race and esteemed officials of Dazhou, yet your cultivation levels are somewhat lacking. Among the assembly, aside from Kong Xian and Wen Taishu, the remainder felt somewhat disheartened by the second prince's words. Zhang Ke and Gao Lanying interjected, "Your Majesty, we too have reached the pinnacle of true immortal, and Gao Lanying has attained the peak of Xianxian. Is that truly considered low?" Yin Hong replied, "In comparison to ordinary mortals, your cultivation is commendable. However, we must face the direct disciples of the heavenly Tao saints, as well as the formidable rogue cultivators and hidden demonic beings from the Primordial Era. Do you believe you can contend with them? These demons lurk in the shadows, eager to seize a share of the spoils during the great deification catastrophe. At this moment, including Kong Xian, Wen Taishu, and the 4 generals of the Mo family, those with profound cultivation revealed solemn expressions. Kong Xian understood that since the ancient times, the Primordial Era, and the prehistoric period, countless strong beings existed. Some of these formidable figures have been reduced to ashes during several great calamities. While others had concealed themselves, there were simply too many powerful beings. His own late-stage quasi-saint cultivation could only barely be considered strong. Yin Hong remarked, "Thus, your cultivation levels are too low in the face of future calamities. Do not expect to make any significant contributions. Even self-preservation will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, establishing academies and enhancing your cultivation must be your foremost task, after using beast-controlling techniques to subdue the 3 demons." Yin Hong handed them over to Dixon. He continued, Father, the three demons have been controlled by my beast-controlling techniques. Upon finishing, he transmitted the controlling incantation to DXN. Once DXN fully grasped the beast-controlling techniques, he took command of the three demons. Yin Hong stated, "Esteemed ministers, lords, and generals, I shall elevate your cultivation." The court officials, vassals, and generals were momentarily stunned upon hearing that the second prince intended to enhance their cultivation. How would he do so? Yin Hong explained, "I will set up a time acceleration formation. All those wishing to enhance their cultivation should gather within the formation that I shall spare no effort in aiding your progress." After saying this, he turned to DXN and said, "Father, I shall elevate their cultivation in the Longda Hall." DXN replied, "Very well." With that, DXN took the lead towards the Longda Hall, followed closely by the other ministers, vassals, and generals. The Longda Hall, the foremost palace of the Dashang, was vast, standing 20 meters high and 30 meters wide. Upon arrival, Yin Hong utilized celestial stones to arrange a gathering spirit array. Employing the creation of heaven and earth diagram as the formation's core, he meticulously placed the celestial stones according to the formation plate and then activated the formation with a hand gesture. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the entire Chaoga surged towards the Longda Hall. Everyone present was astounded by Yin Hong's prowess, their eyes wide in disbelief at the second prince's ability to set up such a formation. They felt the influx of spiritual energy around them, which rivaled that of paradisiacal realms. Seeing the crowd still in a daze, Yin Hong calmly instructed, "You all must enter the formation, except for Kong Xian." When Taisher, Yin Jiao, and DXN, everyone else stepped into the formation. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yin Hong concealed the entire palace with a grand supernatural ability. At that moment, even the saints of the heavenly Tao could not perceive the fluctuations within the palace. Once inside the formation, the participants sat cross-legged. Yin Hong waved his hand, implanting the Xianwu Emperor scripture into the minds of all present. He declared, "This is the Xianwu Emperor scripture. You are to cultivate this technique. This method is designed for the cultivation of celestial bodies, compensating for the frailties of the human physique." Then, Yin Hong produced innate peaches, distributing one to each individual. Suddenly, those in the formation found themselves holding an object that emanated a delicate fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it was a peach the size of a bowl, glowing softly. Moreover, they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the peach, which made them feel as if they were on the verge of ascension to immortality. Yin Hong observed the expressions of the crowd and explained, "This is the innate Ren-water peach. A mortal consuming one can ascend to immortality. A cultivator consuming one can rapidly break through, while also enhancing their constitution." Kong Xian was astounded to see that Yin Hong could produce such an extraordinary innate peach, one of the top 10 spiritual roots. DXIN and Yin Jiao communicated secretly. "Do you possess so many of these innate spiritual roots?" Yin Hong responded in kind, "Father, elder brother, I obtained these inadvertently." Afterward, Yin Hong addressed those in the formation, consume the innate Ren-water peach, and then circulate the Xianwu Emperor scripture. Following his command, everyone in the formation swiftly devoured the peaches and began to channel the Xianwu Emperor scripture. Observing that everyone was now practicing the scripture, Yin Hong formed hand seals within the inner world of each individual. The laws of time were integrated into the formation, allowing the spiritual energy of their inner worlds to flow into the array. Those cultivating within the formation immediately felt the spiritual energy increase 100-fold. While the powerful medicinal effects of the consumed innate Ren-water peaches surged forth, their cultivation levels advanced rapidly, and their physiques transformed under the influence of the peaches in an instant, they broke through to the human immortal realm, and then swiftly ascended towards the earth immortal realm. Among them, the 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhang Guifeng, Deng Chanyu, Deng Jiogong, and Cheng Hohu, who had previously received boosts to their cultivation from Yin Hong, were the first to condense the 3 flowers atop their heads and break through to the great Luo golden immortal level. Zhang Guifeng, Deng Jiogong, Cheng Hohu, and others followed suit, achieving breakthroughs to the Tai golden immortal realm. Among the court ministers, King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, broke through to the true immortal realm and rapidly ascended towards the profound immortal realm. The remaining civil officials also reached the celestial immortal realm. Among the top 10 generals, Zhang Kuei, Gao Lanying, and Zhang Kuei reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, while Gao Lanying broke through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Outside the formation, Kong Xian stared in awe at those within, witnessing their rapid elevation and cultivation. At that moment, he felt an immense admiration for Yin Hong's capabilities. Observing the advancement of everyone, DXN discreetly communicated with Yin Hong. "Hongo, when will you elevate my cultivation?" Yin Hong replied, "Father, once everyone has reached their desired level, I will assist you." DXN nodded in agreement. "Very well." In the external world, time passed swiftly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days elapsed. Meanwhile, within the formation, Yin Hong had set the time acceleration ratio to 1 to 100. This meant that 1 day outside equated to 100 days inside. Now that 3 days had passed outside, 300 days had elapsed within the formation. Nearly a year had gone by. At this moment, everyone within the formation had broken through to the great Luo golden immortal perfect realm. When Yin Hong dismantled the formation, everyone clenched their fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their bodies. Observing that everyone had successfully reached the great Luo golden immortal perfect state, Yin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. When Taishu, Kong Xian, and Yin Jiao were all incredulous at the sight of everyone's breakthroughs to the great Luo golden immortal perfect realm. Even the saints of the heavenly Tao could not possibly possess such means. Noticing Kong Xian's gaze fixed upon him, Yin Hong retrieved a gleaming silver spear from his inner world and presented it to Kong Xian. That he declared, "Friend Kong, this is the Jingye spear, a top-tier innate treasure of terrifying power. This spear is perfectly suited for you. Once refined, you'll be able to contend with the strength of the heavenly Tao saints. In that case, the 3 mountains pass will require your vigilant watch." Yin Hong's decision to bestow the Jingye spear upon Kong Xian was made with careful consideration. Kong Xian remained fiercely loyal to Deshang, having once guarded the 3 mountains pass, and in the previous mythological tales, he had been ambushed by the old scoundrel Zhuan Ti, ultimately being captured and taken to the Western teachings. By granting the Jingye spear to Kong Xian and considering his cultivation level, he would stand a chance against Zhuan Ti in the future. Kong Xian, overwhelmed by the gift of such an extraordinary innate treasure from Yin Hong, felt deeply moved. In his heart, he resolved to firmly seize this carriage of Deshang. Yin Hong, observing Kong Xian, momentarily hesitated to retract the Jingye spear. He discreetly communicated, "Friend Kong, I have delved in the laws of fate and glimpsed a fragment of destiny. There lies a calamity ahead for you. Thus, I present this treasure in hopes it may assist you." Kong Xian, alarmed, inquired, "What calamity?" Yin Hong replied, "At present, I cannot discern the source of the calamity, but I have a rough idea of its direction." Kong Xian pressed, "What direction?" Yin Hong remained silent, casting a glance towards the west, and in that moment, Kong Xian understood the calamity that awaited him would arise from the west. Afterward, Kong Xian expressed his commitment to fully comply with Deshang's arrangements and subsequently accepted the Jingye spear. After receiving the Jingye spear, with Yin Hong's protection, Kong Xian began to refine it. Once he succeeded, DXIN commanded the top 10 generals to return to their respective posts. The other generals, vassals, and court officials looked on with envy as the second prince bestowed the Jingye spear upon Kong Xian. Yin Hong, observing the expressions of admiration from the crowd, hesitated before stating, "As long as you are loyal to Deshang, you will all receive similar rewards in the future." The crowd eagerly nodded in agreement. "We pledge to defend Deshang with our lives." Thereafter, the 4 great vassals and the top 10 generals returned to their respective posts. At this time, within the Longda Hall, only when Taishu and the civil officials led by Bai Gan and the military officials headed by King Wuqing remained. Yin Jiao selected several individuals to serve as elders of the Hall of Punishments, including Feng Bai, Feng Xiang, and Yin Pa Bai. The headquarters of the Hall of Punishments was established within the 9 halls of Deshang, with Yin Jiao serving as the Hall Master and King Wuqing and Yin Pa Bai taking on the roles of Deputy Hall Masters. The remaining officials, Feng Bai, Feng Xiang, Chao Lei, and Xiao Tian were appointed as elders of the Hall of Punishments. After Yin Jiao led the deputy hall masters and elders away, only when Taisher, Baigan, Shang Rong, Yu Han, and others remained in the Great Hall, Dixon instructed Baigan and Shang Rong to expedite the construction of the academy. And they promptly departed to AT this moment. Only Yin Hong and Dixon were left in the Grand Hall. Yin Hong said, "Father, allow me to elevate your cultivation level now." Dixon replied, "Very well." Yin Hong continued, "Father, please wait a moment." With that, he began to set up the Gathering Spirit Array, followed by the Time Acceleration Formation. Once the formations were arranged, Yin Hong said, "Father, please enter the formation." Afterward, Dixon entered the formation and sat cross-legged. Yin Hong retrieved the Hongmeng Zhengdao pill from the system and handed it to Dixon. This was a pill he had acquired using Hongmeng points from the system. The Hongmeng Zhengdao pill was the size of a longan, purple in color, and emanated a faint aura of Hongmeng Dao. The alluring fragrance emanating from the elixir seemed to promise a path to enlightenment with but a whiff. Yin Hong declared, "Father, consume the elixir and then circulate your energy." Without hesitation, Dixon swallowed the Hongmeng Zhengdao Dan and began to channel the Ziwei Renwang Sutra. Outside, Yin Hong executed a series of hand seals, activating the spirit gathering array and accelerating time simultaneously. Within the array, after consuming the Hongmeng Zhengdao Dan, a spectral imperial figure appeared behind Dixon, reciting the verses of the Ziwei Renhuang Sutra. The words spoken by the imperial apparition resonated in Dixon's mind, deepening his comprehension of the sutra at an astonishing pace, while his cultivation realm swiftly ascended. Moments later, 3 golden flowers blossomed atop Dixon's head, and he instantaneously broke through to the realm of De Luo Jin Xian. The 3 golden flowers converged above him as he expelled 5 vital energies from his chest, which rapidly coalesced at the crown of his head. When the 3 flowers merged with the 5 energies into a singular entity, Dixon's cultivation reached the pinnacle of De Luo. Yet to transcend to the quasi-saint level from this height, one must grasp a certain principle. This delineates the distinction between De Luo, Jin Xian, and quasi-saint, as the latter can effortlessly vanquish a De Luo Jin Xian who has yet to comprehend the principle. Observing Dixon's breakthrough, Yin Hong directly infused the principle of power from within himself into Dixon, aiding him in understanding the principle of strength, a process akin to mastering the application of one's power. Outside the array, Yin Hong safeguarded Dixon as he delved into the principle of power. A day slipped by in an instant, and when Yin Hong opened his eyes, he found that Dixon had indeed grasped the principle of power, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Dixon rose to his feet, approached Yin Hong, and laughed heartily. "Hunger, I have reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint and comprehended the principle of power." Dixon continued, "Hunger, I now feel invincible beneath the heavenly saints," to which Yin Hong replied, "Your feeling is not unfounded. Father, after all, the principle of power is the mightiest among the 10 principles." After Jiangshang's departure from the Shang dynasty's capital, he traversed the primordial wilderness. Jiangshang failed to uncover the opportunity to activate the Fengshen Bang and return to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. In the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was seated upon a mat, and Jiangshang knelt in greeting, saying, "I report to my master that I have not found the chance to open the Fengshen." Yuan Shi Tianzuan replied, "The time is not yet ripe. You shall remain in the Yushu Palace, cultivate in tranquility, and await the opportune moment." Upon returning to his residence after leaving the palace, Yin Hong reflected upon the original trajectory of the Fengshen narrative in Earth-S China. In that original timeline, had he not traversed here, his mother would undoubtedly perish, and his elder brother and the original Yin Hong would also face pursuit. The death of Empress Jiang would incite Dongbun Marquis Jiang Huanshu to rebel against the Shang. While when Taisher had not yet returned from his expedition to the North Sea, that a single event precipitated a cascade of changes. During this time, Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou rebelled against the Shang. Dongbun Marquis Jiang Huanshu did the same, and Shang Rong met his demise in the Nine Chambers Hall. The death of Empress Huang led to King Wu Cheng's defection to the west. All of these occurrences were altered by his arrival. Next came the birth of Neza, who wreaked havoc in the East Sea, followed by Jiang Ziya's descent from the mountain. Subsequently, the goddess Shurji sought vengeance against Neza. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren shielded Neza during his battle with Shurji, resulting in Shurji's demise. Shurji was the first to be inscribed on the Fengshenbang from the Jie sect. At this juncture, Shibo Marquis Jichong had returned to the West Qi and, on his way back, adopted the righteous son Lei Jinzi. Shortly thereafter, Neza was born in Chintang Pass. After organizing everything, Yin Hong settled in a quiet cultivation at his residence. Signing in at various locations, he awaited the birth of Neza with great anticipation. When the time came, he would accept Neza as his disciple, eager to witness how Tai Jinren would take Neza under his wing. Time drifted by slowly. During this period, Yin Hong signed in daily, acquiring numerous treasures. Among them were exquisite innate supreme treasures, Hongmeng treasures, and chaos treasures. He obtained pills to enhance his cultivation and innate spiritual roots. Most notably, Yin Hong placed great importance on the seeds of the principles of space, chaos, reincarnation, and yin yang. He planted the seed of the principle of space within his inner world, and as he did so, his inner world expanded at an astonishing rate. At that moment, his inner world had grown to 3/4 of the primordial wilderness. Meanwhile, Yin Hong's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, nearing the threshold to attain the Tao of Hongmeng de Luo Jin Xian. During this time, Yin Hong assisted his elder brother Yin Jiao in elevating his cultivation to quasi-saint perfection. He even bestowed upon him the Hongmeng Liantian ruler in Yin Jiao's hands. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler unleashed terrifying power as he had reached the realm of quasi-saint perfection. Yin Hong also granted the seed of the Yin Yang principle to his elder brother, allowing Yin Jiao's strength to rival that of the heavenly saints. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days before Neza's birth arrived on this day, Yin Hong made his way to Chintang Pass, unaccompanied, standing before the gates of the Li residence. The guard stationed at the Li residence, upon seeing Yin Hong's arrival, bellowed, "Who goes there? This is the residence of General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Unauthorized persons, please leave at once." Yin Hong replied, "I am Yin Hong, here to pay a visit to General Li Jing. I would appreciate it if you could relay my presence." The guards, hearing his name, retorted, "Whether you're Yin Hong or Li Hong, you ought to leave immediately." However, one guard, upon hearing Yin Hong, found the name familiar and began to repeat it. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yin Hong, is he not the second prince of the Great Shang? Instantly, he called out to the guards preparing to eject Yin Hong. "Hold on," one guard, upon observing the young man before him, around 17 or 18, handsome and regal in attire, realized he was indeed the second prince of the Great Shang. The guard approached Yin Hong and said, "I greet His Highness the second prince." As the guard bowed in reverence, the others were taken aback. The second prince? Is he truly the second prince? At the entrance of the Li residence, as the guards bowed to the second prince, the rest quickly regained their composure. They rushed to Yin Hong, respectfully kneeling and greeting. "We salute His Highness, the second prince. We were unaware of your arrival. Please allow us to atone for our ignorance." Yin Hong waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Rise. Ignorance is excusable." One of the guards promptly turned and dashed into the residence, presumably to inform Li Jing. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from within the Li residence. Li Jing hastily emerged, followed closely by Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Yin Shenyang. Li Jing swiftly approached Yin Hong and knelt on one knee, saying, "I, Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass, along with Jin Jia and Mu Jia, pay our respects to your highness, the second prince." As Yin Shenyang, due to 3 years of pregnancy, was about to bow, Yin Hong raised his hand to stop her. "Madam Yin, you need not bow, as you are with child." He then addressed Li Jing, "General Li, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, you are also exempt from formalities." After Li Jing rose, he led Yin Hong into the residence. Once seated, Li Jing inquired, "What brings your highness to our humble abode on such short notice?" Yin Hong shook his head, saying, "General Li, it is not a matter that requires your attention. That I have come regarding the child in Madam Yin's womb." Li Jing, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, your highness?" Yin Hong explained, "I have comprehended the principle of fate and discerned that the child in Madam Yin's womb will encounter a deadly calamity upon birth. Therefore, I have come to seal its birth and take it as my disciple." Thus averting the calamity, Li Jing and Madame Yin were overjoyed to hear that Yin Hong intended to take their child as his disciple. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, however, remained unaware of the true extent of Yin Hong's formidable powers. Li Jing, having personally experienced Yin Hong's strength at Londa Hall, knew that he had elevated everyone's cultivation, a feat even the heavenly saints would find difficult. Yet, the second prince had achieved this. Showcasing his terrifying prowess as the general of Chuntang Pass, Li Jing had previously possessed only the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal. However, after a trip to the capital, he had directly broken through to the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian. Even after reaching this level, he still could not fathom the true depth of Yin Hong's cultivation. To Li Jing, Yin Hong appeared like a misty enigma, as though he were an ordinary mortal. Yet Li Jing dared not regard him as such, for what mortal could elevate dozens to the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian? Thus, Li Jing was elated that the second prince would take his son as a disciple. Naturally, Li Jing then asked, "Your Highness, how could my unborn child face such a calamity?" Yin Hong responded, "Generally, you must be aware of the calamity of the Fengshen." Li Jing replied, "I am aware, but how does it relate to the deadly calamity?" Yin Hong continued, "Generally, Madame Yin has been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months, correct?" Upon hearing this, both Li Jing and Madame Yin were utterly astonished, gazing at Yin Hong in disbelief. Jin Jia and Mu Jia also exhibited expressions of shock. Staring wide-eyed at Yin Hong, Li Jing thought to himself, the second prince must be visiting the Li residence for the first time. There was no possible way he could know. Only those intimately acquainted with the household would be aware of Madame Yin's pregnancy duration. And how could the second prince know it with such precision? In a fleeting moment, Li Jing fully believed in Yin Hong's assertions regarding the comprehension of fate's principles and the glimpsing of his son's destiny. Yin Hong stated, "General Li, the fetus within Madame Yin's womb is no ordinary being." Upon hearing these words, both Li Jing and Madame Yin turned their gazes towards Yin Hong. Yin Hong continued, "The fetus in Madame Yin's belly is a reincarnation of the spirit bead that served under the goddess Nuwa in a past life. This spirit bead has now been reborn within the womb of Yin Shenyang. The calamities entwined with this fate are connected to the goddess Nuwa, who plays a pivotal role in the great calamity of the investiture of the gods." At this moment, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang comprehended the gravity of the situation. All causality was intertwined with the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. Yin Hong proposed, "I can have my elder brother, His Highness the Crown Prince, take Jin Jia as his disciple, just as Master One has taken Mu Jia as his disciple." Yin Hong then inquired, "Generally, Madame Yin, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing and Madame Yin were overjoyed and eagerly acquiesced. They turned to Jin Jia and Mu Jia, urging, "You too, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to His Highness the Crown Prince." Consequently, Jin Jia and Mu Jia promptly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." Thus, Yin Hong remained at Li Jing's residence, patiently awaiting the birth of Neza. 3 days swiftly passed. Overhead, the skies above Li's residence were adorned with vibrant clouds and auspicious mist when suddenly a burst of flames erupted from Madame Yin's birthing chamber. A fleshy orb rolled out from the room, and upon seeing it, Li Jing instinctively drew his sword, ready to strike down the orb. "General Li, hold your hand," Yin Hong interjected, reminding him of the Crown Prince's presence. Li Jing immediately halted, refraining from any further action. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong caused the orb to split open, revealing a child of 3 or 4 years, who emerged from within the fleshly sphere. The child had a small braid atop his head, a red dot on his forehead, and was entirely unclothed. When Li Jing and Madame Yin beheld this child, they were filled with immense joy. The couple had feared that an unrecognizable creature might emerge from the orb, but upon seeing the child, who bore the appearance of a human, they sighed in relief. Li Jing and Madame Yin beckoned the boy closer, and he approached them, inquiring in a childlike voice, "Are you my father and mother?" They nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed." Li Jing then pointed towards Jin Jia and Mu Jia, saying, "These are your elder brother, Jin Jia, and your second brother, Mu Jia." The child, still in his innocent tone, asked, "What shall I be called?" After pondering for a while, Li Jing and Madame Yin found themselves at a loss for a name at that moment. Li Jing suddenly turned to Yin Hong, suggesting, why not allow His Highness the Crown Prince to bestow a name upon the child? He approached Yin Hong and said, "Your Highness, might you name the child?" Yin Hong responded, "You have yet to name him?" Li Jing and Madame Yin shook their heads, replying, "Not yet." Yin Hong declared, "In that case, I shall name him. Let it be called Neza." Repeating the name, Neza, Neza, Li Jing and Madame Yin felt it fitting and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. He shall be named Neza." At that moment, upon hearing his name called by Li Jing and Madame Yin, the child joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, I have a name now. I'm called Neza. Neza." He then turned to Yin Hong with innocent curiosity, asking, "Who is this big brother?" Upon hearing Neza refer to Yin Hong as big brother, Li Jing and Madame Yin were taken aback, exclaiming, "Neza, do not be disrespectful." Li Jing's expression turned stern as he admonished, "Neza, this is His Highness the Crown Prince. You should quickly pay your respects." He then urged Neza to kneel before Yin Hong. However, Yin Hong raised his hand to stop Li Jing, looking at Neza and asking, "Neza, do you wish to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Neza promptly knelt down, respectfully bowing his head and replied, "Neza is willing." He then bowed 3 times while proclaiming, "Neza pays respects to master." Yin Hong waved his hand, lifting Neza up from within his own realm. Yin Hong produced a fiery red spear, the fire dragon spear, and a sword, the heaven-suppressing sword, both of which were exceptional innate spiritual treasures. These 2 extraordinary innate treasures surpassed the potency of the previously known artifact from the investiture of the gods, such as the fire-tipped spear, the Qian Kuan circle, the wind and fire wheels, and the diamond bracelets, which were all either acquired later or of lesser quality. The fire dragon spear and the heaven-suppressing sword were indeed supreme innate treasures. At the Chentang Pass, after accepting Neza as his disciple, Yin Hong bestowed upon him the fire dragon spear and the heaven-suppressing sword, as well as imparting the 99 mystical art and purple yang sacred scripture. 2 powerful techniques. The 99 mystical art is well known for its formidable strength, as evidenced by Yang Jian's mastery of the 8-9 mystical art in the investiture of the gods, which enabled him to attain a saintly physical form, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. The 9-9 mystical art is even more fearsome, capable of facilitating physical ascension to enlightenment. The purple yang sacred scripture allows for cultivation to the level of the primordial great Luo. Upon his birth, Neza possessed the cultivation of a true immortal, and with Yin Hong's assistance, his realm soon ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Within Li Jing's residence, Yin Hong summoned Neza, his expression grave, and admonished, "After I depart, you must not harbor any murderous thoughts or provoke unnecessary conflict, lest I take severe measures." Neza, upon hearing his master's stern tone, quickly bowed and assured, "Master, rest assured, Neza shall heed your teachings." Yin Hong continued, "Furthermore, the treasures guarding the Chun Tang Pass, the Qian Kuan Bao, and the Tremor Arrow must not be tampered with. Do you understand, Neza?" Yin Hong was acutely aware that should Neza meddle with the sacred artifacts of Chun Tang Pass, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, igniting the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. Neza affirmed, "Neza will diligently observe Master's teachings. Should I transgress, I submit to your judgment." Subsequently, Yin Hong bid farewell to Li Jing and Yin Shenyang before departing from Chun Tang Pass. Shortly after his departure, a venerable Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow arrived at the entrance of Li Jing's residence. The guard stationed at the gate inquired, "Who approaches?" The old Taoist replied, "I am Tai Zhenren, disciple of the Yusu Palace under the of Kunlun Mountain." The guard responded, "Ah, a disciple of the, what brings you here, esteemed master?" Tai Zhenren replied, "I request an audience with General Li Jing to convey that Tai Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain has come to visit." Upon hearing this, the guard said, "Please wait a moment." He then turned and entered the residence. Before long, Li Jing arrived at the entrance, and upon seeing the old Taoist, inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed master?" Tai Zhenren replied, "General Li, I have come to take your son as my disciple." Li Jing was taken aback at this revelation. It appeared that the master sought to take his son as a disciple. He welcomed Tai Zhenren into the residence, and after they were seated, Li Jing asked, "Do you seek to take Jin Jia or Mu Jia as your disciple?" Tai Zhenren shook his head, saying, "Neither." Li Jing then pressed, "If you do not seek Jin Jia or Mu Jia, then why do you wish to take my son as a disciple?" Tai Zhenren explained, "I seek to take your third son, who has just been born, as my disciple." Li Jing was startled, inwardly reflecting, "It seems the crown prince's words hold truth. Tai Zhenren also wishes to take Neza as his disciple. This must be connected to the great calamity of the investiture of the gods." Maintaining a calm facade, Li Jing replied, "If that is the case, I regret to inform you that I must disappoint you." Tai Zhenren inquired, "What do you mean, General Li?" Li Jing replied, "I apologize, but my third son has already taken a master." Tai Zhenren was taken aback, incredulous. "Already taken a master? How could that be possible? Surely you jest." Realizing Tai Zhenren's disbelief, Li Jing understood that the matter was far from simple and was indeed tied to the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. He stated, "Esteemed master, I do not wish to conceal the truth. My third son has indeed taken a master." Tai Zhenren was astonished, pondering, why has someone preemptively claimed Neza as a disciple when I was sent by my master to do so? Still skeptical, Tai Zhenren insisted, "General, please summon Neza. I would like to see him." Li Jing replied, "If you wish to see him, very well." He then instructed a servant to bring Neza to the assembly hall. Soon, Neza was brought forth. Upon seeing the white-haired Taoist, Neza respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed master." Tai Zhenren responded, "I am Tai Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave of Qian Yuan Mountain." Neza replied, "Greetings, esteemed master." Unyielding, Tai Zhenren declared, "Neza, I am a disciple of from Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent?" Neza shook his head, responding, "Esteemed master, I have already taken a master. It is impossible for me to take another." "I apologize," Tai Zhenren, taken aback by Neza's resolute response, found himself at a loss for words. After a brief exchange with Li Jing, Tai Zhenren took his leave without even a backward glance. Following his departure from Chuntang Pass, Tai Zhenren found himself in a mountainous region, where he bellowed, "Why? Why has someone preemptively taken Neza as a disciple?" After much contemplation, he could not discern the reason. Consequently, Tai Zhenren resolved to return to Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace to consult regarding this perplexing turn of events. After leaving Chuntang Pass, Yin Hong did not immediately return to Chaogu, but instead made his way along the route that Tai Zhenren had taken back to Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace. Yin Hong wished to observe whether the trajectory of events had altered and if Tai Zhenren would encounter the goddess Shi J. I.A.S. Tai Zhenren, filled with indignation and melancholy, soared towards the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. He suddenly beheld a distant figure in the sky, a woman riding a green phoenix, accompanied by a young girl and a boy. Initially in a foul mood, Tai Zhenren's spirits were further darkened upon spotting Shiji controlling the phoenix. Flanked by the two children, in an instant, murderous intent surged within him, and he sneered, proclaiming, "I shall take down Shiji, you unfortunate wretch, and ignite the calamity of the function." With that, Tai Zhenren unleashed the golden light technique, arriving before Shiji in the blink of an eye. Shiji, piloting the green phoenix towards the Bo Palace, was startled by Tai Zhenren's sudden appearance. "What business do you have with me, Tai Zhenren?" she inquired. Tai Zhenren replied with a cold laugh, "The disciples of the Chan sect possess wicked hearts. Today, I shall act on heaven's behalf to rid the world of your malevolence." Upon hearing this, Shiji was incensed, retorting, "You disciples of the Chan sect are nothing but hypocrites, claiming to act on behalf of heaven while engaging in despicable acts. Is this your so-called righteous path?" Tai Zhenren scoffed, "Shiji, even if you were to plead for your life, you shall still meet your demise today." Shiji countered, "Are you not afraid of retribution from my master, the saint of heaven? Do you wish to incite a war between the two sects?" Tai Zhenren sneered, "You overrate yourself, Shiji. Let me be frank. Hongjun Daozu has commanded our Chan sect to oversee the function list. Even if we were to annihilate your sect, we have Hongjun Daozu backing us. Not even your uncle, the saint of heaven, would dare to intervene, let alone you, a mere second-generation disciple. With that, Tai Junren summoned the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield. Upon witnessing this formidable artifact, Shurji's countenance paled. The power of the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield was immense. And as a second-generation disciple, Shurji was well aware of its might. Panic-stricken, she pondered how to escape, knowing that Tai Junren's prowess surpassed hers by an entire realm. As Tai Junren prepared to unleash the shield upon her, a chilling snort echoed in his ears. "All of you from the Chan sect are nothing but hypocrites," the voice proclaimed from an unknown source. "You claim to act on behalf of heaven while engaging in shameless acts. Is this the righteousness you speak of?" Tai Junren, enraged, retorted, "Impudence! Do you not fear my master, the primordial heavenly sovereign's wrath? Do you not fear the retribution of Hong Jun Daozu?" "Ha! Hong Jun and the primordial sovereign have quite the audacity. Invoking their names whilst indiscriminately killing the innocent. Is this the style of your Chan sect?" Tai Junren shot back. "How am I killing innocents?" He cast a disdainful glance at Shurji. This wretched woman, not a demoness. To slay a demoness is our duty." "Ah, what a noble duty it is to slay demonesses," Shurji interjected, addressing the void with a respectful bow. "I am grateful for the timely intervention of the esteemed elder." Tai Junren declared, "Since you choose to protect the demoness, I shall report this matter to my master and the Daozu." With that, he prepared to depart, but at that moment, a colossal hand descended from the void, aiming for Tai Junren. Upon seeing the terrifying hand, Tai Junren wasted no time and invoked the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield. The colossal hand struck the shield with such force that it shattered into countless pieces. The destruction of Tai Junren's treasure caused him to spit blood. Observing the approaching hand, he activated the golden light technique, swiftly fleeing. Yet the monstrous hand followed closely, crashing down upon him in an instant. Leaving his body in ruins, as Tai Junren's primordial spirit fled, it was immediately struck by a lethal attack, disintegrating into ashes in the blink of an eye. Tai Junren was vanquished. Meanwhile, Yin Hong appeared before Shurji, gesturing with his hand to whisk her away along with the 2 children to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The primordial heavenly sovereign was delivering a lecture to the other 10 golden immortals when a sudden sense of alarm pierced his heart. A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from him, causing the other golden immortals to tremble in fear. The southern pole immortal quivered. "Master, what troubles you? Why such a fearsome killing intent?" The primordial heavenly sovereign glanced at the southern pole immortal and the other golden immortals. "Tai has fallen," he declared. The other golden immortals gasped in shock. "Tai has fallen? How is this possible? Who in the vast wilderness does not know? Tai is the personal disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign of Kunlun Mountain." Guang Qingzi asked, "Master, do you know who is responsible for Tai's demise?" The primordial sovereign's expression darkened. "I cannot sense who has slain him. The task entrusted to Tai was to descend and gather disciples. His fall must be closely tied to this matter," the primordial sovereign concluded. The southern pole immortal trembled. "Master, where was Tai sent to gather disciples?" The primordial sovereign replied, "At the great Shang, Chun Tang Pass." He then instructed the other 10 golden immortals, "You shall wait here while I consult your grandmaster." Having said this, the primordial heavenly sovereign vanished from the spot. The 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain. Laozi and the primordial sovereign sat across from each other. Observing the somber expression on the primordial sovereign's face, Laozi discerned that something grave had transpired. "Why the long face, my junior brother?" he inquired. Upon hearing Laozi's question, the primordial sovereign replied, "Brother, my disciple Tai has fallen." "What? Tai Junren has perished?" Laozi exclaimed. The primordial sovereign's face clouded with gloom. "Indeed, brother, the calamity of the Fengshen has not even begun, yet Tai has already fallen." After a moment of silence, both Laozi and the primordial sovereign pondered the extraordinary nature of this event. According to the original timeline, the calamity should have commenced long ago. Neither could fathom who might have slain Tai. Laozi suggested, "Junior brother, let us visit the Daozu and see if he might know something." The primordial sovereign agreed. "Very well." With that, the two vanished from sight to the 33 heavens, outside the Zhixiao Palace. Laozi and the Primordial Sovereign materialized. Laozi bowed respectfully. Daozu, my disciple seeks an audience. No sooner had he spoken than the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung wide, allowing Laozi and the Primordial Sovereign to enter. Inside, Hong Jun sat upon a mat. And upon seeing Laozi and the Primordial Sovereign, he waved his hand, conjuring 2 mats for them to sit upon. Once seated, the Primordial Sovereign addressed Hong Jun, the disciple of Daozu, Tai, has fallen. That Hong Jun's heart jolted at the news. Tai has fallen. Who was responsible for his demise? He inquired. The Primordial Sovereign shook his head. Daozu, I do not know. Laozi added, Master, my junior brother and I have come to inquire about the identity of Tai's slayer. Hong Jun pondered, wasn't Tai dispatched by you, Primordial Sovereign, to collect disciples and avert calamity? How could he suddenly perish? Or was Tai sent to gather disciples? Hong Jun pressed. He was sent to the Great Shang, Chun Tang Pass. The Primordial Sovereign replied, Chun Tang Pass. It seems that Nuwa's reincarnation, the Lingzhu, has been reborn within the territory of Great Shang. The Primordial Sovereign continued, Indeed, the Lingzhu has reincarnated in Chun Tang Pass. Since this matter is closely tied to Chun Tang Pass, we must send someone to investigate, the Primordial Sovereign asserted. The Primordial Sovereign nodded in agreement. For now, we have no choice. With a grave expression, Hong Jun remarked, the calamity of the function has not yet begun. Yet powerful beings continue to fall that we cannot discern whether this calamity is right or wrong. Hearing this, both the Primordial Sovereign and Laozi were taken aback. Laozi inquired, who else has fallen? Hong Jun replied, are we not aware? From the very beginning, the avatar of Zhuni, the Bodhi, has fallen, followed by the fall of Kunpeng, and now Tai. Laozi and the Primordial Sovereign exchanged shocked glances. Kunpeng has fallen. How did we not know? Hong Jun elaborated. Recently, the Great Shang dispatched Marshal One to the North Sea. Nuwa ordered Yuan Fu to wield the Summoned Monsters banner, commanding the sea monsters to confront Marshal One, thereby stalling him. Yet during the fierce battle between Marshal One and Yuan Fu in the North Sea, the 9 infants and the ghost car emerged, threatening the lives of all Great Shang generals and troops. In that dire moment, a mysterious and terrifying figure appeared, instantly annihilating the 9 infants and the ghost car. With their defeat, Kunpeng could not remain idle. He manifested in the North Sea, only to be struck down by this mysterious figure's thunderous might. As Kunpeng's primordial spirit fled, it was shattered by the fearsome assault of the unknown assailant. Just as Kunpeng's last vestige of spirit was about to be extinguished, I intervened, using the heavenly way as a guide, and managed to save him at the last moment. Thus, while Kunpeng can be said to have fallen, I, too, am unaware of the identity of that terrifying figure. This individual is undoubtedly of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian level. Upon hearing this, Laozi and the Primordial Sovereign exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible! How can this be? In the entire wilderness, aside from the Daozu, there are only us 6 sages, plus 1 more, the saint of the underworld, in the realm of the 33 heavens, within the majestic purple cloud palace. Laozi and Yuanshi were struck with astonishment upon hearing the Tao ancestor speak of a mysterious being known as the Primordial Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian T that moment. Their hearts brimmed with shock. In all of Hong Wang, aside from the underworld and the Earth Mother, the Tao ancestor, there were only the 6 saints. Upon hearing of this enigmatic Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, Laozi and Yuanshi felt that all matters were inextricably linked to this being. For a time, the 2 saints were at a loss regarding their next course of action. Hong Jun inquired, what news of the 3 demons dispatched by Nuwa to the Great Shang? And Yuanshi, have you informed Jiang Shang of the whereabouts of the Ming Jun? After listening to the Tao ancestor's words, Yuanshi replied, reporting to the Tao ancestor, the 3 demons are currently inactive. I have not inquired with Jiang Shang about the origins of the Ming Jun. I merely advised him to traverse Hong Wang and discover for himself who the Ming Jun is. Hong Jun responded, in that case, inform Jiang Shang and indicate the direction of the Ming Jun. The teachings of the Chan and the Western sects must accelerate the pace of the divine calamity. Both Yuanshi and Laozi replied in unison, disciples shall faithfully adhere to the Tao ancestor's decree. Having spoken, Laozi and Yuanshi departed from the Purple Cloud Palace. En route, Laozi remarked, Yuanshi, My junior, have you found individuals to recruit who can withstand the calamity for our Chan sect? Upon hearing Lao Zi's words, Yuanshu replied, Brother, alas, I have not. Previously, Tai descended the mountain to gather disciples, but met with demise. Lao Zi asserted, the divine calamity cannot be delayed. My junior must hasten. Yuanshu nodded gravely in agreement. Subsequently, Lao Zi and Yuanshu parted ways at the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning for the Purple Cloud Palace, Yuanshu summoned Jiang Shang. Seated upon a mat, Yuanshu instructed, Jiang Shang, you shall descend today. Jiang Shang inquired, Master, what is the purpose of this descent? Yuanshu explained, to identify the Ming Jun and assist him in achieving great undertakings. Jiang Shang asked, Master, who is this Ming Jun? Yuanshu replied, the specifics of the Ming Jun must be discerned by your own understanding. But I can provide a general direction. After speaking, Yuanshu cast his gaze towards the western lands of the Great Shang, and Jiang Shang immediately comprehended that the Ming Jun hailed from the western region of the Great Shang, yet was assuredly outside the sphere of influence of the western sect. After providing Jiang Shang with his general direction, Yuanshu cautioned, proceed with haste and exercise caution. Jiang Shang respectfully bowed and said, Disciple Jiang Shang shall obey the master's command. With that, Jiang Shang departed the Jade Void Palace. Following Jiang Shang's departure, Yuanshu called out, Nanji Xinwen, Guang Chengzi, Chijingzi, Yuding Jinren, Huanglong Jinren, you all must seek suitable disciples. Once you find them, bring them under your tutelage. The Golden Immortals, led by Nanji, Xinwen, and Guang Chengzi, questioned, Master, why must we seek disciples and bring them under our wings? Yuanshu elucidated, there are 3 methods to navigate the divine calamity. First, through overwhelming strength. Second, by remaining uninvolved. Third, by recruiting disciples to shield oneself from the calamity. He continued, the first 2 options are evidently impractical. Thus, we are left with the final option, to take on a disciple as a means of protection. The Golden Immortals, led by Nanji Xinwang, grasped the implications of Yuanshu's words that it was clear that the Chan sect could not avoid involvement in the divine calamity, while Yuanshu Tianzuan may not fear the calamity. What are the 12 Golden Immortals? To survive the Great Tribulation, one must possess the strength of a celestial saint, remain uninvolved, or recruit disciples for protection. Moments later, the Golden Immortals, led by Nanji Xinwen and Guang Chengzi, began to take action. Meanwhile, after defeating Tai Jinren, Yin Hong swiftly brought Shiji Nyang and the 2 young disciples to an unnamed land using spatial powers. With a whoosh, they emerged from the void. Shiji Nyang surveyed her surroundings and looked for her savior, only to find that the one who rescued her was not present, leaving only herself and Qing Wan, along with the 2 young disciples. She pondered, who could it be that saved me? Could it be my senior brother from the GS sect? No. That is impossible. If it were my senior brother, he would not have concealed his true identity. And the Chan sect would surely not be involved. Tai Jinren belongs to the Chan sect. It is unlikely that anyone would harm their own kin. Who, then, saved both me and Qing Wan, along with the 2 young disciples? After much contemplation, Shiji Nyang could not deduce the identity of her benefactor. She bowed to the void and expressed, Disciple of the GS sect, Shiji, thanks you for your life-saving grace. Yet, no reply came from the void. Realizing that her benefactor was not inclined to reveal themselves, Shiji Nyang respectfully bowed once more and made her way towards the Bo Palace. In the void, Yin Hong observed Shiji Nyang bowing to him before departing. He too took his leave from that place, declaring, Next, it is time to seek out Yang Jian. Recalling the events from the plot of the investiture of the gods, Yin Hong knew that Yang Jian had ventured to the Jinxian cave on Yinquan Mountain to seek out Yuding Jinren as his master. Therefore, Yin Hong decided to intercept Yang Jian en route to the Jinxian cave. Taking stock of his current location, which was nameless, Yin Hong expanded his consciousness to search extensively. Eventually, he discerned that this area lay within Yongzhou, part of the 9 provinces, while the Jinxian cave was located in the southwestern region beyond the 9 provinces. Thus, Yin Hong resolved to wait for Yang Jian at Guanjinku, along the path to the Jinxian cave. Given Yin Hong's prowess, reaching the Jinxian cave would be an effortless endeavor in an instant. He located a towering mountain along the route to the Jinqian cave and seated himself cross-legged atop it, awaiting Yang Jian's passage. As time gradually passed, several days later, a young man traversed the mountain on foot. Yin Hong immediately recognized him and observed closely. The young man exuded a spirit of determination, with resolute intentions reflected in his demeanor. Yin Hong's consciousness swept over Yang Jian's entire being, and in that moment, he discerned that Yang Jian possessed the Duozhan sacred body. Yin Hong mused, no wonder in the investiture of the gods on earth. Yang Jian could master the 8-9 mysteries and attain sanctity through his physical form. All of this is intricately linked to Yang Jian's constitution. The Duozhan sacred body is a unique physique suited for battle and one of the best for physical cultivation. Thus, Yin Hong resolved to intercept Yang Jian and take him as his disciple. Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, his true nature had been thoroughly perceived by another. As Yang Jian continued his journey, he noticed the towering mountain and sensed the presence of potential demonic beasts within. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and a fearsome tiger-shaped demon, engulfed in flames, appeared not far from him. The flame tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height, was entirely crimson, ablaze with fierce flames, and its piercing gaze radiated murderous intent as it fixated on Yang Jian. Upon sighting the tiger, Yang Jian was struck with terror. At that moment, he was but a mortal. Faced with such a creature, not only mortals, but even cultivators would not dare to underestimate it. Yin Hong, meanwhile, observed Yang Jian's response from the shadows. In the face of the tiger, Yang Jian did not even consider fleeing. After all, death was inevitable, and fleeing might lead to a swifter demise. Perhaps a fight would yield a slim chance of survival. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes alert as he stared down the fearsome beast. He dared not breathe too heavily, remaining vigilant as the flame tiger prepared to strike. Crouching low and launching itself toward him, in midair, the beast opened its massive jaws, its claws poised to rend Yang Jian apart. At that moment, Yang Jian's spirit faltered, and he trembled, forgetting to strike back. Just then, as the flame tiger attacked, Yin Hong intervened. Freezing the creature in midair with a mere flick of his wrist, he suddenly appeared before Yang Jian, waving his hand, causing the flame tiger to dissolve into nothingness. Yang Jian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure, realized he had been saved. He quickly bowed, saying, Yang Jian humbly thanks the esteemed elder for saving my life. Yin Hong turned to face Yang Jian, whose visage remained obscured from view, as Yin Hong had shielded his appearance to avoid being discerned by the heavenly Tao. Yin Hong replied, there is no need for such formality. Young man, it was but a trivial act. Yang Jian responded, to you, it may be a trifling matter, but to me, it is a profound act of salvation. Yin Hong chose not to dwell on the specifics of the incident. Instead, he asked, where is it that you intend to go, young man? Yang Jian replied, in answer to your question, esteemed elder, I am on my way to the Jinqian cave on Yinquan Mountain to seek a master. Yin Hong, taken aback, exclaimed, the Jinqian cave? Is that not the dwelling of Yuding Jinren? You seek to become his disciple. Yang Jian clarified, I am unaware of the identity of the master of the Jinqian cave. However, I have heard tales of the remarkable abilities of those who dwell within. Yin Hong continued, the multitude of practitioners in Honghuang is vast, with countless formidable beings among them. Why do you specifically wish to seek out Yuding Jinren? Yang Jian explained, I have heard that the master of the Jinqian cave is a disciple of the Tao ancestor Yuanshe. Thus, I wish to pay my respects, for the Chan sect is renowned and regarded as the orthodox Taoist school in Honghuang. Yin Hong cautioned, things are not as simple as you might think. The Chan sect is not necessarily the true orthodox sect. The Jie sect is equally filled with ruthless individuals. He added, there are matters unknown to you as a mortal. Some secret are only known to a select few peerless cultivators. Do you comprehend what I am conveying? Yang Jian replied, some matters elude my understanding due to my mortal status, while others remain beyond my grasp until I attain a certain level of cultivation. Yin Hong Dao remarked, indeed, I cannot divulge too much, for you are not yet deemed worthy of such knowledge. Noticing Yang Jian's hesitation, he inquired, do you wish to take me as your master? Yang Jian responded, What is your level of cultivation, senior? How do you compare to the master of the Golden Cloud Cave on Jade Spring Mountain? Yin Hong replied, the master of the Golden Cloud Cave? With a mere slap. I could extinguish countless of his kind. Shocked by this assertion, Yang Jian pondered how someone could possess such terrifying power. Was it even conceivable? Perhaps only a quasi-saint could achieve such feats. Yang Jian then asked, what level of cultivation do you possess, esteemed senior? Yin Hong answered, my cultivation is beyond your current comprehension. You will gradually learn more once you become my disciple. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian knelt humbly and bowed thrice. Proclaiming, disciple Yang Jian pays his respects to the esteemed master. Yin Hong replied, rise. He continued, Yang Jian, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Yin Hong instructed. Sit cross-legged. Following his command, Yang Jian settled into a meditative posture. Yin Hong pressed a finger to Yang Jian's brow, implanting the 99 mysterious art into his mind. He then produced several pills to enhance Yang Jian's cultivation level, assisting him in his ascension. Supported by Yin Hongdao's elixirs, Yang Jian's cultivation soared, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, returning to void and embracing the Tao, reaching the realms of human immortality. Earthly immortality, heavenly immortality, true immortality, and finally, the pinnacle of mysterious immortality. Ultimately, as Yang Jian attained the perfection of mysterious immortality, he unlocked the celestial eye upon his forehead with Yin Hongdao's guidance. With this assistance, Yang Jian's mastery of the 99 mysterious art advanced to the third level, awakening a formidable divine ability. The manifestation of the cosmos, lacking a weapon, Yin Hongdao bestowed upon Yang Jian the Xiantian slashing divine sword. This sword, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, surpassed Yang Jian's own three-pronged, double-edged blade in might. As for the three-pronged, double-edged blade from the tail of the investiture of the gods, Yang Jian would have to seek it out himself. Yin Hongdao then instructed Yang Jian, go to the capital of the Great Shang, Chaoga, and seek out the crown prince, Yin Jiao. Yang Jian, puzzled by his master's request, inquired, why should I seek the crown prince? Yin Hongdao explained, the emperor of the Great Shang, Xian, is establishing an academy for immortal cultivation throughout the realm. You must find crown prince Yin Jiao. He will facilitate your entry into the academy. Yang Jian queried, how can you be certain that crown prince Yin Jiao will accommodate me? Yin Hongdao replied, simply inform him that it was I, Yin Hong, who sent you. Yang Jian asked, does the esteemed master know the second prince of the Great Shang? Yin Hong? Yin Hongdao affirmed, I do, and you shall soon understand why. Now go. Yang Jian bowed respectfully to Yin Hongdao before taking flight. By the banks of the Weishui River, an elderly man with white hair leisurely fished. Though his mind was elsewhere, this seemingly unassuming old man was, in fact, a sage descending from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, awaiting the arrival of a fated person. As time passed, on this particular day, the Western Marquis Ji Chong was inspecting his domain alongside his advisors and attendants. Suddenly, he spotted an old man seated upon a large rock by the roaring waters of the Weishui River. Seemingly fishing with a rod in hand, Ji Chong thought to himself, this man appears quite peculiar. The turbulent waters here make fishing impossible. Moreover, he resembles a Taoist, yet a Taoist would not engage in such trivial pursuits. Approaching the elder, Ji Chong inquired, old Taoist, are you fishing in the Weishui River? The old man replied enigmatically, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Ji Chong chuckled, you speak in such mysterious tones. Following this, Jiang Shang expounded upon the emergence of a stellar figure in the West, destined to unify the primordial world. Ji Chong, bemused, challenged the old man's ramblings, asserting that during the reign of Emperor Xian of the Great Shang, the human populace was thriving and prosperous, and the Great Shang was flourishing. Even if a stellar figure were to arise, it would only be a boon for the Great Shang. Ji Chong found himself at a loss for words against Jiang Shang's proclamations. Then, Jiang Shang conveyed the intentions of the celestial beings. The primordial heavenly sovereign, Laozi, and Yuwa, he declared, this is the will of heaven. They are merely executors. Jiangshang insisted that if Ji Chong were to agree, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the sage of the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang, and the goddess Nuwa of the Unzi mountain would assist him in seizing the realm. For a moment, Ji Chong wavered, recognizing the formidable power of the 3 celestial beings. Yet he also understood that should conflict arise, it would be the common folk who would suffer. Thus, Ji Chong refrained from giving a definitive answer to Jiangshang. After Ji Chong departed the banks of the Weishui River, Jiangshang pondered how to persuade him to turn against the Shang. After all, the entire human race was thriving under the current regime. He mused, the 3 demons sent by goddess Nuwa have not yet made a move. Could it be that Emperor Xian has detected their presence and eliminated them? I should consult my master. But returning to the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun would consume considerable time. What should I do? Upon returning to the Western Marquis's residence, Ji Chong recounted his encounter with Jiangshang to his 2 sons. GFA asked, what manner of person is this Taoist? Ji Chong replied, he claims to be Jiangshang, a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign from the Jade Void Palace. GFA was taken aback. A disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign? Why would he urge you to oppose the Shang? Ji Chong explained, he mentioned that it was the decree of the Tao ancestor, instructing the primordial heavenly sovereign and the others to execute plans. Ji Chong pondered, we are currently in the prosperous reign of Emperor Xian of the Great Shang, with the entire human race thriving. Why would the Tao ancestor desire this? Is there some hidden agenda? Both Ji Chong and GFA contemplated the matter for a long while, but could not arrive at a conclusion that, in truth, Ji Chong was aware that the Great Shang was far more complex than it appeared. While others might be oblivious, Ji Chong knew well of Emperor Xian's profound cultivation and the many capable ministers in the court, including the unfathomable second Prince Yin Hong. Meanwhile, in the golden cloud cave of Jade Spring Mountain, the immortal Yuding sat cross-legged on a stone bed, silently calculating. According to the guidance of the Tao, the figure destined to seek him out should have arrived by now, yet he had yet to see any sign of the prospective disciple. The immortal Yuding mused, could it be that the seeker has encountered unforeseen difficulties along the way? But that seems improbable, as those guided by the Tao are protected from misfortune. After pondering for a while without clarity, the immortal Yuding resolved to investigate personally. He departed the Golden Cloud Cave, swiftly making his way toward the direction of Guanjing. Utilizing his divine awareness, he meticulously searched the areas he passed, but found no trace of the seeker. Undeterred, he waited for several days along the route, yet still saw no sign of the disciple. The immortal Yuding concluded, it appears something has gone awry. He decided to return to the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun to seek clarification from his master. Without hesitation, he hastened back to the palace in the capital of the Great Shang. Chaoga, Yang Jian arrived and was struck by the vibrant scene before him. Feeling a surge of emotions, he did not linger in Chaoga for long. After inquiring about the location of the Crown Prince's residence, he quickly proceeded to the entrance of the Crown Prince's palace. The guard stationed at the gate halted him, demanding, who goes there? Yang Jian replied, I am Yang Jian, sent by my master to pay a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince. The guard asked, who is your master? Yang Jian replied, I do not know my master's name. But he mentioned that upon meeting His Highness, you would recognize him. Yang Jian continued, please inform His Highness of my arrival. The guard responded, wait here. After a brief moment, the guard returned, saying His Highness the Crown Prince has summoned you. With that, the guard led Yang Jian into the palace at that moment. Yin Jiao was seated in the audience hall of the Crown Prince's residence. After a short while, the guard brought forth the young man. Yin Jiao observed Yang Jian, his gaze unwavering, as the latter radiated a faint aura of brilliance. Yin Jiao thought, what a remarkable young talent. This man undoubtedly possesses great fortune, as Yang Jian assessed Yin Jiao. He noted the Crown Prince's striking appearance and noble demeanor, adorned with a royal crown. Yang Jian found himself unable to discern the depth of Yin Jiao's cultivation, leaving him secretly astonished that moment. Yang Jian announced, Yang Jian pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Yin Jiao acknowledged, Yang Jian? Yang Jian affirmed, yes. Yin Jiao inquired, who sent you to seek me? Yang Jian answered, it was my master. Yin Jiao probed further, and what is your master's name? Yang Jian replied, My master did not disclose his name, but instructed me to mention that I was sent by Yin Hong. Upon hearing Yin Hong's name, Yin Jiao's expression shifted. He asked, "What did he say?" Yang Jian responded, "My master instructed me to seek you and facilitate my entry into the academy for cultivation." Yin Jiao mused, "This young man, Yang Jian, appears to be the disciple of my second brother." He continued, "Yang Jian, the academy is not yet completed. For the time being, you shall reside at the prince's residence. When the academy is finished, I shall accompany you there." Yang Jian replied, "Very well, Your Highness." At the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly venerable sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed, upon the arrival of the Jade Dingjinren. He bowed respectfully and addressed him. "Master," the primordial heavenly venerable responded, "Jade Ding, did I not instruct you to recruit disciples? Why have you returned to the Jade Void Palace?" Jade Dingjinren replied, "I humbly report, Master, that after my departure, I received a decree from the Tao of Heaven. A disciple of great fortune shall come to my Inquan Mountain's Jinxia cave to seek guidance according to the heavenly directive. However, I have waited in vain for several days without a single visitor to the cave. Thus, I return to inquire of you, Master, to discern the reason for this." The primordial heavenly venerable said, "Since it is the decree of heaven, let us consult it." After which, Jade Dingjinren conveyed the heavenly message to the primordial heavenly venerable. After a moment of calculation, the primordial heavenly venerable declared, "According to the will of heaven, the seeker is presently in the city of Chaoga." Jade Dingjinren exclaimed, "What brings him to Chaoga?" He then resolved, "In that case, I shall make a trip to Chaoga." The primordial heavenly venerable cautioned, "These are perilous times. Proceed with utmost care." After speaking, Jade Dingjinren bowed and departed from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. In the capital of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga, numerous eminent cultivators had gathered, including Qingshu Jinjuan, Guang Chengzi, and Xu Jingzi, among others. Meanwhile, Wan Shu and Pu Xian had journeyed to Chintang Pass. Many of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were also drawn to the Shang dynasty by the guidance of heaven. Upon arriving at Chaoga, Jade Dingjinren was uncertain of the location of the disciple he sought. The heavenly guidance merely provided a vague direction without specifying the individual's identity, rendering the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In a tavern within Chaoga, Jade Dingjinren sat together with Guang Chengzi and Xu Jingzi. Guang Chengzi remarked, "Jade Ding, were you not in Inquan Mountain's Jinxia Cave? What brings you to Chaoga City?" Jade Dingjinren explained, "I have come to seek a disciple." That he then recounted the events to Guang Chengzi and Xu Jingzi. Guang Chengzi responded, "There are far too many people in Chaoga. Lacking a clear target makes finding an individual akin to searching for a needle in the sea." Jade Dingjinren inquired, "Do you have any suggestions, senior brother?" Guang Chengzi shook his head. "No viable options exist, unless we seek assistance from the Shang government." Jade Dingjinren then asked, "Have you made any progress in your search for disciples?" Guang Chengzi replied, "The Emperor of Shang, XN, has 2 sons, the Crown Prince Yin Jiao and the second son Yin Hong, both of whom are said to possess considerable talent." Jade Dingjinren asked, "Have you approached them?" Guang Chengzi replied, "Not yet. The Crown Prince and the second prince have their own residences. Tomorrow, we shall visit them directly." At Shintang Pass, Wan Shu and Pu Xin arrived at the residence of General Li Jing. The guards at the gate approached them, asking, "Esteemed Taoists, this is the residence of General Li Jing. What brings you here?" Wan Shu and Pu Xian replied, "We kindly request you to inform General Li of our visit from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain." The guard inquired, "What business do you have with General Li?" Pu Xian responded, "Simply convey that we, Wan Shu and Pu Xian from the Jade Void Palace, have come to pay our respects," upon hearing the name of the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. The guard was taken aback and promptly reported to the residence that Li Jing was engaged in conversation with Yin Shenyang when the guard interrupted, announcing the arrival of Wan Shu and Pu Xian. Li Jing inquired, "The Jade Void Palace? Wan Shu and Pu Xian, what brings them here?" The guard replied, "They have requested an audience, but did not disclose their purpose." Li Jing commanded, "Invite them in." Shortly thereafter, the 2 Daos were escorted into the reception hall. Upon entering, they bowed respectfully. "We are honored to meet you, General Li Jing." Li Jing returned the greeting, "Welcome, esteemed Taoists. What brings you to my humble abode?" Wen Shu stated, Generally, my brother Puxian and I have come to request your 2 sons as disciples. What say you? Li Jing inquired. Which 2 sons do you wish to take as disciples? Puxian replied, your eldest and second sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia. Li Jing was taken aback. He recalled that the second prince had mentioned wanting the crown Prince Yin Jiao to take them as disciples under the esteemed Grandmaster Wenzhou. Now, Wen Shu and Puxian sought to take Jin Jia and Mu Jia as their own disciples. He pondered how to refuse without offending the Jade Void Palace. Turning to a nearby attendant, he instructed, fetch Jin Jia and Mu Jia. The attendant complied and soon returned with the 2 sons that Li Jing announced, Jin Jia and Mu Jia. These esteemed Taoists hail from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. Greet them. The 2 brothers approached and bowed. We are honored to meet you, esteemed Taoists. Wen Shu and Puxian observed the young men, impressed by their demeanor, and nodded in approval. What remarkable young talents, Wen Shu asked Jin Jia. Do you wish to take me as your master? Puxian similarly inquired. And you, Mu Jia? Jin Jia and Mu Jia replied. Respected seniors, we have already pledged ourselves to a master. Wen Shu and Puxian, anxious, queried, you have taken master? Is it the same one? Jin Jia confirmed, my brother and I have both taken Grandmaster Wenzhou of the Shang dynasty as our mentor. Wen Shu and Puxian exclaimed in unison, Wenzhou? The disciple of the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother of the Jie sect? Wen Shu thought to himself, given that Wenzhou holds the position of Grandmaster in the Shang dynasty, his cultivation must be limited. How could Jin Jia and Mu Jia choose him as their master? Puxian added, if you do not wish to be our disciples, do not fabricate excuses. Jin Jia and Mu Jia insisted, we do not dare deceive you. We have indeed pledged ourselves to Grandmaster Wenzhou. Seeing the situation as it stood, Wen Shu and Puxian sighed in resignation. They did not linger at the Li residence and departed hastily. At the West Qi Marquis house, Marquis Ji Chong of West Qi, along with his sons Yi, Ji Fa, and Ji Dan, as well as their wives, were once again touring West Qi under the protection of the General Nangong Shi. That day, they arrived at the banks of the Wei River, where they spotted Jiang Ziya sitting on a large rock, fishing. Marquis Ji Chong thought to himself, what a dedicated Taoist. He approached Jiang Ziya, saying, Taoist Jiang, I did not expect to find you still fishing here. Jiang Ziya, upon hearing Ji Chong, became somewhat excited, asking, have you come to a decision, Marquis? Ji Chong replied, it is not I who has come to a decision, but I wonder why you are so persistent. Jiang Ziya responded, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. He then proposed, Marquis, shall we wager on something? Ji Chong, intrigued, inquired, what sort of wager? Jiang Ziya explained, I see you are a cultivator. Let us wager on who can pull a cart the farthest. Ji Chong, bewildered, asked, pull a cart? What do you mean? Jiang Ziya elaborated, we shall seal our cultivation and use only our physical strength to see who can pull this cart for 800 paces. Ji Chong, curious, asked about the terms of the wager. Jiang Ziya stated, the loser must unconditionally obey the winner. Ji Chong agreed, very well, I accept your wager. They then sealed their cultivations. The G.E. and G.F.A. brought the cart to them. Ji Chong asked, shall we pull together or take turns? Jiang Ziya replied, I will sit while you pull first, and then I will take my turn. Ji Chong agreed. It is settled. Ji Chong helped Jiang Ziya onto the cart and began to pull it forward. Despite Ji Chang's status as a great Luo golden immortal, his physical strength was not as formidable as that of a specialized cultivator. With his powers sealed and the cart weighted down, Ji Chong struggled to move forward. He pulled for 10 paces, then 20, 50, 100, 200, 500, 600, and 700 paces. Finally, he shouted, 790 paces. Now, it was Jiang Ziya's turn to pull the cart. But he could not budge it at all. He exclaimed, heaven's will, heaven's will. Ji Chong asked, what do you mean, Taoist Jiang? Jiang Ziya replied, when the king of Zhou pulls the cart for 800 paces, the great Zhou will flourish for 800 years. Ji Chong was taken aback, asking, the great Zhou? Which great Zhou? Jiang Ziya explained, the great Zhou is the dynasty you intend to establish. Ji Chong shook his head. When did I ever say I would establish a dynasty? At that moment, G.E. and G.F.A. approached, and G.F.A. stated, Father, I believe Taoist Jiang speaks wisely. G.F.A., who was ambitious and cunning, felt a surge of excitement at Jiang Ziya's words regarding the great Zhou's 800 years. He encouraged Ji Chong to rise against the Shang. Ji Chong looked at GFA and Ji Dan, contemplating. Once a choice is made, will my clan face annihilation or rise to glory, securing an empire for 800 years? He then asked Jiang Ziya, can you represent the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain? Jiang Shang, upon hearing Ji Chang's words, nodded affirmatively and declared, my master, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, has entrusted the list of deification to me, and I am able to represent the Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. The Wuhou Palace of Buzhou Mountain has already dispatched 3 demons to Chaoga, awaiting the opportune moment. The Western Church has commenced its actions and has already sent out Mithria, who is currently joining forces with the ancestor of the River of Underworld. After listening, Ji Chong displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that the ancestor of the River of Underworld was a formidable being from the same era as Kunping. The Western Church has also become involved? GE and GFA remarked. Father, please make the decision. Ji Chong replied. As you wish, Jiang Daoist has given his consent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang stated, since the Marquis has agreed, we shall return to Shichi to establish the deification platform. Once the deification platform is established, the Great Deification Calamity will officially commence. The onset of the Great Deification Calamity signifies the beginning of the rebellion against the Shang dynasty. After Jiang Shang, Ji Chong, GFA, GE, and others reached a consensus. The Western Marquis Ji Chong returned to Shichi. Upon returning, the Western Marquis immediately tasked GE with overseeing the construction of the deification platform. Ji Chong instructed GFA to begin recruiting soldiers throughout Shichi. After the Western Marquis Ji Chang's agreement, Jiang Shang promptly returned to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace to report to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The Primordial immediately proceeded to the Baji Palace on Shouyang Mountain to meet with Laozi. Laozi then sent a message to Nuwa, requesting her to convene with the Western Church. Subsequently, Laozi and the Primordial together traveled to the Western Church. The Primordial, Laozi, Jidi, Yin, Nuwa, and the 5 saints sat facing each other. The Primordial said, now that Ji Chong has agreed, Jin, how is the matter of sending Mithria and uniting with the ancestor of the River of Underworld progressing? Jane replied, the ancestor of the River of Underworld has requested 1/10 of the human race's fortune and merit. What? 1/10 of the fortune and merit. The entire calamity comprises only 10 parts, with the Tao ancestor holding 5 parts. Laozi 1 part, the Primordial 1 part, Nuwa 1 part, and Jane and Juni 2 parts. How dare the River of Underworld demand 2 parts of the fortune and merit? The 5 saints, Laozi, the Primordial, Jane, Juni, and Nuwa, were filled with fury. Laozi remarked, should we report this to the Tao ancestor? The Primordial replied, perhaps this is the Tao ancestor's intention. Nuwa interjected, that seems unlikely. Does the Tao ancestor truly wish to grant such a portion to the River of Underworld? Jane and Juni suggested, shall we go to the Zixiao Palace to inquire with the Tao ancestor? Laozi, the Primordial, and Nuwa agreed, very well. Having concluded their discussion, the 5 saints proceeded to the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Within the Zixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor sat cross-legged high above, while the 5 saints took their seats on 6 cushions below. There was 1 cushion still unoccupied, for the Saint of Communication had yet to arrive. Hong Jun inquired, what brings you here? Laozi replied, Tao ancestor, we have come to seek clarification regarding the River of Underworld. The Primordial added, the River of Underworld has agreed, but demands 2 parts of the fortune and merit. Jean and Junti also displayed confusion. Hong Jun affirmed, indeed. Nuwa asked, Tao ancestor, where would 1 part of the human race's fortune and merit come from? The 5 saints expressed their bewilderment. Hong Jun explained, 1 part of the River of Underworld's merit will be allocated from the Western Church's Jane and Juni. What? Jane and Juni exclaimed. Juni questioned, why must it come from our Western Church? Hong Jun stated, the Western Church monopolizes 2 parts and must relinquish 1 part. Jane and Juni protested, on what grounds, Tao ancestor? Hong Jun replied, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Jane and Juni, startled, were filled with shock. They dared not oppose Hong Jun's decree. Jin, maintaining a facade of calm, gritted his teeth, and said, "Very well, Tao ancestor, our Western Church shall yield one part of the fortune and merit." Zhuanti, still perplexed, wondered why Jane had agreed so readily. Zhuanti secretly transmitted a message to Jane, asking, "Brother, why did you consent?" Jane replied through thought, "If we do not comply, the Tao ancestor has countless means to obliterate the Western Church." Zhuanti was secretly astonished. Could it be that the Tao ancestor is truly so ruthless? Jane responded, "Do you still not understand the Tao ancestor's attitude towards this calamity and his methods? Throughout the entire Primordial Era, every great calamity has been orchestrated by the Tao ancestor behind the scenes. How many great clans and forces have been annihilated? The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Qilin Clan, the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan." After hearing his elder brother Jane's analysis, Zhuanti contemplated deeply and felt an overwhelming dread. The Tao ancestor was indeed terrifying, manipulating the entire Primordial Era at will. What did the Tao ancestor truly desire? Jane and Zhuanti pondered for a long time, but could not fathom the Tao ancestor's true intentions. However, the thought of the Tao ancestors might silence any further objections. Seeing Jane's agreement, Hong Jun addressed the Primordial Niuhua, Laozi, Jane, and Zhuanti, saying, "You must hasten your efforts. Upon your return, you must exert your utmost to initiate the great deification calamity." The Primordial, Laozi, Niuhua, and Zhuanti responded in unison, "We disciples shall diligently adhere to the Tao ancestors' decree." With that, the Primordial, Laozi, Niuhua, Jane, and Zhuanti departed from the Zixiao Palace in the Western Church. Jane and Zhuanti sat facing each other. Zhuanti asked, "Brother, do you see our Western Church's disciples dwindling? Is there any way to recruit capable disciples?" Jane replied, "Younger brother, I have comprehended a secret method known as the Great Transcendence Technique. This technique can transcend any being below the level of the quasi-saint, allowing us to transcend cultivators into the Western Church during the great deification calamity." Zhuanti was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Brother, this plan is splendid." With that, Jane imparted the Great Transcendence Technique to Zhuanti. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Western Marquis, Ji Chong in Shichi, Ji Chong inquired of GFA and GE, "Is the deification platform completed?" GFA responded, "Father, the deification platform has been constructed." Ji Chong exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." At that moment, a guard reported from outside. "Jiangshang requests an audience." Ji Chong replied, "Invite Jiangshang in." Shortly thereafter, the guard led Jiangshang into the main hall of the Marquis residence. Jiangshang inquired, "Marquis, how is the construction of the deification platform progressing?" Ji Chong replied, "Taoist Jiang, the deification platform is complete." Upon hearing this, Jiangshang was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Let us proceed to the deification platform at once." With that, GFA led the Western Marquis Ji Chong, Jiangshang, and a host of guards to the deification platform. In a vast area of Shichi, a colossal structure, towering at 990 meters, arose from the ground. This deification platform, vast in expanse, was constructed from white jade, radiating a brilliant luster. Jiangshang and Ji Chong ascended the deification platform. Arriving at its forefront, where two enormous stone tablets stood, Jiangshang approached the tablets and placed the list of deification into the formation before them. Instantly, the list of deification shone with blinding brilliance, its radiance swiftly spreading across the entire primordial realm. As the light diffused and enveloped the primordial realm, the Primordial, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti all felt a stir within their hearts. The Primordial declared, "The great deification calamity has officially commenced." He further commanded, "Nanjing Xianwang, convey my decree. Let the 10 golden immortals descend immediately to assist Ji Chong in overthrowing the Shang." Nanjing Xianwang replied, "Understood. I shall adhere to the Master's decree." At the moment the great deification calamity began, Jane and Zhuanti from the Western Church became aware of it. Jane remarked, "Younger brother, the list of deification is officially activated. We may now take action." Zhuanti affirmed, "Indeed, brother." In the Wuhou Palace of Buzhou Mountain, Niuhua sat upon a lotus pedestal, having sensed the activation of the list of deification the instant it occurred. Niuhua commanded, the Fairy of the Moon, descend immediately to assist Jiang Shang in overthrowing the Shang. The Fairy of the Moon replied, "Understood. I shall follow the decree of Lady Niuhua." With that, she departed promptly the moment the list of deification was activated, in the residence of the second prince of the Shang dynasty in Chaoga. Yin Hong immediately became aware of the situation. Yin Hong scoffed, "Humph. Western Marquis Ji Chong, I did not expect you to harbor such treachery, colluding with the Chan sect, the Western Church, and the Wuho Palace. Perhaps there are even unknown powerful forces that will join the fray." Yin Hong secretly mused, "Within my internal world, the 10 great laws are all reaching the brink of perfection, utilizing the system and the Enlightenment Tea." Yin Hong meticulously comprehended the entirety of the 10 laws. The supreme power of strength, the reverence of time, the dominance of space, the unyielding fate, the imperial nature of cause and effect, the annihilation of the boundless, the unparalleled creation governed by the 5 elements, the harmony of yin and yang, orchestrating the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, Yin Hong was in a state of enlightenment, with his internal world rapidly expanding. As Yin Hong's comprehension of the laws deepened, his cultivation level approached the edge of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Ding, 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 ding. When Yin Hong's internal world fully matched the vastness of the primordial realm, his cultivation level suddenly surged to the first level of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, and he rapidly ascended. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal second level. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal third level. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal seventh level. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal 8th level. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal 9th level. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal 9th level, Perfected Realm. Boom, 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 boom. 9 thunderous sounds resounded as Yin Hong's cultivation level broke through to the realm of Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal. Following this, he ascended to Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal 2nd level. Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal 3rd level. Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal 7th level. Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal 9th level. Mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal 9th level. Perfected. At this moment, Yin Hong could sense the entirety of the primordial realm, including the Zhixiao Palace. No one could escape his scrutiny. Yin Hong's divine consciousness spread throughout the entire primordial realm, and as it swept past Hong Jun, he instantly discerned, Hong Jun, no wonder he seeks to instigate the great deification calamity. He aims to weaken the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm in order to merge with it. Yin Hong realized that Hong Jun sought to integrate the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm to achieve the mixed Yuan Tao realm. Just as Yin Hong broke through to the perfected level of the mixed Yuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal, suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon descended upon the vast primordial wilderness, revealing the 3,000 laws of the great Tao. As boundless primordial purple energy converged, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilins materialized, enveloping the land in auspicious signs. In an instant, Yin Hong obscured this remarkable spectacle. As Yin Hong achieved his breakthrough, and the celestial signs appeared. Countless powerful beings in the primordial wilderness sensed the occurrence that in a fleeting moment, Hong Jun discerned that someone had transcended to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm. Before he could investigate who had made this breakthrough, the heavenly manifestations abruptly vanished. Hong Jun pondered. Could it be that someone attempted a breakthrough to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm and subsequently failed? Yuanshi, Laozi, Niuhua, Junti, Mingyi, and other formidable entities of the primordial wilderness were immediately aware of the event, each silently questioning who might have achieved this monumental feat. Dxn and Yin Jiao also became aware of the event within moments, yet they were left bewildered as the heavenly signs suddenly faded. They could hardly process their astonishment, whispering to themselves, what could this mean? Had the breakthrough failed? Within Yin Hong's residence, after successfully reaching the 9th level of the Hunyuan Wujidian de Luo Jingxian, he comprehended the entirety of the primordial wilderness. His consciousness expanded infinitely, revealing a faint barrier beyond the primordial world, preventing its beings from venturing forth. Yet, Yin Hong's consciousness effortlessly traversed this boundary, arriving in the endless chaos beyond the primordial realm. He sensed that beyond the primordial world lay countless other worlds, some smaller and others larger than his own. However, the details remained vague to him. Retracting his consciousness back to the primordial realm, Yin Hong opened his eyes, rose, and made his way to the prince's residence. Upon seeing Yin Hong's arrival, Yin Jiao inquired, "Did you sense someone breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm just now?" Yin Hong nodded in response. "Then why did the phenomenon suddenly vanish? Was it a failure?" Yin Hong replied, "The breakthrough was successful. The disappearance of the signs indicates they were concealed." Yin Jiao asked, "How do you know they were concealed?" Yin Hong smiled. Observing his expression, Yin Jiao was startled and exclaimed, "Do you know something, brother?" Yin Hong admitted, "Indeed." Yin Jiao pressed, "What exactly transpired?" Yin Hong declared, "It was I who achieved the breakthrough." Yin Jiao cried out in shock. "You broke through to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm?" Yin Hong shook his head. "No." Yin Jiao questioned, "Was it not the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm?" Yin Hong clarified, "I did break through, but not to that realm. Rather, I reached the Hunyuan Wajidian de Luo Jingxian." Yin Jiao, puzzled, asked, "What is the distinction between Hunyuan Wajidian de Luo Jingxian and Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian?" Yin Hong explained, "The Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian shares its realm with the heavenly Tao Saint. Yet the latter is not a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. The Hunyuan Wajidian de Luo Jingxian, however, is equivalent to the realm of the Great Tao. The difference lies in the distinction between the heavenly Tao level and the Great Tao level." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. After a moment, he said, "Brother, does this not make you the foremost being in the primordial wilderness? Is Hong Jun not your match?" Yin Hong replied, "Close enough. Hong Jun cannot evade my perception. However, to slay Hong Jun, one would likely have to annihilate the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness as well." Yin Jiao questioned, "Does that mean Hong Jun cannot be killed? Has he attained immortality?" Yin Hong clarified, "It is not that Hong Jun cannot be killed. Rather, eliminating him poses numerous complications. Destroying the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness would undoubtedly bring immense calamity to this realm. Unless one can sever Hong Jun from the heavenly Tao and then employ overwhelming power to eliminate him, it remains impossible to kill Hong Jun without the heavenly Tao's destruction in any case. Hong Jun is irrevocably bound to the heavenly Tao. This is why he has instigated several great calamities. Hong Jun's orchestration of these calamities was an attempt to weaken the power of the heavenly Tao, thereby consuming it and merging with it to transcend the primordial wilderness in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens of the primordial wilderness. Hong Jun sat in meditation. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire primordial realm, startling him. What could this mean? Moments later, he mused, such overwhelming pressure. Could it indicate the arrival of a great Tao-level being? Who could it be? The Time Taoist or the Yangmei Taoist? These were the only possibilities that crossed his mind. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this mystery, the pressure abruptly vanished, along with the previously manifested signs, leaving Hong Jun unaware of their source. In the midst of his astonishment, he murmured to himself, could this arrival of a great Tao-level being be connected to the Fengshen calamity? Might it influence this catastrophe? He resolved, no one must interfere with the Fengshen calamity, for it is the sole path to his unification with the Tao. Determined, he transmitted a message to Yuanshi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti, urging them to hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace, Kati Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. Yuanshi was discussing the Fengshan calamity with the Nanjun immortal when the terrifying pressure descended, followed by the manifestation of celestial signs throughout the primordial wilderness. Yuanshi was taken aback, while the Nanjun immortal trembled. Asking, "Master, what is happening?" Yuanshi speculated, "Is a great Tao-level being arriving, or has Hong Jun made a breakthrough?" The Nanjun immortal pondered, could it be that Hong Jun has broken through? Yuanshi replied, "It seems unlikely that the Tao ancestor has achieved a breakthrough." At that moment, Hong Jun's voice echoed in Yuanshi's mind. "Hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace." Yuanshi, startled, recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing it was not as simple as it appeared. Simultaneously, Laozi at the Shuyang Mountains 8th Scenery Palace received Hong Jun's message. In the Wuhuang Palace atop Buzhou Mountain, Niuhua also received the same urgent call, instructing her to rush to the Purple Cloud Palace. In the Western sect, Jane and Junti were strategizing, instructing Methria to lead the Shuro warriors dispatched by Mingyi to seize the Dasang Sisui Pass. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure descended, shocking Jane and Junti. The intensity of the pressure made them feel as if even the Tao ancestor would be no match for such a being, capable of effortlessly annihilating them. In a moment of astonishment, Hong Jun's voice reached them, urging them to hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. The five saints, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jing, and Junti, dared not delay and swiftly made their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. Inside the palace, they found themselves seated on 5 cushions beneath Hong Jun. Hong Jun addressed them. I summoned you here because I trust you since the recent events. The 5 saints nodded, confirming their awareness. Yuan Shi inquired, what precisely transpired, Tao ancestor? Laozi echoed this sentiment, as did Niuhua, Jin, and Junyi, all gazing at Hong Jun in confusion. Hong Jun explained, what occurred was but a fleeting moment, yet it was unmistakably sensed. There must be a great Tao-level being present, causing the heavenly Tao to issue a warning. This is the only plausible explanation. The arrival of a great Tao-level being has prompted the heavenly Tao to perceive a threat, resulting in the subsequent celestial signs. It appears that a transaction of sorts has been established between the great Tao-level being and the heavenly Dao in unison. The 5 saints questioned, which great Tao-level being could it be? The Time Taoist? The Yangmei Taoist? Hong Jun elucidated. During the primordial catastrophe of creation, the Yangmei Taoist did not participate and instead fled into the primordial chaos. The Time Taoist, however, evaded the calamity by retreating into the river of time, avoiding the cataclysm. Afterward, like the Yangmei Taoist, he vanished into the primordial chaos. Could it be that one of them has returned to the primordial wilderness? Yuan Shi and Junti speculated. Will this situation affect the Fengshin calamity? Hong Jun asserted, regardless of the circumstances, it must not influence the Fengshan calamity. The reason I called you here is to expedite the calamity. We must hasten its onset. Hong Jun continued, Yuan Shi, Niuhua, Laozi, Jing, and Junyi, how do you plan to proceed? Yuan Shi responded, Tao ancestor, I intend to start with the Sisui Pass. Following that, I will move on to the Chuanyan Pass, the Jepai Pass, the Lintong Pass, and the Tong Pass. He detailed the commanders of these passes, all of whom were disciples of the second generation of the intercepting sect or scattered cultivators, noting their relatively low cultivation levels, making the capture of these 5 passes a trivial matter. However, he cautioned that the commander of the Sand Mountain Pass, Kong Xian, was a formidable character at the peak of the quasi-saint level, and none of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could match him. Upon hearing this, Junti's eyes gleamed with excitement. If they could recruit Kong Xian, he would be worth the strength of 10 or more to Luo Jingxian. Junti silently communicated to Jane, brother, I will personally handle Kong Xian and bring him to the Western sect. In the celestial realm, the messenger spoke, Junior brother, exercise caution in your actions, prioritize the greater good, and do not allow the Tao ancestor to seize upon any weaknesses. The elder brother responded, rest assured, I am well aware of how to proceed. Yuan Shi continued, the general of Jiming Pass is one of the 4 demons, while the general of Yuhan Pass is Douro. The general of Qinglong Pass is Zhang Guifeng, and the defenders of Mianxi County are Zhang Kuei and Gao Lanying. The general of Chuntang Pass is Li Jing. Among these strongholds, apart from the formidable Zhang Kuei and Gao Lanying of Mianxi County, the others are inconsequential that I can dispatch 10 golden immortals from our sect to sweep them aside effortlessly. Hong Jun interjected, if that is the case, you should return and prepare swiftly. The 5 saints, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, and Junti, responded in unison, yes, we shall dutifully comply with the Tao ancestors' decree. With that, the 5 saints departed from the Zixiao Palace that on the sacred mountain of the Western teachings. Jane and Junti sat facing each other. Jane remarked, Junior brother, the general of Sand Mountain Pass, Kong Xian, is at the late stage of the quasi-saint realm that if the Chan sect, Rin sect, and the Wuhuang Palace attempt to assault him, I fear none will stand a chance against him. In such a scenario, the Rin sect, Chan's sect, and Wuhuang Palace will undoubtedly face setbacks. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi, Laozi, and Yuhua would disdain to intervene, and it will fall upon you, junior brother, to personally take action and guide him to the Western teachings. Zhuan Ti replied, Elder brother, that is precisely my intention. Once Kong Xian is elevated, I shall decree him as the great Ming King of Peacocks to safeguard the Western teachings. Jane exclaimed, this is splendid. In the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun commanded, South Pole Immortal, go invite the rogue Immortal Luya to assist us. The South Pole Immortal, perplexed, inquired, Master, why must we summon Luya? Will he even come to our aid? Yuan Shi reassured him, Luya will undoubtedly arrive. After hearing this, the South Pole Immortal stated, very well, Master, I shall go invite Luya at once. Yuan Shi further instructed, Luya's place of cultivation lies in the Western Kunlun. The South Pole Immortal affirmed, understood. With that, he departed from the Yushu Palace. As the South Pole Immortal left Kunlun Mountain, he swiftly rode a celestial crane towards the Western Kunlun, in the West Qi Marquis. Ji Chang sat at the head of the table, while Jiang Shang occupied a lower seat. Across from him was the General Nangong Shi. Jiang Shang queried, My lord, when shall we attack Zishui Pass? Ji Chang thought to himself, what will Yuchan sect do if you do not send any immortals here? How can we possibly succeed? Ji Chang was well aware that the general of Zishui Pass, Han Rong, and his deputy, Deng Luan, were both at the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ji Chang replied, Jiang Daoist, when can we expect the immortals from your Chan sect? Jiang Shang retorted, Zishui Pass is merely a trifling matter. Han Rong and Deng Luan are at best at the Xian Immortal Realm. There is no need for our 10 golden immortals to intervene. I alone can sweep them away. Upon hearing Jiang Shang's audacious claims, Ji Chang shook his head. Jiang Daoist, if your Chan sect is filled with such bravado, then the endeavor against Shang is utterly impossible, and it is highly likely that even your 10 golden immortals from Kunlun Mountain will meet their demise. Jiang Shang, taken aback, asked, My lord, what do you mean by that? Ji Chang explained, the General Han Rong and Deputy Deng Luan are both perfected Great Luo Golden Immortals. Are you certain that you could face them alone? Jiang Shang, in disbelief, exclaimed, How can this be? My lord, you must be jesting. A mere general and deputy in a worldly dynasty could possess perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal status. Jiang Shang continued, even among the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun Mountain, several have yet to reach the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Nearby, GFA, Nangong Shi, and Ji Dan listened to Ji Chang's words, all displaying shock and astonishment. They were utterly taken aback by the revelation that the general of Zishui Pass, Han Rong, and his deputy, Deng Luan, were indeed perfected Great Luo Golden Immortals. What followed from Ji Chang's lips was even more terrifying, sending chills through their spines. Ji Chang declared, not only are the General Han Rong and Deputy Deng Luan formidable, but other generals and key officials in the court are also at the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This includes the Emperor Exin, Prince Yin Jiao, and the Minister Wen among others. All at the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Count the number of perfected Great Luo Golden Immortals among the 4 great lords and 10 generals in the Shang court. I assure you, there are nearly 40 to 50 of them. Which faction possesses such a multitude of perfected Great Luo Golden Immortals? Perhaps not even the entirety of the Hong Huang can boast such a number. Yuan Shi remarked, Jiang Shang, is what you say true? Jiang Shang affirmed, I report to you, master, this is what the West Qi Marquis Ji Chang himself disclosed. Yuan Shi commanded, if that is the case, then let Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su, and Yu Ding assist you. Yuan Shi ordered Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su, Yu Ding descend swiftly and aid Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang, upon hearing this, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. For he had merely heard Ji Chang's words. How could he be certain of their veracity? Guang Chengzi, Yu Ding, Qing Su, and Qi Jingzi followed Jiang Shang as they left the Yushu Palace in the Shang royal city of Chaoga. 3 days later at dawn, Emperor Exin led his civil and military ministers to the newly constructed academy in Chaoga. This academy spanned a vast area, seemingly half the size of Chaoga itself. Baigon guided Emperor Xian to the Academy Square, where many young talents stood. Upon seeing Baigon and Emperor Xian approach, the youths hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the human emperor." Emperor Xian observed several hundred youths, many of whom he recognized, including Huang Feihu's sons, Huang Tianhua and Huang Tianxiang, Impa Bai's son, Yin Chengxiu, the daughter of Prime Minister Shang Rong, Shang Qingjun, as well as Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Neza, and Yang Jian. Additionally, there were the sons of Chong Hohu, Chong Yingbiao, and Chong Yinglong, Suhu's son, Su Qiuanzhong, and Jiang Huanchu's son, Jiang Le. At that moment, all the young geniuses gazed at Emperor Xian with admiration in their eyes. Emperor Xian addressed them, "Esteemed young talents, you are the pride of our Shang. With your presence, our Shang flourishes. I hope you will diligently cultivate, enhance your skills, broaden your horizons, and strive for the rise of our Shang and the human race." As Emperor Xian delivered his words of encouragement to the young prodigies, a sudden ripple of spatial energy heralded the arrival of Yin Hong and Yin Jiao from the void. They approached Emperor Xian and proclaimed, "Father," Xian said, "Jiao Hong'er, the academy has now been established. You have seen the young talents. What shall we do?" Yin Hong replied, "Father, I have my own methods." At that moment, Yang Jian, amidst the crowd, trembled as he caught sight of Yin Hong's figure. "Why does this figure resemble my master so closely?" Yin Hong glanced in Yang Jian's direction, and upon meeting Yin Hong's gaze, Yang Jian firmly concluded, "The second Prince Yin Hong is indeed my master." Waves of emotion surged within him. Meanwhile, Neza remained calm, for he had known since he became a disciple that his master was none other than the second prince of the Shang dynasty. Standing before all the young talents, Yin Hong proclaimed, "Today marks the inauguration of the academy. You, all young prodigies, are the pride of the Shang dynasty. You must strive diligently in your studies here. Humanity has faced innumerable trials since the dawn of Pangu, with several near extinctions along the way. During the great catastrophe of Longhan and the war between Wu and Yao, humanity was weakened, yet we have persevered until now. The human race is flourishing, yet we still lack top-tier powerhouses. I must tell you plainly, the divine punishment catastrophe has commenced." As Yin Hong articulated the onset of this catastrophe, the young people in the Academy Square erupted in excitement. However, they were unaware of the true nature of the divine punishment catastrophe. Through the tireless explanations of Yin Hong, Xian, Master One, and others, everyone began to comprehend what the divine punishment catastrophe signifies. The heavenly Tao seeks to overthrow human dominion and establish a heavenly court in the celestial realm. The human dynasty is on equal footing with the heavenly emperor, sharing the same status. Once the divine punishment catastrophe unfolds, humanity will be relegated to a lower status. At that time, the human emperor will no longer be referred to as the human sovereign, but will transform into the Son of Heaven. The term Son of Heaven literally means the child of the heavens. Through the narratives of Emperor Xian, Yin Hong, Master One, and others, everyone now understood the gravity of the situation. If humanity does not unite, they will be reduced to prey for the demon race. The status of humanity would plummet to unfathomable depths. Everyone understood that the divine punishment catastrophe represents the war between gods and humans, a battle for the position of the heavenly Tao's protagonist. Yin Hong declared, "I now announce the opening of the academy." After speaking, he waved his hand, and a stone tablet flew out from his spatial domain, emblazoned with the 4 golden characters Xianwu Xinyuan. The tablet descended upon a high platform to the right of the academy's entrance. As the tablet landed, Yin Hong produced the He Tu and Luo Shu, which he had exchanged from his mother, to establish the primordial He Luo Great Formation in the academy, and used the Qian Kuan diagram to set up the primordial Qian Kuan Great Formation. The treasures that anchored these two formations were the Qian Kuan diagram and the He Tu and Luo Shu. Both the primordial He Luo Great Formation and the primordial Qian Kuan Great Formation are formations of equal caliber. The primordial He Luo Great Formation is an unparalleled trapping formation, while the primordial Qian Kuan Great Formation serves as an offensive formation. The combination of an unparalleled trapping formation and an offensive formation renders the Academy's defenses as solid as a fortress. When both formations were activated, the entire academy was enveloped in boundless primordial spiritual energy, amplifying the spiritual energy within the academy to over 10 times that of the outside world. Subsequently, Yin Hong announced Crown Prince Yin Jiao as the dean of the academy, with Master One and Bygone serving as vice deans. The previously accompanying elders, including Elder Xingfa, Chao Tian, Chao Lei, Yin Po Bai, Fong Xiang, and Fong Bai, were appointed as the academy's disciplinary elders. As for the cultivation of the academy's young disciples, it would temporarily be overseen by Yin Jiao, Master One, and himself. The academy was divided into two main systems: law cultivators and body cultivators, further branching into alchemy, formation, artifact forging, and beast taming. Crown Prince Yin Jiao was responsible for instructing law cultivators. Master Wen took charge of military and body cultivation, while Yin Hong focused on alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. After delineating everyone's responsibilities, Yin Hong gathered all the young individuals before him. He commanded all the youths to sit cross-legged, while he took his place upon a cloud bed. Yin Hong began, "Today, I shall impart to you the essence of cultivation." Upon hearing Yin Hong mention cultivation, the ministers and all the young disciples listened intently. One youth inquired, "Your Highness, we understand that cultivation is merely the foundation." All the youths nodded in agreement. "Indeed?" Yin Hong smiled and replied, "How long have you all been cultivating? Most of what you know is already common knowledge." After Yin Hong spoke, the youths began to murmur among themselves, "That's true." At this moment, Yin Hong added, "What I will share today will benefit you for a lifetime." He continued, "Let us begin with the fundamentals of cultivation. In the primordial world, the levels of cultivation are divided into 3 tiers: mortal realm, celestial realm, and saint realm. Starting from the mortal realm, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and returning void to the Tao. Among these, refining essence into chi corresponds to the chi refinement stage. Refining chi into spirit corresponds to the spirit transformation stage. Refining spirit into void corresponds to the void return stage. And returning void to the Tao corresponds to the tribulation crossing stage. The mortal realm consists of 12 minor realms in the chi refinement stage, 9 minor realms in the spirit transformation stage, 9 minor realms in the void return stage, and 9 minor realms in the tribulation crossing stage. Following the mortal realm is the celestial realm. The celestial realm is divided into human celestial realm, earth celestial realm, heaven celestial realm, true celestial realm, profound celestial realm, golden celestial realm, Tai golden celestial realm, and Great Luo golden celestial realm, totaling 8 major realms. Among them, achieving the top 3 flowers and gathering the 5 chi from within one S chest to form the Great Luo realm. After the Great Luo realm, preparations are made for attaining the Saint realm. To become a saint of the mixed Yuan Great Luo golden celestial, there are various methods. The first is to attain sanctity through the laws, directly achieving the consummate state of the Great Luo golden celestial and comprehending the laws to reach the mixed Yuan Great Luo realm. The second is to slay the 3 corpses to attain sanctity, eliminating the good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse. Achieving the 3 corpses, saint corresponds to what we refer to as a quasi-saint. When the good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse are unified, one can attain the saint realm. The third is to attain sanctity through merit. Attaining sanctity through merit is akin to attaining sanctity through the laws, both advancing to the saint realm from the consummate state of the Great Luo golden celestial. However, in this pursuit, if the power of merit is insufficient to advance to the saint realm, this state is referred to as the ultimate saint realm. The ultimate saint realm is also known as the semi-saint realm, exemplified by the renowned Jin Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, one of the 3 emperors of humanity. Upon reaching the saint realm is further divided into 3 major realms, represented by the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Celestial, the mixed Yuan Taiji Great Luo Golden Celestial representing the heavenly Tao, and the mixed Yuan Wuji Great Luo Golden Celestial representing the great Tao. Everyone listened, entranced, unable to regain their composure for a long while. At this moment, they finally realized how arduous the path of cultivation is. There are so many realms beyond the Great Luo Golden Celestial, and how incredibly difficult it is to attain the mixed yuan great luo. In the entirety of the primordial world, how many heavenly Tao saints can there be? Among them, how many achieved sanctity through the laws? It is known that most of the saints are likely those who attain sanctity through merit, right? As everyone remained entranced and lost in thought, Yin Hong stated, "You all must now comprehend the direction of your future cultivation." Yang Jian and Neza gazed at Yin Hong with admiration. This is their master. Of course, Yang Jian was unaware that Neza is his senior brother, and Neza did not know that Yang Jian is his junior brother. After Yin Hong finished expounding on the path of cultivation, Master Wen turned to Yin Hong and said, "Your Highness, the second prince." Yin Hong replied, "Speak, Master." Master Wen continued, "I shall lead them in their cultivation." Yin Hong responded, "Go ahead." Subsequently, Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, and the elders established a comprehensive system. This system included methods for academy students to earn contribution points, such as achieving merits for the nation, for humanity, and defeating demon races. The academy was equipped with training chambers, a scripture repository, a treasure house, alchemy rooms, and artifact forging rooms. In the scripture repository, many cultivation methods and secret techniques obtained by Yin were stored. The treasure house contained the postnatal spiritual treasures and innate treasures acquired by Yin Hong through defeating enemies. However, these treasures require students to meet certain cultivation levels or contribution points to access. Alchemy and artifact forging are pivotal for the rise of humanity. Therefore, Yin Hong passed on the recipe for the innate cleansing elixir to Yin Jiao and purchased the secret classic of alchemy within the system. He handed it to Yin Jiao, saying, "Elder brother, this is the alchemical secret classic. You will see that all gifted cultivators or those with potential within the Shang will be gathered at the academy to impart this alchemical classic. The prerequisite is that they must be human cultivators." Furthermore, Yin Hong provided Yin Jiao with several innate peaches, innate yellow loquats, and enlightenment tea. After bestowing all these to Yin Jiao, Yin Hong approached Dexine and the ministers. Yin Hong looked at Dexine and said, "Father, I have matters to discuss with you." Dexine replied, "Very well." After this, Dexine and his ministers exited the academy, in the imperial palace at the Chaotian Hall. Dexine sat upon the nine-dragon throne, with civil and military ministers standing in 2 rows below. The civil ministers were led by Shang Rong, while the military generals were headed by the renowned Huang Feihu. Yin Hong addressed, "Father, esteemed ministers, not long ago, the primordial heaven master of Kunlun Mountain sent Jiang Shang and the West Boy Marquis Ji Chong to conspire in secrecy. The West Boy Marquis Ji Chong heeded Jiang Shang's words and established the divine punishment platform in Shichi. In the Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Jiang Shang set the divine punishment list upon this platform, and it has already been activated." What? The divine punishment list has been activated. Dexine and the ministers were instantly taken aback. Their faces filled with disbelief. Dexine proclaimed, "The Marquis of Shibua, Ji Chong, I have entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, urging him to devote all his efforts to the development of Shichi. Is this how he repays the great Shang? Is this his response to me?" Wang Wuqing, Huang Feihu, interjected, "Ji Chong ought to be condemned. He associates himself with the celestial powers of Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Shouyang Mountain, Wuhuang Palace, and Ling Mountain. He is nothing short of a lackey for the human race, and the celestial sages have initiated the divine punishment calamity to weaken the strength of humanity. They aim to diminish our status, thus creating an eternal divide between heaven and mankind." The other civil and military officials, filled with indignation, condemned Ji Chong for betraying the human race, volunteering themselves to march against him in Shichi. Yin Hong waved his hand. Silencing the debate, he addressed his father. "Your Majesty, the divine punishment calamity has already commenced and is now unstoppable. Furthermore, Shichi has allied with celestial powers, along with other unknown forces. Their first line of attack against Shang will originate from Shichi, with Sisui Pass being the crucial point. The other passes are too distant. The Yuan Pass is guarded by Do Rong and his wife, while the Eastern Front is protected by the Dongbo Marquis' army. In advance from Yuan Pass is impossible, and the Sand Mountain Pass, under Kong Xian's command, is virtually impenetrable. That to assault from Chuntang Pass would require breaching the territory guarded by Li Jing, which can be ruled out as well. Thus, the only option remains to launch an offensive from Sisui Pass. Yin Hong proposed, I suggest dispatching personnel to assist the commander of Sisui Pass. DXN nodded in agreement. Excellent. Who do you deem most suitable for this task? After contemplation, Yin Hong replied, Send Deng Chanyu and Wang Wuqing. Upon hearing this, DXN affirmed, Agreed. Wang Wuqing, Huang Feihu. Heed my command. Manage the affairs within the palace and proceed immediately to Sisui Pass to assist Han Rong in defending the stronghold. At that moment, Deng Jiogong's daughter, Deng Chanyu, was not present in the court. Shortly thereafter, DXN ordered his secret envoy to convey a confidential message to Deng Chanyu. After receiving his orders, Wang Wuqing declared, I shall obey. Once DXN had distributed the tasks, he addressed the ministers. Each official shall fulfill their respective duties. In unison, all the ministers responded, Yes, Your Majesty. After exiting the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Yin Hong proceeded to the central palace. I could see that moment. Empress Jiang was meditating with her eyes closed. Yin Hong called out, Mother. Upon hearing her son's voice, Empress Jiang opened her eyes. What brings you here? Yin Hong responded, Mother, I took the He-Tu and Luo Shu from you last time, that I have utilized them to arrange a primordial formation within the academy. Empress Jiang replied, That is excellent. It will fortify the academy's defenses. Yin Hong continued, However, Mother, with the He-Tu and Luo Shu taken, you no longer possess a defensive treasure. Empress Jiang reassured him, I have spent many years in the palace and possess the complete cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. The absence of a defensive treasure is of little consequence. Yin Hong countered, But how can that be? The divine punishment calamity has already begun. Who can guarantee that among those celestial sages there are not unscrupulous individuals who might dispatch beings of quasi-saint level to ambush you? Or if the forces of the celestial sages, in a desperate bid, might target you instead of us? Empress Jiang, taken aback, exclaimed, The divine punishment calamity has commenced? Yin Hong affirmed, Indeed, Mother, it has begun. Empress Jiang acquiesced. Very well. With that, Yin Hong retrieved the Hongmeng Yin Yang mirror from his inner world. Erasing the marks he had left upon it, he presented the Hongmeng Yin Yang mirror to Empress Jiang, stating, Mother, this is the Hongmeng Yin Yang mirror, a primordial treasure with two sides. When the dark side is activated, anyone illuminated by it shall surely perish. Even celestial sages cannot rescue them from the cycle of reincarnation. When the light side is activated, even someone who has been dead for a week can be brought back from the cycle of reincarnation. As a defensive measure, by infusing spiritual power, the Hongmeng Yin Yang mirror will transform into an intricate pattern, enveloping the entire body. Even a peak quasi-saint would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. After listening, Empress Jiang was astounded. The treasure was indeed formidable. After this, Yin Hong instructed her to sit cross-legged and refine the Hongmeng Yin Yang mirror. After half an hour, Empress Jiang successfully refined the mirror. Following their conversation, Yin Hong returned to his residence. The next day, Yin Hong arrived at the academy. Seeking out Yang Jian and Neza, he led them to a location for cultivation. Both Yang Jian and Neza bowed. Addressing him, Disciple Yang Jian, Disciple Neza, pay respects to Master. Surprised to hear Neza refer to Yin Hong as Master, Yang Jian looked on, while Neza, noticing Yang Jian's similar address, exchanged incredulous glances with him. Neza inquired, Yang Jian, are you the new disciple of Master? Yang Jian confirmed. Indeed. Were you not a disciple of Master before me? Neza replied, just a little earlier. Yin Hong interjected, enough of your mutual scrutiny. Neza is the senior disciple, while Yang Jian is the junior. You need not introduce yourselves. From now on, support each other and strive diligently in your cultivation for the rise of the human race. Yin Hong asked, Do you understand? In unison, Yang Jian and Neza replied, We understand, and we shall heed Master's teachings. Yin Hong then announced, Today, I shall impart to you the Zhu Shangxi. Yang Jian and Neza gasped in astonishment. Is Zhu Shangxi a treasure or a secret technique? Yang Jian queried. Yin Hong explained. Zhu Shangsai is a secret technique for annihilating divine consciousness and soul essence. When cultivated to its peak, it can slay the soul of a saint, Yang Jian and Neza exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Shangsai, is it truly that powerful? It can even slay saints? Yin Hong clarified. In theory. Yes, but it also depends on the strength of one's own soul. Given your current cultivation levels, attempting to use Zhu Shangsai to slay a great Luo golden immortal would be a mere fantasy. For you both are too weak, and your souls are not sufficiently strong. He continued. Currently, Yang Jian is at the peak of the Xian immortal stage, while Neza has reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Your cultivation is indeed lacking. Both Yang Jian and Neza exchanged embarrassed glances upon hearing Yin Hong's assessment of their insufficient cultivation. Yin Hong queried, "To what level have you both cultivated the 9-9 mystical art?" In unison, they responded, "Master, we have reached the 3rd level." Yin Hong nodded. The 3rd level grants you a divine ability known as dermic manifestation of heaven and earth. However, with the divine punishment calamity now underway, your cultivation levels are inadequate. I will now enhance your physical cultivation. Yang Jian and Neza were astonished to hear that Yin Hong intended to assist them in enhancing their physical cultivation. Yang Jian protested, "Master, physical cultivation typically requires arduous practice or special treasures." Yin Hong agreed. Indeed, with that he used the Hongmeng to purchase 2 drops of Pangu's essence blood from the system. He instructed Yang Jian, Neza, sit cross-legged. They immediately complied. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong let a drop of Pangu's essence blood fall into each of their hands that he urged, "Consume and refine it." "I shall safeguard you." Without hesitation, Yang Jian and Neza swallowed the essence blood. Instantly, terrifying power surged through them, transforming their bodies. The immense strength from the Pangu essence blood caused their flesh to contort. As they refined the essence blood, Yin Hong established a connection between his inner world and the primordial realm. From all directions, an overwhelming spiritual energy rapidly converged. Their bodies, initially overwhelmed and torn apart, were swiftly restored by the influx of primordial energy. This cycle of destruction and restoration propelled their physical cultivation to new heights. The 9-9 mystical art advanced through its levels, from the 3rd to the 4th. Then the 5th, 6th, and finally the 7th. The atmosphere crackled with the terrifying power enveloping them. Simultaneously, both Yang Jian and Neza's physical cultivation reached the 7th level of the 9-9 mystical art. As their physical cultivation surged, Yang Jian's magical power broke through to the golden immortal stage, ascending further towards the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, and then into the Tai golden immortal stage. Meanwhile, Neza, upon breaking through the 7th level, directly ascended to the Tai golden immortal stage and continued to rise towards its pinnacle. Following Neza's breakthrough, he awakened the formidable power of the 3 heads and 8 arms. This ability, in conjunction with the dermic manifestation of heaven and earth, was truly fearsome. As for Yang Jian, being a formidable combat body, upon breaking through the 7th level, his physical strength became astonishing, rendering him virtually indestructible. At that moment, Yang Jian resembled a living, breathing combat machine. Subsequently, Yin Hong produced 2 9-transformation purple gold pills that a mortal who consumes one will instantly ascend to immortality. The pills range from 3 to 9 transformations. A 3-transformation pill allows a cultivator to ascend to the true immortal realm. A 5-transformation pill enables ascension to the golden immortal realm. A 7-transformation pill grants entry to the Tai golden immortal realm, while the 9-transformation pill is the highest grade, allowing a cultivator to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong presented each of them with a 9-transformation purple gold pill. Yang Jian and Neza inquired, "Master, what is this?" Yin Hong Dao, "This is the 9-turn purple gold pill. When a cultivator ingests a single grain, they can transcend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal." Yang Jian and Neza gazed at the 9-turn purple gold pill in their hands. The pill shimmered with a purple golden hue, with 9 streams of chaotic Tao rhythm swirling above it, emanating a formidable medicinal power. Yin Hong Dao instructed Yang Jian, "Neza, you two shall consume and refine this pill." Without hesitation, Yang Jian and Neza swallow the 9-turn purple gold pill in unison. Instantly, an immense surge of medicinal energy erupted from the pill, propelling the cultivation levels of Yang Jian and Neza. Yang Jian, having previously refined the essence of Panga's blood, had already reached the stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Now, both of their cultivation levels ascended to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, after consuming the 9-turn purple gold pill. A powerful medicinal force surged forth, driving Yang Jian and Neza towards the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. 3 golden flowers rapidly converged atop their heads, and 5 energies erupted from their chests. The convergence of the 3 flowers and the 5 energies is the standard for ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 3 flowers and 5 energies above their heads swiftly coalesced into a singular whole. Thus, both of their cultivation levels reached the consummate state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Following their ascension, Yang Jian's third eye radiated a dazzling brilliance. From his heavenly eye burst forth a terrifying light capable of piercing through any illusion and shattering all objects. Meanwhile, Neza, having reached the consummate state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, manifested a form that harmonized heaven and earth, complete with 3 heads and 8 arms, a truly fearsome sight. The physical bodies of both were elevated to the point of immortality. Resembling 2 formidable combat machines, Yin Hong observed Yang Jian and Neza and declared, "Your cultivation has also ascended to the consummate state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Your bodies have achieved immortality. Now I entrust you with a task." Yin Hong continued, "Yang Jian, proceed immediately to the Sisui Pass to assist Han Rong and Deng Luan in defending the gate. Neza, make haste to the Chuantang Pass to aid your father in safeguarding the entrance." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian questioned in confusion, "Master, why must I assist Han Rong and Deng Luan at Sisui Pass when the Great Shang is currently in a time of peace? Who would dare attack the pass?" Neza echoed, "Indeed, Master." Yin Hong replied, "There are matters you were previously unqualified to know due to your lower cultivation levels. Let me enlighten you now. The Fengshen Great Calamity? You likely have not heard of it. Have you?" Yang Jian and Neza furrowed their brows. "Fengshen Great Calamity? We have not heard of it." Yin Hong explained, "The Fengshen Great Calamity is in fact the Heavenly Tao's attempt to overthrow the status of humanity, instigating a great war between gods and humans." Yang Jian and Neza, bewildered, pondered how the war between gods and humans connected to the Fengshen Great Calamity. Yin Hong elaborated, "The Fengshen Great Calamity is the Heavenly Tao's initiative to establish the Heavenly Court in the Celestial Realm, which requires the assembly of 365 deities to be inscribed on the Fengshen list. During this calamity, any cultivator who perishes will be inscribed on the list, thus coming under its restraint. Once named, they will be subject to the Heavenly Court's control, forced to serve as its subordinates, forever bound by its influence. The Fengshen Great Calamity is a scheme by the Heavenly Tao to dismantle the human dynasty and establish a puppet regime on Earth, thereby placing humanity under the Heavenly Court's dominion, rendering them incapable of standing on equal footing with the divine and celestial beings." After absorbing Yin Hong's explanation of the Fengshen Great Calamity, both Yang Jian and Neza were filled with righteous indignation. Realizing the extent of the Heavenly Tao's machinations against humanity, they were further incensed to learn that several prominent Heavenly Tao saints were orchestrating this calamity, including the Chan sect, the Human sect, the Nuwa Palace, and the Western sect, all colluding against humanity. Yang Jian and Neza vowed, "Master, we shall not disappoint you." Yin Hong urged, "Go forth." After bowing to their master, Yang Jian and Neza departed from the academy. Following their exit, Yin Hong sought out Master One within the academy. He addressed Master One, "Elder One, the forces of Shichi have conspired with the Heavenly Tao Saints and have initiated the Fengshen Great Calamity. Currently, some talented students within the academy possess insufficient cultivation. I need you to gather them all." Master One responded, "Shall we assemble all the students to enhance their cultivation?" Yin Hong affirmed, "Indeed, the Fengshen Great Calamity has commenced, and time is of the essence." Master One replied, "Understood. I will gather them at once." Moments later, all the students awaited in the academy square. Yin Hong stepped before them and declared, "You are all the elite of the Great Shang. With the Fengshan great calamity now upon us, your cultivation is still too low. The adversaries you may face could very well be formidable beings from ancient times. I will now gather you together to elevate your cultivation. Among the students, Huang Tianhua, Huang Tianxiang, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Jiang Wenhui, and others expressed their elation upon hearing Yin Hong's intention to enhance their cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong established a spirit-gathering array and a time acceleration formation. He instructed everyone, immediately take your seats in the formation. In an instant, all participants settled into the array, and Yin Hong produced an ancient innate spiritual root, the Rin water peach, from his inner world. Each seated student received a purplish-red peach, which exuded an enticing fragrance and potent medicinal energy. This was one of the innate spiritual roots, the ancient innate Rin water peach, known for its ability to enhance one's aptitude and cultivation. Yin Hong commanded, all of you, consume the innate Rin water peach and immediately channel the Xianwu Emperor's scriptures. At once, the students devoured the Rin water peach and began to cultivate the scriptures. Meanwhile, Yin Hong opened their inner worlds, connecting them to the spiritual energy of the primordial world. Enormous waves of spiritual energy flooded into the formation, allowing all to absorb it. Simultaneously, Yin Hong elucidated the cultivation principles of the Xianwu Emperor's scriptures. The scriptures are a dual cultivation method, integrating both magical power and physical cultivation. After consuming the innate Rin water peach, everyone's physical forms underwent a transformation into the innate body. The Rin water peach provided by Yin Hong was the most complete version. Unlike the fragmented varieties found in the Yao Qi, the complete innate Rin water peach allowed cultivators to metamorphose into innate bodies, which are ideally suited for cultivation in the primordial world. Many innate demons and spirits possess innate bodies, granting them immense power in a short span of time. As all participants transitioned into innate bodies, Yin Hong channeled vast spiritual energy from the primordial world. Consequently, everyone's cultivation level soared. Among them, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Jiang Wenhui held the highest cultivation levels, and now they all surpassed the celestial immortal realm, progressing to the true immortal realm. They then ascended to the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, achieving its consummate state, followed by the profound immortal realm, then its pinnacle, and finally its complete state. They continued to break through to the golden immortal realm, reaching its peak, and then its consummate state. Finally, they attained the Tai golden immortal realm and its pinnacle. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying auras erupted. All participants successfully broke through to the consummate state of the Tai golden immortal realm. Once everyone had achieved this level, Yin Hong withdrew the supply of spiritual energy. All present respectfully bowed to Yin Hong, expressing, "We are deeply grateful for the nurturing bestowed by your highness, the second prince. We shall not fail your expectations." Yin Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are all the elite of the great Shang. My investment in you requires no recompense. However, your efforts towards the rise of humanity shall be the greatest gratitude you can offer me." Yin Hong continued, "Those among you with talents in alchemy or artifact forging should approach Master One or the Dean to register your names. The Academy will spare no effort to assist in your studies of alchemy and artifact forging. You may also join the military to achieve merit for the nation." At that moment, Jiang Wenhui, the son of Dongguoho, declared, "Your Highness, the second prince, I wish to join the military." Jin Jia and Mu Jia echoed, "We too wish to enlist." Huang Tianhua and Huang Tianxiang added, "We also wish to serve." Seeing the eagerness of Jiang Wenhui, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Huang Tianhua, and Huang Tianxiang to enlist, Yin Hong replied, "Excellent. Jiang Wenhui, follow Master Wen. Huang Tianhua and Huang Tianxiang, accompany your father, King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, return to the Chuntang Pass to assist your father in guarding it." Jiang Wenhui, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Huang Tianhua, and Huang Tianxiang simultaneously replied, "We shall comply with your highness's orders." Subsequently, the five departed from the academy. Previously, Deng Jiugong had accompanied Master Wen to pacify the northern seas, and Kong Xian had taken over at the Three Mountains Pass. At this moment, Deng Jiugong was within the army led by Master Wen, stationed not far from Chaojing in the military's main hall. Deng Jiogong was engaged in discussions with Deng Chanyu and several commanders. At that moment, a guard reported from outside the hall that a secret envoy from the Emperor of Humanity had arrived. Deng Jiogong, not daring to delay, promptly instructed, "Bring the secret envoy inside." After the departure of the guard soldiers, a man clad in the attire of a secret envoy soon followed behind. This man was none other than the imperial messenger of the Great Shang, a unique figure designated solely to convey the emperor's edicts. Furthermore, the secret envoy was only beholden to the emperor's commands. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the envoy proclaimed, "The daughter of the former commander of the Three Mountain Pass, Deng Jiogong, Deng Chanyu, heed the decree." Deng Jiogong and Deng Chanyu, along with a host of generals, immediately knelt on one knee to listen to the edict. The envoy declared in a resounding voice, "The calamity of the deification has commenced, and I command Deng Chanyu, daughter of Deng Jiogong, to proceed without delay to the Sui Water Pass. Assist General Han Rong and Deng Luan in guarding the Sui Water Pass. There must be no errors." Upon the envoy's completion of the decree, both Deng Jiogong and Deng Chanyu responded in unison, "We accept the edict." Deng Jiogong gazed at Deng Chanyu and said, "Chanyu, take care on your journey to the Sui Water Pass. And tread carefully to do not act impulsively. Consult with Han Rong and Deng Luan on all matters." Deng Chanyu replied, "Father, I understand." After hearing Deng Chanyu's words, Deng Jiogong instructed, "Prepare yourself and depart at once." Deng Chanyu responded, "Yes, father." At this moment, within the residence of the general of the Sui Water Pass, Han Rong and Deng Luan were engaged in discussion when a soldier came to report the arrival of the martial king. "Huang Feihu!" Han Rong and Deng Luan exclaimed in unison. "Martial King Huang Feihu? What brings him to the Sui Water Pass? Was he not in the court?" However, Han Rong did not ponder further and immediately instructed the soldier, "Invite Martial King Huang Feihu in." Shortly thereafter, the soldier escorted Martial King Huang Feihu into the grand hall of the general's residence. Han Rong, upon seeing him, proclaimed, "This humble General Han Rong pays respects to Martial King." Huang Feihu replied, "General Han, there is no need for such formalities. I have come at the behest of His Majesty to jointly protect the Sui Water Pass with you." Han Rong and Deng Luan echoed, "His Majesty has dispatched you to guard with us?" Huang Feihu responded, "Surely you are not yet aware. The calamity of deification has already begun. The Western Cheese Marquis of Shi, Ji Chang, has conspired with the forces of the Celestial Tao, preparing to launch an attack on the Great Shang from the Sui Water Pass." "What? The calamity of deification has begun, and they're commencing their assault from the Sui Water Pass." In the imperial city of Chaoga, the Emperor Dexin was reviewing memorials in the Hall of Heaven when a guard approached with a report. The guard announced, "Your Majesty, the National Master, Shun Gongbao, requests an audience." Dexin commanded, "Summon Shun Gongbao." Soon after, the guard led Shun Gongbao and a middle-aged Taoist into the Hall of Heaven. Shun Gongbao first bowed to Dexin and said, "Your Majesty, I have traversed the wilderness and successfully invited Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Celestial Master of the, to assist us." Upon hearing this, Dexin was taken aback. "Ah, a disciple of the revered Celestial Master?" At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Gongming, the Outer Sect's eldest disciple of the Celestial Master of." Dexin, upon hearing this, declared, "The National Master Shun Gongbao's invitation of a disciple from is truly commendable." Shun Gongbao, filled with delight, replied, "It is my duty to alleviate your Majesty's concerns." Dexin nodded in acknowledgement. Then Dexin addressed Zhao the Taoist, "I hereby appoint you as the Grand General of the Western Expedition. Do you accept?" Zhao Gongming, surprised, inquired, "Your Majesty, the Western Expedition? Who are we to confront? Which realm?" Shun Gongbao, equally perplexed, cast a puzzled glance at Dexin. Observing their confusion, Dexin elaborated, "The Chan sect's Jiangshan, acting under the orders of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, is preparing to forcibly seize the Sui Water Pass. Moreover, the Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace, the Eight Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain, the Nuwa Palace of Buzhou Mountain, and the Ling Mountain of the Western Sect have secretly formed an alliance. These four factions of the Celestial Tao are conspiring with the Western Qi to initiate a counterattack against the Great Shang from the Sui Water Pass." The revelations left Shun Gongbao and Zhao Gongming astounded. Shun Gongbao exclaimed, "Is this what they refer to as the calamity of deification?" Zhao Gongming remarked, "Such treachery from the four celestial Dao factions. Conspiring to exclude our? Are they intent on targeting our disciples?" Zhao Gongming then bowed to DXIN and stated, "Your Majesty, I must return to report this matter to my master." Shun Gongbao urged, "Elder Brother Gongming, hasten to inform our master. I shall await your return in Chaoga." Zhao Gongming reassured, "Rest assured, Junior Brother Shun, I shall be swift in my return." Afterward, Zhao Gongming bowed to DXIN and took his leave. Upon departing the imperial city of Chaoga, Zhao Gongming swiftly made his way toward the Bo Palace on Golden Tortoise Island, in the residence of the general of the Sui Water Pass. Han Rong, Ding Luan, and Marshal King Huang Feihu were deliberating when a guard announced the arrival of Deng Chanyu. Han Rong and Deng Luan exchanged glances before turning to Huang Feihu, asking, "Marshal King, is Deng Chanyu's arrival also by the Emperor's command?" Huang Feihu replied, "Aside from His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the Second Prince, who else could summon Deng Chanyu? Only the esteemed master when has the authority to do so." Han Rong instructed, "Bring Deng Chanyu forth." Shortly after, the guard led an exceptionally beautiful woman into the grand hall. Once the guard departed, Deng Chanyu respectfully addressed Han Rong, Deng Lin, and Huang Feihu. "I respectfully report to General Han, General Deng, and Marshal King. I have come at the behest of His Majesty to join you in guarding the Sui Water Pass." Hearing this, Han Rong, Deng Lin, and Huang Feihu felt that His Majesty was perhaps overestimating the situation. Deploying such formidable forces to safeguard the Sui Water Pass. It is worth noting that all three, Han Rong, Deng Lin, and Huang Feihu, were at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With Deng Chanyu's arrival, who was also at that same pinnacle, they questioned what force in the Western Qi could dare to assault the Sui Water Pass when faced with four great Luo Golden Immortal experts. Yet, despite their astonishment, they dared not defy the Emperor's will. Marshal King Huang Feihu cautioned, "General Han, General Deng, do not be negligent." Han Rong inquired, "Chanyu, how fares your father?" Deng Chanyu responded, "General Han, my father is well within the great army of Chaoga and has not yet been assigned to any other post. I believe it will not be long before he receives orders to assist at another pass." After exchanging a few words, Deng Chanyu asked, "General Han, General Deng, Marshal King, what movements have been observed from the Western Qi?" Han Rong, Deng Luan, and Huang Feihu shook their heads. There has been no movement as of YET.AT this time within the residence of the Marquis of the Western Qi, Jichong, Jiangshang, Guangchengzi. Qi Jingzi, Qing Su Jinren, Yu Dingjinren, and others awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Jiangshang turned to Guangchengzi and inquired, "Elder brother, when will the reinforcement from the western sector arrive?" Additionally, Master has dispatched the Grand Elder of the Southern Polar to invite the Rogue Immortal. Luya. I wonder what the current status is. Has Luya agreed? On Golden Tortoise Island, the Celestial Master was seated in meditation upon a cloud bed. The Yunxian led Zhao Gongming into the hall, where the Celestial Master opened his eyes and asked, "Zhao Gongming, what brings you to Bo Palace?" The other disciples, including Duo Bao Daoist, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, Fire Spirit Holy Mother, and Xiao Xian, regarded Zhao Gongming with curiosity. Zhao Gongming replied, "Respected Master, I have urgent matters to report." The Celestial Master gestured. "Speak." Zhao Gongming continued, "Master, while I was cultivating in my cave abode, I encountered Shingongbao, my senior brother, that he has led disciples to the great Shang's Chaoga to meet with the Emperor Dixin. The Emperor has appointed Shun Gongbao as the National Master and myself as the Grand General of the Western Expedition." The Celestial Master and the assembled disciples expressed confusion. Why would Emperor Dixin appoint you and Shun Gongbao as National Master and Grand General of the Western Expedition? The Celestial Master inquired, "What reason does Emperor Dixin have for appointing you as Grand General of the Western Expedition?" Zhao Gongming explained, "Master, the Chan sect, Human sect, Nuwa Palace, and Western sect have initiated the calamity of deification. These four sects are dispatching strong forces to forcibly seize the Sui Water Pass of the Great Shan." The Celestial Master probed, What connection does this have with Emperor Xian's appointment of you as Grand General? Zhao Gongming asserted. Master, have you not considered that the four sects initiating the calamity of deification are conspiring against our? The Celestial Master admonished. Did I not warn all disciples to refrain from engaging in mortal affairs? Have you disregarded my warnings? Zhao Gongming replied. I would not dare. Yet, Master, please consider. In this turbulent age of the Celestial Tao, the four sects have initiated the calamity of deification. Who has given them such authority? Zhao Gongming continued. To say there is no divine mandate behind this. The Chan sect's primordial master, the human sect's Laozi, or Nuan Yang Yang, along with the Western sects Jin and Zhuani, would they act recklessly without divine approval? Moreover, what does the Celestial Tao represent? Surely you are aware. The Celestial Master queried. What are you trying to convey? Zhao Gongming responded. Master, this so-called calamity of deification is a trap set by the four powerful factions of the Celestial Tao targeting our. After contemplating Zhao Gongming's words for a considerable time, the Celestial Master found merit in his reasoning. The Taoist Patriarch Hongjun would not act without cause in commanding them to initiate the calamity of deification. This must be connected to the Celestial Tao. And Hongjun's intentions to align with the Tao are widely known among the major Celestial Tao figures. The Celestial Master reflected on the current abundance of disciples in, while the Chan sect had only a few, excluding Randang, the Southern Polar Immortal, and the White Crane. The human sect had but the single Laozi and one Xuandu. The Western sect, consisting of Jin, Zhuanti, and Methria, had only a handful of miscellaneous disciples. Nuwa Palace, represented by the goddess Nuwa, had but a few maidens and 2 disciples. The Chang'e and Juyosu knew, the Celestial Master concluded. This calamity of deification is undoubtedly a scheme specifically devised against our. Having realized this, the Celestial Master commanded, Zhao Gongming, I entrust you with the task of fully assisting Emperor Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming replied, Disciple will faithfully obey the Master's command. At Jinao Island, the Tongtian Saint declared, Zhao Gongming, your departure to assist the Great Shang and counter the calamity of the investiture of the gods is imminent. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, return to the Bo Palace to report to me. Zhao Gongming responded, Understood. I shall faithfully adhere to your instructions. The Tongtian Saint continued, On this journey, I shall send the 10 heavenly lords of Jinao Island to accompany you. Zhao Gongming expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. Subsequently, the Tongtian Saint issued a decree, and the 10 heavenly lords departed with Zhao Gongming from Jinao Island. After leaving the Imperial City Academy, Yang Jian hastened towards the Sisui Pass, which lay a considerable distance from Chaoga. After expending considerable time, he finally arrived at the territory of Sisui Pass. The general's office of Sisui Pass, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu were engaged in discussion. At that moment, a soldier reported that a young man had come to see them. Han Rong inquired, What manner of youth is he? The soldier replied, He is a handsome lad, approximately 16 or 17 years old, bearing a celestial eye upon his brow. Upon hearing this, the martial king Huang Feihu exclaimed, Is that not Yang Jian? He then addressed Han Rong, General Han. The youth outside is likely Yang Jian. Han Rong, Dinglin, and Deng Chanyu looked at Huang Feihu, questioning, Martial King, do you know this individual? Huang Feihu affirmed. Indeed, I met him at the Celestial Martial Academy in the Imperial City. He is a prodigious youth. Han Rong commanded, Bring Yang Jian to the general's office. The soldier turned and departed, soon returning with a young man in tow. Upon entering the great hall, Yang Jian saluted Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu, saying, Yang Jian pays his respect to the esteemed generals and martial king. The 4 responded in unison, No need for such formalities. Huang Feihu asked, Yang Jian, what brings you to Sisui Pass? Yang Jian replied, I come at the behest of my master to offer assistance. Hearing this, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu questioned in unison, Who is your master? Yang Jian replied, My master is His Highness the Second Prince. What? Exclaimed Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu in astonishment. Yang Jian is indeed a disciple of the Second Prince. Yang Jian confirmed, Yes, my master is indeed the second prince, who has sent me to assist at Sisui Pass. The revelation stunned the four, pondering the necessity of such formidable guardians at Sisui Pass. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Yang Jian elaborated, the upcoming calamity of the investiture of the gods presents extraordinary challenges at Sisui Pass. There are 4 great celestial saints factions and hidden powers from the primordial wilderness involved. Therefore, this crisis is exceptionally perilous, and more formidable beings will arrive in due course. Meanwhile, at the West Chihou mansion, Ji Chong, Jiang Shang, and a host of Yushu palace deities were deliberating the timing of their assault on Sisui Pass. Just then, a guard reported that a Taoist accompanied by 4 peculiar cultivators had arrived. Ji Chong inquired, "Has the visitor announced his identity?" The guard replied, "The Taoist claims to hail from the Blood Sea and the Underworld River." Calling himself Mosquito Taoist, exclaimed Guang Qingzi, Qing Suzhenren, Yu Dingzhenren, and Qi Jingzi in astonishment. The Underworld River's patriarch has also become involved. The Mosquito Taoist was notorious as a fearsome creature from the Blood Sea during the ancient era. Ji Chong ordered, "Invite the Mosquito Taoist in." The guard complied and soon returned, leading the 5 individuals into the hall. The Mosquito Taoist, a female cultivator, was flanked by 4 unusual cultivators, Guang Chengzi, Yu Dingzhenren, Qi Jingzi, and Qing Suzhenren were well aware of the terror associated with the Mosquito Taoist. Guang Chengzi asked, "Did you come at the behest of the Underworld River's patriarch?" The Mosquito Taoist replied, "I have come to deliver the Yuan 2 Ubi twin swords, entrusted to me by the Underworld River's patriarch." Addressing Jiang Shang and Ji Chong, she inquired, "When shall we commence our assault on Sisui Pass?" Jiang Shang responded, "In 3 days." The Mosquito Taoist replied, "Very well, we shall attack Sisui Pass in 3 days." As time swiftly passed, the day of the assault arrived, and a thunderous sound reverberated throughout Sisui Pass. Leading the charge was Jiang Shang from West Qi, accompanied by Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Dingzhenren, Qing Suzhenren, the Mosquito Taoist, and her 4 peculiar companions. The Sisui Pass stood tall and formidable, constructed of unique granite, and was heavily fortified by arrays as the forces of West Qi mobilized. Han Rong, Ding, Marshal King Huang Feihu, Yang Jian, and Deng Chanyu, who were stationed at Sisui Pass, were already aware of the impending confrontation. Atop the city walls of Sisui Pass, Han Rong, Ding, Huang Feihu, Deng Chanyu, and Yang Jian observed the approaching army of West Qi. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Dingzhenren, and Qing Suzhenren from the Yushu Palace prepared for battle. Guang Qingzi brandished the turning heaven seal, while Qi Jingzi wielded the yin-yang mirror. Qing Suzhenren brandished the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, and Yu Dingzhenren held the Qiankuan circle. These 4 treasures unleashed their terrifying might against the defensive array of Sisui Pass. Instantly, the entire pass trembled as Han Rong, Deng Lun, the martial king, Yang Jian, and Deng Chanyu summoned their treasures to clash with the assault. In that moment, a fearsome aura enveloped all present, sending everyone into a state of disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Han Rong engaged Qi Jingzi, Deng Lun confronted Qing Suzhenren, Huang Feihu faced Yu Dingzhenren, and Yang Jian matched up against Guang Qingzi. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between the 2 sides, while no one from Sisui Pass attended to the Mosquito Taoist. Observing this, the Mosquito Taoist coldly chuckled. "You 4, breach Sisui Pass." She then brandished the Yuan 2 Ubi twin swords towards the gates of Sisui Pass. The swords emanated an overwhelming aura, causing the very walls of Sisui Pass to tremble precariously. Just as the Mosquito Taoist prepared to strike again, a sudden disturbance rippled through the sky. Zhao Gongming, leading the 10 heavenly lords from Jinao Island, arrived, promptly tossing the sea stabilizing pearl into the air. Instantly, 24 sea stabilizing pearls descended like a multitude of worlds, enveloping all within their grasp. In that moment, Zhao Gongming confronted the Mosquito Taoist amid the 24 realms. A battle ensued between the 2, both being at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, resulting in an impasse. Meanwhile, Yang Jian faced Guang Qingzi, leveraging his formidable physique and the Xiantian slaying divine sword to force Guang Qingzi into retreat. The 10 heavenly lords, accompanying Zhao Gongming, engaged the Mosquito Taoist as subordinates within the 24 realms, swiftly overpowering them. Before long, many were slain, their primordial spirits being absorbed into the investiture of the gods' list. In a brief period, all 4 of the Mosquito Taoist subordinates fell, their names inscribed upon the investiture of the gods. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Dingjinren, and Qing Su Jinren from the Yushu Palace were embroiled in their respective battles. Unable to divert their attention elsewhere, the 10 heavenly lords, seizing the opportunity, formed the 10 absolute formation, encircling the Yushu Palace at that moment. The plight of the 4 golden immortals from Yushu Palace became dire. Yang Jian unleashed his full might, manifesting his Dharma form to strike at Guang Chengzi, wounding him severely. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian launched a decisive blow, gravely injuring Guang Chengzi. Witnessing Guang Chengzi's plight, Yu Dingjinren, Qi Jingzi, and Qing Su Jinren unleashed their treasures with utmost fervor to extricate themselves from their opponents. After the 4 peculiar humanoid cultivators led by the Mosquito Taoist perished, their primordial spirits were swiftly absorbed and inscribed on the investiture of the gods' list. These 4 humanoid cultivators were none other than the Asura clan, created by the underworld river as patriarch, known as the 4 great demon generals, Indra, Vishnu, Latoro, and Gun, in the depths of the Blood Sea and underworld river. The patriarch was immediately aware of the events. A terrifying aura of malice erupted from the Blood Sea, as the patriarch sat upon the 12-petal karma fire-red lotus. An overwhelming aura of murder radiated from him, for he had dispatched the 4 great Asura generals, only to see them fall in the conflict against the forces of the great Shang. How could the patriarch not be enraged, although he was known to be indestructible? The death of the 4 Asura generals would inevitably diminish his strength. Nevertheless, the patriarch still possessed 4 additional Asura generals and an army of 480 million blood droplets. With a cold smirk, the patriarch declared, "A mere human dynasty, the great Shang, dares to slay my Asura clan's 4 great generals. Have you forgotten the terror of my dominion? No one has ever dared to annihilate my Asura kin. I shall make the human race feel fear and despair for offending my Asura clan." The patriarch commanded Tian Bo Sun, defend Tian. You say Tian, Shiva. Instantly, the 4 demon kings knelt reverentially before the patriarch. With a cold smile, the patriarch instructed, "You 4 shall lead the Asura army and proceed to Sisui Pass of the Great Shang. Annihilate all who guard the pass, and then assist the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the 8 Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain, and the Nuwa Palace in their campaign against the Shang. Tianbui Sun, Brahma, Yuz Tian, and the 4 demon kings of Shiva reverently declared, we shall faithfully adhere to the command of our forebear." The battle at Sisui Pass raged on, with Guang Chengzi sustaining injuries at the hands of Yang Jian. In response, Guang Chengzi summoned the soul-absorbing bell, enveloping the 4 golden immortals of Yushu. The soul-absorbing bell, a defensive innate spiritual treasure, proved impervious to Yang Jian's immediate assaults. Meanwhile, the freed Han Rong, Denglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu unleashed their respective magical artifacts to assault the 4 golden immortals of Yushu Palace. In an instant, the precarious situation of the 4 golden immortals became dire. Zhao Gongming, leading the 10 heavenly lords, had ensnared the blood mosquito Taoist within the 10 absolute formation. Despite being trapped, the blood mosquito Taoist possessed formidable strength, rendering Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords unable to eliminate her, merely confining her. Observing from a distance, Jiang Shang and Ji Chang refrained from joining the fray. That AS for GFA and GE. Their cultivation was insufficient, and joining the battle would be tantamount to courting death. The chaotic energy unleashed in the battle could easily obliterate them. Jiang Shang, witnessing the 4 golden immortals of Yushu Palace besieged, grew increasingly anxious that he hastily contacted Nanji Xianwang, inquiring about the arrival time of the invited loose immortal Luya. Upon receiving Jiang Shang's message, Nanji Xianwang, now aware of the predicament facing the 4 golden immortals, promptly relayed the information to Randang.at the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Randang was engaged in conversation with Yuan Shi when he received Nanji Xianwang's message, causing a surge of terrifying killing intent to erupt. Yuan Shi, Sensing Randang's sudden fury, quickly inquired, Randang, what has provoked such wrath? Randang replied, Master, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding, and Qing Su are besieged at Sisui Pass. Their situation is perilous. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, was incensed, stating, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding, and Qing Su are all at the pinnacle of the Luo. How could a mere Sisui Pass pose a threat to them? Randang responded, Master, you may not be aware that the Commander Han Rong and Deputy Dang Luan guarding Sisui Pass are both fully realized the Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, the Shang dynasty has dispatched the martial king Huang Feihu, Dang Zhogong's daughter Dang Chanyu, and a young prodigy. All of them are also fully realized the Luo Golden Immortals. Additionally, Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao has led the 10 heavenly lords into battle. Yuan Shi, alarmed, exclaimed, the Shang dynasty possesses so many fully realized the Luo Golden Immortals. How was this never discovered before? What in the world is happening? Randang answered, indeed, with the onset of the Feng Shun calamity, the heavenly Tao has been thrown into chaos, rendering all calculations of cause and effect futile. Yuan Shi commanded, Randang, you must journey to Sisui Pass. The 4 of our Kunlun Yushu Palace must not meet with misfortune. Tai Zhenren has already fallen. We cannot afford another loss. Furthermore, has Nanji Xianwing managed to invite the loose immortal Luya? Randang replied, Nanji Xianwing has indeed invited the loose immortal Luya, and they are en route to Sisui Pass. Yuan Shi declared, Excellent. Randang, descend immediately to Sisui Pass and rendezvous with Nanji Xianwing and Luya. You must ensure the rescue of Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su, and Yu Ding. Upon hearing this, Randang acknowledged, I shall comply with your command. With that, he departed from Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. Elsewhere, Nanji Xianwing and Luya hastened towards Sisui Pass, out of the 4, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su Zhenren, and Yu Ding Zhenren. Only Guang Chengzi had sustained significant injuries. Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding Zhenren, and Qing Su Zhenren remained unscathed, each invoking their magical artifacts to fend off the assaults from Yang Jian, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Dang Chanyu. The combined might of the 5 fully realized Luo Golden Immortals unleashed a terrifying barrage that threatened to topple Sisui Pass, had it not been for the formidable protective formations. The initial wave of attacks could have reduced the pass to ruins. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers of Shang and Western Qi realms kept their distance. In such a grand conflict, their participation would be futile, akin to mere cannon fodder, as those without the Luo Golden Immortal cultivation were barred from joining the fray. In the imperial city of Chaoga, the Emperor Xian was swiftly informed of the battle at Sisui Pass. He urgently summoned all ministers to deliberate on the situation. When Taishu he addressed, Do you believe we should dispatch aid for this battle? When Taishu responded, Your Majesty, this conflict will not be straightforward. The Yushu Palace, 8 Scenery Palace, Niwa Palace, and the Western teachings will undoubtedly send forth reinforcements. He continued, The Yushu Palace cannot possibly stand idly by as Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Ding Zhenren, and Qing Su Zhenren face annihilation. Moreover, that peculiar female Taoist is certainly not a human cultivator, and her faction will likely involve even stronger beings. The ministers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Wen Taishu's observations. Emperor Xian formulated a plan. Just as he was about to issue orders, a sudden spatial fluctuation disrupted the court, and Yin Hong and Yin Jiao appeared before him. Father, they greeted. Emperor Xian remarked, Jiao Hunger, your arrival is timely. Who do you believe we should send to assist in this battle at Sisui Pass? Yin Hong pondered briefly before replying. Father, the enemy will likely summon even stronger reinforcements that we must dispatch quasi-saint level experts to stabilize the situation. He proposed, Let Neza, Kong Xian, and my elder brother undertake this mission. After considering this, Emperor Xian agreed, Very well. However, Kong Xian is currently at the 3 Mountains Pass. How can he arrive in time? Yin Hong reassured, Father need not worry. I have a method. Turning to Yin Jiao, he instructed, Elder brother, please wait here. I will fetch Neza and Kong Xian. With that, Yin Hong vanished from sight. The Chuntang Pass. General Li Jing, along with Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Neza, observed the tumultuous skies of the primordial wilderness. All four were fully realized Luo golden immortals and had sensed the terrifying energies emanating from the battle at Sisui Pass. However, they were yet to receive any orders from the Emperor, thus refraining from taking any further action. That I Jing remarked to Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Neza, "I wonder how the battle at Sisui Pass is faring." Jin Jia and Mu Jia shook their heads. "Indeed, we have yet to receive any directives from the Emperor." Neza suggested, "Should I inquire with my master?" Li Jing advised against it. "It is best not to ask. If our presence is required, the Emperor will surely issue instructions." Neza, unable to contain himself, was about to produce a communication talisman to consult his master when suddenly a spatial fluctuation manifested before them, and Yin Hong appeared. Startled, Li Jing, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Neza were taken aback. The ability to appear silently before them signified a presence of quasi-saint stature or higher. They had not sensed any prior fluctuations. Upon recognizing Yin Hong, they collectively exhaled in relief. They bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Second Prince, and greet our master," Yin Hong replied. "Generally, no need for such formalities." He then turned to Neza. "Neza, the situation at Sisui Pass is urgent. You must assist your junior brother in the battle." He added, "Generally, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, hold your positions for now. Should the need arise, you will be summoned." Neza, elated at the prospect of finally participating in the battle, was eager to engage, for he was a fervent warrior at heart. Yin Hong instructed, "Follow me." With a wave of his hand, he enveloped Neza in spatial energy, and together they vanished from sight. In the imperial city of Chaoga, within the Chaotian Hall, another spatial fluctuation occurred as Yin Hong materialized with Neza. Shortly thereafter, Yin Hong vanished once more to the Three Mountains Pass. Kong Xian was in discussion with Hong Jin regarding the situation at Sisui Pass when suddenly a spatial fluctuation manifested. Kong Xian and Hong Jin remained oblivious. Yin Hong's figure abruptly appeared before them. Both Kong Xian and Hong Jin were taken aback, questioning what kind of formidable being could silently materialize before them. It should be noted that Kong Xian was at the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, capable of confronting heavenly Dao saints, while Hong Jin was also a fully realized Luo golden immortal. Seeing the sudden arrival of the figure, they instinctively prepared to strike. However, Yin Hong's voice rang out. "Hold your actions, it is I." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Kong Xian and Hong Jin exchanged glances. They recognized the figure as His Highness, the Second Prince Yin Hong. In that instant, Kong Xian grasped the extent of Yin Hong's might. Realizing it surpassed the quasi-saint realm, likely reaching the level of a heavenly Dao saint, he was astonished by the terrifying power of the Second Prince. Both Kong Xian and Hong Jin bowed. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Second Prince." Yin Hong responded, "No need for formalities." Kong Zongbing, Hong Fubbing, "I believe you understand the purpose of my visit." Kong Xian replied, "Are you here regarding the battle at Sisui Pass?" Yin Hong Dao remarked, "Indeed, the battle of Sishugwen is still ongoing, with both sides dispatching formidable warriors to join the fray." Kong Xian and Hong Jin spoke in unison. "Your Highness, the Second Prince, please issue your command." Yin Hong Dao replied, "I have come to send General Kong to the front. The warriors dispatched by both sides must certainly possess powers above the quasi-saint level. As for you, Hong Jin, being a perfected great Luo golden immortal, your presence would bear little significance. Thus, you shall remain here to guard the Three Mountains Pass." Kong Xian declared, "I shall accompany the Second Prince immediately." Yin Hong Dao responded, "Let us proceed," with a wave of his hand. He enveloped Kong Xian in spatial power, and their forms vanished from sight. In the Grand Hall of the Great Shang Imperial City, Chaoga, a sudden fluctuation of space announced the arrival of Yin Hong and Kong Xian. The ministers within the hall, having witnessed the unexpected appearance of these two figures, were already numb with astonishment. Emperor Xian observed that both Kong Xian and Neza had arrived, and thus proclaimed in a booming voice, "Kong Xian, Neza, heed my command. You two shall accompany Prince Yin Jiao to Sishugwen without delay." In unison, Kong Xian and Neza responded, "We shall dutifully obey your majesty's orders." Yin Jiao stated, "Brother, let's be off." Immediately after, Yin Hong warned, "Do not resist. The three were enveloped by spatial power, and with a ripple, their figures vanished. The battle at Sishiguan raged on, when suddenly, four figures appeared at the gates amidst a spatial disturbance. The warriors engaged in combat. Han Rong, Ding Huang Feihu, Yang Jian, and Deng Chanyu were taken aback, fearing that reinforcements had arrived. Meanwhile, the four golden immortals of Yushu Palace, under siege, rejoiced at the thought of aid arriving, only to feel their hopes dashed as they realized the newcomers were not allies. Despair washed over them, as their own situation had already been precarious, and the arrival of further formidable foes left them hopeless. Upon recognizing the figures of Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, Kong Xian, and Neza, the Great Shang faction felt a surge of excitement. With the second prince among them, their confidence soared, for they knew not the depths of his cultivation. Yet they were certain he had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with combat prowess to rival that of a heavenly Tao saint. Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, Kong Xian, and Neza arrived at Sishiguan. A figure sped toward the battlefield from Kunlun Mountain. Wan Ding had arrived. Shortly thereafter, two additional figures approached with great haste. Mithria from the Western Sect and the Fairy of the Moon Palace, Guanghan. Mithria smirked inwardly, thinking, let them engage in mutual destruction while I reap the benefits. In the instant Wan Ding, Guanghan Fairy, and Mithria arrived, Yin Jiao inquired, Brother, who are those three individuals? Yin Hong answered, The gaunt man with the elongated face is Wan Ding of the Chan sect. The stout, short-haired man is Mithria from the Western Sect, and the beautiful female cultivator is the Guanghan Fairy from the Moon Palace. The mosquito Taoist, engaged in battle, felt a surge of confidence upon seeing Wan Ding. Mithria and Guanghan Fairy arrive. Meanwhile, the four golden immortals of Yushu Palace, upon receiving a telepathic message from Wan Ding, unleashed their ultimate combat prowess. Suddenly, Wan Ding summoned the Qiankuan ruler, striking toward Yang Jian. Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu, enveloping all five in its formidable force, as the vice-head of the Chan sect, Wan Ding wielded quasi-saint peak cultivation. The might of his strike was terrifyingly immense. Catching Yang Jian, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu off guard. Suddenly, Kong Xian unleashed the five-color divine light, effortlessly absorbing Wan Ding's Qiankuan strike into his own realm, rendering it invisible. Furious, Wan Ding exclaimed, Who dares to interfere in the conflict between my Chan sect and the Great Shang? Kong Xian revealed himself, declaring, I am Kong Xian, the general of the 3 mountains pass of Great Shang. Upon hearing this, Wan Ding was taken aback. Although Kong Xian's cultivation was slightly inferior to his, the power of his five-color divine light was formidable beyond measure. But to the forefront of Sishiguan, Kong Xian battled Wan Ding, who wielded the Qiankuan ruler and bore a glazed lamp atop his head. Kong Xian brandished the Jingye spear, as the energies of Yin and Yang from the Qiankuan ruler clashed with the stellar forces of light and dark, creating an aura of terror. Although Wan Ding's cultivation slightly surpassed Kong Xian's, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Kong Xian's relentless onslaught, seeing that Wan Ding was engaged with Kong Xian. Guanghan Fairy summoned the misty Du Qiankuan net, transforming it into a celestial dome that obscured the heavens, ensnaring Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, Deng Chanyu, and Yang Jian at that moment. Neza, witnessing Guanghan Fairy's summoning of the net, sprang into action, launching the Fire Dragon Spear, which morphed into a colossal fire dragon, crashing toward the misty Du Qiankuan net. Neza then unveiled the god-slaying sword, transforming into a 3-headed, 8-armed figure, wielding the Qiankuan circle. The misting silk, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the golden brick, the wind and fire wheel, the yin-yang sword, and the fire-tipped spear. With 3 heads and 8 arms, Neza, equipped with 8 formidable artifacts, became an overwhelming force, relentlessly pushing Guanghan Fairy back. Although Guanghan Fairy possessed quasi-saint cultivation, Neza, employing the 9-9 mysterious techniques, unleashed the full might of his 3-headed, 8-armed form, forcing Guanghan Fairy and the 4 golden immortals of Yushu Palace into retreat. Yang Jian, witnessing Neza's intervention, felt a surge of confidence, and the two joined forces to combat the 4 golden immortals of Yushu Palace and Guanghan Fairy. The others, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu, could only provide support from the sidelines. In another part of the battlefield, Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords of the GS sect collaborated to corner the Blood Mosquito Taoist within the confines of the 24C settling pearls. For the time being, the Blood Mosquito Taoist was preoccupied with defense, contemplating an escape. Methia observed the unfavorable situation for the Chan sect and the Moon Palace, but refrained from intervening hastily. At that moment, two figures streaked through the sky from a distance. Nanji Xianwang and the loose immortal Liu Ye had arrived. Mithra noticed their arrival as well. Upon witnessing the plight of his fellow disciple from the Chan sect and Yushu Palace, Nanji Xianwang was filled with fury. He turned to Liu Ye, urging, "Friend Liu, please lend your assistance to our Chan sect comrades." Liu Ye nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." He then summoned a gourd and chanted, "Turn, my precious gourd." Instantly, a beam of laser-like energy containing the slaying immortal flying knife erupted from the gourd. As the slaying immortal flying knife sped toward Neza, Liu Ye acted simultaneously, unleashing the Hongmeng Fan Tian seal. The seal deflected the slaying immortal flying knife, transforming into a colossal stamp that bore down on Liu Ye and Nanji Xianwang. The two were taken aback, realizing the terrifying strength of this hidden powerhouse. Without regard for anything else, they braced themselves against the impending Hongmeng Fan Tian seal. Nanji Xianwang summoned the 5-fire, 7-feather fan, while Liu Ye invoked the falling treasure currency. With their combined efforts, they barely managed to evade the crushing force of the Hongmeng Fan Tian seal, which threatened to obliterate everything in its path. As they distanced themselves, both Nanji Xianwang and Liu Ye coughed up blood, their faces pale with shock at the near-fatal encounter. Meanwhile, Mithra, witnessing the scene unfold, gasped in disbelief, his expression grave as he regarded Yin Jiao. Where did this formidable warrior emerge from? The power of that artifact is utterly terrifying. Mithra pondered, uncertain if there were yet more hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Yang Jian and Neza, alongside their supporting allies Han Rong, Ding Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu, were left astounded by the sheer might of Yin Jiao's strike. Realizing the second prince's strength was beyond their expectations, as was the fearsome power of his artifact. Surrounded by Yang Jian and Neza, the 4 great golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace were instantly gripped by terror, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. The 3 great golden immortals, Yuding Zhenren, Qingshu Zhenren, and Shi Jingzi, cared not for the safety of Guangchengzi and hastily made their escape, observing the retreat of the 3 golden immortals. Yang Jian and Neza sensed a golden opportunity. Joining forces, they unleashed their formidable might and fierce assaults upon Guangchengzi. Despite Guangchengzi's plethora of magical artifacts, he had already sustained severe injuries. Now, facing the combined onslaught of Yang Jian and Neza, he was struck with a devastating blow. In an instant, he suffered a fatal strike, and before Guangchengzi could find an opportunity to flee, Yang Jian and Neza directed all their magical artifacts towards him. Guangchengzi's body was obliterated into a mist of blood, and as his primordial spirit emerged, it was swiftly extinguished. Upon the annihilation of Guangchengzi's primordial spirit, it transformed into a beam of light, absorbed by the investiture of the gods. In that moment, Guangchengzi's name was inscribed upon the divine roster. As Guangchengzi fell and ascended to the investiture of the gods, the disciples of the Chan sect, including Ran Deng, Shi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, Qingshu Zhenren, and Nanji Xianwang, were consumed by fury. Ran Deng bellowed, "You dare to slay our Guangchengzi? How audacious! I shall not let you go unpunished." Enraged, he thundered. Shi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, Qingshu Zhenren, and Nanji Xianwang were equally incensed, preparing to burn their essence in a desperate bid against Yang Jian and Neza. The scattered immortal Liu Yu was also taken aback, astonished that Guangchengzi of the Chan sect had been slain. Did these two not fear the retribution of the Primordial Tianzuan at the moment of Guangchengzi's demise? The Primordial Tianzuan was immediately aware. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare you kill Guangchengzi?" Without hesitation, he dispatched his malevolent corpse, intent on annihilating all involved. The malevolent corpse of the Primordial Tianzuan swiftly arrived at the battlefield of Sisui Pass. With a grim expression, It glared at Yang Jian and Neza, declaring, "You possess great audacity, daring to extinguish our Guang Chengzi. I shall reduce you to ashes, your souls forever barred from reincarnation." Yang Jian and Neza were struck with dread at the appearance of the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse. Sensing its terrifying power, undoubtedly at the level of the Tao Saint. Meanwhile, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu felt their hearts race at the sight of the malevolent corpse. In contrast, the Yushu Palace disciples, Yuding Jinren, Qingshu Jinren, Chijingzi, Nanji Xianwang, and Ran Deng, immediately recognized the arrival of the primordial Tianzuan and were filled with elation, believing that with their master present, their fates were sealed. The scattered immortal Liu Ye also felt astonished. Upon the arrival of the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse, it encountered the intercepted Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords. Zhao Gongming, upon hearing of the 24 sea calming pearls that ensnared the blood mosquito Taoist, and the 10 heavenly lords setting up the 10 absolute formation, realized that even with the ability to ignore restraints and consume endless malevolence, the blood mosquito Taoist could not escape the confinement of the 24 sea calming pearls and the 10 absolute formation. The primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse, witnessing the trapped blood mosquito Taoist, unleashed its formidable magical power to shatter the 24 sea calming pearls and the 10 absolute formation. Once the formations collapsed, the 24 sea calming pearls returned to Zhao Gongming, while the 10 heavenly lords were injured by the malevolent corpse. Enraged, the blood mosquito Taoist, a formidable creature among the 5 great beasts of the primordial era, found himself ensnared by the sea calming pearls and the 10 absolute formation. Elsewhere, Yin Jiao observed the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse with a calm demeanor, feeling that his own power was comparable to that of the malevolent corpse. The malevolent corpse, sensing Yin Jiao's strength, refrained from immediate engagement. As the malevolent corpse made its move, the Western Church's Jin, Zhuanti, Laozi of the 8 scenic palaces, Enhua of the Enhua Palace, and Tong Tian of the Biao Palace were quick to take notice. On the spiritual mountain of the Western Church, Jin and Zhuni, who had been observing the battle, realized that the emergence of the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse had disrupted their plans. Zhuni had initially intended to wait for a battle between Kong Xian and the Guanghan Ferry, hoping to reap the benefits. However, the appearance of the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse shattered that illusion. The Guanghan Ferry coldly regarded the malevolent corpse before her on the spiritual mountain of the Western Church. Jane remarked, "Brother, the opportunity has arisen." Zhuanti, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, what opportunity?" Jane responded, "With the emergence of the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse, a great battle is inevitable. I will have Methvia hold back Kong Xian, and you shall make your move then, deploying one of your 3 corpses to swiftly subdue Kong Xian." After considering Jane's words, Zhuni nodded, acknowledging, "I understand what to do." With that, Zhuni dispatched his malevolent corpse, hastening from the spiritual mountain to the battlefield at Sisui Pass. Tong Tian was also monitoring the conflict, and upon realizing that the primordial Tianzuan had dispatched his malevolent corpse, he instructed the Taoist Duo Bao to immediately depart from Janeo Island's Biao Palace to the battlefield. Enhua, observing the situation, commanded, "Jiotan Su-in, descend at once to assist your junior sister, the Guanghan Ferry." The Jiotian Su-in complied, saying, "Yes, I shall heed the master's command," before promptly departing from the Wuhuang Palace to join the battlefield. At the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain, Xiandu glanced at Laozi and asked, "Master, should I send someone from Shouyang Mountain?" Laozi replied, "No, the disciples of the 8 scenic palaces are few. There is no need for us to partake in this battle." In the battlefield of Sisui Pass, the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse glared menacingly at Yang Jian and Neza, declaring, "No one can save you today." With that, the malevolent corpse summoned the heavenly suppression coffin, preparing to unleash its wrath upon them. Yang Jian and Neza were instantly filled with dread, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. They had only just reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse was at least at the perfected level of the quasi-saint realm. Just as the malevolent corpse was about to strike, Yin Jiao intervened, brandishing the Hong Ming refining heaven pot bestowed upon him by Yin Hong. The potency of the Hongmeng refining heaven pot exceeded that of the heavenly suppression coffin by at least 2 tiers. When the two artifacts collided, an overwhelming surge of malevolence erupted from the heavenly suppression coffin, only to be absorbed by the Hongmeng refining heaven pot, dragging the coffin's body into the realm of the pot. Observing the powerful refining force of the Hongmeng refining heaven pot, the malevolent corpse of the primordial Tianzuan intensified its magical output to break free from its grasp. Once liberated, the malevolent corpse transformed into a colossal being, wielding the heavenly suppression coffin to strike at Yin Jiao in response. Yin Jiao invoked the 9-9 mysterious art, manifesting a giant form and wielding the Hongmeng fan to counter the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse. The ensuing clash between the Hongmeng fan and the heavenly suppression coffin unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, obliterating the surrounding mountains and rivers. The space around them fractured, volcanic eruptions ensued, and the flow of space was disrupted. As Yin Jiao engaged the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse in battle, the forces of the Shang dynasty, Yang Jian, Neza, Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu, maintained a safe distance. Meanwhile, the Yushu Palace, Chijingzi, Yuding Zhenren, Qingshu Zhenren, Nanji Xianwen, and Ran Dang had already made their swift escape from the vicinity. None dared to linger near the eye of the tempest. Such a terrifying aura threatened annihilation, even if they were not immediately obliterated by the overwhelming force. They would surely be grievously injured by the shockwave. Such cataclysmic collisions were beyond the endurance of even the most formidable great Luo golden immortals. Even an ordinary quasi-saint caught within would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. After the earth-shattering collision, the onlookers beheld the battlefield with astonishment. That moment, everyone gasped in disbelief. In the midst of the battle, the primordial Tianzuan's malevolent corpse found itself at a disadvantage, while Yin Jiao remained unfazed. The malevolent corpse of the primordial Tianzuan, with a grave expression, gazed intently at Yin Jiao and ominously questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Yin Jiao gazed at the malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi, remaining silent. The sinister form of Yuan Shi Tianzun, observing Yin Jiao without uttering a word, misinterpreted this as disdain, inciting a furious wrath within him. The malevolent corpse erupted with a terrifying murderous intent directed at Yin Jiao. And in an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat that on the side of the Deshang, witnessing the clash between the malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi and the Crown Prince. All present hastily sought out their own opponents to join the fray. Yang Jian and Neza faced off against Nanji Xianweng and Ran Deng. Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu confronted Qi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, and Qing Suzhenren. Zhao Gongming clashed with the fairy of Guanghan. While the 10 heavenly lords matched up against the mosquito Taoist, Kong Xian faced off against the scattered immortal Luya, and soon, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos once more. The scattered immortal Lu Yu wielded the sword of slaying immortals. But as Luya began to summon his gourd and chant incantations, Kong Xian unleashed the 5-color divine light. In an instant, a spectrum of vibrant colors manifested, rendering Luya's sword of slaying immortals ineffective. Luya, startled, could hardly believe that his once invincible weapon had faltered against Kong Xian. Just as Kong Xian battled Luya, the hidden Mithriya seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Kong Xian. In the moment Mithriya struck, Kong Xian swiftly reacted, countering with the Jingyi spear, which collided with Mithriya's purple-gold alms bowl. The force of the clash sent both Kong Xian and Mithriya reeling backward. As Kong Xian was propelled away, the concealed evil corpse of Zhuan Ti made its move. Zhuan Ti's malevolent form summoned the 8 treasures universe bag, intending to ensnare Kong Xian within it. Kong Xian deftly wielded the 5-color divine light, and the terrifying suction of the 8 treasures universe bag dissipated simultaneously. While Zhuan Ti's evil corpse failed to ambush Kong Xian, Yin Hong had already sensed Zhuan Ti's concealment. Yin Hong did not rush into action. He was wary of both Zhuan Ti's true self and Yuan Shi Tianzun's presence. The realization struck Zhuan Ti's evil corpse that it could not overpower Kong Xian. Meanwhile, far away on Ling Mountain in the western sect, Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin were observing the fierce battle. Zhuan Ti remarked, "Brother, my evil corpse cannot contend with Kong Xian. I must personally intervene." Jiayin replied, "You cannot do that. If your true self intervenes, Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, and Tong Tian will also act. Such a conflagration would disrupt the plans of the Tao ancestor. Who could withstand the wrath of the Tao ancestor?" Zhuan Ti furrowed his brow and asked, "What then shall we do?" Jiayin suggested, "Why not send forth your good corpse and self-corpse? Can 3 corpses not handle Kong Xian?" Zhuan Ti found this proposal feasible and promptly dispatched both the good corpse and self-corpse to the battlefield. In the midst of the combat, Zhuan Ti's 8 treasures universe bag and Kong Xian's 5-color divine light clashed back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Just then, the 9 heavens pure maiden from the Huahuang Palace arrived at the battlefield. As she prepared to engage, the duo Bao Daoist from the Jie sect also appeared. The 9 heavens pure maiden, ready to strike, was intercepted by duo Bao Daoist, who remarked, "I did not expect the Huahuang Palace to send you as well." The 9 heavens pure maiden retorted, "Do you intend to stop me, duo Bao Daoist?" He replied, "Your Huahuang Palace, Yusu Palace, and Western Sect have acted against the natural order." The fairy of Guanghan interjected, "This is the edict of the Tao ancestor. Do you Jie sect dare to defy it?" Duo Bao Daoist coldly laughed. "The Tao ancestor's edict is for your Huahuang Palace, Chan sect, and Western Sect to conspire against my Jie sect." Duo Bao Daoist's words left the 9 heavens pure maiden momentarily speechless. As Duo Bao Daoist conversed with her, 2 more figures suddenly appeared on the periphery of the battle between Kong Xian and Zhuan Ti's evil corpse. Yin Hong recognized the 2 presences. Their aura mirrored that of Zhuan Ti, and he instantly understood that these were Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses. Kong Xian, engaged in battle with Zhuan Ti's evil form, also discerned the newcomers at once. His heart sank as he thought, could this be the calamity that the second prince spoke of? The good corpse of Zhuan Ti proclaimed, "I have come to invite you to share in the Western blissful realm and expound upon the 3 vehicles of the great law. Free from attachments, you can attain the ultimate fruit and achieve an indestructible body. Is that not splendid?" Kong Xian, upon hearing this, furiously retorted, "Such nonsense! Where did this old bald donkey come from?" He had long recognized that Zhuan Ti's evil corpse hailed from the Western Sect. The calamity foretold by the second prince was indeed emanating from the Western Sect. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, Zhuan Ti's good corpse was immediately enraged, declaring, "Today, I shall take you down." Kong Xian thought to himself, "It seems today this outcome cannot be peaceful." With the arrival of Zhuan Ti's other 2 corpses, they swiftly joined the fray, encircling Kong Xian. Naturally, Yin Hong would not overlook Kong Xian's predicament. Instantly, he manifested 3 avatars. Appearing beside the battlefield where Kong Xian faced Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses, Yin Hong's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Hunyuan Wujidi de Luo Golden Immortal, mastering the art of transformation. Although the avatars were but manifestations, their power was at least on par with that of a heavenly Tao saint. Kong Xian and Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 3 figures. Who were these formidable beings? Each of Yin Hong's avatars bore a distinct appearance. Yin Hong's true self addressed Kong Xian, saying, "Kong Xian, these 3 avatars are all me." Upon hearing this, Kong Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhuan Ti's evil corpse glared at the 3 avatars, demanding, "Who are you 3, and from which force do you hail?" Yin Hong's avatars exchanged a cold smirk, but remained silent, seeing their lack of response. Zhuan Ti's evil corpse grew furious, exclaiming, "How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Western Sect?" One of Yin Hong's avatars retorted, "The affairs of the Western Sect. Do you claim that every practitioner is bound by your so-called fate? Such shamelessness! How can you even utter such words?" The 3 corpses of Zhuan Ti spoke in unison. "Impudent! How dare you slander the Western Sect and tarnish its reputation?" Yin Hong's avatar shot back, "What are you 3 even talking about? I am well aware of your true nature." Zhuan Ti's evil corpse scoffed, "You are quite sharp-tongued. Even if you tarnish the Western Sect's name, do you 3 dare to disrupt the great plan of the Tao Ancestor? Are you not afraid of the Tao Ancestor's wrath?" Yin Hong's avatar responded, "The Tao Ancestor's great plan? Is it to sacrifice the human race in exchange for the flourishing of your Western Sect?" Chan sect, Hua Huang Palace, and Rin sect. What a diabolical scheme. The Tao ancestor treats the human race like mere ants, easily disposable. The words spoken by Yin Hong's avatar caused Zhuan Ti's three corpses and the surrounding onlookers to collectively gasp in shock. These three formidable beings possessed audacity beyond measure, openly denouncing the Tao ancestor. Who could withstand the fury of the Tao ancestor when erupted? Zhuan Ti's three corpses trembled in fear. They were acutely aware of the Tao ancestor's terrifying power. The Tao ancestor had the strength to obliterate them all. The Tao ancestor represented the heavenly Tao, and who among the practitioners of the Hongwang world did not fear the heavenly Tao? Unless one transcended the heavenly Tao and reached the level of the great Tao, the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao would hold no sway over them. Yet these three formidable figures before them clearly had not surpassed the level of the heavenly Tao. What sort of backing did they possess? Suddenly, Zhuan Ti's three corpses recalled that previously, someone had broken through to the level of the great Tao within the Hongwang world at that time. The entire Hongwang world had been engulfed in phenomena. But in an instant, those signs had vanished. Eventually, Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, Niuhua, Jia-yin, and Zhuan Ti, the five saints, had gathered at the Zixiao Palace. The words spoken by Hong Jun Dao ancestor had left the five saints in shock, as he had stated that a powerful being at the level of the great Tao had entered the Honghuang. The arrival of such a being had triggered a warning from the heavenly Tao, and the phenomena had filled the skies, only to disappear as an agreement was reached with the heavenly Tao of the Honghuang world. Zhuan Ti's three corpses speculated, could these three formidable beings be subordinates of that great Tao-level powerhouse? This is the only explanation that accounts for their fearlessness towards the Tao ancestor. Realizing that this battle was now inevitable, Zhuan Ti's three corpses each retrieved their treasured artifacts. Zhuan Ti's good corpse brandished the divine staff of empowerment. The evil corpse wielded the 8 treasures universe bag, and the self-corpse held the 6 pure bamboo. Yin Hong's 3 avatars each grasped a treasure: the Kunwu sword, the 5 elements pearl, and the divine knife of reverence. These 3 artifacts were all acquired by Yin Hong through previous sign-ins. The reason Yin Hong had bestowed the Hong Meng refining heaven gourd and the Hong Meng turning heaven seal upon his elder brother, Yin Jiao, was twofold. Firstly, his own cultivation was sufficiently advanced that he had no need for them. Secondly, his elder brother was still merely at the perfection of the quasi-saint level. Given his cultivation, facing the 3 corpses of a heavenly Tao saint without a supreme treasure would make victory or self-preservation exceedingly challenging. Thus, Yin Hong retained only the innate supreme treasures and the like. The treasures of Hong Meng and the treasures of chaos wield overwhelming power, rendering those who have not attained the quasi-saint level or above incapable of utilizing them. Upon witnessing the 3 avatars of Yin Hong, the 3 corpses of Zhuan Ti each produced a magical artifact. Given Zhuan Ti's extensive knowledge, he would undoubtedly recognize these 3 treasures. The Kunwu sword and the Zuanshan blade are both primordial treasures forged from the vertebrae of the Panga deity. Meanwhile, the 5 elements pearl is also a primordial treasure, with each spiritual pearl being a heavenly artifact in its own right. In that instant, the 6 figures engaged in fierce combat, with Yin Hong's avatars demonstrating strength superior to that of Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses. As a result, Yin Hong's 3 avatars maintained a relentless assault on Zhuan Ti's corpses. In truth, Yin Hong could easily dispatch one of his avatars to obliterate Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses in an instant. However, given the current scarcity of top-tier experts within the Dashang, such an action could provoke all the heavenly saints, including Hong Jun, to take desperate measures against the lower-tier cultivators of Dashang. This would inevitably lead to irreparable losses for the entire human race in the Honghuang realm. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi was being relentlessly pushed back by Yin Jiao. Yang Jian and Neza also gained the upper hand in their fierce battle, causing the likes of Ran Deng and Nanji Xianweng to struggle to keep up with the fighting prowess of these 2 battle maniacs. The 3 immortals of Yushu Palace, Yuding Jinren, Chijingzi, and Qingshu Jinren, were besieged by Han Rong, Denglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu. Originally, the 3 immortals had the support of Guang Qingzi, which allowed them to maintain parity in battle. But with Guang Chengxi's demise, Yuding, Qingxiu, and Shi Jingzi found themselves vastly outmatched by Han Rong and his companions. Zhao Gongming unleashed 24 Dinghai Pearls, transforming them into 24 worlds as they bore down upon the ferry of Guanghan. However, the ferry's treasure, the mist and Du Qian Kuan net, proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Dinghai Pearls. The ferry of Guanghan found herself in an increasingly desperate situation, without assistance. Her demise was all but certain to end the clash between Kong Xian and Liu Ye. Liu Ye's flying sword of immortal slaying and the 7-arrow book lost their efficacy against Kong Xian. In a moment of desperation, Liu Ye revealed his true form, that of a colossal golden crow. Yet, even in this form, he could not best Kong Xian, who unveiled his own true form as a magnificent, multicolored peacock. The solar divine fire emitted by the golden crow had no effect on the peacock, as the peacock, being a descendant of the phoenix, was impervious to such flames. After all, the phoenix is the very progenitor of fire manipulation. As the 5-color divine light radiated from Kong Xian's peacock form, it effortlessly absorbed the solar divine fire into the 5-colored realm, leaving the peacock unscathed while the golden crow realized that Kong Xian had suffered no damage. Aware that continuing the fight would lead to his unavoidable demise, the golden crow immediately employed the divine technique of the Golden Crow clan. Golden Crow transforms into a rainbow to escape with utmost swiftness. Noticing the golden crow's flight, Kong Xian promptly flapped his colorful wings and gave chase. Though the golden crow's speed was remarkable, Kong Xian was not slow either. In an instant, the golden crow fled while the peacock pursued, and they quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Liu Ye was secretly relaying a message to the true form of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Upon receiving Liu Ye's communication, Yuan Shi Tianzun instantly grasped Liu Ye's predicament. Yuan Shi instructed Liu Ye to flee toward the western Kunlun region, promising to await him there that moment. Yuan Shi's true form would strike with the force of thunder to capture Kong Xian. Unbeknownst to Kong Xian, as he pursued Liu Ye, there was a covert alliance forming between Liu Ye and Yuan Shi, which would spell certain doom for Kong Xian. Fortunately, Yin Hong's true form was continuously observing the fierce battle between Kong Xian and Liu Ye. In a certain location within the western Kunlun, Yuan Shi's true form had long been poised for this encounter. Shortly thereafter, the Golden Crow, having revealed its true form, flew in with a radiant streak of light. Just a few thousand miles behind the Golden Crow, Kong Xian's true form as a peacock was in hot pursuit. Upon reaching this location, the Golden Crow let out a long sigh of relief. Having received Yuan Shi's message, Yuan Shi instructed Liu Ye to lure Kong Xian into the world of Hun Yuan Li, where Kong Xian would become easy prey, akin to a fish on the chopping block, to be taken down silently and swiftly. As Liu Ye entered a specific area within western Kunlun, he vanished from sight, causing Kong Xian, who was pursuing him, to come to an abrupt halt. Instantly, Kong Xian became alert. Noticing that Kong Xian had not fallen for the trap, Yuan Shi could no longer afford to conceal himself. Yuan Shi revealed his true form and addressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing Yuan Shi's true form, Kong Xian was taken aback and exclaimed, How audacious! Liu Ye dares to conspire against me. Yuan Shi replied, Kong Xian, surrender willingly and accompany me back to the Chan sect. I shall grant you a guardian beast. Should you refuse, I will obliterate your primordial spirit and leave you as a mere puppet for the Chan sect. Choose wisely. After hearing this, Kong Xian's fury ignited. Yuan Shi, put away your sinister facade. Even if it means self-destruction, I shall not grant you your wish. Yuan Shi retorted, Since you refuse my kind offer, do not blame me for being ruthless with that. Yuan Shi extended his palm, summoning the 3 clear divine thunder that surged within his hand. Before Yuan Shi could strike, Yin Hong, with his formidable divine sense, was acutely attuned to Kong Xian's movements. At that moment, upon witnessing Yuan Shi's true form make a move, Yin Hong instantly employed his powerful spatial divine abilities. As Yin Hong unleashed his terrifying spatial technique, Yuan Shi's true form quickly sensed the impending threat. An expression of shock crossed Yuan Shi's face. The magnitude of the assault was so terrifying that he felt compelled to prioritize his own defense over attacking Kong Xian. Yin Hong's divine ability traversed countless spaces, coalescing into an immense hand that seized Yuan Shi and pulled him into the void of his own inner realm. The formidable hand then unleashed its full might upon Yuan Shi's true form. As Yuan Shi's true form beheld the monstrous hand descending toward him, he immediately summoned the celestial defense of the myriad heavens, activating the three clear divine thunder palm to counter the colossal hand. The cataclysmic collision sent Yuan Shi's true form hurtling thousands of miles away, causing devastating repercussions that fractured the very fabric of the Hongwang realm. Countless fissures erupted in the void, and the terrifying force of chaos swiftly cleaved through the fragments of space. In the western Kunlun, numerous beings, along with shards of the realm, were consumed by the gaping rifts, transforming the battleground into an expanse of nothingness. Yuan Shi's true form, following the collision with the colossal hand, was grievously wounded, spewing forth a mouthful of vital blood as he struggled to regain his composure and surveyed the now emptied battlefield. In the midst of the turmoil of the battle at the Sui Shui Pass, Yin Jiao clashed fiercely with Yuan Shi's malevolent corpse. The influence of Yuan Shi's injuries reverberated through the malevolent corpse, causing it to emit a spurt of vital blood as well. Seizing the opportunity presented by the malevolent corpse's vulnerability, Yin Jiao unleashed the Hongmeng Flip Heaven Seal and the Hongmeng Refining Heaven Pot upon it. The malevolent corpse was initially struck by the Hongmeng Flip Heaven Seal, which heralded its impending demise, and was swiftly absorbed into the Hongmeng Refining Heaven Pot. Witnessing Yuan Shi's defeat and subsequent absorption into the Hongmeng Refining Heaven Pot, the disciples of Yushu Palace were filled with dread, their souls fleeing in terror. Those on the side of Deshang, including Yang Jian and Neza, also capitalized on the moment. They swiftly delivered devastating blows to Ran Deng and Nanji Xianwang, who, despite their injuries, utilized the Yushu secret technique of soaring earth golden light to escape. The trio of Yuding Jinren, Chijingzi, and Qingshu Jinren each attempted to flee, but Han Rong, Dinglin, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu seized the moment. The last to escape, Qingshu Jinren, fell victim to a combined strike from the four, resulting in his transformation into a mist of blood, his primordial spirit extinguished in an instant. The malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi was absorbed into the Hongmeng Refining Heaven Pot, while the disciples of Yushu Palace scattered in terror, their souls in disarray. Following their grievous injuries, Nanji Xianwang and Ran Dang fled using the Yushu secret technique, soaring earth golden light. At 8T this juncture, the three corpses of Zhuan Ti, engaged in battle with Yin Hong's avatars, were shaken by the sight of Yuan Shi's malevolent corpse's defeat. The three corpses of Zhuan Ti were taken aback, their resolve shaken, and they momentarily lost sight of their original purpose. Sensing the impending threat of Yin Jiao joining the fray against them, Zhuan Ti's corpses ignited their own vital blood, drastically enhancing their power. With this surge, their strength matched that of Yin Hong's three avatars. However, Zhuan Ti's corpses were acutely aware that the elevation in power through the burning of vital blood was but a fleeting boon. Once the moment passed, the boost would diminish, and they would revert to the quasi-saint level, at which point their very existence would be at stake. Thus, the three corpses of Zhuan Ti launched a desperate assault, completely disregarding their own defenses. Among Zhuan Ti's three corpses, the evil corpse and the self-corpse, battered and bruised, engaged in fierce combat. This allowed Zhuan Ti's good corpse to escape, and without concern for anything else, it rushed directly before Mi Lu. The good corpse of Zhuan Ti reached out with a colossal hand to grasp Mi Lu, employing the Zhuan Ti divine light technique, and, in an instant, vanished from sight. After the escape of Zhuan Ti's good corpse, only the evil corpse and the self-corpse remained, both quickly suffering severe injuries under the onslaught of Yin Hong's three avatars. At that moment, Yin Jiao also arrived at the battleground where Yin Hong and Zhuan Ti were engaged in combat. With Yin Jiao's arrival, it wasn't long before Zhuan Ti's evil corpse was struck by Yin Jiao's Hongmeng Fan Tian Seal before it could even react. Yin Hong's avatar, wielding the Kunwu sword, delivered a decisive blow to Zhuan Ti's evil corpse. In an instant, the evil corpse was reduced to a mist of blood, and as soon as its primordial spirit emerged, it was drawn into the Hongmeng Refined Heaven Pot. Upon witnessing the demise of the evil corpse and the absorption of its primordial spirit, Zhuan Ti's self-corpse felt an immediate sense of psychological torment. Realizing it would soon face an onslaught from 4 adversaries, Zhuan Ti's self-corpse's aura surged to its utmost peak. At this moment, Yin Hong's 3 avatars and Yin Jiao recognized that Zhuan Ti's self-corpse was preparing for self-detonation. Meanwhile, the treasure-snatching Taoist and the 9 Heavens Pure Maiden, who were embroiled in the battle, caught sight of this scene out of the corner of their eyes and were instantly filled with dread. Without a second thought for the ongoing conflict, the two fled at their utmost speed. The fierce battle between Zhao Gongming and the Fairy of Guanghan, as well as that of the 10 Heavenly Lords and the Blood Mosquito Taoist, also halted upon witnessing this spectacle. They all swiftly retreated from the battlefield of Sishui Guan, moving far away with great haste. Observing from the shadows, Yin Hong's true form waved his hand, unleashing spatial power to absorb all of the Deshang faction into his internal space. Although Zhuan Ti's self-corpse had reached its peak intensity before the self-detonation could occur, everyone had already fled the scene. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions erupted in the moment of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse's detonation. Yin Hong utilized spatial principles to draw his elder brother, Yin Jiao, into his internal world. Meanwhile, his 3 avatars dissipated, unleashing a violent aura that swept through the void. The self-detonation of one of the 3 corpses of a heavenly Tao saint shook the entire primordial realm, erasing countless beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. After the cataclysmic explosion, Sishui Guan was rendered void, vanishing entirely. The lower-tier soldiers of the Deshang faction had long since evacuated Sishui Guan, and the Shichi faction had also retreated early. Those who escaped included the Fairy of Guanghan, the 9 Heavens Pure Maiden, Zhao Gongming, the 10 Heavenly Lords, and the Blood Mosquito Taoist, all of whom were left trembling with fear. The power of the self-detonation was simply too horrific had they not managed to escape. It was likely that all would have been annihilated in an instant. Even the Heavenly Tao Saints would surely find their physical forms obliterated at the center of such an explosion. The Heavenly Tao Saints could only rely on their primordial spirits to flee in the instant following the self-detonation of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse. All Heavenly Tao Saints throughout the primordial realm sensed the event. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned crimson, with ominous clouds swirling, and a tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The Heavenly Tao lamented. Everyone felt as though they might weep. The fall of a Heavenly Tao Saint brought sorrow to the world. Swish, 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 swish. Terrifying blood rain poured down. At the 8 Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain, Laozi and Master Xuandu were taken aback, exchanging glances. Master Xuandu exclaimed, "Master, is this true?" He understood all too well that this was the sign of a Heavenly Tao Saint's fall, an omen of shared sorrow throughout the world. Laozi met Master Xuandu's gaze, gravely nodding. "It is true." Master Xuandu then asked, "Master, who has fallen?" Laozi replied, "It should be one of Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses." After hearing this, Master Xuandu fell silent, recalling that he had previously inquired whether their 8 Sceneries Palace should dispatch personnel to the battlefield. Now, it was evident how correct his master's decision had been to refrain from involvement. At Janeo Island's Bio Palace, the Tontian Saint, who had been lecturing his disciples, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Moments later, the external world erupted with howling winds, crimson clouds, and thunderous lightning. The blood-red rain cascaded down. Tong Tian's disciples, Jin Ling Saintus, Hua Ling Saintus, and Gue Ling Saintus, exclaimed in unison, "Master, what is happening?" Tong Tian Saint responded, "This is the fall of a Heavenly Tao Saint, an omen of sorrow from the heavens." The 3 disciples were left aghast, exclaiming, "The fall of a Heavenly Tao Saint. It has been countless epochs since the great Pangu opened the heavens, and during the calamities of Long Han and Wu Yao, no Heavenly Tao Saints fell. In those 2 great calamities, the strongest beings that perished were merely perfected saints. One can only imagine how terrifying and rare it is for a Heavenly Tao Saint to fall." Tong Tian Saint declared, "The primordial world has already changed. It is no longer a realm where the Heavenly Tao remains unbroken and saints do not fall." He added, "This is merely the beginning. It is likely that more saints will perish in the future. You all must strive diligently in your cultivation to ensure your survival amidst the calamities. The Jinling Saintus, Hualing Saintus, Guiling Saintus, Qiushou Xian, and Wu Yun Xian, along with the other disciples of the Jiejiao, responded in unison, "We shall adhere to our master's teachings and cultivate diligently." In the western teaching Ling Mountain, Zhuan Ti's true form and Jieyin were engaged in discussion regarding the great battle when Zhuan Ti suddenly received a message from the good corpse. Enraged, Zhuan Ti unleashed a mouthful of essence blood, causing himself to shrink to an extreme. Suddenly, the primordial world's heavens erupted with howling winds, crimson clouds swirling, and thunder roaring. The entire primordial realm was lamenting. Blood-red rain poured down. Zhuan Ti's true form, consumed by rage, spat out another mouthful of essence blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon seeing Zhuan Ti's state, Jieyin was taken aback, filled with alarm. After the fall of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse, Yin Hong employed spatial might to absorb all of Deshang's forces into his internal world. In an instant, Yin Hong's figure appeared at the general's mansion of the Jepai Guan. General Huang Gun was engaged in a discussion with his subordinates regarding the events of the Sishui Guan battle when the heavens erupted with thunder, howling winds, and crimson clouds that blood-red rain cascaded down. And Huang Gun felt an immense sorrow envelop him, as if he had lost someone of great importance, nearly moved to tears. Suddenly, Yin Hong's figure appeared in the hall, as Huang Gun was lost in mourning. He snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Just as Huang Gun's voice fell, he focused his gaze and realized, "Isn't this His Highness the Second Prince?" He thought, but weren't His Highness and the Crown Prince on the battlefield of Sishui Guan? Confusion flooded Huang Gun's mind, yet he had no time to inquire further, and he respectfully bowed. "I, General Huang Gun of Jiepai Guan, pay my respects to His Highness the Second Prince." Yin Hong replied, "No need for formalities, General Huang." Huang Gun continued, "Your Highness, you and the Crown Prince, along with my son Fei, who were at the Sishui Guan battlefield, correct? What has become of General Han Rong and Deputy General Deng Lin?" Yin Hong responded, "The Chan sects Guang, Chengzi, and Qing Suzhenren have fallen. The four, Ran Deng, Ninjixian Wang, Ding Jinren, and Qi Jingzi, sustained severe injuries and fled point one of Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses. The self-corpse has perished. The good corpse of Zhuan Ti rescued the Western teachings Mi Lu. The fairy of Guanghan and the 9 heavens pure maiden took advantage of the self-detonation of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse to escape. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao, the Taoist of treasures, and the 10 heavenly lords at the crucial moment also withdrew from the battlefield without sustaining significant injuries. The blood mosquito Taoist also managed to flee amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, Huang Gun was utterly shaken, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The news that the second prince conveyed was profoundly shocking. One of the heavenly Tao saints' 3 corpses had self-detonated. Huang Gun inquired, "Your Highness, was the recent heavenly phenomenon, the blood-red rain, the omen of the saints' fall, a sign of the world's shared sorrow?" Yin Hong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, at that moment, heavenly phenomena manifested across the primordial realm. In the imperial capital of Deshang, Chaoga, Emperor Xan was in the midst of discussing the Sishui Guan battle with his ministers when suddenly, the sky outside turned blood-red, accompanied by howling winds, thunder, and lightning. Swish, 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 the blood-red rain fell in torrents. Emperor Xan and his ministers exited the Chaotian Hall, gazing at the sky above. All were rendered speechless, engulfed in profound sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. In that instant, all the ministers turned their gaze toward Emperor Xan, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what is happening?" With a grave expression, Emperor Xan replied, "This is the fall of a heavenly Tao saint, an omen of sorrow from the heavens." After Emperor Xan finished speaking, all the ministers displayed expressions of shock. Until now, they had been mere mortals, entirely unaware of such profound secrets. The fall of the celestial sage evoked a profound sorrow among all living beings in the vast wilderness. Emperor Xan remarked, "The celestial sage has merged with the heavenly Tao itself. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, the celestial sage remains neither dead nor extinguished. Thus, the celestial sage is an integral part of the heavenly Tao, tantamount to the fall of the heavenly Tao itself. Hence, when the celestial sage falls, the cosmos mourns. If any ministers present comprehended Emperor Xian's narrative, they would grasp the weight of his words. Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. The true form of Primordial Supreme Being had just returned from the battlefield of West Kunlun. Suddenly, he erupted with a mouthful of essence blood. Immediately, extraordinary phenomena manifested in the external world. The sky was shrouded in crimson clouds. Fierce winds howled, and thunder and lightning clashed. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood-red rain cascaded down. The true form of Primordial Supreme Being, along with the scattered immortal Luya, gazed at the scene before them. Deeply shaken, Luya recognized this as the fall of the celestial sage, that he glanced at Primordial Supreme Being, whose countenance darkened as he replied, "Just as you feared." Luya inquired, "Supreme Being, who has fallen?" Primordial Supreme Being replied, "It is one of Zhuan Ti's 3 corpses. The self-corpse is perished." After hearing this, Luya fell silent, lost in thought. Primordial Supreme Being's expression darkened further. "My malevolent corpse can no longer be sensed. However, it has not perished." Upon hearing this, Luya was left in a state of shock and numbness, thinking to himself, has Primordial Supreme Being's malevolent corpse also lost contact with its true form? Who possesses such power to cause the self-corpse of Zhuan Ti to self-destruct? And now, the malevolent corpse of Primordial has also gone missing. In a flash, Luya recalled the terrifying powerhouse who had intervened in West Kunlun. Realizing this, he cast a glance at Primordial Supreme Being, who recognized the same possibility. Only a being of such formidable strength could inflict such severe injuries and compel Zhuan Ti's self-corpse to self-destruct. At that moment, the disciples of Primordial Supreme Being remaining at Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, including Yun Zhongzi, Zhu Lu Sun, Ci Hang Fairy, Huang Long Zhen Run, Wen Shu, Pu Xian, and Dao Xing Zhen Run, sensed the aura of Primordial Supreme Being and rushed to his side. Upon seeing the grave expression on their master's face, Wen Shu and Pu Xian simultaneously asked, "Master, what has happened?" Primordial glanced at his disciples and stated, "Guang Chengzi and Xing Su have fallen. Furthermore, one of my malevolent corpses, dispatched to the battlefield at Sishui Pass, has lost contact." What? All disciples gasped in disbelief, shaken by Primordial's words. One of Master's malevolent corpses has lost contact. How can this be? Who in the vast wilderness could annihilate the 3 corpses of a celestial sage? At this moment, Yin Zhongzi spoke up, "Master, did Brother Guang Chengzi and Junior Brother Qing Su truly fall? Have they ascended the Feng Shun Bang?" Primordial's face remained grim as he affirmed, "Indeed." Yin Zhongzi continued, "Originally, the Tao ancestor commanded us to promote the Feng Shun calamity through our teachings alongside the teachings of the Western sect and the Palace of Huahuang. The Tao ancestor intended to send the vile beings of Jiejiao to the Feng Shun Bang. Unexpectedly, no one from Jiejiao has ascended the list, while 3 of our brothers from Chanjiao have already done so." All the disciples of Yushu Palace murmured among themselves, bewildered by how events had unfolded. Meanwhile, Master's malevolent corpse remained unaccounted for, signifying severe losses for Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace in this great battle. Conversely, the Western sect fared slightly better, suffering only the self-destruction of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse. Given that the Western sect had few disciples to begin with, their losses were minimal. The human sect, on the other hand, experienced no losses at all. The Palace of Huahuang had only deployed the Guanghan Fairy and the 9 Heavens Pure Maiden, both of whom had survived the conflict. Thus, it could be said that the Palace of Huahuang suffered no significant losses. Meanwhile, the Dashang side had not lost any powerful beings, with only the disappearance of Sishui Pass. At the general's office of the Jibai Pass, Yin Hong released everyone from within his inner world. Yin Jiao and Kong Xian emerged first, followed closely by Yang Jian, Neza, Han Rong, Deng Luan, Huang Feihu, and Deng Chanyu. After emerging, Yin Jiao asked, "Second brother, what was the outcome of the battle at Sishui Pass?" As Yin Jiao posed his question, everyone who had been released from Yin Hong's inner world turned their attention to him. In the very moment of Zhuan Ti's self-corpse detonation, I utilize spatial divine powers to transport you all into a spatial treasure. A.S. I departed the battlefield at Sishui Pass. Zhuan Ti's self-corpse self-destructed. The entire area surrounding Sishui Pass was subsequently devastated. Countless mountains and rivers were flattened, and innumerable lives were obliterated in the explosion. Fortunately, our ordinary soldiers from Nishang had evacuated the battlefield in advance. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Yin Jiao inquired, "Second brother, what became of our Jie Jiao allies, Zhao Gongming, Duobao, Daorun, and the 10 heavenly lords? Did they manage to escape the battlefield?" Yin Hong replied, "Duobao, Daorun, Zhao Gongming, and the 10 heavenly lords all fled just before the explosion. They should have survived." Yin Jiao responded with relief. "That is good to hear." He continued, "What a strange female cultivator who had previously ensnared me with Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords and the 10 absolute array. What faction does she belong to?" Yin Hong explained, "She is a servant of the Blood Sea of Yomi, under the command of the old ancestor of the Underworld River." Yin Jiao was taken aback. Blood Sea of Yomi, old ancestor of the Underworld River? Unbeknownst to him, these were formidable powers that had survived numerous great calamities throughout the ages. Yin Hong elaborated, "The old ancestor of the Underworld River is a being born at the dawn of creation. Accompanying the Pangu's separation of heaven and earth, he has weathered the calamities of creation, the dragon and Han calamity, the witch and demon calamity, and now, the current era." Upon hearing Yin Hong's account, everyone was astonished by the name of the old ancestor of the Underworld River. From the time of Pangu's creation to the present, how many epochs had passed? What kind of terrifying strength must the old ancestor of the Underworld River possess? Yin Jiao and the others inquired about the old ancestor's power. Yin Hong replied, "The old ancestor of the Underworld River is likely at the perfected saint realm. When Hong Jun preached in the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 worldly guests attended to hear his teachings. Among them the current 6 sacred ones of the heavenly Tao, as well as the old ancestor of the Underworld River, the old ancestor of Red Cloud, and the Grand Master of Jinyuan." After Hong Jun concluded his sermon, it was said that Niwa created humanity and received a great deal of merit from the heavenly Tao, thus achieving sanctification. In turn, the old ancestor of the Underworld River sought to emulate Niwa and attain sanctification through merit. Consequently, the Blood Sea of Yomi created the Azura clan, yet the old ancestor of the Underworld River did not achieve sainthood. He merely advanced a step on the path to sanctification, reaching the threshold of a half-step saint. Therefore, it is evident that the old ancestor of the Underworld River possesses formidable strength, and the perfected saint should not be his match. Yin Hong continued, "The Grand Master of Jinyuan from Wuzhuangguan is also at the perfected saint level. Nearing half-step saint realm. In the past, the old ancestor of the Underworld River conspired with Kuanping to scheme against the old ancestor of Red Cloud for the primordial purple chi. The two ambushed the old ancestor of Red Cloud, leading to his demise. In retaliation, the old ancestor of Red Cloud's closest friend, the Grand Master of Jinyuan, sought revenge against Kuanping and the old ancestor of the Underworld River. When he confronted Kuanping, he was obstructed by the demon clans Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Di Jun, thus failing to succeed. As for the old ancestor of the Underworld River, he has been hiding within the Blood Sea of Yomi, too afraid to emerge, which is why the Grand Master of Zhanyuan ultimately gave up. These are all hidden secrets of the wilderness. Even Kong Xian remains unaware. As the discourse unfolded, everyone was left astonished, realizing that the wilderness concealed so many powerful beings that had existed since the dawn of creation. Previously, Kong Xian had felt a sense of pride in having reached the late stage of the perfected saint realm, believing himself invincible beneath the celestial sages. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the wilderness, having confined himself to a narrow perspective and disregarded the myriad strong beings throughout the world. Not to mention the second prince. Even the crown prince before him would not be his match. This only strengthened Kong Xian's resolve to pursue greater power, firmly determined to seize the great tree that was the second prince. At that moment, Yin Hong stated, "Elder brother, please give me the Hongmeng Lianqian pot." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao understood that the malevolent corpse of Primordial lay within the Hongmeng Lianqian pot, following Yin Hong's request. He promptly handed over the pot. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Primordial wore a grave expression, lost in thought. After a moment, he departed from Yushu Palace and arrived at the Eight Sceneries Palace of Shoyang Mountain. Primordial addressed Laozi. Why did you not send disciples to support during the battle at Sishui Pass, senior brother? Laozi replied, Junior brother, our human sect is sparse. We have only one Xiandu master, and no other disciples to send. Upon hearing this, Primordial acknowledged, indeed, as you mentioned, the human sect has but one disciple, the Xiandu master. If I were to send him to the battlefield for support, and you're to perish, I fear you would go mad. Primordial said nothing further and directly inquired, What shall we do next, senior brother? Laozi replied, I do not know either. Perhaps we should consult the Dao ancestor. Yuan Shi Dao responded affirmatively. After speaking, Yuan Shi and Laozi departed from the Eight Scenery Palace. In the Western teachings upon Ling Mountain, Zhuan Ti awoke from a deep slumber, opening his eyes to find his senior brother sitting cross-legged beside him. Zhuan Ti inquired, Senior brother, how long have I been unconscious? Jiayin replied, You have been in a state of unconsciousness for over half a month, junior brother. Zhuan Ti then expressed, Senior brother, our Western teachings have suffered grievously this time. What should we do next? Jiayin replied, I possess no superior solution. Perhaps we should consult the Dao ancestor. Zhuan Ti agreed, Very well. With that, the two departed from Ling Mountain, before the Purple Cloud's palace. As Yuan Shi and Laozi arrived, they spotted Jiayin and Zhuan Ti approaching from a distance. Upon their arrival, Jiayin asked, Supreme Brother, Yuan Shi, what brings you here? Yuan Shi glanced at Jiayin and Zhuan Ti and replied, We have come regarding the recent grand battle. Yuan Shi then asked, And what brings you here, Jiayin? Jiayin responded, We are here for the same matter. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the Purple Cloud's palace. Come in. Following this, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti entered the palace. Once inside the Purple Cloud's palace, the four took their seats on meditation cushions to eye in the palace. Hongjun sat in the void. Upon seeing the four enter, Hongjun opened his eyes and inquired, What brings you here this time? Yuan Shi answered, Dao ancestor, we have come concerning the calamity of the Fengshan and the battle at Sishui Pass. Zhuan Ti added, Dao ancestor, with the onset of the Fengshan calamity, we are here to heed your decree and assist the Western Qi in their campaign against the Shang. Yuan Shi continued. In the offensive at Sishui Pass, we suffered significant losses. Zhuan Ti continued, Dao ancestor, the Shang has evidently forged some form of alliance with the Jie sect. They dispatched Taoist duo Bao Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords to engage in this battle. Moreover, we encountered numerous formidable beings, including many at the perfected golden immortal level, and even several at the great perfection of the pre-saint level, alongside heavenly Dao saints supporting them. During our attempts to rescue the scattered immortal Luya in the West Kunlun, we faced an overwhelmingly terrifying force whose strength could be deemed almost unparalleled, rivaling even the Dao ancestor himself. Hongjun, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. He remarked, After the onset of the Fengshan calamity, the entire primordial world as heavenly Dao has been obscured by calamity, resulting in chaotic causality that I am unable to ascertain who is responsible to this moment, apart from those whose cultivation surpasses the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. No one can deduce the preceding events. The four, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti, united in asking, Dao ancestor, how should we proceed? Hongjun advised, before taking action, do not act recklessly. Allow me to seek out those hidden ancient beings to assist you. I believe there are still many concealed ancient beings capable of weathering the calamities of creation within the primordial realm, the peak of the northern sea of the primordial world. On Yuta Mountain, it is said that the blood sea of Yomi lies within this domain. In the blood sea of Yomi, the ancestor of the underworld river was deeply engrossed in meditation. Suddenly, a sound of something piercing the void echoed into the blood sea. The ancestor of the underworld river, awakening from his deep meditation, opened his eyes to see the frantic figure of the blood mosquito Taoist. The ancestor of the underworld river inquired, What has happened to you, blood mosquito? Are you being pursued? At this moment, the blood mosquito Taoist, still in shock, composed himself after a moment. With a face betraying horror, he replied, "This battle was utterly terrifying." The ancestor of the underworld river, puzzled, asked, "How could a mere human dynasty instill such fear in you?" The blood mosquito Taoist responded, "You may not comprehend the terror of the Shang." Ancestor of the underworld river. The ancestor queried, "What do you mean?" The blood mosquito Taoist then recounted the events of the battle at Sishui Pass and its outcome to the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the underworld river was left stunned. Since the onset of the Feng Shun calamity, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world had been thrown into disarray, having remained within the blood sea of Yomi for an extended period. Shrouded by the great reincarnation array, the ancestor had not been aware of the circumstances beyond. After listening to the blood mosquito Taoist account, he was left speechless for a long while, astonished he had not anticipated that during this Feng Shun calamity, the Chan sect, the human sect, the Western teachings, and the Nuwa Palace would act under the Tao ancestors' decree to attack a mere human dynasty, deploying so many elite beings yet being forced into a retreat by the Shang. Even Zhuan Ti of the Western teachings had dispatched his 3 corpses, and Yuan Shi's malevolent corpse had engaged directly, only to face defeat, with one of Zhuan Ti's corpses self-destructing and Yuan Shi's malevolent corpse captured. Was the Shang truly that formidable? Even the heavenly Tao saints were powerless against them. At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld river recalled that the 4 Azura clan demon kings he had dispatched had not yet returned. Nor had any news arrived regarding their situation, that he felt a sense of trepidation at the thought of the Shang's formidable beings potentially targeting him. The ancestor sent a message to the 4 Azura clan demon kings, commanding them to return swiftly to the blood sea of Yomi in the northern region of the primordial world. The 4 Azura clan demon kings were en route to the Shang's Sishui Pass. Suddenly, one of them, Tian Bo Sun, felt a jolt in his spirit. He received the ancestor of the underworld river's message, commanding them to return to the blood sea of Yomi. Tian Bo Sun conveyed the ancestor's order to the other demon kings, the Fan Tian, Yu Se Tian, and Shi Pe. Subsequently, the 4 demon kings hastily made their way back to the blood sea of Yomi in the Ghost Realm's underworld. The realms were governed by the 3 ghost emperors, Fengdu, Ghost Emperor, Yomi Ghost Emperor, and Yinluo Ghost Emperor. The Yomi Ghost Emperor, who presided over the underworld city within the Yomi, was deeply engrossed in meditation when suddenly a figure descended through the endless expanse of time and space. Appearing above the underworld city, startled, the Yomi Ghost Emperor opened his eyes to see a towering figure gazing down upon the city. The Yomi Ghost Emperor demanded, "Who dares to invade my underworld?" The imposing figure replied, "Yomi, my old friend, why have you not invited me in for a chat?" The Yomi Ghost Emperor, taken aback, thought, "Such a familiar aura. Who could it be?" He then said, "Why would I not welcome an old friend? Please, come to my imperial hall." With that, the Yomi Ghost Emperor withdrew his consciousness and rose to the grand hall of the imperial palace. And yes, the Yomi Ghost Emperor appeared in the grand hall. A figure manifested before him that moment. The Yomi Ghost Emperor recognized the visitor as one of Hong Jun's 3 corpses, his malevolent corpse. The Yomi Ghost Emperor inquired, "What brings the ancestor to my underworld?" Hong Jun responded, "Yomi, I have come to invite you to participate in the Feng Shun calamity." The Yomi Ghost Emperor inquired, "Is another calamity awakening after the Wu and Yao calamity?" Hong Jun affirmed. "Indeed," the Yomi Ghost Emperor asked, "How would the ancestor have me participate in this calamity?" Hong Jun recounted the preceding events to the Yomi Ghost Emperor. The Yomi Ghost Emperor then asked, "Which ancient beings will be involved?" Hong Jun replied, "Fengdu Ghost Emperor, Yinluo Ghost Emperor, Shitian Demon Emperor, Tunshin Demon Emperor, and the Destruction Demon Emperor." Upon hearing this, the Yomi Ghost Emperor was shocked. So many powerful beings were involved, so the Shang must be exceptionally formidable. Hong Jun continued, "Once the Feng Shun calamity concludes, I will report to the heavenly Tao of the primordial world at that time. The heavenly Tao will bestow merit to assist you in achieving sanctity." The Yomi Ghost Emperor, moved by this proposal, pondered for a moment before agreeing, "Very well, I shall comply." Upon receiving the Yomi Ghost Emperor's agreement, Hong Jun stated, "I shall inform you when it is time to act." The Yomi Ghost Emperor nodded and replied, "Understood." With that, Hong Jun's figure vanished from sight. The demon realm consists of 5 major regions: the 9 Nether Demon Domain, the Tunshin Demon Domain, the Shurtion Demon Domain, the Destruction Demon Domain, and the Heart Demon Domain. Within the Tunshin Demon City of the Tunshin Demon Domain, structures made of dark gray rocks were prevalent, and within the Imperial Palace of Tunshin Demon City, the Tunshin Demon Emperor was engaged in discussions with his subordinate, the Tunshin Demon Monarch, regarding strategies to vanquish the Shurtion Demon Emperor and claim the Shurtion Demon Domain for himself. At this juncture, the subordinate, Tunshin Demon Monarch, suggested, "My lord, we can secretly contact the Shurtion Demon Emperor's archnemesis, the Destruction Demon Emperor." Upon hearing this, the Tunshin Demon Emperor inquired, "What is your plan?" The Tunshin Demon Monarch elaborated, "My lord, we can secretly reach out to the Destruction Demon Emperor, offering the Shurtion Demon Domain as a bargaining chip for his assistance against the Shurtion Demon Emperor. When the time comes, my lord, you can confront the Destruction Demon Emperor directly, and in the ensuing clash, you can reap the benefits when they are both weakened." The Tunshin Demon Emperor, upon considering this, remarked, "This plan is excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. Remember, do not reveal our true intentions." The Tunshin Demon Monarch replied, "I shall obey your command, my lord." Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended upon Tunshin Demon City. A spectral voice echoed in their minds. "You truly are cunning." Both the Tunshin Demon Monarch and the Tunshin Demon Emperor, startled, exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing the presence of a formidable being, undoubtedly one greater than the heavenly Tao saints. The Tunshin Demon Emperor shouted, "Who dares intrude upon Tunshin Demon City?" In the void, a towering figure spoke. "Devourer of Heaven, my old friend has come. I did not expect to hear such a brilliant scheme." The Devourer of Heaven replied, "Old friend, pray tell, who might you be?" The towering figure continued, "Will you not invite me for a chat?" The Devourer of Heaven, curious about the identity of this imposing presence, responded, "Please." Upon uttering those words, the towering figure instantly appeared before the Devourer of Heaven. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Devourer of Heaven was taken aback and exclaimed, "Tao, ancestor?" Hong Jun replied, "Indeed, it is I." The Devourer of Heaven inquired, "I was unaware of your arrival. What guidance do you seek?" Hong Jun stated, "I have come to invite you to partake in the great calamity of canonization." The Devourer of Heaven asked, "Has the great calamity of canonization commenced?" Hong Jun affirmed, "It has begun, yet the progress has not been smooth." The Devourer of Heaven probed further, "Is this something you can elaborate on?" In the realm of the Devourer of Heaven, Hong Jun remarked, "The great calamity of canonization is fraught with difficulties. The Deshang is not as simple as one might think." The Devourer of Heaven questioned, "A mere human dynasty has caused you difficulties?" Hong Jun shook his head and explained, "Following the battle between the Wu and the Yao, the human race had shown little change. However, following the great calamity of canonization, the Deshang has witnessed the emergence of numerous formidable Deluo Golden Immortals, including those of the mixed origin Deluo Golden Immortal level, who were previously unseen." The Devourer of Heaven inquired, "Are you suggesting that post-canonization, unknown forces or powerful beings are assisting the Deshang?" Hong Jun replied, "Currently, I cannot ascertain who is manipulating event from the shadows, since the initiation of the great calamity of canonization. The heavenly Tao has been in disarray, making it impossible for me to deduce the cause and effect." The Devourer of Heaven asked, "What is the purpose of your visit, Tao Ancestor?" Hong Jun said, "I have come to invite you to join in the great calamity of canonization." Upon hearing this, the Devourer of Heaven fell silent. Observing the prolonged silence, Hong Jun added, "Devourer, should you agree, once the great calamity of canonization concludes, I will report to the heavenly Tao of the Primordial Chaos. And at that time, you shall be granted great merits." The Devourer of Heaven, intrigued by the prospect of receiving substantial merit from the heavenly Tao after the calamity, contemplated the offer. The promise of becoming a saint through merit was a coveted aspiration for all pinnacle quasi-saints. After a moment of reflection, the Devourer of Heaven declared, "I accept." Hong Jun responded, "Excellent, await my message." With that, Hong Jun vanished from sight, continuing to traverse the depths of the demon realm, in the Dashang, at the General S Mansion of the Boundary Gate. After Yin Jiao handed the Hongmeng refining heaven pot to Yin Hong, Yin Hong's consciousness entered the pot. Within the world of the Hongmeng refining heaven pot, it resembled a vast expanse, the pot. A supreme treasure of the Hongmeng was of such high caliber that the self-body of Yuan Shi Tianzun lacked the power to breach its spatial confines. However, Yin Hong, with a realm far exceeding that of Yuan Shi Tianzun's self-body, could effortlessly penetrate any barrier of the world. Once Yin Hong's primordial spirit entered the pot's realm, his vast consciousness swiftly located Yuan Shi Tianzun's self-body, which had been severely injured during the battle and was currently recuperating within a cavern of the pot's world. Yin Hong chuckled to himself. Yuan Shi, while others may be ignorant of you, do you think I am unaware? You, along with the likes of Laozi, Yuan Shi, Jin, and Junti, including Nuwa, are but a band of hypocrites. Laozi preaches to the human race, aiming for the merits of a human race to achieve sainthood. Yet in the end, it is all a scheme to exploit humanity. What of Nuwa? It is said she created humanity. But ultimately, the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos bestowed immense merits upon her, leading to her own sanctification. After becoming a saint, Nuwa ceased to concern herself with the fate of humanity and instead covertly aided the demon race during the calamity. Before the calamity, although humanity was not on equal footing with the witch race, they were nonetheless under the protection of the witch race. Conversely, the demon race preyed upon humanity, slaughtering countless lives without restraint. Did Nuwa ever intervene? Did she ever speak in defense of humanity? Never, I surmise. When the calamity erupted, the witch race was too preoccupied to protect humanity, while the demon Emperor Dijuan, following the counsel of Kunping, orchestrated a massacre of humanity to forge the sword of slaughter against the witch race. The demon race decimated humanity. Nearing their extinction, Nuwa remained silent, failing to champion the cause of humanity. Thus, these heavenly Tao saints are all self-serving, reaping benefits under the guise of humanity, only to disregard their survival in the end. Except for Tong Tian, these heavenly Tao saints, including Hong Jun, are all scheming against humanity. Yin Hong mused, I may not have traversed time, yet witnessing these events, I feel powerless. However, since I have crossed over and am still of the human race, and being inherently human, I possess a strong sense of racial identity. Naturally, I must consider everything for humanity. Any entity that seeks to annihilate humanity shall undoubtedly face my wrath at that moment. Yuan Shi's self-body, seated in meditation to recover, remained oblivious to Yin Hong's probing primordial spirit. Suddenly, Yin Hong appeared before him, causing Yuan Shi's self-body to be struck with shock. A figure had silently materialized before him, and it was only then he realized that prior to this moment, Yuan Shi's self-body had sensed nothing. For a being of such formidable cultivation, one of the three bodies of the heavenly Tao saint, to have someone appear behind him without a sound was indeed terrifying. Yuan Shi's self-body exclaimed, Who are you? Where is this place? Yin Hong coldly chuckled. Who am I? That is of no concern to you as for where this is. It is your burial ground. Yuan Shi's self-body, upon hearing this, was filled with dread. Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of my retribution? Yin Hong replied nonchalantly, Retribution? I do not even regard your true self. Why would I fear retaliation? Yuan Shi's self-body pressed, Who exactly are you? Yin Hong had no intention of revealing his identity. Seeing Yin Hong fall silent, Yuan Shi's self-body grew increasingly alarmed. Suddenly, Yin Hong unleashed a terrifying primordial spirit technique known as the Saint Slayer Stab, while simultaneously employing the principle of destruction. Yuan Shi's self-body was struck by the Saint Slayer Stab, causing his primordial spirit to be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, under the overwhelming force of the principle of destruction, Yuan Shi's self-body was obliterated, turning to dust. Yuan Shi's self-body could not even let out a cry before being completely annihilated. In the outside world, at the boundary gate, the sky suddenly filled with crimson clouds, and a fierce wind arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Then, a torrential downpour of terrifying blood-red rain commenced. Within the General S Mansion of the Boundary Gate, Yin Jiao, Kong Xian, Yang Jian, Neza, and Han Rong, along with other powerful figures of the Dashang, were instantly taken aback. Yin Jiao exclaimed, "Has another heavenly Tao saint fallen?" To which Kong Xian, Yang Jian, and Neza responded, "Who has fallen this time?" Upon hearing their inquiry, Yin Jiao immediately discerned the truth. This is the fall of Yuan Shi Tian Zun's self-body. At the Kunlun Mountains Yushu Palace, the true body of Yuan Shi Tian Zun, having just returned from the Zixiao Palace, pondered how he might retrieve his self-body. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his aura plummeting drastically to in that instant. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt the world of the primordial chaos had undergone a tremendous transformation. At the boundary gate, the terrifying crimson clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, heralded the onset of blood rain. Everyone throughout the primordial chaos sensed the ominous deluge. Another heavenly Tao saint has perished. Who could it be this time? The true body of Yuan Shi Tianzun, weakened yet filled with rage, bellowed, the human race of Deshang. I, Yuan Shi, vow to annihilate Deshang, and shall not rest until the human race is eradicated. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao unleashed 3 thunderous roars, seemingly affirming the vow of Yuan Shi Tianzun. In the very moment Yuan Shi's self-body fell, the location of that demise was revealed to be among the humans. At the boundary gate, in the western teachings of the Ling Mountain, Jane and Junyi were engaged in conversation, with Junyi's injuries having slightly recovered. Suddenly, both Jane and Junyi's expressions changed drastically, and soon after, the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos erupted in fury, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as blood-red rain poured down. Jane and Junyi exchanged alarmed glances, and after a moment, Jane declared, "It is the fall of Yuan Shi's vile body." Junyi let out a cold snort. Yuan Shi has met his match. Afterward, Junyi turned to Jane and suggested, "Elder brother, the great calamity of canonization has become too unpredictable. Perhaps I should venture to the netherworld and summon the Earth Store?" Jane replied, "The Earth Store has more pressing matters to attend to. Involving him now would jeopardize the arrangements we have meticulously laid out in the netherworld." Junyi argued, "Brother, we have reached a critical juncture. Our sect has too few disciples as it stands. Only Mithriya is capable of taking on a significant role. We have no other disciples to rely on." Upon hearing Junyi's words, Jane acknowledged the merit in his reasoning. Yet he cautioned, "If we withdraw the Earth Store now, all our careful planning in the netherworld may come to naught." Junyi conceded, "You make a valid point, brother, but we are at the brink of life and death. If we do not employ the Earth Store, our Western teachings may face annihilation." Jane questioned, "Is it truly that dire?" Junyi implored, "Brother, have you considered? In this grand conflict, the opposing side possesses formidable beings of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian level. And there are quite a few of them. The hidden strengths lurking in the shadows are undoubtedly unknown. However, it is certain that there are other Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian experts as well. In the ongoing struggle against the Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor has already found himself at a disadvantage." Upon hearing the words of Junyi, Jane pondered deeply, feeling an unsettling chill. Jane declared, "Very well. Let the Xitigarbha summon the underworld." He then addressed his junior brother. "You shall venture into the underworld. My dear disciple." On Mount Wanshou, at the Wuzhuang Temple, a middle-aged Taoist, adorned with a purple gold crown and clad in a robe embroidered with the Taiji and Bagua symbols, stood. This man is the master of Wuzhuang Temple. The Earth Ancestor Jinyuan Daxian. Zenyuanzi was astonished. Not long ago, 3 incarnations of a celestial saint had perished, and now yet another set has fallen. With his cultivation level, Zenyuanzi understood that one of the recently fallen incarnations belonged to Junyi. This time, however, it was the malicious incarnation of Yuan Shi Tianzuan from Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, who could possess the power to annihilate the celestial saints' incarnations. Zenyuanzi was acutely aware that the Fengshen calamity had commenced. Yet the Tao was in disarray, rendering all predictions futile. Even Hongjun Daozu was not exempt from this uncertainty at that moment. A terrifying aura swept over the skies above Wuzhuang Temple. Zenyuanzi gasped, "Which powerful entity dares to descend upon my Wuzhuang Temple?" Laughter echoed as the visitors unveiled their hidden presence. Upon seeing them, Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned to one of disbelief. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared before him, stating, "It is I," Zhen Yuanzi responded. "I am unaware of the purpose of your esteemed visit." "Dao, brother Yuanshi." Yuanshi Tianzuan replied, "This is not a place for discussion. Would you not invite me into your temple for a conversation?" Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, paused for a moment before gesturing, "Please, Dao, brother Yuanshi." With that, Yuanshi and Zhen Yuanzi entered the Wuzhuang temple side by side. Once seated within the temple, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit, Dao, brother Yuanshi?" Yuanshi Tianzun replied directly, "I have come to invite you, Zhen Yuanzi, to partake in the Fengshan calamity." Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Yuanshi Tianzun continued, "Your involvement would aid us in vanquishing the Dashang and suppressing the arrogance of my junior brother, Jie Jiao." Zhen Yuanzi remained skeptical, pondering whether it was merely about suppressing Jie Jiao's pride, regarding the destruction of the human forces and the Dashang dynasty, and subsequently installing a puppet to establish a new dynasty. Was this not a common practice among the various Celestial Saint factions? Following the Wu Yao calamity, the Celestial Saints had overthrown the human forces of the Daxia dynasty to establish the new Dashang dynasty. However, in the following centuries, the new Dashang was not under the control of the Celestial forces. Naturally, the Celestial Saints would not allow such a situation to continue unchallenged, fearing it might pose a threat to them in the future. The so-called Fengshan calamity was entirely a unilateral decree from the Tao, dictated by the Tao itself. After careful consideration, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Dao, brother Yuanshi, is it truly so simple to eradicate the Dashang dynasty?" He continued, "Moreover, Jie Jiao, the junior brother, is from the same lineage as the Sanqing that if I were to join you, it would be akin to meddling in family affairs." Yuanshi Tianzun stated, "Indeed, the Dashang has slipped from our grasp, and it is not an easy adversary." Zhen Yuanzi remained silent as Yuanshi Tianzun further elaborated. "After the commencement of the Fengshan calamity, there seems to be an unseen force hindering its progress. Evidence suggests that powerful figures are manipulating events from the shadows. Since the onset of the calamity, the entire Hongwang realm has been thrown into chaos, and even Hong Jun Daozu cannot deduce any outcomes. His predictions are all blank, as if nothing exists. Yet there are indeed Hunyuan Daojixian involved." Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. "Is it not true that in the entire Hongwang realm, there are only the Dao ancestor, the Saint of Hutu, and you 6 celestial saints? How could there be unknown Hunyuan Daojixian?" Yuanshi Tianzun explained, "This is precisely why I extend an invitation to you, Zhen Yuanzi." Zhen Yuanzi was perplexed. What direct connection do the Hunyuan Daojixian have with me? Internally, Zhen Yuanzi thought, "Ah, Yuanshi, do you wish to drag me into this?" His expression remained unchanged. Yuanshi Tianzun assured him, "The opposing Hunyuan Daojixian will have their own means of dealing with their adversaries. However, dear brother Zhen Yuanzi, your task would be to confront their perfected sage." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi nodded. "Please continue, Dao, brother Yuanshi." Yuanshi Tianzun stated, "If you agree to assist us, after the Fengshan calamity concludes, I shall report to the Dao ancestor. At that time, the Dao ancestor will bestow upon you substantial merits or grant you the primordial purple qi." Upon hearing of the promise of abundant merit and primordial purple qi, Zhen Yuanzi felt a stir of excitement. Both of these gifts could greatly aid in attaining sainthood. Vast merits could allow Zhen Yuanzi to achieve sainthood instantaneously, while primordial purple qi could assist him in severing his 3 corpses to attain enlightenment. For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi was tempted, yet he refrained from immediately agreeing to Yuanshi Tianzun. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's silence, Yuanshi Tianzun urged, "Please, contemplate it further." Zhen Yuanzi replied, "Allow me some time to consider before responding to you." "Dao, brother Yuanshi." Yuanshi Tianzun acquiesced. "Very well. I shall await your answer." With that, Yuanshi Tianzun took his leave from Zhen Yuanzi. After Yuanshi Tianzun departed, Zhen Yuanzi reflected on the words shared at tea that moment. His 8 disciples approached him. Bowing respectfully, "We pay our respects to our master." Zhen Yuanzi gazed upon his 8 disciples, who were El Dongbin, Tai Guili, Han Zhongli, Han Xiangzi, Chao Guojiu, Lan Caihe, Zhang Guolao, and He Xingu. His heart swelled with pride as he beheld them. Among the 8, El Dongbin and Tai Guili had reached the initial stage of perfected sage, while the others, Han Zhongli and Han Xiangzi, had attained the pinnacle of Daoyuo Jingxian. Zhang Lao, Hixingu, Lan Saihe, and Chao Guizhou were also at the Daoyuo Jingxian level. Noticing his master lost in thought, El Dongbin gently inquired, "Master, what occupies your mind so?" Xin Yuanzi snapped back to attention, glancing at El Dongbin and the other 7 disciples. After a moment, Xin Yuanzi said, "There is a matter on which I would like to hear your opinions." The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, asking, "Master," Xin Yuanzi continued, "not long ago, Yuanshi Tianzuan descended upon our Wuzhuang temple." The 8 immortals were taken aback. El Dongbin exclaimed, "Master, what was the reason for Yuanshi Tianzuan's visit to our Wuzhuang temple?" Xin Yuanzi recounted the arrival of Yuanshi Tianzuan and the invitation to participate in the Fengshen calamity, as well as the anticipated rewards of merit or primordial purple qi. Upon hearing this, the 8 immortals were astounded, their expressions filled with shock. El Dongbin asked, "Master, has the Fengshen calamity truly begun?" The others echoed the same astonishment. Gazing at Xin Yuanzi, he affirmed, "Indeed, the Fengshen calamity has commenced. Yet, it is not as straightforward as it appears." Xin Yuanzi then shared what he knew with the 8 immortals. They listened in awe, struck by the revelation of the immense power capable of causing the self-destruction of Junti's incarnation, followed by the demise of Yuanshi Tianzuan's malicious form. Even Hong Jundaozu could not deduce any outcomes. After contemplating for a moment, El Dongbin asked, "Master, how did you respond to Yuanshi Tianzuan?" Xin Yuanzi replied, "I told him I would consider it before replying." At this moment, Chao Guizhou interjected, "Master, while Yuanshi Tianzuan invites you to participate in the Fengshen calamity, have you thoroughly pondered the implications? Why would Hong Jundaozu, Taiji Saint, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Yuan Yangyang, Jane, and Junyi promote the Fengshen calamity? What is their true objective? And why do Hong Jundaozu and the Celestial Saints target Jiejiao?" Xin Yuanzi recounted Yuanshi Tianzuan's words about suppressing Jiejiao's arrogance. El Dongbin then remarked, "Master, they fear that Jiejiao's growing power may threaten them." At this moment, Hong Jundaozu initiates the Fengshen calamity. And Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taiji Saint, Yuan Yangyang, Jin, and Junyi aim to eliminate Jiejiao through the Dao ancestor's hand. The overthrowing of the human Dashang dynasty likely stemmed from their awareness of Hong Jundaozu's intentions. The Celestial Saints have realized that the human Dashang dynasty is no longer under their control, prompting them to wish for its destruction. They seek to install a puppet to serve as their representative in Honghuang, allowing the various sects to select their disciples from among them. A human dynasty no longer under their control is intolerable to the celestial forces and all the Celestial Saints, necessitating its swift eradication. Xin Yuanzi, upon hearing his disciples' analysis, found it quite reasonable. In his heart, he already knew what course of action to take. Xin Yuanzi resolved he would not partake in the affairs of Yuanshi Tianzuan's faction. At that time, participating on the side of the primordial supreme being, after the conclusion of the divine punishment calamity, whether one would attain the power of heavenly merit or the primal purple energy remains an uncertainty. Thus, Jinzi must not take any risks that in the netherworld's gloomy hell. The Honorable Zuni personally entered the shadowy mountains of the netherworld, the training ground of the King of the Earth, which is situated in the shadowy mountains of the netherworld, is where he diligently studies the Earth Store Sutra. Suddenly, while meditating, the King of the Earth sensed the arrival of a terrifyingly powerful presence. Just as he was about to rise, a figure appeared before him out of thin air. The King of the Earth was taken aback and prepared to strike. When the visitor spoke, "I'm the Earth Store." Upon hearing this familiar voice, the King of the Earth halted in his tracks and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed in astonishment, "Second Sect Master, is it really you?" Zuni replied, "It is I, the King of the Earth." Recognizing the voice of the Holy One, Zuni immediately bowed and said, "Disciple Earth Store greets the Sect Master." Zuni replied calmly, "Rise." The King of the Earth responded, "Yes," and then quietly awaited Zuni's words. Zuni regarded the King of the Earth and nodded, saying, "Earth Store, how have you been faring in the netherworld? Can you control the 5 ghost emperors and among the 10 great ghost kings?" How many are currently under your command? The king of the earth replied, Respected sect master, the netherworld is under the covert influence of the great Tao Saint Hutu and the Yin Emperor. The 5 ghost emperors are not yet within my control, as you are likely aware. The cultivation levels of the 5 ghost emperors are not vastly different from mine, making it challenging to seize control without arousing suspicion. Not to mention the great Tao Saint Hutu, the Yin Emperor is constantly monitoring the movements of the major ghost emperors, making it difficult for me to take action.as for the 10 great ghost kings. I currently have a few under my control: King of Chujiang, King of Qingguang, King of Songdi, and King of Taishan. Zuni inquired, What is the strength of these for ghost kings? The king of the earth answered, King Qingguang and King Chujiang have reached the perfected stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. King Songdi and King Taishan are at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Zuni nodded and said, That is still insufficient. At the very least, they must be above the level of a quasi-saint. The king of the earth was immediately taken aback, and after a moment, he asked, Why does the sect master say this? Zuni replied, The divine punishment calamity has already commenced, and our Western sect has few disciples. Strong disciples are scarce. Currently, only your senior brother Methriar remains. But he alone cannot play a decisive role. The king of the earth gasped in shock. Sect master, the divine punishment calamity has begun. Zuni affirmed. Indeed, presently the Chan sect, Human sect, Niwa Palace, and Jie sect are all involved. The king of the earth remarked, With so many forces participating, how can a mere human dynasty be easily extinguished? Zuni replied, You have been secluded in the netherworld and are unaware of the current changes in the Honghuang world. The human dynasty of the Shang is not as simple as you imagine. The king of the earth asked, What do you mean by this, sect master? Zuni explained, The Shang dynasty currently has over a dozen great Luo Golden Immortals at the perfected stage and several above the quasi-saint level. There are at least 3 or more at the level of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, not counting those who are Hunyuan Wuji Great Luo Golden Immortals. The king of the earth was utterly taken aback. What? How can the Shang dynasty possess such terrifying strength? More than a dozen great Luo Golden Immortals at the perfected stage, several above the quasi-saint level, 3 or more at the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. And there are also Hunyuan Wujing Great Luo Golden Immortals? The king of the earth was thoroughly stunned. He knew that Zuni would not deceive him in the gloomy netherworld at the training ground of the king of the earth. Zuni asked, Earth Store, do you understand what I have said? The king of the earth respectfully replied, The second sect master's disciple understands and awaits your command. After the king of the earth spoke, Zuni said, Good. Then await my notification. With that, Zuni's figure vanished without a trace at the general's office of the Boundary Gate. After Yin Hong vanquished the malevolent corpse of the primordial supreme being, he understood the nature of several celestial saints. The saint of Taiji is cold and indifferent, viewing humanity as mere ants, dispensable. The primordial supreme being is hypocritical and enjoys oppressing the weak, as exemplified in the Chinese saga of the divine punishment. Similarly, the Western sects Jiejing and Zundi surpass the primordial supreme being in this regard. Niwa exploits humanity as leverage for her own ascension to sainthood. Thus, the human dynasty holds no special significance to her. Regardless of who is in power, Yin Hong is certain that the saint of Taiji, the primordial supreme being, Jiejing, Zuni, and Niwa, among other celestial saints, harbor even more terrifying schemes against humanity. He believes that humanity currently lacks high-end combat power at the quasi-saint level. Therefore, Yin Hong decided to seek reliable allies with whom humanity could forge an alliance that he considered Jin Yuanzi to be a suitable candidate. Thus, Yin Hong's first stop was to visit the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. At Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi was engrossed in cultivating his ultimate technique, the sleeve universe. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in the skies above Wuzhuang Temple. The figure spoke. Junior Yin Hong has come to pay respects to the earth immortal. Zhen Yuanzi, startled from his meditation, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback and exclaimed, Yin Hong? However, despite his shock, Zhen Yuanzi rose and instructed his disciples to open the door to welcome the guest. The disciples Qing Feng and Mingwei, upon receiving their master's transmission, hurriedly approached the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. The 8 immortals also arrive at the entrance, awaiting Zhen Yuanzi. In an instant, Zhen Yuanzi arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple and said, "Qingfeng, Mingyue, open the door to welcome our guest." With creaking sounds, the doors of Wuzhuang Temple swung wide open, and Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward with dignified grace. The 8 immortals formed 2 lines, and Zhen Yuanzi addressed the guest. "A distinguished visitor has arrived. Zhen Yuanzi humbly apologizes for not greeting you sooner." Yin Hong stepped down from the void, making his way to stand before Zhen Yuanzi, saying, "Junior, Yin Hong pays respects to the ancestor of Earth Immortals." Zhen Yuanzi replied, "No need for such formality. Please enter Wuzhuang Temple for a discussion." With that, Zhen Yuanzi invited Yin Hong to walk alongside him into Wuzhuang Temple, followed closely by the 8 immortals. Among the 8 immortals, Dongbin shared his thoughts with the others. "Sisters and brothers, how is it that our master refers to this guest as distinguished when he appears so youthful?" He Xiangu added, "Could it be that our master has made a mistake? This young man appears to be under 20. Chao Guojiu chimed in. "Who is our master? He certainly would not make an error." Both Zhen Yuanzi and Yin Hong heard the whispers of the 8 immortals. Zhen Yuanzi, being at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level, was on the verge of breaking through to the level of a celestial saint. Yin Hong, needless to say, was at the perfected stage of the Hunyuan Wujing Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is likely that no one in all of Hong Wang could transmit thoughts in his presence without being aware of it. After a brief moment, Zhen Yuanzi and Yin Hong arrived at the reception hall of Wuzhuang Temple and took their seats. Zhen Yuanzi instructed Qingfeng and Mingyue to bring forth some ginseng fruits and various spiritual fruits from Wuzhuang Temple to entertain Yin Hong. Once the tea was served, Qingfeng and Mingyue retreated to stand behind Zhen Yuanzi. After the host and guest were seated, Yin Hong introduced himself that he said, "Respected ancestors Zhen Yuanzi, I am Yin Hong, the second son of the emperor of the human race, of the Shang dynasty." Zhen Yuanzi was shocked upon hearing this, and the other 8 immortals were equally astonished by Yin Hong's words. All displayed expressions of disbelief, silently thinking, "Surely, he cannot be lying. The Shang dynasty is a human power. How could they have such a formidable individual, and so young?" No one doubted Yin Hong's age, for in the world of cultivation, one cannot judge age by appearance. Many beings have lived through countless epochs and still maintain youthful appearances. However, one's aura cannot be altered, and Yin Hong's aura radiated youthfulness, while his looks were strikingly youthful. The 8 immortals concluded that Yin Hong must be a reincarnated innate demon god undergoing recultivation. Leading the 8 immortals, Dongbin said, "Respected ancestor, your cultivation is profound. We admire you." Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing Yin Hong introduce himself as the second prince of the Shang dynasty, trembled slightly. Zhen Yuanzi vividly recalled that not long ago, the primordial supreme being had come to discuss the secrets of the divine punishment calamity with him. Behind the Shang dynasty, there are terrifying powers supporting it. Is it possible that the second Prince Yin Hong is one of those terrifying powers? Even if not, he is certainly connected to them. Zhen Yuanzi was eager to uncover the secrets behind the Shang dynasty. After a moment, Zhen Yuanzi said, "So, it is the second prince of the Shang dynasty." "I offer my respects," Yin Hong replied. "Respected ancestor Zhen Yuanzi, I cannot accept such honors." Zhen Yuanzi did not dwell on formalities and asked, "What brings you here today?" Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's question, Yin Hong spoke, "Respected ancestor Zhen Yuanzi, I have come to invite you to join my side." Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, asked, "Join your side? What do you mean by that?" Yin Hong explained, "Respected ancestor, since the opening of the heavens by the Pangu great god, we have experienced the great calamity of opening the heavens, the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the great calamity of witch and demon, and now the divine punishment calamity. Surely, you have heard of these events?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired, "What specifically are you referring to?" Yin Hong pointed upward with his finger. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "I have heard a little about it." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong nodded slightly and said, "Since you're already aware, I shall refrain from elaborating." Yin Hong then inquired, "Senior Zhen Yuanzi, your cultivation has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, has it not?" Zhen Yuanzi replied, "Indeed, I am but a step away from breaking through to the realm of the heavenly Tao Saint." Yin Hong cautioned, it would be wise for you not to pursue that breakthrough. Zhen Yuanzi asked, why so? Yin Hong explained, the world of Hong Huang has undergone the trials of creation and calamity, and even now, it is orchestrated from the shadows by Hong Jun, who could be described as the ultimate puppeteer. As you surely know, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, these calamities were instigated by Hong Jun to weaken the heavenly Tao of the Hong Huang world, thereby allowing him to devour the heavenly Tao and merge with it. Hong Jun's ambition to assimilate the heavenly Tao of the Hong Huang world is aimed at transcending it entirely. After listening, Zhen Yuanzi felt a chill run down his spine at Yin Hong's profound insights. It dawned on him that breaking through to the realm of the heavenly Tao Saint would subject him to the constraints of the heavenly Tao of the Hong Huang world, which is tantamount to being under the influence of Hong Jun. This explains why the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao dare not oppose the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. In contrast, those who break through to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal are not bound by such limitations. Having grasped this, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Yin Hong and asked, what then is the path to breaking through to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal realm? Yin Hong responded, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, are you aware of the methods to achieve this breakthrough? Zhen Yuanzi replied, I possess some knowledge. Yin Hong elaborated, the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal and the heavenly Tao Saint are of equal rank. While the heavenly Tao Saint is indeed a mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal, the reverse does not hold true. This distinction implies that once one attains the heavenly Tao Saint realm, aspirations for a higher level of Tao are all but futile. Conversely, a mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal can advance to the mixed element Wujin Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, which is equivalent to the Tao level. Zhen Yuanzi pondered Yin Hong's words thoughtfully. Yin Hong continued, to break through to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must comprehend one of the 10 innate laws and then cultivate a world within oneself. Once the size of this inner world equals that of the Hong Huang world, one can directly ascend to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The larger the inner world, the stronger the laws, and thus the greater the combat power. The more profound the laws one comprehends, the more terrifying their strength. The more laws one grasps, the higher their realm. After hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi fell into deep contemplation, prompting Yin Hong to remain silent, sipping tea as he awaited Zhen Yuanzi's return to focus. Moments later, Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes, gazed at Yin Hong, and then rose to respectfully bow before him. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for enlightening me. I feel immensely fortunate. Yin Hong replied, there is no need for such formalities, Senior Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, saying, no, this is different. Your guidance is akin to that of a master imparting knowledge, and thus warrants a sincere gesture of respect. Yin Hong continued, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, you should now have clarity regarding your future cultivation path. Yes? Zhen Yuanzi affirmed, indeed. Yin Hong further inquired, you are adept in the laws of space. Are you not? Zhen Yuanzi clarified, not entirely. I cultivate both the laws of space and one of the 5 elemental laws, specifically the law of earth. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong understood immediately that Zhen Yuanzi possessed the Earth Book, also known as the earthly fetal membrane, which corresponds to the law of earth. The law of earth is primarily defensive, and after breaking through to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal, its defensive capabilities are formidable. The law of space is among the 10 most powerful laws. Mastering it while breaking through to the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal undoubtedly yields terrifying combat prowess. Much like Yang Mei Taoist, who is a master of the law of space, Yin Hong then asked Senior Zhen Yuanzi, have you given any thought to my proposal? Zhen Yuanzi responded, not long ago, the Primordial Beginnings sage visited Wuzhuang Temple. Yin Hong inquired, was the Primordial Beginnings visit to Wuzhuang Temple an invitation for you to participate in the Fengshen calamity against our Deshang? Zhen Yuanzi confirmed, indeed, the Primordial Beginning promised that upon the completion of the Fengshen calamity, he would report the agreed-upon matters to the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor would then bestow upon the heavenly Tao of the Hong Huang world the power of merit or grant the primordial purple chi to assist me in breaking through to the heavenly Tao Saint realm. Yin Hong smiled and said, Senior Zhen Yuanzi did not agree. I presume. Zhen Yuanzi affirmed, correct. I did not agree, merely stating that I would consider it before responding. Yin Hong continued, the primordial beginning's promise is likely a temporary measure. By the time the Fengshan calamity concludes, you may not receive what you require. Even if you do obtain what the primordial beginning promised, either way, it would still be under Hongjuan's influence. Yin Hong further remarked. The demise of the ancestor Hongyun serves as a prime example. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was perplexed and asked, what do you mean by that? Realizing Zhen Yuanzi was unaware of the underlying secrets, Yin Hong elaborated, the fall of the ancestor Hongyun is intricately linked to significant events. Yin Hong then posed a question, based on your insights, how did the ancestor Hongyun meet his end? After contemplating for a moment, Zhen Yunzi responded, the demise of the ancestor Hongyun likely stemmed from the dispute over the lotus seat in the Purple Cloud Palace, ultimately leading to the allure of the primordial purple qi. Yin Hong countered, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, you know only part of the story, not the entirety. Zhen Yuanzi inquired, oh, is there a deeper secret at play? Yin Hong explained, Hongjuan's bestowal of the primordial purple qi to the ancestor Hongyun was a grand conspiracy. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback and exclaimed, how could that be possible? Yin Hong chuckled, saying, this is the secret you are unaware of. Yin Hong then continued, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, you must be aware that the ancestor Hongyun was the first cloud transformed after Pangu opened the heavens. The cloud that took form named itself the ancestor Hongyun. Yin Hong elaborated. The ancestor Hongyun was a celestial being of fortune and virtue, destined for limitless achievements. However, Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, granted him the primordial purple qi without the protection of a powerful treasure or the strength to safeguard it. Thus, Hongjun utilized others to eliminate Hongyun. Zhen Yuanzi, after hearing this, found it hard to believe yet acknowledged the logic in Yin Hong's words. Encouraged by Zhen Yuanzi's interest, Yin Hong continued, after the great calamity of the Wu and Yao, the ancestor Hongyun followed you to Wuzhuang Temple to cultivate. Eventually, unable to endure the solitude, he left Wuzhuang Temple alone, only to be ambushed by Kunpeng and the ancestor of the Nether River, leading to his demise. However, during his time at Wuzhuang Temple, his restlessness was instigated by Hongjun, who manipulated the heavenly Tao of the Honghuang world to disrupt Hongyun's mind, preventing him from focusing on his cultivation. When Hongyun left Wuzhuang Temple, Hongjun had already secretly commanded the ancestor of the Nether River and Kunpeng to await him in ambush. Zhen Yuanzi, increasingly shocked, began to perceive the oddities in the situation. He pondered how Kunpeng, the ancestor of the Nether River, Emperor Jun, and Dong Huang Tai, he could possess such knowledge of Hongyun's movements. He could not accept that no one was monitoring him from the shadows. Yin Hong continued. As the ancestor Hongyun left Wuzhuang Temple, he journeyed towards the realm of humanity. Once he distanced himself from Wuzhuang Temple, he remained oblivious to the lurking Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Kunpeng. Ultimately, Kunpeng launched a surprise attack on the ancestor Hongyun, while Dong Huang Tai sealed the entire space-time continuum with the Chaos Bell. Together, Emperor Jun and Kunpeng severely wounded the ancestor Hongyun. Realizing he was no match for them, the ancestor Hongyun took out the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd and concealed himself with the red sand, seeking your assistance. However, at that moment, the entire space-time was sealed by Dong Huang Tai's Chaos Bell, and Hongjun had isolated it with the laws of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for you to receive the ancestor Hongyun's plea for help. Yin Hong concluded, in the end, the ancestor Hongyun, recognizing the futility of escape, self-destructed his physical form, injuring Kunpeng and Emperor Jun in the process. His self-detonation shattered the space-time seal, allowing his primordial spirit to remain protected within the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. The primordial spirit of the ancestor Hongyun, amidst the impact of the primordial purple qi, managed to escape Hongjuan's confinement. Seeking refuge in the Nine Nether Realm, he was intercepted by the ancestor of the Nether River, who had been positioned there by Hongjun. Ultimately, the ancestor Hongyun defended himself against the ancestor of the Nether River's onslaught with the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, allowing him to flee into the Nine Nether. Meanwhile, the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd fell into the possession of the ancestor of the Nether River. After the primordial spirit of the ancestor Hongyun reached the Nine Nether Realm, it, along with the primordial purple qi, broke through the seals of the Chaos Bell and the laws of the heavenly Tao. All the powerful beings in the Hong world sensed the fall of the ancestor Hong Yun instantaneously. The site of the ancestor Hong Yun's self-detonation was stained with blood, coloring three clouds crimson as a gentle breeze swept through, absorbing a fraction of the ancestor Hong Yun's essence and transforming into a blue-robed Taoist. Subsequently, the three clouds morphed into three graceful, celestial maidens. The eldest sister donned white attire, the second sister wore purple, and the youngest sister was clad in a green skirt. The four encountered one another, as if they were long-lost kin, forming a bond of brotherhood. At that moment, they were fortuitously spotted by the passing Saint Tongtun, who, upon seeing the four with their ethereal presence and profound fortune, revealed his heavenly Tao saint form and accepted them as his direct disciples. The four were overjoyed and eagerly bowed to Saint Tongtian as their master. Delighted by his promising disciples, Saint Tongtian bestowed upon them names: Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. He also granted Zhao Gongming the 24 sea calming pearls, a supreme innate spirit treasure he had acquired at the treasure distribution cliff. The celestial sage led four individuals back to the Golden Ao Islands by Yu Palace, traversing the Eastern Sea. Along their journey, they chanced upon two ancient Yin Hong dragons stirring up tumultuous waves, which the sage swiftly dispatched with lethal precision. Utilizing his formidable magical prowess, he inscribed a formation upon their remains and harvested the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, refining the essence of the sun and moon for a span of 81 days. Upon the successful culmination of this alchemical endeavor, the sage bestowed the name Golden Dragon Scissors upon the artifact. He then gifted it to Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao for their protection. After hearing this account, Zhen Yuanzi felt a sense of unease. Why would the celestial sage happen upon the site of the self-detonation of the physical form of the ancestor Hong Yun? Yin Hong explained. Initially, the celestial sage intended to rescue the ancestor Hong Yun, but was thwarted by Hong Jun. Faced with Hong Jun's obstruction, the celestial sage found himself powerless, forced to watch as the ancestor Hong Yun fell. The site of the ancestor's self-detonation transformed into human forms, including Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Qiong Xiao, who were subsequently accepted as disciples by the celestial sage. This was in essence the sage's way of atoning for his guilt, opting to take these four under his wing as a consolation. Upon grasping the depth of the celestial sage's intentions, Zhen Yuanzi's admiration for him surged. To his surprise, Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao were all intricately connected to the ancestor Hong Yun. Yin Hong continued. In the aftermath, the seniors sought vengeance for the ancestor Hong Yun, confronting Kunpeng, Emperor Jun, and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Hong Jun played a significant role in this, using his power to heal their injuries, rendering the seniors' quest for revenge futile. Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing this, was consumed with fury, exclaiming, "Hong Jun, I have always held you in high regard, and yet this is how you respond to us?" At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi fully comprehended the celestial sage's anguish. Possessing the strength of a heavenly Tao saint, yet unable to save those he wished to protect, a fierce longing for power surged within him. Had he possessed strength comparable to Hong Jun's at that time, he could have effortlessly vanquished Emperor Jun, Kunpeng, the ancestor of the Nether River, and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Now, Zhen Yuanzi could only lament his own inadequacy, helplessly witnessing the demise of his friend without the means to avenge him. Yin Hong empathized with Zhen Yuanzi's turmoil, stating, "Senior Zhen Yuanzi, I can assist you in breaking through to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal." Initially consumed by rage, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback by Yin Hong's words. His astonished expression was akin to one who could fit several eggs in his agape mouth. The shock within him was palpable. In the entirety of the Hongwang world, it seemed that only Hong Jun could utter such words and achieve such feats. Zhen Yuanzi could hardly believe that this revelation came from Yin Hong. Yin Hong continued, "If you agree to my previous proposal, I can facilitate your breakthrough to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm." Zhen Yuanzi replied, "Breaking through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm requires an understanding of the principles and the establishment of an inner world. How can you assist me in this endeavor?" Yin Hong responded, "There exists a treasure that can directly create an inner world, for comprehending the principles. Do you believe I lack the ability to assist you? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi pondered deeply and began to see the possibility. How did Yin Hong possess knowledge of these hidden matters in Hong Huang? How had he evaded Hongjuan's scrutiny? Upon reflection, he deduced that either a being stronger than Hongjun had imparted this knowledge to him, or Yin Hong himself possessed a cultivation level exceeding that of Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi leaned towards the latter conclusion, that Yin Hong's cultivation surpassed that of Hongjun. Were it otherwise, how could he be privy to so many secrets of Hong Huang? After this realization, Zhen Yuanzi declared to Yin Hong, I accept your proposal. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's agreement, Yin Hong exclaimed, Excellent, excellent, excellent. After exchanging a pact, Zhen Yuanzi and Yin Hong clasped hands in a solemn oath. Once the vow was completed, Yin Hong instructed, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, prepare a secret chamber. Zhen Yuanzi responded, Very well, follow me. Moments earlier, Yin Hong received a notification from the system. System prompt. Assist Zhen Yuanzi in breaking through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. System reward. Hunyuan Dao Fruit. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong realized that the Hunyuan Dao Fruit was precisely what was needed for the breakthrough. Just one Hunyuan Dao Fruit could propel a quasi-saint to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. This was why Yin Hong was so keen to aid Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough. In due course, he intended to use the system's reward of the Hunyuan Dao Fruit for his elder brother, Yin Jiao, enabling him to also ascend to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. At that point, he would not fear the presence of the likes of Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, and the others. Shortly thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi led Yin Hong to the most concealed chamber within the Wuzhuang Temple. Here, Zhen Yuanzi produced a tome that radiated the essence of the Tao, known as the Earth Book, that he cast the Earth Book into the air above Wuzhuang Temple, where it vanished, transforming into a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple, shielding a radius of 10,000 miles. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi executed a spell, sending it into the heavenly and earthly treasure mirror enshrined in Wuzhuang Temple. Instantly, the defensive array of the entire Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple activated. The 6th Earth Guardian array surged to life, filling the Wuzhuang Temple with the potent energies of the Tao. These energies continuously flowed into the protective array of the temple. Moments later, Zhen Yuanzi proclaimed, The 6th Earth Guardian array of Wuzhuang Temple is now operational. Even Hongjun will not sense it. Yin Hong replied, Good. I fear that when you break through, the resulting aura may reverberate throughout Hong Huang. Thus, it is preferable to conceal it with the array as they enter the secret chamber. Yin Hong instructed, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, please sit cross-legged. Zhen Yuanzi complied, and Yin Hong added, You may begin to circulate your cultivation method. Following this, Zhen Yuanzi commenced the operation of the Sleeve Universe Sutra. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's proper execution of his technique, Yin Hong condensed a seed of spatial principles within his inner world. After continuous refinement, this seed of spatial principles became resplendent with myriad colors, brimming with immense power. Yin Hong extracted the seed and implanted it into Zhen Yuanzi's body. As Zhen Yuanzi was engaged in his cultivation, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura merging within him. Startling him, Yin Hong's voice resonated. Senior Zhen Yuanzi, there is no need for alarm. I have integrated a seed of spatial principles into your being. Within Zhen Yuanzi's body, the space encountered the seed of spatial principles. Momentarily clashing before the seed rapidly assimilated the internal space. Zhen Yuanzi's inner world began to expand rapidly, in the concealed chamber of Wuzhuang Temple. After Zhen Yuanzi circulated the Sleeve Universe Sutra, Yin Hong instructed, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, do not rush to fuse the seed of spatial principles. Focus on breaking through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Zhen Yuanzi, while assimilating the seed, responded, First, I must eliminate the 3 corpses, then unify them, and only then shall I fuse the seed of spatial principles to achieve the breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. The entry of the seed of spatial principles stirred a surge of excitement within him, nearly prompting an immediate breakthrough to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Yin Hong urged, Senior Zhen Yuanzi, if not now, then when shall we sever the 3 corpses? Upon this, Zhen Yuanzi steadied his mind, concentrating on the task of severing the three corpses. The so-called severing of the three corpses entailed eliminating one's benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and self-identity. Zheng Yuanzi elevated his primordial spirit to its zenith and employed secret techniques to strike out at the three corpses. Instantly, three distinct thoughts were severed from his primordial spirit. Accompanied by searing pain, Zheng Yuanzi gritted his teeth against the pain and let 3 drops of his essence blood fall upon the three thoughts. The three thoughts absorbed the essence blood, rapidly transforming into 3 humanoid figures. Their features grew increasingly distinct until they mirrored Zheng Yuanzi's own visage. The 3 figures received the infusion of potent spiritual energy. Their cultivation soared. The Tao energies of Wuzhuang Temple continuously flowed into the 3 corpses, rapidly refining within them. Ultimately, the 3 corpses ascended swiftly to the realm of the Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Mid-stage Daoyuo Golden Immortal, the late-stage Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Perfected Daoyuo Golden Immortal, the early-stage Quasi-Saint. Mid-stage Quasi-Saint. Late-stage Quasi-Saint. Pinnacle Quasi-Saint. Perfected Quasi-Saint. With a thunderous roar, 3 powerful auras erupted as Zheng Yuanzi's 3 corpses reached the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint. After severing the 3 corpses and allowing them to attain this state, Zheng Yuanzi devoted himself to refining the seed of spatial principles, which expanded his inner world. His inner world began to grow to a quarter of the size of the Hongwang world. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng Yuanzi's inner world surged and expanded at an astonishing rate. Moments later, his inner world reached half the size of the Hongwang world, and his cultivation level swiftly ascended towards the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Observing Zheng Yuanzi's rapid ascent, Yin Hong urged, Senior Zheng Yuanzi, quickly unify the 3 corpses and then attain the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Then, Zheng Yuanzi's 3 corpses swiftly merged into one. Upon the unification of the 3, Zheng Yuanzi's cultivation realm experienced an instantaneous breakthrough. Boom, 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 boom. 9 resounding blasts echoed as Zheng Yuanzi's cultivation directly transcended to the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian. The moment Zheng Yuanzi broke through to Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian, the Earth Book, which had been integrated into the Grand Formation, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura of the Tao. As the Earth Book unleashed its might, the entire primordial world awakened the consciousness of all mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna. Countless mountains transformed into human forms, and innumerable flowers and trees also took on human shapes. Simultaneously, in the vast primordial realm, numerous mighty beings were stirred from their slumber, utterly astonished. The awakening of the Earth Tao led to the manifestation of all beings. In the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens, Hong Jun, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a captivating brilliance that enveloped the entire primordial world at the speed of light. Hong Jun was profoundly shocked and murmured, "How could the Earth Tao awaken so suddenly?" At that moment, in Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Shoyang Mountain's 8 Scenery Palace, the Western Teachings Spirit Mountain, Lingtai Fongsun Mountain, the Underworld, the Great Shang Imperial City, and the 5 major demon realms of the demon world. All present were captivated by the spectacle before them. The awakening of the Earth Tao had left everyone in awe, as all mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna transformed into human forms. Their cultivation realms surged to unprecedented heights under the infusion of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful aura of breakthroughs reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Among the renowned mountains and rivers, the mountain gods and earth gods reached the realm of Daoyuo Jinxian. Many flower fairies and tree spirits also attained the Daoyuo Jinxian realm. The most illustrious mountain gods and the most renowned flower and tree spirits achieved the Quasi-Saint realm. All sentient beings that awakened intelligence bowed deeply to the Wuzhuang Guan at Mount Shou. Thank you, Earth Ancestor, for bestowing us with wisdom and cultivation. As all the mountain gods, tree spirits, and flower fairies knelt before the Wuzhuang Guan, Zheng Yuanzi, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, transcended the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian. His cultivation then soared to the pinnacle of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian in an instant. That moment, Zheng Yuanzi's cultivation erupted, shaking the entire primordial realm. His cultivation realm surged to the level of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. As Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation broke through to Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, boundless purple qi surged toward the Wuzhuang Guan at Mount Shou. In the past, when the Taching Saint achieved the heavenly Dao Saint realm, purple qi flowed eastward for 3,000 miles. Now, with Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough to Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, the purple qi stretched not merely 3,000 miles, but perhaps even 30,000 miles, tenfold. Then Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian first layer, second layer, third layer, fifth layer, and ultimately, the seventh layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian reached completion. Finally, Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation stabilized at the seventh layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi's disciples, the eight immortals, within the Wuzhuang Guan, also reaped tremendous benefits from Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough to Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Among them, the most fortunate were El Dongbin and Taiguai Li, whose cultivation rapidly ascended. Moments later, El Dongbin and Taiguai Li reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Then the late stage, the peak, and finally, the completion of the quasi-saint realm. Meanwhile, Han Xiangzi and Han Zhongli directly broke through to the quasi-saint realm, their cultivation swiftly climbing thereafter. Before long, Han Xiangzi and Han Zhongli's realms transcended to the mid-stage. Then the late stage, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. The remaining disciples, Zhang Guolao, Lan Saihe, Chao Guojiao, and He Xiangu, all achieved completion in the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Subsequently, infused with boundless spiritual energy and primordial purple qi, their cultivation directly broke through to the quasi-saint realm. Boom, 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 boom. Four terrifying auras erupted as the four reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, the entire Wuzhuang Guan at Mount Shou gained immense advantages during Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough. Among them, Zhen Yuanzi's two disciples, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, also experienced significant benefits, their cultivation breaking through to the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Originally, Qing Feng and Ming Yue were merely Zhen Yuanzi's attended disciples, with cultivation at the level of Jingxian. However, with Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough, they too reaped tremendous rewards, their cultivation soaring several levels. This is the essence of the saying, when one attains the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Once Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation realm reached the completion of the seventh layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, he stood up and approached Yin Hong, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Dao brother, for aiding my breakthrough. I, Zhen Yuanzi, pledge to advance and retreat with a great Shang, vowing loyalty without regret." Yin Hong, witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's determination, smiled with satisfaction. "Senior Zhen Yuanzi, there is no need for such formalities. Aiding you is aiding our great Shang and our human race." Zhen Yuanzi understood the implication of Yin Hong's words, that the human race and Wuzhuang Guan were allies, safeguarding the Earth Tao for humanity. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi curiously scrutinized Yin Hong's cultivation realm. Discovering that the aura emanating from Yin Hong was similar to his own, yet he could not discern the exact layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian Yin Hong had attained. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzi firmly believed that Yin Hong's cultivation was at least one layer higher than his own. After all, having broken through to the seventh layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, he should be able to perceive anyone at a higher layer. The fact that he could not comprehend Yin Hong's cultivation indicated that Yin Hong must have reached at least the ninth layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi was utterly astonished, not expecting to have reached the seventh layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, while still being unable to fathom Yin Hong's cultivation realm. Zhen Yuanzi chose not to dwell further on Yin Hong's cultivation, but instead sent forth his primordial spirit to explore. In an instant, aside from the purple cloud palace in the 33 heavens, Zhen Yuanzi perceived that Hong Jun was in a state of shock. As for Hong Jun's cultivation realm, Zhen Yuanzi could clearly discern it, the eighth layer of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit transcended the purple cloud palace, and in a heartbeat, he became aware of everyone in the primordial realm. The Taching Saint had achieved completion in the heavenly Dao Saint realm. while the Yuan Shi Tianzun had also attained completion in the heavenly Dao Saint realm. Tong Tian Saint was likewise at the completion of the heavenly Dao Saint realm. Jane was at the 9th layer of the heavenly Dao Saint realm, while Cunny was at the 7th layer, and Nuwa was at the 8th layer of the heavenly Dao Saint realm. Meanwhile, within the underworld of the primordial world, Zhen Yunzi's primordial spirit discovered Daoist Hutu, whose cultivation realm was also Han Yuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, specifically at the 6th layer. At this moment, as Zhen Yunzi's primordial spirit explored, he came across a location that he could not comprehend: Lingtai, Fengsuan Mountain. Observing Zhen Yunzi's expression, Yin Hong remarked, "Senior Zhen Yunzi, there resides a formidable being at Lingtai, Fengsuan Mountain, one whom even Hong Jun dares not offend." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yunzi was utterly stunned. Someone whom Hong Jun would not dare to offend? Who could this be? No one had ever mentioned that there was a terrifying powerhouse at Lingtai, Fengsuan Mountain. Yin Hong explained, "It has never been mentioned before, because others lack the cultivation level to perceive it. Even if someone stands before you, you would not recognize them. This is the essence of what it means to meet beings of different levels. The higher the level, the greater the beings you can encounter. An ant, no matter how high it stands, cannot perceive a giant." After listening to this, Zhen Yunzi questioned, "If there are such terrifying powerhouses in the primordial realm, why have they not intervened from the time of Panga's creation until the end of the witch and demon calamity?" Yin Hong replied, "The being residing at Lingtai, Fengsuan Mountain is known as the Old Ancestor of Bodhi." Zhen Yunzi was taken aback. Old Ancestor of Bodhi. It is known that in the primordial world, any entity with the title Ancestor holds immense power and is a formidable existence. Currently, only Hong Jun is recognized as Hong Jun Dao Ancestor. This highlights how terrifying a being with the title Ancestor can be. Yin Hong continued, "However, the Old Ancestor of Bodhi is not a being of the primordial world. Yet, from the time of Pangu's creation to the calamities of the dragon and phoenix, and the witch and demon calamities, the Old Ancestor of Bodhi played a crucial role." Zhen Yunzi, upon hearing this, was even more astonished. The Old Ancestor of Bodhi is not a powerhouse of the primordial world. Then why did he appear in the primordial realm? Furthermore, he intervened during the calamities. How is it that such a powerful being, at the level of quasi-saint completion, remained unknown to Zhen Yunzi and others? Yin Hong explained, "The Old Ancestor of Bodhi is a powerhouse from outside the primordial world, from the Hongmeng Great World. Moreover, the Old Ancestor of Bodhi intervened from the time of Panga's creation to the end of the witch and demon calamities. His intervention prevented Hong Jun from refining the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, thus sparing all beings from being annihilated by Hong Jun's merging with the Tao. Had Hong Jun succeeded in completely engulfing the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, all beings would have faced obliteration, including the heavenly Tao saints. Therefore, from the time of Pangu's creation to the end of the witch and demon calamities, it was the Old Ancestor of Bodhi who obstructed Hong Jun's merging with the Tao." The more Zhen Yunzi listened, the more alarmed he became, realizing the depth of this secret. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread. Thankfully, Hong Jun's merging with the Tao had not been successful. Otherwise, every living being in the primordial world would have been turned to ash. It seems that the Old Ancestor of Bodhi played a critically important role in these events at this moment. Zhen Yunzi suddenly recalled the words spoken by Yin Hong earlier, questioning whether the Patriarch Bodhi was not a formidable figure in the Hong Huang realm. Zhen Yunzi inquired, "Friend Yin Hong, you mentioned that the Patriarch Bodhi is not a strong entity within the Hong Huang world. What do you mean by that?" Just moments ago, the system had provided Yin Hong with an analysis of the entire universe's structure, along with all the grand worlds, as well as the classifications of cultivation realms beyond the mixed Yuan Wujing de Luo Jin Xian. Upon hearing Zhen Yunzi's question, Yin Hong promptly replied, "This matter must be discussed in the context of the Hong Huang realm. As is well known, the universe is boundless, and the Hong Huang world is merely one among many grand worlds. Moreover, in this infinite universe, there are several grand worlds that stand alongside the Hong Huang realm. Among these, the Hongmeng Great World, the Chaos Great World, and the Mixed Yuan Great World are each ranked higher than the Hong Huang realm. Worlds of the same tier as the Hong Huang realm include the Martial Dao World, the Immortal Dao World, and the Immortal Martial World." Yin Hong continued, the highest cultivation attainable in the Hongmeng Great World. The mixed Yuan Great World and the Chaos Great World is the supreme Tao realm. Zhen Yuanzi, increasingly perplexed by Yin Hong's words, questioned, "Is there such a realm as the supreme Tao realm?" Yin Hong explained, "To discuss this realm, we must first consider the mixed Yuan Wujing de Luo Jin Xian that in the Hongwang world. The mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian is equivalent to the heavenly Tao level, corresponding to a higher tier of world cultivation known as the Great Sage Realm. The mixed Yuan Wujing de Luo Jin Xian corresponds to the Saint King Realm, following that of the Saint Emperor Realm, the Saint Sovereign Realm, the Heavenly Tao Saint Sovereign Realm, the Supreme Tao Saint Sovereign Realm, and finally, the Supreme Tao Realm. This represents the classification of cultivation realms in higher worlds. Achieving the Supreme Tao Realm signifies reaching the pinnacle of the universe." Zhen Yuanzi was left utterly astounded and speechless, contemplating the notion that he had previously believed reaching the mixed Yuan Wujing de Luo Jin Xian would render him a peak power within the universe. To his astonishment, the mixed Yuan Wujing de Luo Jin Xian was merely of intermediate standing within the vast cosmos, and the Hongwang realm was not even the highest tier among the universes. Zhen Yuanzi felt as though his worldview had been shattered, nearly disrupting his Tao heart. After listening to Yin Hong, he realized how he had previously been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. As Zhen Yuanzi emerged from his shock, he turned to Yin Hong and asked, "How do you possess such knowledge, Brother Tao?" Yin Hong spun a tale, claiming that he had once apprenticed under a mysterious powerful figure during his youth. Later, before his enigmatic master departed, he had shared many secrets and details about his origins. The mysterious master had revealed that he was known as the creation's Saint Sovereign in the Hongmeng Great World. "A Saint Sovereign level expert," Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed, instantly believing Yin Hong's assertion that a strong individual at the Saint Sovereign level was indeed a top-tier power within the vast expanse of the advanced worlds of the universe. Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but marvel at Yin Hong's remarkable fortune in having such a powerful figure as his master. The two refrained from delving deeper into this topic. Together, Zhen Yuanzi and Yin Hong exited the secret chamber and arrived in the main hall of the Wuzhuang Temple, where they venerated heaven and earth. Zhen Yuanzi's disciples, the 8 immortals, awaited their arrival. Leading the group was El Dongbin, and the other 7 immortals exclaimed in unison, "Disciple congratulates Master on his breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi cast a glance at the 8 immortals, his eyes reflecting a sense of gratification. All 8 disciples had reaped immense benefits from his breakthrough. Even Qingfeng Mingyue had ascended to the Daluo Jin Xian realm. Truly, when one achieves the Tao, even their chickens and dogs rise to greatness. Following this, Yin Hong and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged a few more words before Yin Hong took his leave. Prior to departing, Zhen Yuanzi sent forth a clone, instructing it to lead El Dongbin and Tai Guili among the 8 immortals to oversee the Deshang realm. After leaving the Wuzhuang Temple, Yin Hong made his way back to Chaoga. At that moment, Crown Prince Yin Jiao had already returned to Chaoga and was currently engaged in discussions with Yang Rong at the Crown Prince's residence. Upon noticing Yin Hong's arrival, Yin Jiao rose and asked, "When did you return, second brother?" Yang Rong, seeing Yin Hong, stood and respectfully greeted him. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the second prince." Yin Hong replied, "Yang Rong, there is no need for such formalities," addressing Yin Jiao. He added, "Elder brother, I have just returned." Yin Jiao inquired, "Why do you not take a moment to rest before coming here?" Yin Hong responded, "I have matters to discuss with you, elder brother." Yin Jiao asked, "What matters could be so pressing?" Upon hearing that Yin Hong sought the Crown Prince for an important discussion, Yang Rong quietly excused herself. After her departure, Yin Jiao pressed, "Second brother, what is this important matter you wish to discuss?" With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong isolated the surrounding space and said, "Elder brother, I have obtained the mixed Yuan Dao fruit." "What is the mixed Yuan Dao fruit?" Yin Jiao asked. Yin Hong elaborated, "The mixed Yuan Dao fruit is actually the indistinct state of the 3 aspects, qi, form, and essence, prior to the formation of the universe. That it is thus referred to as the mixed Yuan qi or the primordial qi, representing the state of Wu before names were established, arising from the unity of one that has yet to take form. Also known as the mixed Yuan qi, symbolizing Wuji. The Dao fruit, in simpler terms, refers to the results of cultivation or the attainment of a certain realm, such as the Jinxian Dao fruit or the Zhuansheng Dao fruit. The mixed Yuan Dao fruit represents the fruit position of the mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian, also referred to as the heavenly Dao Saint's fruit position, which is indestructible and immortal through countless tribulations. After Yin Hong's explanation, Yin Jiao finally grasped the rarity of the mixed Yuan Dao fruit. He was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Second brother, how could you acquire such a precious treasure?" Yin Hong simply smiled in silence. And Yin Jiao did not pursue the matter further. If all the perfected Zhuansheng cultivators in Hong Wang were to learn of this, it would surely incite a frenzy. It was likely that every perfected Zhuansheng would come to seize such a treasure. Should news of the mixed Yuan Dao fruit leak, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm of bloodshed throughout the entire Hong Wang. Yin Jiao understood the treasure's immense value, and it was no wonder that Yin Hong had employed great magical power to seal off the entire Crown Prince's residence. The mixed Yuan Dao fruit could allow perfected Zhuansheng cultivators to directly attain the fruit position of the mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian. Yin Hong said, "Elder brother, let us proceed to the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence, where you may refine the mixed Yuan Dao fruit. At that time, you will directly attain the realm of the mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian." MHM, Yin Jiao replied. With that, he led Yin Hong to the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence. Yin Hong instructed, "Elder brother, sit cross-legged and circulate your cultivation technique." Yin Jiao immediately began to circulate his technique, the 9-star celestial technique, in conjunction with the primordial Dao body, divine embryo. And his aura surged to its peak. Yin Hong knew that when his elder brother broke through to the mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian, a terrifying manifestation of the heavenly Dao would surely occur. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong enveloped the entire Crown Prince's residence with the powers of the laws of space and time. In that moment, it felt as if the Crown Prince's residence existed outside of this space-time continuum. Observing that Yin Jiao's aura had reached its zenith, Yin Hong said, "Elder brother, first sever the 3 corpses." Then he instructed, "Once the 3 corpses are merged, you will attain the mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian realm." Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, Yin Jiao immediately elevated his aura to its peak and used the secret technique of the primordial spirit to strike out 3 blades at his own primordial spirit. The intense pain surged, yet Yin Jiao gritted his teeth and persevered. In an instant, 3 strands of consciousness manifested within the secret chamber, and Yin Jiao sent forth 3 drops of essence blood into the 3 strands of consciousness. The 3 shadowy figures became increasingly distinct to the naked eye, until finally 3 individuals appeared, all bearing the exact likeness of Yin Jiao. These 3 figures represented Yin Jiao's good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse. At this moment, the severed 3 corpses were only at the Jinxian realm. Seeing his elder brother successfully sever the 3 corpses, Yin Hong swiftly infused the spiritual energy from within his body into the 3 corpses. The realms of the 3 corpses surged upward like a rocket, advancing through the mid-stage, late stage, and peak of the Jinxian realm, culminating in the perfection of the Jinxian realm. Following this, they broke through to the early stage of the Tai Yi Jinxian realm. Progressing through the mid-stage, peak, and perfection of the Tai Yi Jinxian realm. With a thunderous roar, 3 violent auras erupted as Yin Jiao's 3 corpses transcended the De Luo Jinxian realm, ascending through the initial, mid, late, peak, and perfection stages of the De Luo Jinxian realm. Boom! 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 Another 3 terrifying auras burst forth as Yin Jiao's 3 corpses broke through to the Zhuansheng realm. Advancing from the initial to the mid, late, peak, and perfection stages of Zhuansheng. Once Yin Jiao's 3 corpses reached Zhuansheng perfection, Yin Hong instructed, "Elder brother, retract the 3 corpses into your body and merge them as one." Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, Yin Jiao immediately focused his thoughts, and the 3 corpses transformed into 3 beams of light, merging into Yin Jiao's body. Yin Hong took out a fruit from the system. A fruit that resembled a bead, but also appeared like a mass of gas, for it was indeed the mixed Yuan Dao fruit. Yin Hong directly infused the mixed Yuan Dao fruit into Yin Jiao's body. Once the fruit entered, it expanded the inner space within Yin Jiao, causing his internal world to instantly grow to 1/4 the size of Hong Huang. Moreover, the Yin Yang Law seed that had been residing within Yin Jiao rapidly underwent transformation upon the infusion of the mixed Yuan Dao fruit. Moments later, Yin Jiao's internal world expanded to half the size of Hong Huang, and the Yin Yang Law seed swiftly evolved into the Yin Yang Laws. With a thunderous roar, 9 chaotic thunderclaps echoed. Yin Jiao's cultivation suddenly erupted, directly breaking through to the first level of the Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. Subsequently, Yin Jiao's realm soared like a rocket, second level of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian, third level, fifth level, seventh level, eighth level, and ultimately achieving the perfect ninth level of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. Once Yin Jiao reached the pinnacle of this level, the terrifying aura within the secret chamber subsided. Rising to his feet, Yin Jiao felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. He could see this moment. If he were to confront the malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi once more, he could obliterate it with a single strike. Satisfied with his newfound strength, Yin Jiao approached Yin Hong and expressed, "Thank you, dear brother." Yin Hong shook his head and replied, "Elder brother, there is no need for such formality. We are kin, and a family does not speak in such a manner." Yin Jiao nodded in understanding, the weight of their bond evident in their silence. "What shall you do next, brother?" Yin Jiao inquired. "I will seek an audience with our father, urging him to sever the ties between the Taiji saint and the human race, and to abolish the position of Nuwa as the mother of humanity." Yin Jiao, upon hearing this, wholeheartedly supported Yin Hong's course of action. After all, during the cataclysm of the Fengshan, both Laozi and Nuwa had significant ties to humanity. Yet, after their ascension to sainthood, they had shown little regard for the fate of humankind, even scheming against it during the great calamity that it was long overdue to sever these ties and strip Nuwa of her status as the mother of humanity. Together, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong made their way to the imperial palace. Upon arriving at the Chaotian Hall, they found Emperor Xen engrossed in reading memorials. "We pay our respects to Father," they declared in unison. Hearing their voices, Emperor Xen looked up, a warm smile gracing his features. "Jiao, you have arrived. Please rise." "Yes, Father," they replied. "Tell me, Jiao, about the events of the Battle of Sishiguan," Emperor Xen requested. The brothers exchanged glances, and Yin Jiao suggested, "Let my younger brother recount it. He has a more comprehensive understanding." Yin Hong nodded in agreement and began to narrate the details of the battle. After a quarter of an hour, he had conveyed everything to Emperor Xen. The emperor listened, both astonished and enraged, astonished by the perilous nature of the conflict, and enraged by the heavenly Tao saint's malicious intent to obliterate the Shang dynasty. After a moment, Yin Hong spoke. "Father, since the heavenly Tao saint is so unprincipled, we should directly sever the connection between the Taiji saint and the human race. Furthermore, we must abolish Nuwa's position as the mother of humanity, for they are unworthy." Emperor Xen, upon hearing this, recognized the wisdom in Yin Hong's words. The ascension of the Taiji saint and Nuwa was indeed closely tied to humanity. Resolute, Emperor Xen commanded, "Summon the ministers to the Chaotian Hall for a meeting." The palace guards entered and knelt, declaring, "Your humble servant is here. Convey my edict." Emperor Xen instructed, "Call forth the court officials to convene in the Chaotian Hall." The guard bowed and exited in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. When Taisher, Baigan, Shangrong, and other officials arrived, they bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "No need for such formalities, Taisher, Uncle Baigan, Uncle Shangrong," Emperor Xen replied. "What is the reason for summoning us?" "Your majesty?" When Taisher inquired. "Indeed. What is it?" Baigan echoed. Emperor Xen recounted the events of the Battle of Sishiguan, along with the proposal to abolish Nuwa's position and to sever the ties between the Taiji saint and humanity. The officials were immediately incensed, voicing their agreement. "We support your majesty in abolishing Nuwa's position as the mother of humanity and in severing the ties with the Taiji saint." "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Emperor Xen exclaimed. He then led his ministers to the place of sacrifice, brandishing the human sovereign sword. Addressing the heavenly Tao, He declared, I, Emperor Xen of Shang, hereby sever the ties between the Taiji saint and the human race. With that, he struck the sword upon the essence of human fate and virtue, causing the primordial world to tremble. The sky erupted with deafening thunder, and instantly, humanity's fortune was halved as this calamity unfolded. It seemed as if earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis were imminent across the lands. Witnessing this, Yin Hong summoned his great powers, enveloping the entirety of the Shang with his divine awareness. The impending disasters were swiftly quelled, and the spiritual energy across the Shang doubled in an instant. The various medicinal herbs and ores throughout the Shang fervently absorbed the abundant spiritual energy. Breathtaking phenomena erupted across the realm, as the people, who had just moments ago been engulfed in despair, were now filled with unrestrained joy. The newly abundant resources for cultivation sparked exhilaration among the populace, who speculated about the identity of the benefactor behind this transformation. At the Bajang Palace of Shouyang Mountain, the Taiji saint, who had been meditating since the moment Emperor Xen severed the ties between him and humanity, the Taiji saint felt his own merit and fortune dwindle by half. Upon calculating the implications, he roared with fury. How dare you, Emperor Xen? You have severed the connection between me and humanity. Very well. From this day forth, I shall have no ties to you. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness towards humanity. The capital of the Shang, Chaoga, echoed with Emperor Xen's declaration. I, the human sovereign of the Shang, hereby declare that Nuwa shall no longer be the mother of humanity, that we abolish her position, and from this day forth, no images of Nuwa shall be worshipped among humanity, nor shall any temples dedicated to her remain. With a resounding crash, 9 thunderclaps reverberated through the sky, seemingly responding to Emperor Xen's proclamation. Subsequently, he commanded the dismantling of all Nuwa temples within Shang. At the moment the command was issued, humanity's fortune once again diminished by half. Witnessing this, Yin Hong employed his formidable powers to stabilize humanity's fortune, channeling the spiritual energy from within to restore the rivers, mountains, flowers, and trees across the realm. As he rejuvenated the land, the awakening of the earth's essence erupted forth in an instant. The spiritual energy surged tenfold. Mountains rose swiftly, and rivers widened and deepened. Various flora, spiritual herbs, roots, and ores flourished exponentially. Almost immediately, the Shang was inundated with spiritual herbs and treasures, while many lower-tier cultivators broke through multiple realms. The populace erupted in fervor, never having anticipated such a monumental shift in Shang. The ministers of Shang were equally astonished, having never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena. Emperor Xen, taken aback, turned to Yin Hong and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Yin Hong replied, "Father, this is the result of your abolishment of Nuwa's position. The fortune of the Shang diminished, and I used my powers to stabilize it, infusing the entire realm with the spiritual energy from within me. Following this, the awakening of the Earth's essence provided a boon to the entire human race." At the Huahuang Palace of the Northern Continent, Nuwa was consulting with the fairy of Guanghan and the 9 heavens maidens when suddenly, the world of the primordial realm reverberated with 9 thunderclaps, causing Nuwa's own fortune to plummet. As her fortune dwindled, so too did her cultivation, dropping from the 8th level of the heavenly Tao saint to the 7th. It was said that Nuwa created humanity, achieving sainthood through her merits. Yet now, with Emperor Xen's decree, her fortune trembled, severing the connection between her and humanity. Confounded, Nuwa questioned, "Why has my fortune suddenly declined?" Just then, the heavenly Tao resonated within her mind, revealing the decree that humanity had abolished her status as the mother. Enraged, Nuwa declared, "How dare they? I created you all, and now you cast me aside. From this day forth, humanity shall no longer receive my protection. During the great calamity, I shall exert all my strength to topple the Shang." She commanded, Fairy of Guanghan, 9 heavens maidens, summoned Jimeng, Beis, Faden, Falian, and Shangyang. The Fairy of Guanghan and the 9 heavens maidens inquired, "Master, where are Jimeng, Beis, Faden, Falian, and Shangyang now?" Niwa replied, "They are all at the summit of the northern sea in the northern continent." Niwa continued, stating, "In the boundless expanse of Beiju Luzhou's northern sea lie the dragon's nest and the phoenix's nest. You too must summon Jaimin, Feilian, Faden, Bays, and Shangyang to assist me in accomplishing the great calamity of sealing the gods." Upon hearing this, the nine heavens pure maiden and the vast cold fairy replied, "Disciple shall faithfully obey the master's command." With that, the two departed from the Wuzhou Mountains Niwa Palace. In the grand city of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga, Emperor Dixin had completed the abolishment of Niwa's position as the holy mother of humanity and severed the ties between the Ta Ching saint and the human race. Dixin, along with Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, Wenzhong Baigan, and Shang Rong, returned to the Hall of Ascending Heaven. Within the hall, seated upon the nine-dragon throne, Dixin addressed Yin Hong, saying, "My son, are you aware of the matters concerning our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" Yin Hong replied, "I have only encountered fragments of information within the limited ancient texts." Dixin continued, "It is said that in ancient times, the human race was frail, and the Ta Ching saint observed their feeble resistance against various calamities. Yet he also witnessed their indomitable spirit in the face of natural and man-made disasters. Moved by this, he realized that his path to sanctification lay with humanity, after 300 years of observation. The Ta Ching saint comprehended the golden elixir Tao and imparted it to the human race. Following this transmission, the heavenly Tao bestowed immense merits upon him, enabling his ascension to sainthood. After achieving this, the Ta Ching saint departed from humanity, though he continued to watch over them. In those ancient times, the human race produced extraordinary talents represented by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who swiftly advanced in their cultivation of the golden elixir Tao passed down by Laozi. Eventually, the 3 sovereigns attained the status of great Luo golden immortals, which posed a threat to Laozi. Consequently, the Ta Ching saint employed various means to arrange for the 3 sovereigns to be placed in the fire cloud cave, claiming it to be a preservation of the human race's fortune. Naturally, the 3 sovereigns were reluctant to believe this, but the Ta Ching saint warned that if they refused, he would no longer protect humanity from inevitable calamities. Thus, the 3 sovereigns reluctantly agreed to enter the fire cloud cave. Once inside, the Ta Ching saint, under the decree of the heavenly Tao, sealed the 3 sovereigns within, ensuring they could never leave in the years that followed. The 5 emperors emerged, only to be similarly deceived by the Ta Ching saint into entering the fire cloud cave, resulting in their eternal confinement. Despite the human race's relentless efforts to rescue the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they lacked the power to do so. After Dixin's account, the ministers were filled with indignation, vehemently cursing the Ta Ching saint. Yin Jiao, equally enraged, remarked on the underlying reasons for the absence of any great Luo golden immortal among the human race. It became clear that they had all been sealed within the fire cloud cave by the heavenly Tao saint. Yin Hong suggested, "It is likely that the Ta Ching saint acted under the orders of Hong Jun. Otherwise, the mere presence of our great Luo golden immortal would not pose a threat to the heavenly Tao saint's position. The only plausible explanation is that Hong Jun initiated a great calamity, leaving the human race without a central figure to rally around. To the strong, we appear as mere ants, easily crushed for disobedience." The other ministers, including Dixin and Yin Jiao, concurred with Yin Hong's analysis. Deeming it the only coherent explanation, Dixin inquired, "Hunger, are you suggesting we rescue our ancestors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, from the fire cloud cave?" Upon hearing this, Yin Hong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the human race now possesses the capability to break the seals of the heavenly Tao saint and the heavenly Tao itself. It is time to rescue our ancestors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Dixin and the ministers unanimously agreed with Yin Hong's assertion. Suddenly, Grandmaster Wenzhong interjected, "Your Majesty, should I summon the Tongtian saint from my golden Ao Island Bo Palace for assistance?" Yin Hong waved his hand dismissively. "No need, Grandmaster. This task is one I can accomplish alone." After saying this, he turned to Yin Jiao. "Elder brother, the royal city of Chaoga requires your presence." Yin Jiao replied, "I understand, second brother. Go forth." Yin Hong glanced at Di Xin and Yin Jiao before turning to the ministers, including Grandmaster Wan, Baigan, and Shang Rong, he stated. Previously, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Nuwa, and the other 5 heavenly Dao saints suffered a great defeat at the Sui Water Pass. I suspect they may have more terrifying schemes up their sleeves, and we must remain ever vigilant in Chaoga and across the Shang territories. Di Xin, Yin Jiao, Grandmaster Wan, Shang Rong, Baigan, and the others nodded in agreement. We understand. With that, Yin Hong's figure vanished from sight. The Fire Cloud Cave, situated in the Wuzhou Mountain, became the ancestral land of the human race after Nuwa created humanity there in the beginning. The witch and demon clans coexisted peacefully. However, upon witnessing this harmony, Hong Jun devised a plan to incite discord between them. At that time, the human race was relatively weak, reliant on the witch clan for survival. As the great calamity approached, many of the human race's ancestors foresaw the inevitable conflict between the witch and demon clans and subsequently left Wuzhou Mountain in search of a new home, leaving behind a few to guard it, thus transforming Wuzhou Mountain into the ancestral land of humanity. Within this ancestral land lay a blessed cave known as the Fire Cloud Cave. Inside the Fire Cloud Cave, 8 emperors adorned with golden crowns sat in meditation. Among them were 3 fully realized quasi-saints and 5 early-stage quasi-saints. The 3 sovereigns were the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earth sovereign Yin, and the human sovereign Xinyuan. The 5 emperors were Zhuangxiu, Emperor Yao, Emperor Ku, Emperor Shun, and Shao. At that moment, Fuxi, Yin, and Xinyuan simultaneously opened their eyes, astonished. Fuxi asked, Xinyuan, did you too sense that? In unison, Yin and Xinyuan replied. Indeed, we felt at this juncture, the 5 emperors echoed. Predecessor Fuxi. We just sensed a significant decline in the human race's fortune. Can you tell us what great event has transpired? Fuxi's expression turned grave. Indeed, there must be a drastic change occurring within the human race. Otherwise, such a sudden drop in fortune would not occur. Yin speculated. Could the heavenly Tao saint be scheming against humanity, seeking to destroy our dynasty? Xinyuan concurred. Yes, we have all been deceived by the Ta Ching saint in entering the Fire Cloud Cave. Now we are unable to leave and remain unaware of the significant events occurring outside. Fuxi added. Not long ago, there was a dramatic shift in the heavenly Tao of the Hongwang world, akin to the fall of a heavenly Tao saint. Did any of you sense that? Yin affirmed. I sensed it, but who in the Hongwang world could cause the fall of a heavenly Tao saint? Xinyuan remarked. Indeed, yet we cannot dismiss it. There have been 2 consecutive anomalies in the heavenly Tao of the Hongwang world recently. We sense them clearly. Could they be mere fabrications? The 5 emperors shared similar expressions of concern. But trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave, they remained oblivious to the outside world. In their anxious state, Yin Hong's figure suddenly appeared near the Fire Cloud Cave. Observing the cave, he detected the presence of the heavenly Tao's aura surrounding it, as well as the intricate formation laid by the Ta Ching saint, the Taiji Yin-Yang 2 instrument's micro-dust formation, originally utilizing the Taiji diagram of the Ta Ching saint as its focal point. This formation evolved into the 4 symbols through the 2 instruments. It harnessed Yin and Yang to manifest chaos, creating a world within the minuscule, embodying both offense and defense, and wielding boundless power. Once the formation was set, it inverted Yin and Yang, disrupting the 5 elements, leading to the cyclical destruction of worlds. Regardless of one's mastery of Tao, it was impossible to withstand the repeated annihilation of existence. Later, the Ta Ching saint extracted the Taiji diagram, utilizing the purple and green twin swords along with the mixed Yuan Primordial Chi Taiji talismans to re-establish this formation, though the 2 instruments' micro-dust formation was somewhat weaker than the original. It remained impervious to anyone but a heavenly Tao saint. Yin Hong mused. No wonder our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave to breach this formation. One must possess the strength of a heavenly Tao saint, as it involves the laws of Yin and Yang. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hong enveloped the ancestral land of the human race in Wuzhou Mountain with his grand powers and spatial laws. At that moment, even the Ta Ching saint could not perceive any disturbances. After completing his preparations, Yin Hong waved his hand again, assimilating the yin and yang laws of the two instruments' micro-dust formation. Once the laws were assimilated, the purple and green twin swords attempted to flee, but with a flick of his finger, Yin Hong restrained them effortlessly. He then tossed the twin swords into his inner world. Inside the fire cloud cave, the three sovereigns and five emperors expressed their confusion. Who could be causing the recent disturbances outside? Just as they pondered this, a young man entered the cave. Fushi, Shinnong, Xianyuan, Zhuangshu, Emperor Ku, Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and Xiaohao gazed at the newcomer with mouths agape, as if an egg could be inserted within that eye in an instant. The three sovereigns and five emperors distinctly sensed the aura of humanity emanating from Yin Hong. Fushi inquired, "Young man, who are you? How did you enter the fire cloud cave?" The others, including the Earth's sovereign Shinnong, the human sovereign Xianyuan, as well as the five emperors, regarded Yin Hong with similar expressions of curiosity. Yin Hong smiled respectfully and bowed to the three sovereigns and five emperors, declaring, "I am Yin Hong, a descendant of the human race, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elders, at this moment." The human sovereign Xianyuan asked, "Yin Hong, what dynasty does the human race belong to now?" After pondering for a moment, Yin Hong replied, "Esteemed elders, we are currently in the era of the Great Shang dynasty." Upon hearing this, Fushi remarked, "Great Shang, what is the name of your ancestor?" Yin Hong answered, "My progenitor's surname is Shi, and his given name is Xie." Among the three sovereigns and five emperors, Emperor Ku stated, "Xie is my descendant." Fushi, Shinnong, and Xianyuan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Fushi then asked, "Yin Hong, how did you manage to enter?" Shinnong and Xianyuan echoed, "Yes, the array of the fire cloud cave can only be breached by a heavenly Tao sage." Among the five emperors, Zhuangshu inquired, "Yin Hong, what significant events have transpired in the outside world? Why have we sensed the halving of the human race's fortune while in the fire cloud cave?" Yin Hong, unsure of where to begin, remained silent. Fushi pressed, "Is it inconvenient to speak?" Yin Hong clarified, "It is not that it is inconvenient, but rather that I do not know where to start." Shinnong and Xianyuan spoke in unison. "Then let us begin from the beginning." Yin Hong nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall start from the very beginning." Yin Hong continued, "Esteemed elders, you must have realized that your entry into the fire cloud cave was orchestrated by the Ta Ching sage. Correct?" The three sovereigns and five emperors nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed." Yin Hong elaborated, "After luring you into the fire cloud cave, the Ta Ching sage deceived you for countless years. At this moment, we find ourselves in the era of the Great Shang dynasty. However, not long ago, Hong Jun commanded the Ta Ching sage, the Yuanshi Tianzimen Nuwa, the Jin Daoist, and the Zhuti Daoist to initiate the great calamity of the sealing of the gods. The great calamity of the sealing of the gods. The three sovereigns and five emperors queried in unison, bewildered. Yin Hong explained, "The reason Hong Jun initiated the great calamity of the sealing of the gods is that he commanded his disciple, the Hao Hian maiden of the Yao Qi, to re-establish the heavenly court. In order to re-establish the heavenly court, it must gather 365 deities to ascend the list of the sealing of the gods and submit to its authority. To gather these deities, it is necessary to select disciples from the various sections. However, in the Hongwang world, none of the disciples under the heavenly Tao sages are willing to ascend the list. Hong Jun, unwilling to see the Jie sect grow too powerful, aimed to include them on the list, thus commanding the Ta Ching sage, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Nuwa, Jin Daoist, and Junti Daoist to initiate the sealing of the gods list. Therefore, the initiation of the sealing of the gods list is a scheme of Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao sages against the human race and the Jie sect. Upon hearing this, the three sovereigns and five emperors were filled with righteous indignation. Vehemently condemning Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao sages, Fushi remarked, "Hong Jun continues his schemes against the various races as he has always done. The 3,000 innate demons, the dragon race, the phoenix race, the Qilin race, the Wu race, and the Yao race, all have fallen victim to Hong Jun's machinations. Were it not for their utter annihilation, they would have faced swift extinction. Now, he dares to plot against humanity. It is utterly shameless and infuriating." Subsequently, Yin Hong recounted the battle of Sisui Pass to the three sovereigns and five emperors, They were filled with rage at the heavenly Tao sage's despicable actions and were astounded by the perilous nature of the battle. Two of the heavenly Tao sage's 3 corpses have fallen. Fushi, the heavenly sovereign, queried, "Which 2 heavenly Tao sages lost their 3 corpses?" Yin Hong replied, "It was the evil corpse of Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the self-corpse of the Zhuni Daoist that fell." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors responded, "So, Yuan Shi and Zhuni have met their match today." Fushi lamented, "What a pity it is that the Ta Ching sage remains unscathed at this moment." The Earth's sovereign Yin Hong asked, "Yin Hong, not long ago we sensed a drastic decline in the fortune of the human race. What is the reason for this?" Yin Hong explained, "After the Battle of Sisui Pass, the Ta Ching sage and Lady Nuwa have not only neglected the human race, but have also participated in schemes against it. The ministers of our great Shang unanimously agreed to abolish the position of Nuwa as the mother of the human race while severing the causal ties between the Ta Ching sage and humanity. These 2 actions were undertaken simultaneously, resulting in the sharp decline of the human race's fortune. However, the fortunes of humanity have stabilized now, and we have seen a surge in spiritual herbs, minerals, and other resources. Moreover, the strength of our people is steadily increasing, and I believe it won't be long before we witness a plethora of talented individuals among the human race." Upon hearing Yin Hong's explanation, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors felt a weight lift from their hearts. They've been greatly concerned about the potential calamities facing humanity. Yin Hong reassured them, "Esteemed elders, the human race is no longer what it once was." He added, "Please follow me out of the Fire Cloud Cave." Fushi inquired, "Yin Hong, once we exit, do you possess the means to confront Hongjun, the Ta Ching sage, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Lady Nuwa, the Jin Daoist, and the Zhuni Daoist?" The Earth Sovereign Yin Hong expressed concern. "We fear that once we step outside, Hongjun or the Ta Ching sage may sense our presence and retaliate against humanity." The human sovereign Xin Yuan warned, "Currently, there are no top-tier experts safeguarding the human race. If we act recklessly, it may be detrimental." Understanding their apprehensions, Yin Hong assured them, "Esteemed elders, you need not worry. The human race currently has top-tier experts in place." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gasped in astonishment. "Is that true?" At that moment, Emperor Ku asked, "Yin Hong, what is the cultivation level of the top-tier strength among the human race?" Yin Hong replied, "It is equal to, or perhaps even stronger than Hongjun." Upon hearing this, Fushi, Yin Hong, and Xian Yuan were rendered speechless in shock. Stronger than Hongjun. They were aware that Hongjun had been the foremost figure in the Hong Huang world, although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were unaware of Hongjun's exact cultivation level. They were acutely aware of his formidable might. Fushi, Yin Hong, and Xian Yuan exchanged looks of disbelief, and Yin Hong urged, "Esteemed elders, please feel free to exit the Fire Cloud Cave." The 8 sovereigns, including Fushi, Yin Hong, Xian Yuan, Zhuangxiu, Emperor Ku, Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and Xiao Hao, exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yin Hong declared, "Since you esteemed elders have consented to leave the Fire Cloud Cave, let us proceed." As he spoke, Fushi, Yin Hong, and Xian Yuan prepared to step outside. Yin Hong added, "Esteemed elders, there is no need to simply walk out. Allow me to escort you." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked at Yin Hong and asked, "How will you take us out?" Yin Hong responded, "Esteemed elders, please do not resist." With that, he waved his hand, enveloping everyone in the fabric of spatial laws, and in an instant, the figures of Yin Hong and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors vanished from the Fire Cloud Cave. Meanwhile, in the Great Shang's imperial city, Chaoga, in the Chaotian Hall, Emperor Xian was conversing with the court officials. He inquired, "When Taisher, do you know if Honger has successfully rescued our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors from the Fire Cloud Cave?" When Taisher reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry. The second prince's cultivation is unfathomable, and the mere Fire Cloud Cave poses no challenge to him." Just as Emperor Xian was about to speak again, a sudden ripple in the space of the Chaotian Hall caught his attention. 9 figures appeared in the hall with a swift motion. "Who goes there?" Emperor Xian demanded. That moment, Yin Hong's voice rang out. "Father, it is I." Emperor Xian focused his gaze and saw 9 figures standing clearly in the center of the hall. The first three were middle-aged men with imposing appearances, adorned with purple gold crowns and clad in dragon robes. The remaining five were similarly crowned, though slightly younger, and also wore dragon robes. Emperor Xan exclaimed, "Are you three esteemed elders, the three sovereigns and five emperors of the human race? The heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earth sovereign Shinong, the human sovereign Xian Yuan, and the five emperors Zhuangxiu, Yao Ku, Shun, and Xiaohao all replied in unison, "Indeed, we are the three sovereigns and five emperors of humanity." They then bowed respectfully to Emperor Xan, stating, "We, Fuxi, Shinong, Xian Yuan, Zhuangxiu, Yao Ku, Shun, and Xiaohao, pay our respect to the human sovereign." Emperor Xan insisted, "Esteemed elders, you must not. You are all fellow human sovereigns and my seniors. How could I allow you to bow to me?" Fuxi replied, "Though we are human sovereigns, we have abdicated our thrones, and you are the reigning human sovereign. That it is only natural for us to pay our respects to the current human sovereign." The human sovereign Xian Yuan added, "Emperor Xan, rituals must not be disregarded. Without rules, there can be no order." Unable to refute their logic, Emperor Xan suggested, "How about you esteemed elders remain in the court, and together we shall govern the human race?" Fuxi, Shinong, and Xian Yuan replied in unison, "That cannot be. We have already abdicated and wish to focus on our cultivation." The five emperors echoed, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xan ceased his insistence. It was then that he began to assess the cultivation prowess of the three sovereigns and five emperors, while they too appraised him. After probing Emperor Xan's cultivation, Fuxi, Shinong, and Xian Yuan were astonished. Fuxi privately conveyed, "The current human sovereign, Emperor Xan, possesses astonishing depth in his cultivation." Shinong and Xian Yuan concurred, "Indeed, Emperor Xan is the most formidable among the perfected saints we have encountered." Among the five emperors, Zhuangxiu, Yao, Ku, Shun, and Xiaohao exchanged thoughts through their minds. "Have you discerned the cultivation level of the current human sovereign, Emperor Xan?" Zhuangxiu remarked, "We cannot see through Emperor Xan's cultivation. It likely surpasses that of heavenly sovereign Fuxi." The other four emperors agreed, "Indeed, we can only grasp a vague notion. Emperor Xan is at least a peak perfected saint." As Emperor Xan assessed the cultivation levels of the three sovereigns and five emperors, he too was taken aback. Among the three sovereigns and five emperors, the heavenly, earthly, and human sovereigns were all at the perfected saint level. The five emperors possessed the cultivation of the early quasi-saint realm. After their investigation, Xan was filled with immense joy, for the human race had suddenly gained 8 formidable quasi-saint level experts, alongside 3 fully realized quasi-saints. This dramatically bolstered the high-end combat strength of humanity, rivaling that of the heavenly Tao's saintly powers. Xan proclaimed, "Uncle Bygone, convey my imperial decree to establish the human emperor hall within the palace, allowing these 8 venerable ones to cultivate in peace." Upon hearing this, Bygone responded, "I shall obey the command." He then departed from the Chaotian Hall. After Bygone left, Xan turned to Fuxi, Shinong, and Xian Yuan, asking for their opinions. The 5 emperors listened and deemed the proposal excellent. Fuxi declared, "Let us heed the words of Emperor Xan. We shall all reside in the human emperor hall for quiet cultivation, ready to strike should the human race require our aid." At that moment, Grandmaster Wenzhong interjected, "Your Majesty, with the return of our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, is it not time to awaken the human Tao?" Upon hearing this, Xan, Yin Hong, Shang Rong, and the ministers felt it imperative to awaken the human Tao. Yin Hong mused, "To awaken the human Tao, the bearer of the human Tao seal must break through to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm." He continued, "Now that the heavenly Tao and earthly Tao have awakened, we are merely awaiting the awakening of the human Tao." After listening to Grandmaster Wenzhong, Xan turned to Yin Hong and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Yin Hong replied, "Father, awakening the human Tao is no simple endeavor. First, it requires the bearer of the human Tao seal to transcend the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm. Furthermore, once the human Tao is awakened, the 3 Tao of heaven, earth, and humanity will all be awakened, likely leading to significant transformations in the Honghuang world." Yin Hong added, At present, I have not yet discovered anything that could assist you in breaking through to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed. Ding! The host assists in awakening the human Tao, rewarding the Hunyuan Tao fruit. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was taken aback, pondering why the system was issuing tasks so frequently. Could it be that the awakening of the human Tao would indeed lead to monumental changes in the Honghuang world? Perhaps hidden powers would emerge as well. Since the beginning of Panga's creation until now, countless powerful beings have existed. Observing the hopeful gazes of the Exant, the three sovereigns, the five emperors, and the ministers, Yin Hong assured, Father, do not worry. I shall find a way to assist in the awakening of the human Tao. D. Xian responded, Excellent. D. Xian then addressed the three sovereigns and five emperors. Esteemed elders, the human emperor hall is still under construction. For the time being, please cultivate in the Longda Hall. The three sovereigns and five emperors nodded in agreement. Subsequently, D. Xian led them toward the Longda Hall, accompanied by the ministers. Yin Hong, however, did not follow. Instead, he contemplated whether to visit Lingtai, Fountain Mountain, to pay a visit to Patriarch Bodhi. Meanwhile, the fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the nine heavens had already arrived at the peak of Beiju Luzhou's North Sea. Beiju Luzhou is the northernmost region of the Hongwang world, home to dragon nests, phoenix nests, and numerous secret realms. Following the catastrophic battle between the ancient witches and demons, 5 of the 10 surviving demon saints, namely Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang, retreated to this land. Within the demon saint palace of Beiju Luzhou, the demon saints Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang resided. Bai Zhe inquired, What is the current situation in the Honghuang world? Shang Yang shook his head. I do not know. Ever since Great Shang's Grand Master Wenzhong ventured to the North Sea, and subsequently, the Demon Master Kunpeng launched an attack, he is yet to return. It is likely that the Demon Master is in grave danger. Fei Lian and Fei Dan added. Indeed, the mother of all, Nuwa, has commanded our demon race to hold back Grandmaster one of the Great Shang in the North Sea. However, we have suffered heavy losses, and the Demon Master Kunpeng remains missing to that moment. A young demon entered, reporting. I report to all esteemed demon saints. 2 female cultivators have arrived outside the palace, claiming to be the fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the 9 heavens, here to convey important matters. Bai Zhe, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, Ji Ming, and Shang Yang were taken aback. The pure maiden of the 9 heavens and the fairy of the vast cold? Are they not the direct disciples of the mother Nuwa? Quickly, invite the 2 venerable maidens into the grand hall. The young demon replied, I shall do so at once, soon. The young demon returned, guiding the 2 female cultivators into the grand hall. The 2 female cultivators were indeed the fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the 9 heavens, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming. Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang approached the 2 maidens. We were unaware of your visit. What brings you here? The fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the 9 heavens spoke in unison. Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, Shang Yang, we come at the behest of our master, the mother Nuwa. Our master commands you to proceed immediately to the Huahuang Palace on Mount Buzhou to receive instructions. Upon hearing this, the 5 demon saints felt an ominous sense that something significant was afoot. Bai Zhe asked, Maidens, is there any major event occurring in the interior of the Honghuang world? The fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the 9 heavens nodded. Indeed, there is a momentous event unfolding. Bai Zhe was taken aback. What is this major event? The fairy of the vast cold replied. The Fengshen calamity has commenced. Our Huahuang Palace, the 8th Scenery Palace, and the Yushu Palace are now intent on annihilating the human dynasty of Great Shang. Upon hearing this, the 4 demon saints, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang, realized that the 4 major heavenly Tao Saint forces seemed to be overestimating their capabilities. Bai Zhe concurred, sensing that these forces were indeed overreaching. The fairy of the vast cold sneered. Do you believe Great Shang to be weak and easily extinguished? The 5 demon saints responded in unison. Is it not so? The pure maiden of the 9 heavens interjected. You are gravely mistaken. The Great Shang dynasty is not weak, but rather formidable and terrifying. During the recent battle at the Sishui Pass, Both the Yushu Palace and the Western sect suffered grievous losses. The 5 demon saints were left astounded. The Yushu Palace and the Western sect suffered such devastating losses. How could this be? Subsequently, the Fairy of the Vast Cold recounted the events of the Si Shui Pass battle to the 5 demon saints. Upon hearing her account, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang were filled with trepidation. How terrifying was Great Shang! Had 2 of the 3 corpses of the heavenly Tao saints perished, the demon saints had thought Great Shang to be weak. But perhaps, after the calamity of the witches and demons, as they retreated to the northern peak of Beiju Luzhou, the human race had undergone profound changes, with powerful beings emerging one after another. Furthermore, there might be forces even more terrifying than the heavenly Tao saints. The Fairy of the Vast Cold and the Pure Maiden of the 9 Heavens cautioned, do not overthink. Even if the human race grows strong, they cannot surpass the heavenly Tao of the Hongwang world. Can they? The 5 demon saints nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Fairy of the Vast Cold commanded, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, Shang Yang, summon the powerful beings of our demon race at once, and accompany us to the Huahuang Palace on Mount Buzhou to receive directives. Bai Zhe replied, Fairy of the Vast Cold, please wait a moment. I shall gather the demon race's powerful beings. He then instructed Shang Yang to summon the demon race's strong members. Before long, Shang Yang returned with over 10 powerful demons of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm to the Grand Hall. The Pure Maiden of the 9 Heavens asked, Bai Zhe, are these all the remaining strong members of the demon race? Bai Zhe responded, Indeed, Pure Maiden, our demon master Kuanping is currently unaccounted for. Otherwise, there would be more than just these few. The likes of Wu Zhiqi and Jiu Ying are also missing. The Fairy of the Vast Cold and the Pure Maiden of the 9 Heavens were unaware of the circumstances and thus felt compelled to return to the Huahuang Palace on Mount Buzhou. The Fairy of the Vast Cold said, Then let us depart. With that, she and the Pure Maiden of the 9 Heavens summoned the map of mountains and rivers, enveloping all the powerful demons within its light. In a flash, the 5 demon saints and the more than 10 Deluo Golden Immortal Strong beings were drawn into the map of mountains and rivers. After a brief exchange of glances, the 2 maidens swiftly took flight, heading back to the Huahuang Palace on Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Yin Hong had left the Chaotian Hall and arrived at the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Lingtai Fonsen Mountain is located atop the peaks of the Eastern Sea. Several thousand miles away, towering at tens of thousands of meters, this mountain spans several thousand miles in circumference. It is a veritable fairy mountain, abundant with countless spirit herbs and resources, within the 3 stars and inclined moon cave of Ling Tai Fongsun Mountain. Patriarch Bodhi was imparting teachings to his disciples. Suddenly, sensing a formidable presence approaching, he instructed his disciples, A distinguished guest has arrived. Go forth and welcome them on my behalf. The disciple replied, Yes, I shall obey your command. He then exited the inclined moon cave of the 3 stars. As Yin Hong's figure materialized before the entrance of a cave dwelling, he noticed a couplet inscribed at the entrance, Ling Tai Fonsen Mountain on the left, and 3 stars and inclined moon cave on the right, I in the center. A plaque bore the word Celestial Sect Beyond the Heavens, radiating profound Taoist essence. Yin Hong observed that the scene mirrored that of the original Chinese Fengshen narrative. However, he discerned a rich essence of the Tao emanating from the characters on either side and the plaque inscribed with Celestial Sect Beyond the Heavens. Such profound Taoist essence could only be sensed by those who had transcended the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Those below this level would be oblivious to that moment. A middle-aged Taoist emerged from the cave, garbed in a gray Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Approaching Yin Hong, he remarked, You must be the esteemed guest spoken of by my master. Yin Hong replied, Indeed, my master has been informed of your arrival and has sent me to welcome you. The middle-aged Taoist gestured, Esteemed guest, please. Yin Hong nodded. Very well. He then stepped into the 3 stars cave. From the exterior, it appeared to be a Taoist temple, yet within, it revealed a wondrous realm. The 3 stars cave was, in fact, a miniature world, spacious enough for Yin Hong's divine sense to perceive its vastness. The expanse of this cave dwelling was comparable to that of the original Earth in China. Within the cave, the spiritual energy is magnitudes greater than that of the outside world. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Taoist led Yin Hong to meet a venerable figure whose hair was partially white and who wore a Taoist crown. This Taoist, tall and dignified, bore not a single wrinkle upon his face and was draped in a loose Taoist robe adorned with exquisite patterns of celestial cranes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Hong recognized this figure as the revered Bodhi Patriarch. As Yin Hong probed the depths of the Bodhi Patriarch's cultivation level, he discerned that the Patriarch had reached the late stage of the ninefold great Luo golden immortal of the Primordial Chaos. While Yin Hong regarded the Bodhi Patriarch, the Patriarch was equally assessing Yin Hong. The youth radiated an aura of Taoist essence, and, to the Patriarch's astonishment, his cultivation was revealed to surpass even that of the Bodhi Patriarch by 2 minor tiers. Igniting a sense of surprise within the eldered AT that moment, Yin Hong spoke. Junior, Yin Hong humbly greets the Bodhi ancestor. The Bodhi Patriarch replied, Dear friend, you must not address me in such a manner. Your cultivation exceeds mine, and we may engage as equals. The disciples of the Bodhi Patriarch, upon hearing his words, were utterly astonished. This young man, who introduced himself as Yin Hong, possessed a cultivation level higher than that of their revered ancestor. Although they were unaware of the true extent of the Bodhi Patriarch's power, many had followed him for centuries, with some having been his disciples for millennia. They had some inkling that their master-esque cultivation was significantly above that of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao in the current primordial world. The 6 saints of the heavenly Tao were predominantly at the 7th, 8th, or perfected 9th levels. The Bodhi Patriarch, at the very least, was a golden immortal of the primordial chaos, and those disciples who had been with him for a long time understood that were it not for the Bodhi Patriarch's formidable cultivation, the entire primordial world would have perished during the previous cataclysms, with only Ling Tai Fong, Cun Mountain, remaining unscathed. This indicated the Patriarch's extraordinary prowess, for otherwise he would not have been able to safeguard himself. The Bodhi Patriarch, equally impressed by Yin Hong's cultivation, mused internally, could he be from a greater world beyond the primordial realm? After both took their seats, the Bodhi ancestor inquired, Yin Hong, what brings you to visit me at this moment? In response, Yin Hong expressed, Bodhi Patriarch, my visit is twofold. Firstly, to convey my profound respect for you. Secondly, to request your assistance in confronting the impending calamity of the Fengshen. The Bodhi Patriarch, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by that? Yin Hong elaborated, I am aware that you intervened during the Pangu-esque creation, the great calamity of opening the heavens, the dragon and phoenix calamity, and the witch and demon calamity to thwart Hongjun, thus sparing the beings of the primordial world from being devoured and annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, from the great calamity of opening the heavens to the current Fengshen calamity, all are orchestrated in the shadows by Hongjun. Given his nature, if we do not intervene or sever his ties with the heavenly Tao, the primordial world will inevitably be consumed by him, leading to the demise of all its inhabitants. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi Patriarch nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Hongjun's treacherous heart remains unquenched. He believes that by devouring the heavenly Tao of the primordial world and merging with it, he can transcend the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Little does he realize that in the primordial world, the highest cultivation one can attain is the perfected 9th level of the great Luo golden immortal to ascend to the Saint Emperor realm. One must venture into a higher world. The disciples of the Bodhi Patriarch, listening to the exchange, were left in utter shock. They had never fathomed that from the great calamity of opening the heavens until now. Had it not been for the Bodhi Patriarch's covert interventions, they would have long since been obliterated. Moreover, they were astounded to learn of the existence of a higher world in the Saint Emperor realm. Concepts entirely foreign to them. In unison, they implored, Ancient Ancestor, what does this all mean? The Bodhi Patriarch replied, Since you inquire, allow me to elucidate. To begin with, one must understand the realms. It is well known that once one attains the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal in the primordial world, they begin to comprehend the laws in preparation for advancing to the quasi-saint level. Upon reaching the perfection of the quasi-saint, one may either sever the 3 corpses or attain the path of the laws. thereby surmounting the great Luo golden immortal I in higher realms. However, there is no quasi-saint level. The cultivation begins from the great Luo golden immortal, while the quasi-saint level corresponds to the saint level. The great Luo golden immortal corresponds to the great saint level, and the primordial chaos great Luo golden immortal corresponds to the saint king level. Following the saint king, one progresses to the saint emperor realm, the saint sovereign realm, the heavenly Tao saint sovereign realm, the great Tao saint sovereign realm, and the great Tao supreme realm. This is the hierarchy of cultivation in the greater worlds. Yin Hong nodded in affirmation. The disciples of the Bodhi Patriarch, meanwhile, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had always assumed that the heavenly Tao saints of the primordial world represented the pinnacle of existence, only to discover that they were merely of middling rank in the greater worlds. The realization that their own cultivation levels, such as the great Luo golden immortal and quasi-saint, would place them at the bottom tier in those realms was earth-shattering. For 7 days, Yin Hong engaged in profound discourse with the Bodhi Patriarch, sharing insights gleaned from various novels of his past life, which the Patriarch received with great admiration. As the week concluded, Yin Hong took his leave. Meanwhile, at the Nuwa Palace on Mount Buzhou, the fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden of the 9 heavens led the 5 great demon saints of the demon clan, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang, into the palace. There, Nuwa sat regally upon a void lotus seat while the 5 demon saints bowed in reverence. The 5 demon saints proclaimed, "We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. May Lady Nuwa enjoy everlasting prosperity." Nuwa addressed them, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, Fei Dan, and Shang Yang. "I have tasked the fairy of the vast cold and the pure maiden to summon you. They have conveyed my intentions." "Have they not?" The 5 demon saints replied. "Lady Nuwa, we are well aware." Nuwa continued, "Excellent. You shall remain at the Nuwa Palace on standby until I issue my command." The 5 saints echoed, "We shall faithfully adhere to Lady Nuwa's decree." Following this, Nuwa instructed the fairy of the vast cold to lead the 5 demon saints to their training in the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The primordial beginning heavenly sovereign pondered the passage of time. Wondering how the Zhen Yuanzi was faring in his considerations, he instructed Randing, "Go to Wanshou Mountain and visit the 5. Randing, puzzled, queried, "Master, what purpose does my visit serve?" The disciples of Yushu Palace, including Wenshu, Pu Xian, Yin Zhongzi, Qi Jingzi, and C.I. Heng, were equally bewildered. Wenshu and Pu Xian approached the master. "Respected teacher, what is the purpose of sending Brother Randing to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple?" Yuanshi Tianzun replied, "Of course. It is to invite Zhen Yuanzai to partake in the great calamity of the gods." A disciple from Yushu Palace interjected, "Master, will Zhen Yuanzai agree?" Yuanshi Tianzun remarked, "The great calamity has already commenced. It will ultimately depend on Zhen Yuanzai's choice. Moreover, during this great calamity, none shall escape its grasp." Upon hearing this, Randing declared, "Master, I understand. I shall proceed to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple at once." Yuanshi Tianzun urged, "Go forth." At that moment, Yin Hong departed from Lingtai Fonsen Mountain, preparing to visit the Saint of Heaven. He was well aware that the saint resided at Jineo Island's Bo Palace. Jineo Island is located in the eastern sea of Dongsheng Shenzhou, amidst the 3 immortal islands. Specifically on Penglai Island, the place of enlightenment of Patriarch Bodhi is not far from that of the Saint of Heaven, as both lie within the boundaries of Dongsheng Shenzhou, in the blink of an eye. Yin Hong appeared in the sky not far from the 3 immortal islands in the eastern sea. He utilized his primordial spirit to convey a message to the Saint of Heaven. "I, Yin Hong of the Great Shang, have come to pay a visit." Meanwhile, within Jineo Island's Bo Palace, the Saint of Heaven was meditating in silence when suddenly a message echoed within his mind that he was startled. Pondering who had contacted him through the primordial spirit, it occurred to him that the name mentioned in the transmission was Yin Hong. Was this not the second son of Emperor Xian from the Great Shang dynasty? At once, the saint communicated with Daobao Daoren, Jinling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, and Gue Ling Xingmu, instructing them to welcome the esteemed guest at the sect's entrance. The 4 exchanged glances, with Wudong Xingmu inquiring, "Daobao, who is this esteemed guest that our master has instructed us to greet?" Dao Bao Daoren shook his head, saying, "The master did not specify, only instructing us to welcome the guest." Jin Ling Shengmu and Gue Ling Shengmu chimed in. "Let us proceed, since the master has commanded us to welcome. This guest must be of great significance." Wudong Shengmu speculated. Could it be our senior uncle, second senior uncle, the saint of guidance, or perhaps the saint of precautions? The others responded in unison. It is indeed possible. Currently, within the entirety of the primordial world, the only one whom the master would regard as an esteemed guest is the saint of heaven. Wudong Shengmu concluded. Speculating is futile. We shall discover the truth upon our arrival. Let us go. With that, Wudong Shengmu took the lead, swiftly heading toward the sect. Dao Bao Daoren, Jin Ling Shengmu, and Gue Ling Shengmu followed closely behind. Shortly thereafter, the four arrived at the entrance of Bo Palace on Jineo Island. A young man dressed in white, exuding elegance, and possessing a strikingly handsome demeanor, awaited them at the gate. Wudong Shengmu, Jin Ling Shengmu, and Gue Ling Shengmu were unfamiliar with Yin Hong. However, upon seeing him, Dao Bao Daoren's expression shifted. Realizing, is this not the second prince of the great Shang dynasty, Yin Hong? Dao Bao Daoren was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Yin Hong, fearing that his three younger sisters might inadvertently slight him. He hastily greeted, "I bid you welcome." The other three were taken aback by Dao Bao's demeanor, asking, "What is the meaning of this, senior brother?" Dao Bao Daoren quickly explained, "This is His Highness Yin Hong, the second prince of the great Shang dynasty." Upon hearing Dao Bao's introduction, the three maidens were filled with astonishment. They had often heard their fellow disciples speak of Yin Hong, but had never encountered him in person. Now, seeing his youthful visage, they realized that since their master referred to him as an esteemed guest, his cultivation must surely rival that of their master. Dao Bao Daoren gestured. "Esteemed senior, please." Yin Hong nodded and followed the four into Bo Palace. Moments later, within the place of meditation of the Saint of Heaven, Dao Bao Daoren and the others led Yin Hong into the hall. As Yin Hong arrived, the Saint of Heaven materialized before him, saying, "Friend, your presence honors us. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Yin Hong replied, "Saint, there is no need for such formalities. I have intruded upon you." The Saint of Heaven continued, "The visit brings radiance to my humble abode." Yin Hong smiled, "I have long wished to pay my respects to you." The Saint of Heaven invited, "Please, take a seat." Yin Hong responded, "I invite you to sit first." With that, they both settled onto cushions. Nearby, the disciples of the Jie school prepared 2 pots of tea for them. This tea, brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tea plant, is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, every 100,000 years. It yields 108 leaves, each containing the essence of a profound principle. Prior to the great calamity of the witch and demon, the Saint of Heaven had acquired a considerable amount of tea leaves, while the remaining tea plants were claimed by Niuhua. The Saint of Heaven had gathered over 20 leaves, thus he cherished the enlightenment tea dearly. Interestingly, none of his disciples had tasted it before. The Saint of Heaven inquired, "What brings you to visit so unexpectedly?" Yin Hong. Yin Hong explained, "Since you have asked, I shall speak plainly. I have come regarding the great calamity of the gods," that he continued. "Surely you're already aware of the intentions behind the great calamity initiated by Yuan Shi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, and Zhini." The Saint of Heaven speculated, "I surmise it is due to Hong Jun Daozu's eagerness to merge the Tao." Yin Hong clarified, "That is indeed one of the factors." The saint, perplexed, asked, "Oh, are there other reasons?" Yin Hong elaborated, "The urgency of Hong Jun in starting the great calamity is twofold. Firstly, he seeks to merge the Tao and elevate his cultivation to the next level. Secondly, he wishes to swiftly complete the great calamity, gathering 365 deities for the heavenly court, allowing it to govern the 6 realms, thus establishing its supremacy in preparation for the next great calamity." The Saint of Heaven was astonished, realizing that the great calamity had not yet concluded, and already Hong Jun was plotting for the next one. He found it hard to believe, not understanding Hong Jun's cultivation level, which was at the 8th stage of the Hunyuan Wujidi Great Luo Jingxian. Yin Hong, however, was aware that Hong Jun was eager to complete the great calamity while the heavenly Tao was still weak to merge the Tao once more, allowing him to break through to the 9th stage of the Great Luo Jingxian. Afterward, Hong Jun would initiate the journey to the west, and once that calamity concluded, he would merge the Tao, surpassing the Hunyuan realm to reach the level of the Saint Emperor, thereby entering an even higher world. Previously, during the opening of Heaven's calamity, Yangmei Daoren and Shurchen Daoren were likely cultivating in some great world. Hong Jun feared that they would break through to higher realms and return to seek vengeance upon him, which is why he was so desperate to commence the great calamity of the gods. While Yin Hong and the Saint of Heaven discussed matters within Bo Palace, in the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens, Hong Jun dispatched his own corpse to inform the Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm and the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost Realm about the scheduled attack. The time was set for 7 days hence, when the Demon Emperor, Ghost Emperor, and the 4 forces of the Heavenly Tao would launch a full-scale assault on the boundary gate of the Great Shang. At this moment, in the Ghost Realm, the Ghost Emperor declared, in 7 days, "Follow me to the Great Shang's boundary gate." In the city of Fengdu, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor commanded, "You all shall accompany me to the Great Shang's boundary gate in 7 days." In the Demon Realm, the 3 Demon Emperors from the Shurtian, Tunshin, and Huemia domains were issuing similar orders. 7 days hence, they would attack the boundary gate of the Great Shang dynasty. In the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens, Hong Jun issued a decree to Yuan Shi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, and Juani. In 7 days, launch a full-scale assault on the Great Shang's boundary gate. On the peaks of Ling Mountain in the west, Jin and Juani sat face to face. Zhuanti remarked, "This time, Hong Jun Daozu has sought many allies, including the Demon Emperor and the Ghost Emperor, along with the powerful figures from the 4 forces of the Heavenly Tao. I intend for the Great Shang to pay a bloody price." In Yua's palace on Mount Buzhou, she commanded, the Fairy of Guanghan, the 9 heavens pure maidens, Beis, Jimeng, Falian, Faden, and Shangyang, shall launch a total assault on the Great Shang's boundary gate in 7 days. The Fairy of Guanghan and the 9 heavens pure maidens, along with the 5 great demon saints of the demon race, responded in unison, "We shall comply with the decree of Lady Niuhua." In Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat upon a cushion in the void, surrounded by Lu Ye and the remaining disciples of Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan instructed, "Lu Ye, Wen Shu, Puxian, Yun Changzi, Ci Hong, and Zhu Lu Sun, you shall accompany Lu Wai in 7 days. We will launch an assault on the Great Shang's boundary gate." Lu Ye, Wen Shu Puxian, Yun Changzi, Ci Hong, and Zhu Lu Sun responded in unison, "We shall obey our master's command." At this moment, in the 8th Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Laozi was observing Xiandu, who inquired, "Master, which of our disciples will participate in the battle at the boundary gate?" Laozi replied, "Only you and the real man of deliverance shall partake, and this battle is sure to be perilous. I do not wish for either of you to fall upon the list of deities." Hearing Laozi's words, both Xiandu and the real man of deliverance felt deeply moved, knowing that their master cared for their safety. They simultaneously responded, "But master, we have no other disciples in our sect." Laozi reassured them, "In due time, I shall send the 3 corpses to assist." Xiandu and the real man of deliverance were taken aback, realizing that their master intended to send the 3 corpses along. Laozi explained, "This is an unavoidable measure, as we cannot defy the will of Hong Jun Daozu." They understood that the decree of Hong Jun Daozu was not to be opposed. Laozi concluded, "When the time comes, you shall both enter deep meditation in the 8th Scenery Palace." Master Xuandu and the virtuous Zhenren spoke, "Disciples shall faithfully obey the master's command." In the grand imperial city of Dashi, Chaoga, a magnificent palace, stood proudly in the rear courtyard of the Dashi Imperial Palace, surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains, a prime location blessed with exceptional feng shui. This grand hall, majestic and imposing, was encircled by formidable defensive formations and confinement arrays. The plaque above the hall bore the grandiose inscription Run Huang Dian, written in a flourish of dragons and phoenixes. From an external perspective, it appeared as a mere hall. However, within it lay a miniature world. This small world was adorned with pavilions and towers, arranged in an orderly fashion. Moreover, the spiritual energy within this miniature world was more than tenfold that of the outside realm, complemented by a time acceleration array. This Runwang Dian was pivotal to the fate of the entire human race. Hence, DXIN placed the Kongtong seal within the small world of Renhuang Dian, which suppressed the destiny of the human race, safeguarded by the surrounding great formations, rendering it as secure as an impregnable fortress. At this moment, Renhuang Dian awaited the arrival of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. In the imperial city of Dashi, within the Longda Hall, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were seated in meditative tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Chaotian Hall, DXIN sat upon the 9 dragons throne. Among the civil and military officials below, Baigon stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, the Renhuang Dian has been completed. The 8 esteemed predecessors of our human race are ready to enter the Renhuang Dian at any moment." DXIN proclaimed loudly, "Excellent." The officials below erupted in excitement. Once the 8 esteemed predecessors took residence in the Renhuang Dian, the fate of the human race would undoubtedly flourish, enhancing their overall strength. Furthermore, all newly born infants of the human race would possess remarkable cultivation potential. DXIN commanded, "All ministers, follow me to the Longda Hall to pay respects to the 8 esteemed predecessors." With that, DXIN, surrounded by his civil and military officials, proceeded towards the Longda Hall. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at DXIN addressed Fuxi, Xinnong, Xianyuan, Zhuangxiu, Emperor Yao, Emperor Ku, Emperor Shun, and Xiaohao. Esteemed predecessors, the Renhuang Dian has now been constructed. Please, take your places within the Renhuang Dian. Fuxi, Xinnong, and Xianyuan replied in unison. Very well. Subsequently, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with DXIN and the officials, made their way to the Renhuang Dian. Upon entering, Fuxi, Xinnong, and Xianyuan were astonished by the world within. They distinctly sensed the terrifying defensive formations and confinement arrays surrounding the Renhuang Dian. Additionally, the internal spiritual energy was abundant, and the aura of the great Tao was profound. As the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cultivated within the Renhuang Dian, they were able to better comprehend the laws. Fuxi and his companions arrived at the Renhuang Temple within the miniature world, which housed 9 thrones. The first 8 thrones were designated for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, while the last throne belonged to DXIN. The number 9, being both a yang number and an ultimate number, DXIN announced, "Esteemed predecessors, please take your seats." Instantly, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the earth sovereign Xinnong, the human sovereign Xianyuan, and the 5 emperors took their rightful places upon their respective thrones. As the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors settled into their seats, the fate of the human race began to ascend rapidly. Almost immediately, practitioners throughout the Dashi realm experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation levels. Some low-level cultivators directly broke through several major realms. Among them, exceptionally gifted individuals transcended the mortal barrier, attaining the realm of human immortals. The strength of the human race within the Dashi realm was soaring at an astonishing pace. And this was merely the beginning, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors taking their places. The 9th human sovereign had yet to assume their position. Once the 9th human sovereign did so, the human race's fortune would reach its zenith. As the cultivators of the human race experienced a significant boost in power, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors also benefited from the surge in human fortune, enhancing their own cultivation levels significantly. Among them, the 5 emperors, originally at the early stage of quasi-sainthood, directly broke through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. At that moment, within the Renhuang Dian, everyone distinctly sensed the increase in human fortune, and all benefited from it. Bygone, when Taishu, Shangrong, and numerous officials simultaneously urged DXIN, "Your Majesty, please take your rightful seat." DXIN was acutely aware that once he assumed the 9th position, the fortune of the human race would skyrocket. However, he feared that Hongjun and the heavenly Tao saints might suddenly take action against the human race. At that moment, DXIN received a transmission from Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao said, "Father, please take your seat without concern. We will handle any special circumstances that may arise." After hearing this, DXIN nodded and declared, "In that case, I shall sit." With that, DXIN stepped towards the 9th throne, while the ministers and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked on with both excitement and trepidation. Once the human sovereign Xin occupied the ninth throne, the fortune of the entire human race would surge. Moreover, it was possible that the human Tao would awaken. If the fortune surged and the human Tao awakened, Hongjun and the five saints of the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly take immediate action. Unbeknownst to the officials and the three sovereigns and five emperors, they were unaware of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong's true cultivation levels. The three sovereigns and five emperors speculated that Yin Hong's cultivation was likely comparable to that of the six saints of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao and his peers perceived their level as merely that of the perfected quasi-sainthood, unaware that what Yin Jiao presented to them was merely a projection, no more than a fraction of his true self. As Xin approached the ninth throne, the three sovereigns and five emperors, along with the officials, all gazed at him. Simultaneously, Yin Jiao communicated everything occurring within the Renhuang Dian to Yin Hong. Upon receiving Yin Jiao's transmission, Yin Hong promptly utilized spatial secret techniques to respond, but he instructed, "Let father take his seat without worry. I shall handle everything." Yin Jiao relayed this to Xin. "Father, please take your seat." With that, Xin directly sat upon the ninth throne. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly Tao of the primordial world resonated with 9 thunderous roars that in an instant. Immense fortune and merit descended from the heavens. This vast fortune was absorbed by the Kongtong seal, which erupted with even greater fortune. The tremendous wave of fortune enveloped the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Xin in a flash. 9 manifestations of the human sovereigns appeared across the skies of the Dashi realm. Each of these manifestations wore a purple golden crown and draped in the robes of 9 dragons, exuding an air of majesty and dignity. The 9 manifestations received the power of the heavenly Tao's merit, causing their strength to surge rapidly. Among the 5 emperors, who were originally at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, they instantaneously broke through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. As the 5 emperors achieved the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, the 9 manifestations released waves of fortune energy, enveloping the entire Dashi realm. In that moment, countless talented individuals within the Dashi realm rapidly advanced in their cultivation levels, and newly born infants directly attained the innate body. Among the court officials, some directly broke through to quasi-sainthood. Notably, Taisher Wenzhong, Yabai Gan, and Prime Minister Shang Rong reached the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Moreover, the commanding generals of the 10 major passes of Dashi, who were originally at the perfected stage of the Luo Jingxian, broke through to quasi-sainthood due to the surge of human fortune. Talented individuals such as Yang Jian, Neza, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Huang Tianhua, Huang Tianxiang, and Jiang Wenhui directly reached the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Among them, Yang Jian attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, and Neza also reached the pinnacle. Kong Xian, on the other hand, directly achieved the perfected stage of quasi-sainthood, being just a step away from comprehending the laws to attain the realm of mixed element de Luo Jingxian. As the fortune of the human race soared, deep within the 33 heavens at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun was filled with astonishment. Hongjun pondered, how did the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerge from the Fire Cloud Cave? Moreover, how did the human race gather 9 human sovereigns? Furthermore, Hongjun understood that once the human race assembled the 9 human sovereigns and they simultaneously connected with the Kongtong seal, the human Tao would awaken, resulting in a significant surge in the strength of the human race. Within the Purple Cloud Palace of the 33 heavens, Hongjun keenly sensed the escalating fortune of the human race and the return of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As Xin took his place, an even greater surge of fortune and merit erupted from the Kongtong seal. Under the overwhelming deluge of fortune and merit, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Xin all reached the pinnacle of perfected quasi-sainthood. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world detected the impending awakening of the human Tao. The heavenly Tao of the primordial world, while resisting Hongjun's refinement, also descended even greater fortunes and merits. The heavenly Tao realized that the earth Tao had already awakened, and in order to counter the heavenly Tao, the earth Tao and the human Tao must unite. The convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity would surely suppress the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, an even greater surge of fortune and merit erupted from the Kong Tong seal. As the possessor of the human sovereign seal, DXIN, under the powerful torrent of fortune and merit, directly broke through the realm of mixed element de Luo Jingxian. As the heavenly Tao of the primordial world reverberated with 9 thunderous roars, DXIN's cultivation rapidly ascended under the immense tide of fortune and merit. When DXIN achieved the realm of mixed element de Luo Jingxian, all the formidable beings of the primordial world sensed the change. The entire human race erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the awakening of the human Tao at long last. This signifies that the human race shall dominate the vast and primordial land. The heavenly Tao no longer holds exclusive supremacy. Instead, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity have all awakened. The heavenly Tao, earthly Tao, and human Tao are now capable of bestowing their own guardian saint as the human Tao awakens and DXN breaks through. Hong Jun, as the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, immediately becomes aware of this development. Enraged, Hong Jun exclaims, "Oh, the human race?" He promptly reaches out to Laozi, Yuan Shi, Nuwa, Jain, and Zhuan Ti through the heavenly Tao's communication, summoning the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao to gather swiftly at the Purple Cloud's palace for a council. Concurrently, Hong Jun utilizes the heavenly Tao of the primordial world to abolish Tong Tian's saintly position. On Jin Ao Island, within the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian, who was originally engaged in discourse with Yin Hong, suddenly experiences a violent tremor throughout his body. His aura plummets rapidly, and his cultivation level precipitously falls from the pinnacle of a heavenly saint to that of a perfected sage. Tong Tian coughs up a mouthful of essence blood, immediately exhibiting signs of weakness. Observing Tong Tian's condition, Yin Hong channels a vast reservoir of spiritual power from within his own realm into Tong Tian. Under the infusion of Yin Hong's immense spiritual energy, Tong Tian's aura stabilizes. Gritting his teeth, Tong Tian remarks with a wry smile, "I never expected Hong Jun would directly nullify my saintly position." Yin Hong responds, "Tong Tian, my friend, this may not be a misfortune." Tong Tian inquires, "What do you mean, Yin Hong?" Yin Hong explains, "With Hong Jun's revocation of your saintly position, you shall no longer be subjected to his surveillance and oppression." He continues, "As far as I know, the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world are filled with indignation, yet dare not voice their grievances." Hong Jun's words are akin to imperial edicts. A slight deviation from his will invites his suppression. It can be said that the lives of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao are entirely at the mercy of Hong Jun. Tong Tian nods in agreement, stating, "Indeed, every time I and the other 5 saints convene at the Purple Cloud's palace, we tread cautiously, fearful of inciting Hong Jun's ire." Yin Hong adds, "Thus, dear Tong Tian, your recent loss of saintly status may indeed be a blessing." Tong Tian shakes his head, grimacing, "Now I am merely at the perfected sage level, and given the critical juncture of the Feng Shen catastrophe, I fear for my own safety." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong asks, "What principles do you primarily cultivate, Tong Tian?" Tong Tian, momentarily taken aback, questions, "Yin Hong, why do you ask?" Yin Hong explains, "I wish to know what principles you cultivate to see if I might assist you in breaking through to the primordial golden immortal." Tong Tian then realizes and regards Yin Hong with curiosity, stating, "I primarily cultivate the principles of the Sword Tao and the 5 elements Tao." Yin Hong comprehends at once that Tong Tian, as the possessor of the 4 swords of immortal execution, undoubtedly focuses on the Sword Tao. Furthermore, Tong Tian's extraordinary talent and profound understanding of the 5 elements Tao enable him to achieve such feats. Just then, a soft chime resonates, and the voice of the system echoes in Yin Hong's mind. Ding! System notification. Assist Tong Tian in breaking through to the primordial golden immortal. Reward: primordial Tao fruit. Yin Hong realizes the system's intent is for him to aid Tong Tian in his breakthrough. As he contemplates how to assist Tong Tian, another notification sounds. Ding! System notification, rewarding the host with primordial Tao fruit. Yin Hong is taken aback, pondering, why is the system suddenly granting primordial Tao fruit? While still bewildered, the system's voice continues in his mind. Host, this reward of the primordial Tao fruit is for your assistance in awakening the human Tao. Yin Hong privately queries the system, but I did not directly aid the human emperor in awakening the human Tao. The system elucidates. You rescued the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race from the Fire Cloud Cave. Subsequently, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the last human emperor, returned to their positions, and you exerted the most effort in this endeavor. Therefore, the system concludes that you indirectly facilitated the awakening of the human Tao. Finally grasping the system's reward, Yin Hong realizes that it hopes he will use the primordial Tao fruit to assist Tong Tian in his breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal. He gazes into the system space, where a resplendent, 9-colored fruit radiates a rich aura of Tao. This primordial Tao fruit can aid in the comprehension of any principle you cultivate, that if you practice the space Tao, it will help you comprehend the space Tao. If you cultivate the strength Tao, it will assist you in grasping the strength in essence. The primordial Tao fruit is universally applicable. Noticing Yin Hong lost in thought, Tong Tian inquires with concern. Yin Hong, what troubles you? Regaining his focus, Yin Hong replies, I am contemplating how to assist you, dear Tong Tian, in breaking through to the primordial golden immortal. Tong Tian chuckles wryly. Breaking through to the primordial golden immortal is no simple feat. One must first comprehend the principles, and understanding the principles is not merely a matter of intention. After a moment of hesitation, he adds, unless one possesses the primordial Tao fruit. Without it, a breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal is utterly impossible. Yin Hong smiles and says, Tong Tian, what if I told you that I possess the primordial Tao fruit? Tong Tian, momentarily puzzled, asks, what do you mean, Hong? Yin Hong clarifies the literal meaning. At this, Tong Tian feels as if thunder has struck him. Could it be true? Yin Hong claims to have the primordial Tao fruit. Tong Tian's voice trembles as he asks, Yin Hong, is that truly the case? You are not merely comforting me, are you? Yin Hong reassures. Tong Tian, do I appear to jest? Tong Tian, filled with excitement, suppresses his emotions and asks, Yin Hong, what conditions do you require? Yin Hong shakes his head, stating, Dear Tong Tian, you overestimate me. I know that you are honorable and possess great righteousness. On Jinao Island, within Baiyu Palace, the disciples of Duo Bao, Wudong, Jin Ling, and Gue Ling suddenly sense a rapid decline in their master's aura. Instantly, the 4 esteemed disciples are filled with alarm. Wudong exclaims, What has happened? Why has Master S' aura fallen to that of a perfected sage? Duo Bao, Wudong, Jin Ling, and Gue Ling hasten towards Tong Tian's place of cultivation and Baiyu Palace, aside from the 4 esteemed disciples. The other disciples at the perfected sage level also become aware of the situation and rush to Tong Tian's cultivation site. Shortly, Duo Bao, Wudong, Jin Ling, Gue Ling, Qiu Wu Yun, and all the second-generation disciples arrive outside Tong Tian's cultivation hall. Duo Bao, trembling, asks, Master, what has transpired? Wudong, equally anxious, inquires, Master, how could your cultivation level suddenly drop? A voice emanates from within the hall. I am fine. Since you are here, come inside. After which, Duo Bao leads the way into the hall, followed closely by Wudong and the other second-generation disciples. Upon entering, Duo Bao sees Tong Tian seated face-to-face with Yin Hong, and indeed, his cultivation has fallen to that of a perfected sage. Filled with dread, Duo Bao asks, Master, what on earth happened? The assembled second-generation disciples quickly kneel before Tong Tian, their voices trembling as they implore, Master, what has occurred? After a moment of silence, Tong Tian replies, Nothing much. I was simply stripped of my saintly position by Hong Jun. What? What? Duo Bao, Wudong, Jin Ling, and Gue Ling gasp in shock. Duo Bao remarks, Hong Jun's heart is ruthless. He schemes against our Jie Jiao and has now stripped our master of his saintly position. He continues, Master, since Hong Jun lacks virtue, we might as well ally ourselves with the Deshang. Wudong adds, Indeed, Master, this may provide a glimmer of hope for our Jie Jiao. Tong Tian, observing the unwavering loyalty of his second-generation disciples, feels a surge of gratitude. Reassured that none have betrayed him, he states, There is no need for you to worry or feel disheartened. This may not be entirely a bad thing. Duo Bao and the others look at him in confusion. Duo Bao asks, Master, What do you mean by that? The second-generation disciples understand all too well. If Tong Tian's saintly position is revoked, and he does not swiftly break through to the primordial golden immortal, then all disciples of Jie Jiao may face extermination. With the Fengshen list, Jie Jiao could certainly gather enough disciples, claiming to be visited by myriad immortals. Thus, the second-generation disciples are filled with apprehension. Tong Tian reassures them, though I've been stripped of my saintly position by Hong Jun, from now on, I shall no longer be under his control. The heavenly Tao saints of the primordial world are all subject to his dominance. He can revoke anyone's position at will, and those targeted have no means of resistance. This is the tragic fate of the heavenly Tao saints. The second-generation disciples are taken aback by this revelation. No wonder all heavenly Tao saints regard Hong Jun with such reverence. His words carry the weight of imperial decrees, leaving them no room for dissent, having come to a profound understanding of all matters. The disciples of while harboring concerns for their master's waning prowess, also felt a flicker of joy at his liberation from the constraints of Hong Jun. The four figures, Duobao Daoren, Wudong Shengmu, Jinling Shengmu, and Gailing Shengmu, spoke in unison, urging their master to swiftly transcend into the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Whatever you require, command us, and we shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. The Tongtian saint, casting a grateful glance at all his disciples, nodded and replied, I appreciate your heartfelt intentions. However, in my quest for ascension, your assistance is not needed. Your duty is to fortify the defensive measures of our and to devote yourselves more diligently to your cultivation. Now, go forth, for I must focus on my breakthrough. Upon hearing their master's intention to advance his cultivation, Duobao Daoren, Wudong Shengmu, Gailing Shengmu, and Jinling Shengmu, along with the other second-generation disciples, declared their commitment to safeguard him. You may proceed with your training, the Tongtian saint instructed. That I sense a tempest brewing before the great battle. After bowing to the Tongtian saint, Duobao Daoren announced, I take my leave. With that, he led all the second-generation disciples away from the Tongtian's place of cultivation. Once the second-generation disciples departed, Yin Hong inquired, Tongtian, are you prepared? I am ready and can break through at any moment, replied Tongtian. Then let us proceed to your secluded chamber. Tongtian nodded and led Yin Hong to the innermost sanctum of the Biao Palace. This chamber was enveloped by a grand formation, impenetrable even to the mightiest of heavenly Tao saints. Within the sanctum, Tongtian seated himself in meditation, while Yin Hong retrieved a Hunyuan Dao fruit from his system and presented it to Tongtian. Upon seeing the Hunyuan Dao fruit, Tongtian was overtaken by astonishment. Yin Hong, do you truly possess the Hunyuan Dao fruit? This treasure is worth millions of times more than the Hongmeng purple qi. The latter merely allows a perfected quasi-saint to ascend to the realm of the heavenly Dao saint, whereas the Hunyuan Dao fruit guarantees a perfected quasi-saint's advancement to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm. The value of the Hunyuan Dao fruit dwarfs that of the Hongmeng purple qi by countless magnitudes. Ascending to the heavenly Dao saint realm through the Hongmeng purple qi subjects one to the control of Hong Jun, while those who break through to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm using the Hunyuan Dao fruit are free from any such constraints. The possibility of further progression after reaching the heavenly Dao saint realm via the Hongmeng purple qi is nearly non-existent. In contrast, those using the Hunyuan Dao fruit to reach the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm retain the hope of ascending to even greater heights, such as the Hunyuan Wijidian de Luo Jingxian. Let us commence. Yin Hong urged. Tongtian then formed a seal with his hands, activating the great formation of the Biao Palace. The moment the execution of a mortal sword array was initiated, the entire Golden Ao island was enveloped by its might. Even if 4 heavenly Dao saints were to converge upon this place, breaching the array in a short time would be an arduous task. As the Tongtian saint activated the execution array, all powerful beings throughout the primordial world sensed the disturbance that in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. Hong Jun sneered, My good disciple Tongtian, have you activated the execution array so swiftly? Are you fearful that I might eradicate your? Or do you dread a simultaneous assault from the heavenly Dao saints, the 5 saints, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Nuwa, Jin, and Zhuani, shared a silent chuckle among themselves, knowing that upon their return, they would surely eliminate the Hong Jun remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with Tong Tian for now. Our focus should be on the Great Shang. Tong Tian poses no threat that on Golden Ao Island after the Tong Tian Saint activated the execution array. All formidable beings within the primordial realm became acutely aware of the shift in the five of Wanshou Mountain. Xinyuanzi was suddenly taken aback, realizing Tong Tian's saintly position has been compromised as the execution array of Bo Palace activated. Xinyuanzi recognized that a significant event was about to unfold. Within the Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, in the Three Stars and Slanting Moon Cave, Patriarch Bodhi discerned, Hongjuan's heart is indeed malevolent that Tong Tian's position has been undermined. Forcing him to activate the execution array, it is likely that other heavenly Tao saints will soon descend upon should the execution array be breached, all disciples of the will face the dire fate of annihilation. He then gazed toward the direction of pondering how Tong Tian would respond. Subsequently, Bodhi recalled Yin Hong, reassured that the remained safe, for Yin Hong would undoubtedly protect it. Yet he feared the toll this conflict might take on Tong Tian. Bodhi did not wish for it to be extinguished. He then manifested a doppelganger in the guise of a fisherman. In a mere flash, the fisherman vanished, appearing by the shores of the East Sea. The East Sea lies not far from the Bo Palace, and at this moment, the doppelganger fisherman could closely monitor the palace. Should any situation arise, Patriarch Bodhi would be ready to extend a helping hand. In the five of Wanshou Mountain, Xinyuanzi, upon realizing the gravity of Tong Tian's compromised position, dispatched one of his 3 corpses. He named this Tainyuanzai. Xinyuanzi instructed, "Go to the East Sea and closely observe the Bo Palace. Should any circumstances arise, do not hold back. Lend your full support to the Bo Palace." Tainyuan nodded in agreement. "I understand." With that, he vanished from sight on the shores of the East Sea, near the Bo Palace. Tainyuanzai appeared. Soon after, he concealed himself as Tainyuanzai emerged. The fisherman, Bodhi's doppelganger, also detected his presence. When Tainyuanzai scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he noticed the fisherman, filling him with intrigue. Sensing that the fisherman's cultivation was on par with his own, Tainyuanzai was equally aware of the energy emanating from the fisherman, recognizing it as that of genuine Zi. In that moment, both Tainyuanzai and the fisherman realized they were allies sent to aid the Bo Palace. They exchanged nods in mutual understanding. Within the sanctum of the Bo Palace, Tong Tian was in the midst of refining the Hunyuan Dao fruit, leading to an overwhelming surge of the sword and 5-element laws permeating the chamber. Tong Tian's mastery of these laws rapidly ascended towards the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Previously, the Tong Tian Saint had already severed 3 corpses. Now, in this moment of unity, he was fully engaged in the refinement of the Hunyuan Dao fruit. Yin Hong, too, intensified the flow of spiritual energy from within his world. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated from within Tong Tian, signifying his breakthrough to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm. Having originally attained the perfected state of the heavenly Dao Saint, Tong Tian now transcended to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, that he was acutely aware of the intricacies of this realm, allowing him to seamlessly refine the Hunyuan Dao fruit. As Tong Tian refined the fruit, his cultivation surged forward. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, 5th level, 7th level, 9th level, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Upon opening his eyes and rising to his feet, Tong Tian felt an overwhelming surge of power. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Hong Jun, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Niuhua, Jin, Junti, you treacherous scoundrels. My cultivation has returned." He then approached Yin Hong. Bowing respectfully, "Brother Yin Hong, your kindness is beyond words. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I shall willingly brave any peril for you." Yin Hong waved his hand dismissively. "You are too kind, Tong Tian." At that moment, the Tong Tian Saint longed to confront the other 5 heavenly Dao Saints. Yin Hong interjected, "There is no need for such actions, Brother Tong Tian. Our great Shang and shall forge an eternal alliance." Tong Tian smiled and replied, "I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Yin Hong's proposal. Thee and the great Shang shall be bound in everlasting alliance. With that, Tong Tian formed a seal, channeling it into the execution array, which ceased its operation. Together, Tong Tian and Yin Hong emerged from the sanctum and returned to the place of Tong Tian's cultivation, by the shores of the East Sea. The fisherman, who had been vigilantly observing the Bo Palace, noted the cessation of the execution array. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he soon discovered Tong Tian and Yin Hong. Similarly, Tai Yuanzai sensed the end of the execution array's operation and, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, identified the two figures that in the Bo Palace. Within Tong Tian's place of cultivation, both Tong Tian and Yin Hong recognized Tai Yuanzai and the fisherman. Tong Tian conveyed through his spiritual sense. Esteemed friends, please join me in the Bo Palace for a discussion. The fisherman and Tai Yuanzai nodded in agreement, vanishing in an instant in the grand hall of Tong Tian's cultivation within the Bo Palace. The fisherman and Tai Yuanzai materialized together. Upon their arrival, Tong Tian sensed a familiar aura emanating from them. Just as he was about to speak, Yin Hong interjected, addressing the fisherman, "You must be the doppelganger of Patriarch Bodhi. Am I correct?" He then turned to Tai Yuanzai, adding, "And you must be Zhen Yuanzi's?" The fisherman and Tai Yuanzi simultaneously nodded and said, "Indeed, friend Yin Hong, I am but a manifestation of the Bodhi ancestor, and one of the three corpses of Zhen Yuanzi." "The good corpse," Yin Hong replied. "Your simultaneous appearance in the Eastern Sea is due to sensing the waning aura of Tong Tian and the awakening of the Juxian array." Upon hearing this, the fisherman responded, "Indeed, friend Yin Hong, my true self sensed the diminishing aura of Tong Tian and the activation of the Juxian array. Fearing that Hong Jun, along with the other 5 saints of Heaven's Tao, and certain hidden powers within the wilderness, might suddenly strike against my true self dispatched me to safeguard it." Tai Yuanzi added, "Indeed, I too sense the situation of brother Tong Tian, which is why I was sent here." Tong Tian, moved by their words, felt tears welling in his eyes as he said, "I, Tong Tian, am deeply grateful to you, brother Zhen Yuanzi, and to Master Bodhi. From now on, if there is ever a need for Tong Tian at Lingtai Fongsa Mountain or Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, do not hesitate to call upon me." Both the fisherman and Tai Yuanzi understood that Tong Tian valued loyalty and righteousness deeply. Thus, they were determined to protect him during this perilous time. Tong Tian differed from the other 5 saints. Yuanshi Tianzun was a capricious and treacherous individual, while Laozi, though seemingly inactive, was even more insidious. Niwa only considered the interests of the demon race, willing to forsake all else. The Western teachings of Jane and Zhuanti were equally cunning, rivaling Yuan Shi Tianzun. Hence, Zhen Yuanzi and Master Bodhi never entertained the thought of forming alliances with them. In the Bayou Palace, the place of Tong Tian's cultivation, Tong Tian, Yin Hong, the fisherman, and Tai Yuanzi sat across from each other. Tong Tian produced a long-preserved tea of enlightenment and brewed a cup for each of them. Subsequently, Tong Tian remarked, "I sense the ominous signs of an impending storm." Yin Hong nodded and replied, "Indeed. Since brother Tong Tian was unexpectedly stripped of his saintly position, I surmise that a more terrifying battle is on the horizon." Tai Yuanzi and the fisherman, in unison, nodded and echoed, "We too share this feeling." Yin Hong continued, "In that case, brother Tai Yuanzi and Master Bodhi, you must return at once. Then dispatch powerful beings of the quasi-saint realm to be on standby." Tai Yuanzi and the fisherman affirmed, "Very well, we shall return immediately." With that, their figures flickered and vanished from Bayou Palace to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Upon returning, Tai Yuanzi informed Zhen Yuanzi, "My true self, along with Master Bodhi, brother Tong Tian, and Yin Hong, has sensed the impending battle. Thus, Yin Hong urged me to return and have my true self dispatch powerful beings of the quasi-saint realm to be on standby." Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing this, responded, "Good." He then summoned the other 6 immortals of the Wuzhuang Temple, saying, "You 6 must remain on standby and prepare for battle." Han Zhongli asked, "Master, should we call back Brother L and Brother Tai, who are currently at the border of the Great Shang?" Zhen Yuanzi replied, "No, the battlefield may very well be at the border. You must remain ready to join the fight when the time comes." Han Zhongli, Han Xiangzi, Chao Guojiao, Lan Saihe, He Xingu, and Zhang Guolao all responded in unison. We shall obey your command. At Lingtai, Fengtsun Mountain, within the 3 stars and slanted moon cave, after the fisherman returned, he transformed into a beam of light, entering the body of Master Bodhi. Instantly, Master Bodhi became aware of everything and ordered the second-generation disciples of Lingtai, Fengtsun Mountain, to remain on standby. In Bayou Palace, after Tainuanzi and the fisherman departed, Tong Tian summoned all second-generation disciples, even those from Sanxian Island. The 3 Shao fairies, Zhao Gongming, and other disciples absent from Bayou Palace were called back. In the Grand Hall of Bayou Palace, Yin Hong and Tong Tian sat side by side. Before long, Daobao Daoran, Jinling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, Gailing Xingmu, Hualing Xingmu, Wian Xian, Qiushou Xian, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, Zhao Gongming, Silla Xian, Jinduan Xian, Lingyao Xian, Jingwang Xian, and Cheng'erke Wang Xian all gathered in the Grand Hall. Kneeling in unison as they proclaimed, "We disciples pay our respects to Master." Tong Tian instructed, "Rise." Daobao Daoran inquired, "Master, have you broken through in your cultivation?" The other second-generation disciples looked on with eager anticipation. Tong Tian nodded. Instantly, all second-generation disciples rejoiced, filled with excitement. Some even moved to tears. Tong Tian, observing their reactions, nodded with satisfaction and said, "You have all done well, proving worthy of my guidance." He then declared, "Those of you who have reached the quasi-saint realm must remain on standby. Prepared to participate in battle." Daobao Daoran asked, "Is a battle truly imminent?" The other second-generation disciples echoed their confusion. Tong Tian affirmed. Indeed, he then glanced at Yin Hong, who remarked, "Brother Tong Tian, since you're as prepared, I shall return to the Great Shang to make preparations." "Await my message," Tong Tian replied. "Very well, Brother Yin Hong." With that, Yin Hong's figure flickered and vanished. In the imperial city of Dashang, as Emperor Exine awakened the human path, his cultivation also broke through to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal of the primordial chaos, attaining the 6th level of that realm. Subsequently, as the sovereign of the human path, Emperor Exine conferred titles to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The sovereign of the human path could appoint their own guardian saints, with each of the 3 paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, entitled to 9 guardian saints. With the issuance of Emperor Exine's decree, 8 lotus-like platforms appeared before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. These platforms were the altars of saintly positions. Stepping upon them would instantly elevate one's cultivation to that of a heavenly Tao saint. Without hesitation, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, earth sovereign Shinnong, and human sovereign Xinyuan stepped onto the altars. The 5 emperors followed suit. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly Tao of the primordial world unleashed 8 thunders. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors directly ascended to the realm of heavenly Tao saints, with their cultivation continuing to surge. The human path could appoint 9 heavenly Tao saint guardians. Yet there were only 8 at this moment. One remained to be designated. Emperor Exine pondered, to whom should the final position be granted? Just then, Yin Hong's figure appeared before Emperor Exine. Observing his father's contemplation, Yin Hong asked, "Father, what occupies your thoughts?" Emperor Exine replied, "My son, I am considering to whom the last position of human path guardian saint should be conferred." Yin Hong chuckled and said, "Father, have you lost your wits?" Emperor Exine feigned anger. "How dare you speak to me so? Have I truly lost my wits?" Yin Hong smiled and replied, "Father, the final position should undoubtedly be conferred upon yourself." Emperor Exine was taken aback. "Upon myself?" Yin Hong explained, "Indeed, you can use your essence blood to forge a doppelganger and designate it as the heavenly Tao Saint Guardian. When all guardians are united, they shall embody the 9 human sovereigns. At that time, the 9 human sovereigns formation can be unleashed, its power formidable. Together, the 9 human sovereigns could rival even the great Luo golden immortal of the primordial chaos." Upon hearing this, Emperor Exine felt a mixture of shock and disbelief. Subsequently, he dropped a drop of essence blood, employing supreme divine powers to swiftly condense a doppelganger. Then, utilizing the Kongtong seal, he infused boundless spiritual energy and merit into the doppelganger, elevating its cultivation to the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Once the doppelganger achieved this pinnacle, Emperor Exan designated a saintly position for the human path. The ninth altar was directly stepped upon by the Doppelganger Boom. The Doppelganger's cultivation broke through to the realm of heavenly Tao Saint, and its power surged rapidly. The Doppelganger's cultivation ascended swiftly. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, previously enhancing their own powers, found their cultivation accelerating even more. In an instant, the Doppelganger's cultivation caught up with that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. All of them broke through to the 9th level of the heavenly Tao Saint realm, achieving perfection. At this moment, each of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was capable of confronting Yuan Shi and Laozi head-on. Furthermore, Niuhua, Jing, and Junti were no match for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors clenched their fists, eager for the impending battle. Observing their expressions, Yin Hong spoke, esteemed 8 human sovereigns. The great battle is imminent. Are you all prepared? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors responded in unison. We are ready to join the battle at any moment. 7 days swiftly passed at the border commander's mansion. Those who had retreated from the Sisui Pass, Han Rong, Ding, Huangfu, Yang Jian, Neza, and Kong Xian, were all gathered there in the grand hall of the commander's mansion. Everyone was assembled. The doppelganger of Xinyuanzi sat at the head alongside Kong Xian, with El Dongbin and Tai Guili on either side of the Xinyuanzi doppelganger. Suddenly, beyond the boundary of the Jebai Pass, the fabric of space trembled with a terrifying oscillation. In an instant, an unfathomable wave of demonic energy flooded the primordial realm, accompanied by the chilling wails of vengeful spirits. From the depths of the netherworld, the ghost emperors of the underworld, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, the Devouring Sky Demon Emperor, the Annihilation Demon Emperor, and the Celestial Execution Demon Emperor emerged. 2 formidable Ghost Emperors led their underlings, the Great Luo Golden Immortal Ghost Emperors, while the 3 Demon Emperors commanded their own legions of the Demon Realm's Great Luo Golden Immortal Demon Emperors. Before the Demon and Ghost Emperors could launch their assault on the Jebai Pass, another wave of spatial disturbance heralded the arrival of a host of powerful beings. Methria and the Xidigarba King, leading the denizens of the netherworld, descended alongside the 5 great ghost kings. Suddenly, another spatial ripple occurred, revealing the arrival of the Guanghan Fairy and the Juqian Suni, who brought forth the 5 great of the demon tribes. Following closely were the disciples of the Yushu Palace, descending under the guidance of the Burning Lamp. The Yushu Palace boasted the likes of Manjusri, Samantabhadra, Yun Changzi, Hong, and Zhu Lusun, just as Burning Lamp prepared to converse with the Guanghan Fairy. Another spatial fluctuation interrupted them. 3 figures appeared, revealing themselves as 3 elderly sages. Among them were the self-embodiments of the primordial beginning, the 3 corpses of Laozi, the self-embodiment of Junti, and a manifestation of Niuhua. The 4 embodiments of the heavenly Tao's 3 corpses oversaw the unfolding turmoil within the boundless void. The party of the Deshang, witnessing the sudden arrival of such formidable beings, was taken aback. Kong Xian, Yang Jian, Neza, El Dongbin, Tai Guili, Han Rong, Dingluan, and Huangfei were all prepared for battle. Suddenly, the space on the Deshang side rippled once more, as Daobao Daoist and the Wudong Holy Mother led a host of second-generation disciples from the Jie sect into the fray. Subsequently, the remaining 6 immortals of the Wuzhuang Guan, under the leadership of Tainyuan Zizi, also made their entrance. Following them, the second-generation disciples of the Bodhi ancestor from the Lingtai, Fengtsin Mountain, descended as well, with both sides boasting dozens of great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saint powers. The atmosphere crackled with a terrifying aura, signaling that a great battle was imminent. The first to arrive, the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld and the Demon Emperor, were visibly astonished that Shang possessed such a plethora of great Luo golden immortal and quasi-saint powers. The mightiest from the 4 major factions, Niuhua Palace, the Western Sect, Yushu Palace, and the 8 Sceneries Palace, were equally taken aback by the strength displayed by Deshang. In the void, the self-embodiments of the primordial beginning, the 3 corpses of Laozi, the self-embodiment of Junti, and the manifestation of Niuhua glared at Dao Bao and the Jie sect disciples, their expressions twisted with resentment. The self-embodiment of the primordial beginning exclaimed, Had it not been for the Tao ancestor forbidding us from annihilating the GS sect back then, we would not face this group now. The three corpses of Laozi displayed equally grim expressions. Niuhua remarked, "Had we seized the opportunity when Tong Tian was stripped of his saintly status and ambushed the GS sect, we could have eradicated them all." Zhuanti concurred. "Indeed, we have now missed our chance, and they have become a great menace." Dao Bao Daoist cried out, "Today, let us GS sect settle the score with the Chan sect." He rallied his fellow disciples, urging them to join him in vanquishing the treacherous Chan sect. With that, Dao Bao confronted Burning Lamp, while other second-generation disciples of the GS sect clashed with their Chan sect counterparts. Yang Jian and Neza faced the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld and the Demon Emperor, while Huang Feihu, Han Rong, Dinglin, and Deng Chanyu battled against the great Luo Golden Immortal forces of the Demon and Ghost realms. The 8 immortals from the Wuzhuang Guan engaged the Guanhan Fairy, Jiuqian Suni, and the 5 great of the demon tribes. The disciples of the Bodhi ancestor confronted Methria, the Xitigarbha king, and their underlings as the deafening cries of battle echoed throughout the primordial expanse. The forces of Deshang, the GS sect, Wuzhuang Guan, and Lingtai Fangsi Mountain collided with the formidable powers of the Western sect, Yushu Palace, Niuhua Palace, the Netherworld, and the Demon Realm, igniting a cataclysmic confrontation across the heavens and the earth. Scenes of fierce combat unfolded. The entire primordial world transformed into a realm of slaughter, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. Amidst the chaos, the battles between the quasi-saint perfected powers drew particular attention. The clashes of these top-tier beings would dictate the outcome of the conflict. The second-generation disciples of the Yushu Palace, led by Burning Lamp, found themselves ensnared within the 9, set by the 3 Shaos of the Jia sect. Yang Jian and Neza unleashed the divine powers within the 9-9 profound art, transforming into terrifying giants. Yang Jian became a relentless combat machine, single-handedly pushing back the 2 demon emperors of the demon realm. Neza, now a giant with 3 heads and 8 arms, fought 3 against 1, forcing the demon emperor and 2 ghost emperors into a defensive position. The 8 immortals of the Wuzhuang Guan, El Dongbin, and the Guanhan Fairy clashed fiercely, while Tai Guai Li faced off against the Jiuqian Suni. The remaining 6 immortals encircled the 5 great of the demon tribes, who transformed into their true forms, a massive white lion dog, a creature resembling a bird-headed deer, a human-bodied dragon-headed beast, a gigantic blue-feathered bird, and an enormous, grotesque rat with 2 prominent fangs. Although the 6 immortals were slightly inferior in realm to the 5 great, their numbers gave them an advantage, resulting in a standoff. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the GS sect and Chan sect, the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect found themselves trapped within the 9, set by the 3 Shaos. Subsequently, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao entered the formation, with Yun Xiao employing the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to suppress all Chan sect disciples. At that moment, the Chan sect disciples within the 9 had their powers reduced to that of mortals. Following this, Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao wielded the Golden Dragon Scissors, transforming them into water and fire dragons that annihilated all second-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Instantly, the primordial spirits of Burning Lamp, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, Cihong, Zhu Lusan, Yun Changzi, and others were drawn into the Divine Seal list. Suddenly, a roar of fury erupted from the self-embodiment of the primordial beginning. Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, you 3 wretches shall face my wrath, and your souls will be cast into endless reincarnation. With that, the self-embodiment of the primordial beginning materialized before all second-generation disciples of the GS sect, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped them. Just as the self-embodiment of the primordial beginning prepared to strike against the GS sect, the manifestation of Zhenyuan stepped forth to confront it. The self-embodiment of the primordial beginning, seeing someone obstructing its path, did not even bother to discern who it was and bellowed in rage, "Get out of my way. Even if I fall today, I shall eradicate this group of wretches." The manifestation of Zhenyuan laughed heartily. "What arrogance! I shall stand in your way today. What can you do about it?" The self-embodiment of the primordial beginning, infuriated, retorted, "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." With that, the self-embodiment of the primordial beginning wielded the three treasures Jade Rui, unleashing a terrifying assault toward Jinyuan's manifestation, brandishing the dragon skin 7 stars whip. Struck forth, transforming into a colossal dragon that collided with the three treasures Jade Rui. The ensuing explosions obliterated everything in the vicinity. The manifestation of Jinyuan and the self-embodiment of the primordial beginning engaged in a fearsome battle. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the primordial beginning's true form was seated in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light shot forth from his gaze, and the primordial beginning erupted with rage. Ah, so it is the 3 Shaos of the Jie sect. I shall ensure your demise without a burial place. With that, the true form of the primordial beginning vanished from its location, T Gold Turtle Island's Bo Palace. Tong Tian was in quiet cultivation when he abruptly opened his eyes, upon receiving word of a terrifying battle unfolding between powers beyond the quasi-saint perfected level. Tong Tian swiftly executed a hand seal, drawing the 4 sword of the slaying immortals into his body before disappearing from the Bo Palace on the battlefield, upon witnessing the annihilation of all participating second-generation disciples from the Chan sect. The forces of the demon realm and the ghost realm were struck with horror. Before they could regain their composure, the second-generation disciples of the Jie sect encircled them. In an instant, the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, the Devouring Sky Demon Emperor, the Celestial Execution Demon Emperor, and the Annihilation Demon Emperor, 5 quasi-saint perfected powers, were driven to panic and scattered in all directions. The 5 quasi-saint perfected beings were terrified by the might of the 3 Shao's 9 dash. Each disciple of the Chan sect was no weaker than them, and in a brief span, they were ensnared within the formation and systematically eradicated. The 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors, gripped by fear, fled in disarray. Observing the retreat of the 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors, Yang Jian and Neza elevated their powers to their utmost limits. With their strengths maximized, Yang Jian and Neza ensnared the 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors. Following this, the Jie sects Daobao Daoist, Wudong Holy Mother, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and Turtle Spirit Holy Mother surged forward with their disciples. They collectively besieged the 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks that forced the demon and ghost emperors to defend with all their might. Subsequently, at any cost, the 3 Shaos of the Jie sect deployed the 9 to trap the 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors within. Trapped within the 9 dash, the 5 demon emperors and ghost emperors were rendered akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The forces of the Western sect in Yuhua Palace were equally struck with shock. They had not anticipated that the disciples of the Chan sect would be annihilated in under a single incense stick's time, their souls sealed within the divine seal list. As the second-generation disciples of the Jie Jiao prepared to enter the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, intent on vanquishing the Demon Realm's Demon Emperor and the Ghost Realm's Ghost Emperor. The true form of Laozi, alongside his 3 corpses, as well as the 3 corpses of Zhuanti and the avatar of Nuwa, were overseeing the battle from the boundless void. Suddenly, the voice of Hongjun resonated in their minds, inquiring who among them would slay the Jie Jiao disciples and rescue the Ghost Emperor from the underworld and the Demon Emperor from the Demon Realm. Laozi replied, "Daozu, I am willing to go." To which Hongjun responded, "Excellent, Tai Ching, you shall take action." In an unexpected turn, one of Laozi's hidden corpses, the evil corpse, made its move at the forefront of the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, just as the Jie Jiao's second-generation disciples were about to enter the Grand Array. A figure suddenly materialized. Instantly, all were taken aback by the terrifying aura emanating from the newcomer. The Saint of the Heavenly Tao had made his presence felt, prompting the Jie Jiao disciples to brace themselves with all their might. As the evil corpse of Laozi prepared to strike, Tong Tian descended before it, blocking its advance. Tong Tian sneered, "Elder brother, how could you dare to attack our Jie Jiao disciples? I never imagined you would resort to such cowardice. Bullying the weak with your strength, striking against the younger generation of saints? If that is the case, allow your junior to test your skills." The evil corpse, upon seeing Tong Tian appear, was visibly shaken. The evil corpse exclaimed, "Tong Tian, were you not stripped of your status as a saint by Daozu? How is it that you now appear stronger and more fearsome than before? Tong Tian coldly retorted, that old scoundrel Hong Jun. I was indeed blind to have taken him as my master. Tong Tian declared loudly, today either you perish or I, Tong Tian, shall meet my end. At that moment, the self-corpse of Junyi, along with Lao Zi's true form and the two other corpses, materialized before Tong Tian. Upon witnessing the complete assembly of Lao Zi's true form and his three corpses, as well as Junyi's self-corpse, Tong Tian smirked. Since you all have gathered, let me show you the taste of the extermination array. With a sinister laugh, Tong Tian waved his hand, unleashing the four swords of extermination that shot out in all directions. The sword of extermination to the east, the sword of capturing immortals to the south, the sword of fury to the west, and the sword of absolute extermination to the north. The terrifying extermination array enveloped everyone within its confines. With another wave of his hand, Tong Tian expelled all the second-generation disciple from the grasp of the extermination array. Meanwhile, within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, the Ghost Emperor and the Demon Emperor believed they had escaped calamity and reveled in their good fortune. Suddenly, however, the five Demon Emperors found themselves ensnared within the extermination array. In an instant, fear washed over their faces. Previously, within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, they had a fighting chance, but now, within the extermination array, they possessed no power to resist. Tong Tian quickly formed a spell, activating the extermination sword array. In an instant, Lao Zi's true form, Junyi's self-corpse, and the five Demon Emperors and Ghost Emperors were all engulfed by the extermination sword array. Within the array, the Demon Emperor and Ghost Emperor could barely withstand the pressure for a few breaths before the four swords of extermination struck them down. In a heartbeat, the souls of the five Demon Emperors and Ghost Emperors were absorbed into the divine list. As the extermination array unfolded, Lao Zi's true form and Junyi's self-corpse divided their efforts, attacking the east, south, west, and north gates. Just as Lao Zi's true form and Junyi's self-corpse engaged in battle within the extermination array, the true form of Yuan Shi Tian Zun descended, launching an assault directly upon the avatar of Zhen Yuanzi. At the moment Yuan Shi Tian Zun attacked, Yin Jiao intervened, countering Yuan Shi Tian Zun's lethal strike. Upon witnessing someone block his attack, Yuan Shi Tian Zun's fury erupted. You again? Yet suddenly, his expression shifted drastically, his demeanor growing grave as he realized that the assailant was the same individual he had clashed with at Sishuiguan. Previously, during that battle, he had sensed that the person was merely at the perfected saint level. Yet now, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from them. Yuan Shi Tianzun thought to himself, I am at the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao saint realm. Yet this individual possesses strength that rivals my own. Where has this monster emerged from? How could his power have escalated to such terrifying heights? Could it be that he had concealed his true cultivation during our previous encounter? That is impossible. I distinctly sensed his cultivation at the perfected saint level back then. However, even if their power were closely matched, it would not deter Yuan Shi Tianzun from his resolve to exterminate all Jie Jiao disciples. Seeing Yin Jiao obstructing him, Yuan Shi Tianzun's fury boiled over, but he declared, even if you stand in my way today, I shall eradicate every last Jie Jiao miscreant. Yin Jiao retorted with a laugh. Let us see how you intend to slay the allies of Jie Jiao. Hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly smiled. Since you seek your own demise, I shall first eliminate you, and then proceed to eradicate all Jie Jiao miscreants. With that, Yuan Shi Tianzun produced an ancient banner, the Panga banner, one of the three innate treasures of the Primordial Chaos, forged from the axis blade that Panga used to create the world. It was gifted to Yuan Shi Tianzun by Hong Jun during the distribution of treasures in the Purple Cloud Palace, serving as a token to suppress the fortunes of the Chan Jiao. The Panga banner radiated a chaotic yellow hue, emanating the divine aura of Pangu. One side of the banner depicted the great Panga himself, wielding the divine axe, manifesting the supreme image of creation. Mystical patterns of the great Tao swirled around its exterior, while within, the symbols of creation flickered. This treasure possessed the power to tear apart the primordial chaos, shatter the very fabric of time and space, and commanded the ultimate principles of all laws that IT held the capacity to shape and govern the vast universe. ranking as the foremost among the three innate treasures. The banner encompassed four great principles. The principle of destruction, symbolizing the weapon of creation. The principle of rending chaos, capable of splitting the chaos. The principle of space-time rupture, opening boundless realms. And the principle of creation, governing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Upon seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun brandish the Panga banner, Yin Jiao conjured a treasure jar imbued with the essence of the great Tao, revealing the Hongmeng refining heaven jar. With the Hongmeng measuring ruler in hand, Yin Jiao stood ready. Upon witnessing the Hongmeng refining heaven jar, Yuan Shi Tianzun swiftly enacted a spell, transforming the Panga banner into a colossal figure wielding the divine axe, flanked by the four great principles. In response, Yin Jiao invoked the 99 profound arts, manifesting a titan even larger than Pangu himself, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The ruler expanded into a massive implement, radiating unparalleled purple energy. Upon its surface appeared the sun, moon, and stars, alongside the chaos of time and space. Countless runes flickered across its length, with two primordial divine patterns inscribed, boldly proclaiming measure heaven. Due to its fusion with the merits of the Hongmeng Great Tao, the Hongmeng measuring ruler possessed the power to penetrate all laws and kill without incurring karmic retribution. At this moment, the Hongmeng refining heaven jar transformed into an expansive chaotic world, enveloping Yin Jiao in its protection. The Panga giant, wielding the divine axe, swung down upon the giant form of Yin Jiao. In response, Yin Jiao, now a giant himself, struck back with the Hongmeng measuring ruler and a thunderous clash. The axe and ruler collided with tremendous force. The cataclysmic impact obliterated everything around them, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the primordial chaos. Within the battleground of Yin Jiao and Yuan Shi Tianzun, all life was reduced to ash and the very space shattered. Yuan Shi Tianzun was sent hurtling back thousands of miles by the catastrophic collision, while Yin Jiao was propelled a mere few hundred miles. As Yuan Shi Tianzun regained his footing, he gazed at Yin Jiao, his expression filled with shock, having been sent flying for thousands of miles by a single strike. Yuan Shi Tianzun realized that Yin Jiao had only been pushed back a fraction of that distance. In that instant, the disparity in their power was made glaringly evident. Without the aid of the Panga banner, Yuan Shi Tianzun would not stand a chance against Yin Jiao. Unwilling to accept such a fate, Yuan Shi Tianzun resolved to elevate his aura to its utmost limit that he charged toward Yin Jiao. And thus the two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the avatar of Zhen Yuan Zi clashed with Yuan Shi's self-corpse. The powerful combatants, who had yet to reach the realm of the heavenly Tao Saints, fled far from the fray, not daring to approach. Such fearsome attacks rendered those below the perfected saint level either dead or gravely injured. Even those at the perfected saint level did not dare to approach the periphery of the battle. The assaults of the heavenly Tao Saints were too fearsome, their ordinary spells infused with the essence of the laws. Only those at the heavenly Tao Saint level could withstand such onslaughts. In another battlefield within the Juxian array, the true form of Laozi was assaulting the eastern gate. Meanwhile, Laozi's three corpses, along with Wuzhunti's self-corpse, were each attacking the southern, western, and northern gates, respectively. Within the Juxian array, Tong Tian found himself somewhat fatigued as he faced the onslaught of 5 attackers. Laozi's true form had yet to unleash the transformation of one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Once he did, Tong Tian would have to contend with an additional 8 assailants to take the eastern gate of the Juxian array. Laozi coldly remarked, "Junior brother, will you not surrender obediently? Do not wait for me to invoke one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Otherwise, do not blame my true form for being merciless." Tong Tian retorted, "Elder brother, humph, do you believe victory is assured? Until the final moment, do not speak so confidently. The outcome remains uncertain." Laozi's true form declared, "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for your misfortune that I in the grand city of Dashang." Chaoga, Yin Hong was vigilantly watching the battle, wary of Hongjuan's potential intervention at that moment. He turned to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, saying, "Elder Fuxi, Elder Shinong, Elder Xinyuan, it is your turn to act." Among the 5 emperors, Zhuangshu noticed that Yin Hong only called upon the three sovereigns, feeling somewhat anxious. Zhuangshu asked, "Yin Hong, what about us?" After hearing Zhuangshu's words, Yin Hong chuckled and replied, "Only the three human sovereigns are needed. It is unnecessary for all of you to participate. Among the three sovereigns, the heavenly sovereign Fushi said, 'Let them go. It is time to settle matters with Laozi.'" Upon hearing this, Yin Hong agreed, as the three sovereigns and five emperors had been deceived by Laozi into the fire cloud cave for far too long. The three sovereigns and five emperors harbored a seething anger, and upon witnessing the appearance of Laozi, they yearned to tear him to shreds. Yin Hong urged, "Elder predecessors, let us proceed." With that, he invoked the laws of space, enveloping everyone, and the figures of the three sovereigns, five emperors, and Yin Hong vanished. In an instant, Yin Hong reappeared in the void several thousand miles away from the Jepai Pass. The figures of the three sovereigns and five emperors manifested simultaneously. And then with a flash, they arrived before the Juxian array. Within the Juxian array, Laozi unleashed one Qi, transforming into three pure ones, attacking Tong Tian alongside his true form. The Saint Tong Tian wielded the Juxian sword, fending off Laozi's relentless assaults. Within the Juxian array, Laozi sneered, "Junior brother, how does it feel? Is it time to surrender obediently?" Tong Tian bellowed, "You shameless wretch, even if I perish, I shall take you down with me." With that, Tong Tian pushed his aura to the limit, preparing for a fierce confrontation with Laozi. Just as Laozi, wielding the heavenly, earthly, and yellow Linglong Tower, was readying his most formidable strike, the heavenly sovereign Fushi, the earthly sovereign Shinnong, and the human sovereign Xianyuan sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom! Three terrifying attacks surged forth, causing Laozi to be filled with dread. Suddenly, the three sovereigns intervened, intercepting Laozi's attack. Upon witnessing this, Tong Tian realized that reinforcements had arrived. He quickly sent out a clone to guard the eastern gate. With his true form wielding the Qingping sword, he slashed towards Laozi's true form. Meanwhile, Laozi had just managed to deflect the three sovereigns' assault when a fearsome sword light struck forth. In an instant, Laozi conjured a Taiji diagram radiating the essence of the great Tao to block the sword light. The Taiji diagram, one of the three innate treasures of the Primordial Era, displayed immeasurable power and formidable defense. Laozi's Taiji diagram shielded him against Tong Tian's Qingping sword. The Taiji diagram enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles around Laozi within the Juxian array, rapidly spinning to repel all attacks. Laozi, witnessing the Taiji diagram, successfully blocked the onslaught from Tong Tian and the three sovereigns, coldly chuckled, "Tong Tian, do not waste your energy. You cannot breach the defense of the Taiji diagram." He then turned to the three sovereigns, asking, "How did you manage to escape from the fire cloud cave? Fushi, Shinnong, Xianyuan, did you truly believe that attaining the perfected realm of the heavenly Tao Saints would allow you to rival me? I shall demonstrate to you the terror of being the foremost among the three purities, an ancient heavenly Tao Saint." Continuing with a chilling tone, Laozi proclaimed, "Even if you all unite, you cannot breach the defense of the Taiji diagram." Ha ha ha! Laozi laughed unabashedly at Tong Tian and the three sovereigns. Tong Tian and the three sovereigns simultaneously retorted, "You old curmudgeon, have quite the audacity. Do you think your Taiji diagram can withstand the combined assault of four perfected heavenly Tao Saints?" Tong Tian coldly asserted, "Since you are so obstinate, I shall withdraw the Juxian array. Let us see if your Taiji diagram can withstand the onslaught of the four Juxian swords." Upon hearing Tong Tian's intent to withdraw the Juxian array, Laozi felt a jolt of alarm. The four Juxian swords were indeed capable of breaking through the defense of the Taiji diagram. Should Tong Tian dismantle the Juxian array and employ the four Juxian swords, with the three sovereigns aiding him, Laozi would have no choice but to flee. Utterly incapable of withstanding the combined might of four perfected heavenly Tao Saints alone. Within the Juxian array, Wuzhunti's self-corpse was attacking the northern gate when suddenly, a long, white sword light sliced towards Wuzhunti's self-corpse. Accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers, the white sword light terrified Wuzhunti's self-corpse, causing it to evade just in time. After regaining composure, Wuzhunti's self-corpse gazed at the assailant, startled and exclaiming, Zhuangshu Emperor, how did you escape from the fire cloud cave? Have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors all emerged? Zhuangshu coldly retorted, you despicable and shameless heavenly Tao saints, who once plotted against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now you dare to scheme against our human race, the Shang dynasty. Do you think we are mere ants to be slaughtered at will? Zhuangshu continued, Wu Zhundi, you old bald donkey, today you shall find it impossible to escape. This shall be your burial ground. Just then, Xiaohao Emperor arrived, coldly stating, Zhuangshu, why waste words with him? Just eliminate him. Following this, Zhuangshu and Xiaohao Emperor launched a joint assault on Wu Zhuni. Facing Zhuangshu alone was already overwhelming for Wu Zhuni's self-corpse. With Xiaohao joining, the odds were insurmountable. In an instant, the two overwhelmed Wu Zhuni, forcing him into a desperate retreat, while Wu Zhuni's self-corpse wielded 6 pure bamboo stalks, attempting to block Zhuangshu's sword light while fending off the deadly strikes of Xiaohao's Haoyan sword. Just as Zhuangshu and Xiaohao were relentlessly driving Wu Zhuni's self-corpse into a frenzied flight, the Zhuxian array, which had enveloped the powerful beings, suddenly vanished. As Wu Zhuni's self-corpse was fleeing, it felt a tremor as a fearsome attack struck forth before it. The terrifying assault sent Wu Zhuni's self-corpse hurtling backward. Before it could regain its footing, 2 sword lights slashed in from either side. Wu Zhuni's self-corpse struggled to fend off the dual onslaught. Before it could adequately defend, a monstrous fist struck Wu Zhuni's self-corpse, inflicting severe damage. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuangshu and Xiaohao unleashed their most potent strikes. In that instant, 2 terrifying sword lights descended upon Wu Zhuni's self-corpse. The dual strikes cleaved through, turning its flesh into a mist of blood, while Wu Zhuni's self-corpse primordial spirit was instantly obliterated along with its body. After Wu Zhuni's self-corpse was vanquished, the now diminished Zhuxian left as its true form besieged by the combined might of the 3 sovereigns and Tongtian. Observing this, Laozi's self-corpse and evil corpse prepared to provide assistance. Upon witnessing Laozi's self-corpse and evil corpse attempting to come to the aid of his true form, Emperor Yao and Emperor Ku immediately elevated their powers to their zenith. Laozi's self-corpse and evil corpse faced the fully enhanced might of Emperor Yao and Emperor Ku.